Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing today? I'm getting the stream ready, all set up. Oh my goodness, this hair's just like, nah. I'll just go kind of wherever you want. I'm not going to be there. I'll be somewhere else instead. That's the plan. Thanks. Oh, I got to change this. So they've been putting my live stream on YouTube under sports, which is nice because that's definitely where the trial coverage of a double murder trial goes, right? It goes under sports. Thank you for that, YouTube. When you go to the live thing, I really appreciate that you put me there. That's good. Don't put me under like news and politics or, wherever the other trial streaming is going on. Put me deep in the sports section. Yeah, deep. God, they're terrible. Oh shoot, I gotta. And for people who asked, Gwem, no, I was not wearing this shirt yesterday. I was wearing another red long sleeve warm shirt, but it had buttons. This one does not. Okay, let me getting everything set up. Had a nice show last night with Megan Fox. We covered all sorts of topics, but we ultimately got to WTF Wednesday. And WTF Wednesday is a new feature on my night show that I've been doing for the past several weeks. And that's where we just delve into something that kind of blows your mind a little bit. Or, well, I mean, I don't know if it blows your mind. It's just ridiculous. And a big part of that yesterday was the we kind of looked at the show MILF Manor. I don't know if you guys have seen MILF Manor and the genius that is, but oh my God, it's horrifying. It's absolutely terrible. But yeah, so we kind of took a peek at that, watched a little bit of the introduction of the fine ladies of MILF Manor. And then watch the first challenge, how they pick their rooms. And it was not great. Not a good sort of look to it. It was terrible. But yeah, so that was fun. Okay, so today I think we're actually going to be opening up with argument over prior acts evidence. I think that's what's going to happen first. If I understood the judge correctly, there will be a motion. The state wants to include prior acts evidence. Oh, excuse me. Specifically, evidence of Alex Murdaugh's alleged financial crimes. Which they brutally kicked the door in yesterday. And that alleged financial crimes evidence would be quite the damaging position for the defense, not because they have anything to do with the crime necessarily, but because it'll be extremely prejudicial and overcoming it will be very difficult. So we'll see if that's on the menu for today. I think that's what we're going to probably open up with before the jury is brought in. But that's what the judge indicated. So they have to bring clear and convincing evidence that the prior act's evidence that's been excluded by the judge previously goes directly to one of the exceptions, which is like knowledge. And knowledge is typically if you have the same type of crime. So in a financial crime situation that's like complex or like a Ponzi scheme or something like that, if you had done a prior financial crime that was similar and complex, this would be you'd show this evidence to show that you know how to do it. If you're cracking bank vaults, for example, and you're charged with robbery of a bank, this would you would include those prior bank vault cracks as evidence that you have particular knowledge of how to do that. That's not going to be relevant here. The knowledge of how to commit a financial crime has nothing to do with shoving a shotgun into someone's skull and pulling a trigger, right? But you can also go to motive, and that's where they're likely going to show that there's motive to commit these killings through the financial crimes, which is one of the major components that's been missing here. Oh, excuse me. If they show some evidence that Alec was scared of Maggie or Paul finding out about these financial crimes or somehow testifying against him in these financial crimes or something like that, then there could be a motive established for the murders related to those crimes. But they have to bring clear and convincing evidence, which is a higher bar than what you would need in a normal civil trial. Normal civil trial, you need like 51%. Clear and convincing is much closer to 75, but it's not as high as beyond a reasonable doubt. So there's that's what you got to do. So we'll see if they do that. Fix your hair, man. You're looking goofy. I can't. It won't stay down. It's just going to be up for a bit. I'll have to on a break. Maybe I'll run and fix it real quick because it's annoying me. That's the worst part. So I'll probably get that fixed in just a second before the court starts up here any minute. So I'll be right back because that is going to bother me all day if I don't. Here we go. Here we go. Da, 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 da. Be right back. Hey, good morning.
Hey, brother. We live yet?
Doing? Oh my goodness.
Are we live?
We are live.
Oh, how
We're
about
live.
Glad I didn't say anything inappropriate.
Wish you would have. So now we've got yeah, I had to go. My hair was being really stupid and it was bothering me. So I had to go fix that. But I think we're gonna open up with motions on the prior acts evidence today. That's what it seems like.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So I've got this dilemma today in that I am supposed to teach at 2 p.m. Central.
Okay.
What I'm thinking is I can just leave the stream running because it should be after lunch, and so I'll have to jet around 1:45 Central Time, and I'd be back around let's see, 3:15 Central Time.
Okay.
I can leave the stream running and leave this up if you're cool with that, and you and whoever else can kind of just stay and continue with the trial. Or if that doesn't work, I'd have to shut the stream down. So either way.
No, I'm fine with staying. I mean, obviously I can't control anything, so I can't let people in or out or anything like that, right? Yeah, no, I wouldn't be able to do that. But that's fine. Yeah, I would be here anyway.
Very cool. So that's so we'll do that then.
I guess what we might encourage people to do as guests come in over the course of the day is suggest to them they might want to stay in because they can let themselves in and out then, right?
Right. Yeah. And
So-
I'm gonna message my editor and see if he's around, because he has access to let people in and out and stuff.
Okay.
Let me see.
Man, there's one guy in the chat who is so gay for me. GB. I don't know. The G has to stand for gay. He is such a hard on for me. All he does is chat about me all day.
Yeah, I got a couple of those too. It's like, well, okay, I guess.
I don't know. He knows I'm married, right? I'm married, dude. I'm not available.
Right. Wish you'd Zoom your co-op classes. Worn out homeschool moms agree. I don't know if I could do that. One, the setup in the room is not good, but I might create. I've been kicking around just creating the basic Constitution course that I do. It's not really in depth. If you want to know how to do it, just make your kids read the damn Constitution. Oh, here we go.
You could do a spin-off, Homeschool MILF Manor. Ooh.
Oh, thank you. Something else.
Good morning. First, I want to address the
nonsense
ruling yesterday, overruling the objection by the defense to the state's questioning of the witness on redirect as to whether he was aware of certain things that had occurred earlier on June 7th.
They knew he wasn't.
Involving Mr. Murdaugh or Murdaugh Duck.
Even he doesn't know what to say.
In the questioning, cross-examination of the witness by Mr. Griffin, the witness was asked whether he could think of any reason, the gist of it, if he could think of any reason possible why Mr. Murdaugh would commit the crimes he's accused of committing. That, in effect, turned the cross-examination of that witness from dealing with the specific issues in the case to having that witness testify as a character witness.
There was a different witness.
Mr. Murdaugh, among his other areas of inquiry, was his being a loving father, great provider, financially secure, things of that nature. All
Yeah, that was the earlier witness, wasn't it?
Yeah.
indicating an opinion by that witness as to the good character of the defendant, either through direct statements
I guess
or
it kicked the door clean off the
circumstantially
hinges.
through the evidence that was adduced from
According
that
to this
witness.
judge, I don't know that
In the court's
they
view,
did,
that opened the door for the
frankly.
state to respond by asking questions, as the state did. Hence, the court overruled the objection. In addition to all of that, the objection was totally inappropriate.
Wait, what?
As the court laid out and reviewed with the parties
Inappropriate?
early in the trial, that objection should be made and the legal basis stated. An objection of totally inappropriate is, in the words of Judge Joe Anderson, in effect, no objection at all. That's not a legal basis for an objection.
I mean, but to be fair, wasn't the objection you excluded this in a
That
motion in limine?
summarizes the basis for the court's ruling on that issue, as to those questions yesterday. And that character type evidence was not only sought by from Mr. Gibson, but also, was it Loving? But also Mr. Loving. And none of that really implicated Rule 404, 404B. One, it opened the door. Number two, it's 404A type reputation, questioning that the state had a right to respond to per the rules. And thirdly, it addressed an issue raised in the case by the defense. The defense in the case has primarily been the defendant has such a great character that he could not possibly have committed these offenses. That's been a general thread from opening statement throughout. In addition, the defense introduced through that witness, which was also introduced through other testimony in the case by the defendant, that the boating case was a reason for the murders to have occurred. And by the defense inquiring of the witness yesterday as to his knowledge and belief concerning, or his knowledge concerning the boating case, that likewise opened the door for the state to address that issue.
The state brought up the boating case in opening statements.
As to
the boating case has nothing to do with any financial shenanigans.
Introducing the boating case and reputation type evidence that the state had a right to respond under Rule 403.
The voting case has nothing to bolster his reputation.
404 issues.
The reputation evidence you're allowed to introduce is to rebut a reputation of good character. The voting case doesn't do anything to do that from the defense's position.
Have to be addressed in camera, and I'm wondering if the state has other witnesses to testify as to other things, since we have the jury here ready to go prior to addressing any other.
Well, we do have first of all, we do have a Snapchat custodian who has flown in that we need to get in so that person can make the flight. Based on how things ended yesterday, I was prepared this morning. We were planning on going forward with some of the witnesses from the law firm, and that's going to, there's certainly stuff beyond 404, but that's also going to put some of the 404 issues squarely into play.
Yeah, of course. You open up the door for the prosecutor. He's going to
we were planning to
curl himself through
everything
this morning, Your Honor, with the testimony that we have. I can certainly get some more forensic people rolling I apologize if I sort of misread what we needed to be ready to do, but that's kind of what we focused on last night and are ready to address this morning.
Well,
He told you
the
exactly
court
what
didn't
you
have
needed
a
to
lot
do.
of time to do jury planning issues, and it might have, jurors typically come at 9:30. It might have been a better idea had, with greater thought, to have had them come later. And I don't know how long these issues will take to be addressed.
I think with the two law firm witnesses out of the gate, I think once the court has we could do some very focused in-camera testimony, and I think that for those witnesses, the court can then rule on what's admissible and what's not, and once that's done,
Like, we don't know how that's going to go
with the jury for those witnesses and proceed accordingly, and then of course we can certainly have a discussion as far as other witnesses, and then perhaps arrange a time to do any other in camera. But I think setting the table with these two witnesses is going to set the table for many of the issues that whether they're in or out that the court has to decide.
All right. Well, first, as it relates to Rule 404, and Rule 404B states that evidence of other crimes or wrongs is not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity therewith. In other words, not admissible to show propensity to commit the crime or a crime, but it may be admitted for certain other reasons, including motive, identity, intent, and perhaps the existence of a common scheme or plan. Additionally, I'll address it later regarding res gestae, but my view of the evidence is that evidence of the other alleged crimes can be introduced in this case to show motive, intent, common scheme or plan.
Wait, you're not even
They're
going to make
not
the state
related.
argue it?
Given the proper analysis as it relates to that evidence being offered.
How would stealing money be a motive for killing his
As I
wife and
indicated
kid?
earlier that the court
Well, it could
agrees
be
with
the state just
view
has to
and
provide clear and
as
convincing
expressed by
evidence
the
of it,
court
as
in
you said
US v.
yesterday.
Siegel, 536 Federal 3rd.
But he was going to at least make the state argue it.
306, wherein the court addressed the issue of previous crimes involving
Well, they're not
previous
crimes
alleged
yet, right?
crimes
He's not
involving,
convicted. Okay, there he goes.
Yeah.
multiple victims, and that the state should be able to pursue its theory of proving that why suddenly, or why some such tragic, the motive for such tragic an occurrence to have taken place on the dates alleged here. And under the federal rule, it goes on to say that evidence of other crimes or bad acts is necessary if it is an essential part of the crimes on trial, or where it furnishes part of the context of the crime. This state has not adopted that portion of Rule 404B, but the courts have addressed that issue in some of the cases, particularly one that stands out to me as one of my cases, State v. Frankie Lee McGee from Richland County.
Are you going to make the state argue, or are you just going to do the whole thing for him?
Res gestae was used as a basis for the courts properly allowing certain evidence, including
The jury is not currently present. For those who are
evidence
asking.
of commission of an earlier crime. The test being whether it logically relates to the crime with which the defendant is charged. Court states in that opinion under res gestae that one of the accepted bases for the admissibility of the evidence of other crimes arises when such evidence furnishes part of the context of the crime or is necessary to a full presentation of the case, or is so intimately connected with and explanatory of the crime charged against the defendant and is so much a part of the setting of the case and its environment that its proof is appropriate.
This applies like a kidnapper buying duct tape and chloroform
on trial by proving its immediate context or the res gestae or the uncharged offense is so linked together in point of time and circumstances with the crime charge that one cannot be fully shown without proving the other, and thus is part of the res gestae of the crime charged. And where evidence is admissible to prove this full presentation of the offense, there is no reason to fragmentize the events under inquiry by suppressing parts of the res gestae.
You ruled the opposite in limine.
And interestingly, involved in that case, the court held that
court being you
did not.
This is the prosecution's argument.
A 403 analysis. Because the evidence was properly admitted as part of the res gestae, the issue of whether or not a 404B analysis was done was not necessary. And
this judge was up all night doing this.
The court hasn't addressed any particular issue under 404B, but I find that it is admissible, provided that the proper scrutiny is done in relation to clear and convincing evidence and a logical relationship to the offense for which we're having this trial.
Oh, okay.
And additionally, as relates to intent, evidence tending to prove a defendant's state of mind or intent at or near the time of the crime is relevant to establish possible guilt. So there are many areas under which it's appropriate for the court to consider admitting this evidence of other crimes, other bad acts, in a manner that does not address or seek to have the jury conclude that it's propensity evidence, and the court will address all of that as we proceed.
Well, you know what to do, state.
Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to get some arguments on the record for purposes. Yes, as to your Honor's conclusion that we opened the door by presenting evidence of good character, I would respectfully disagree. And the evidence that we presented was specifically limited to the relationship between the defendant and the victim for which he's accused of murdering. In our view, that is not character witness. That's a factual issue relating to the relationship between the parties. And so I just want to put that on the record. Your Honor puts great emphasis and reliance on U.S. v. Siegel, and that's a federal case. And I want to point out that
I gave the site, federal site. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Federal second. Yeah.
The federal site is 536 F3rd 306.
F3rd, yes.
Yes, sir. And and it's important to to distinguish the federal crimes for which the defendant in Siegel was charged with. First, the defendant, she was charged with murdering the victim to prevent him from reporting fraud. And that's a specific federal statute, 18 USC 1512 A1C. She's also charged with impending an official investigation by transporting the deceased body across state lines. But further, the indictment alleged a broader scheme and artifice to defraud. And in the indictment, it listed many of the prior crimes that the defendant committed in the federal indictment. And so, and under federal rule 404B, you can prove those up. And then there were others that the court considered they were related to the whole scheme and artifice to defraud. The indictment in this case, Your Honor, is simply on June 7th, 2021, the defendant with malice aforethought murdered Ms. Maggie Murdaugh, murdered Mr. Paul Murdaugh, and used violent weapons in commission of those two crimes. There's no scheme and artifice to defraud here.
You're currently addressing it as if the court ruled based on 404. And the court clearly stated that we have not reached any determination on 404.
Then why did you cite it?
That the basis of the court's ruling was 403. The voting case, as you introduced through the witness, and opening the door by giving testimony, soliciting testimony of generally good character of the defendant, such that neither of the two witnesses could possibly imagine the scenario under which what would cause this crime to have occurred, and the state is entitled to confront that evidence in the manner in which the court ruled. But you're arguing 404. I cited that for an additional basis to say the court will need to look at all of that as we proceed with evidence of prior bad acts, but the basis of the court's ruling was not 404, but 403, opening the door and responding to the evidence that you adduced.
Can you imagine there's any way he killed his wife and son? Is a different question than do you imagine there's any way he stole money? Those are two different things. It's not general character.
I wonder what's going on here. Hold on. Sometimes if I do, we have a 404 error on the
Just hearing outside the presence of the jury on their proposed 404B evidence.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I can save all the arguments from then. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, okay, so he didn't kick the door.
And again, with regard to planning purposes for the jury, you said a witness, whatever can be done without getting into the 404 or the court's need for an in-camera hearing, where we need to dismiss the jury for whatever period of time that might be. We can press on with what you have otherwise at this time, and whatever that is what we'll hear.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Like I said, we have one short custodian, and then I think our next witness who's here would be
a law
somebody
firm
where we would need to address some of the 404. That would be Jeannie Seconder.
Why don't you do it now?
If you give me one moment, I can to confer with my staff, and we can see if we can get some other people rolling so that we can kind of stagger that and continue to have presentations for the jury during the course of the day.
All right.
So is the judge going to do a 404 in-camera hearing on every witness?
Yes. Oh, well, the law firm ones, right? The character, quote unquote, character ones. I guess they'll make a proffer of what they want all those witnesses to say, and then he'll make a ruling. It's weird, though, that he did it this way, because he basically laid out the roadmap for the prosecution, what he wants them to do in that in-camera hearing. And so now they just do it. It's going to be totally pro forma.
Right.
And he's not allowing the defense to argue now, because he's saying, well, no, I didn't make a ruling yet. I'm not hearing argument yet. I just spent this morning telling the state how to win that argument.
Yeah, it's very, very strange. And I mean, I don't think that they kicked open the door personally. We've seen in other courtrooms plenty of how far you have to go to kick open the door on some of this stuff. I mean, remember in Rittenhouse, they couldn't bring evidence that Joseph Rosenbaum was in a mental institution that day, even though he threw his bag of stuff from the mental institution at Kyle Rittenhouse as a predicate part of the assault that would be used to justify the shooting. I mean, I think like he's on several medications and stuff, but we couldn't bring in that evidence of prior acts or character because, well, I mean, how could you know what was in there at the time, even though the state made a big deal about what was in the bag, that there was nothing in the bag, where the bag came from, that this bag was an innocuous object, all of that stuff. I mean, the state brought that in. The state brought in this, attempted to bring in character evidence of Anthony Huber. In fact, the state brought a witness to specifically say what a good boy Anthony Huber was his entire life and how much he loved his family. And if you remember, what ended up happening was Kyle's lawyers saying, look, we think they kicked open the door and we want to go ahead and ask all these questions about why Anthony Huber was holding his family at knife point during a family gathering where he didn't think they were cleaning the house enough and stuff like that. And that was ultimately, I think they resolved that out, but it didn't even look like Schrader was going to allow that in.
And that was a much closer call than this. I mean, because we're talking about acts of violence, right? That she said the witness testified he's not violent, in effect.
Yeah. And in this case, what they did was they said, do you know of any reason? Because based on your relationship, this is the argument that his lawyer just started to make, that is based on the interpersonal relationship. And remember, they asked him, how was the relationship between Alec and Paul? How was it? It was great. It was wonderful. It was an ideal relationship. How was the relationship between Alec and Maggie? Seemed fantastic. No problems. Nothing like that. That's the testimony elicited from the state's witnesses too. It's not like the defense brought these guys in to bolster Alec's relationship status. Both of them are state witnesses. What's up, Steve? Speaking of state's witness. How you doing, man? Both of those witnesses were state witnesses that were
hold on a second.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm actually sick today, but I'm actually doing worse today than I was yesterday, but I'm here. I listened to the argument, so I'm sorry I didn't interrupt.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my everything. I'm a little out of sorts, but I was listening to it. So what are your thoughts on this thing so far?
That's what we were just going through. I think I think that the judge is being a little overbroad in saying that the door was kicked open to character evidence, but it seems like the judge is also admitting that he was being overbroad and that he's now going to do an in-camera hearing on each witness that may have this potential 404 evidence. So
I sent you some stuff on the email response. Sorry if I'm not completely 100% here, but US v. Siegel, I sent you that, which was the court was relying on. I thought it was very disingenuous of the judge and the court to say that they didn't object specifically. You know, I thought that was a little ridiculous.
Yeah, he said because the objection was it was completely inappropriate.
Completely inappropriate. And, but, the judge, he's trying to okay, it needs to be specific. You can't have speaking objections. That thing is like, ha ha. This is sort of that gotcha on the defense kind of moment, which it bothers me. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really lost it today. I'm probably going to go take another nap and get back to bed. But first of all, there's really a couple things. One is that the evidence of what happened that morning, I think that may be encapsulated. All right. The confrontation with the law firm and them accusing and maybe the mental state that he was in on that particular day. Okay. That may be separate from all the other charges that he has. Okay, so I think there's really kind of, I'd put those in two different piles. All right. The second thing is I did briefly read the US v. Siegel case, not as in-depthly as I should, but the defense is correct that this was a financial crime. It was intrinsically tied to the actual crime that was done. Whereas the case here, I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. In fact, I watched as a Joe from Logic.
Yeah, good logic.
Yeah, he did this little brief summary, and he's like, I'm trying to wrap my head around how this financial stuff has anything to do with killing his wife and child who don't have insurance policies, right? What is the financial gain that he seeks from this, or how that's connected? It's such
the judge is talking about rest geste, and these would be other acts that were intrinsically tied to the killings. If Alec had stolen 300 blackout ammo from a store, and that was the ammo used in the killing, well, that would be a prior bad act that you could argue applies because it's intrinsic to the actual alleged criminal conduct, the killing of his. But this financial stuff doesn't. Someone can be a thief and not be a murderer. Those are two very different things.
And there's something called, like, we in Florida, we call this Williams rule evidence, which is evidence of similar acts or crimes. So you've got Williams rule of like other bad acts that you should be pre-noticed. But there's also then, so we have the prior bad acts and the notice. The danger of this kind of evidence is that it completely overwhelms you. Now you're going to have a whole nother trial on these bad acts, which is not charged. It's not before the court. And so we're going to have, I mean, what's the standard of proof on these other bad acts? Is it beyond the exclusion of every reasonable doubt? So now we got to have a whole nother trial to prove that he's guilty on the financial crimes that he has not been shown to be guilty of. So we're going to have all this testimony. What's the standard? How is that supposed to be considered by the jury? What is the nexus? What is the connection between the financial crimes and these murders? And see, that nexus is what the state is going to have trouble. And then we have this danger of this financial stuff. Oh, he's a bad guy. Now so the judge is saying he's a good guy. The defense is saying he's a good guy. So now we're going to show he's bad. So now we're going to have a whole trial on whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. Well, we're all good and evil within us. I'm sure he could be guilty of all that other crap, but not guilty of this.
And I don't think the defense elicited testimony that he was a good guy generally. They just said, how was his relationship with his wife? How was his relationship with his son? That doesn't mean he's not a thief or not a drug addict or doesn't have other horrible character defects. It's just very narrowly focused on the facts of this case.
Well, I agree, but the chat and some of the comments that have been following is that you can perceive that question by the defense as being a very broad invitation to say he's this good father, he's this model father. So there is a perspective on those questions that is valid. But does the judge really want to create a situation where we're going to be trying all these financial crimes and we're going to have 2 weeks on all the stuff that he did that's charged elsewhere? I don't think so.
You got two issues, and this would be the issue. Let's say one, they don't have to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt in regards to financial crimes. They just, if they're allowed to talk about them, they're just allowed to talk about them as if they are crimes, even though they're alleged. So let's say he gets convicted, and part of that conviction is based on this assumption that he's guilty of the financial crimes. Now let's say he's acquitted of them. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case here, but let's say he is. He's acquitted of them in the future, while he's been now convicted for murder based on him being a bad thief. Like that's the risk, is that, well, the state actually couldn't prove it after the fact. So then you've convicted a guy based on crimes that he didn't commit, but you assumed that he did and convinced the jury that he did because you had no standard. You didn't have to offer testimony.
Well, the problem is it's probably not appealable.
Right.
Okay. Right. So this stuff, and now it depends. If the state, if we have 2 weeks of financial crimes and bad character, then you have the whole case could be so swamped by that other stuff that it obscures the issues in the case and becomes the dominant feature of the trial. In that case, that would probably be appealable. But if they just bring it in, now that's why I think, see here, if I was the judge here and I was wanting to cover my tracks with that ruling and that bad stuff that the state, I'm trying to, I would probably rule that the confrontation that morning and his financial state of mind that morning that the family didn't know about, if you're going to argue this, let that in, but don't let all the other stuff in. So, I mean, I think that might be where the judge is going, but I don't know. I mean, he seems to kind of let, the danger here is that all this other stuff's going to get injected in the trial and it's irrelevant.
Well, another practical risk here, of course, is that the jury would normally be instructed they're only supposed to arrive at a verdict based on the evidence they hear in the courtroom. But they may well know, you know, they're local, they read the papers, they hear the news about all this financial stuff. But they'll be told normally, hey, you're not allowed to consider all that because that's not evidence in the trial itself. So you have to exclude that from your mind when you arrive at a verdict. Who knows if they ever do that or not, really? But they won't have to now because it'll be evidence in the courtroom, assuming it's admitted.
Right. And to me, it seems like if the 404 evidence is going to come in, the way that the state should have to do it, this is my opinion. The way that the state should have to do it is they have to bring that nexus that was discussed by the judge and by Steve. That nexus would be some sort of specific argument between Paul and Alec, or Alec and Maggie, around the fraud of the financial crime, or fraud and financial crimes. Something that ties that to a clear motive by clear and convincing evidence. A text message that says, "I can't believe you did this." A text message says, or you know, the state soliciting Maggie or Paul to testify against an offer of an immunity deal. Something like that would be a nexus, because this guy's got plenty of ties within the state. Even the existence of an immunity deal, for him being a, you know, former solicitor general, and with a law firm that has, you know, untold connections to various people in the courthouse. Even an immunity deal being talked about would probably get back to him, and that could easily be motive. But the state should have to show that, in my opinion. The state should have to bring the evidence. Yeah, actually, we were offering an immunity deal for Maggie and Paul, and we believe that goes straight to motive, because if they were going to testify against him, we have these discussions. We can show you the meeting logs or whatever. You know, obviously they wouldn't say what they discussed, but we can show you that Maggie came in on this date. We'll have the lawyer testify that she came in to discuss immunity. Boom, done. You've got it. That's how you do that. They don't have that.
They don't have that here.
That would have been in opening statements.
And that's the thing.
Now, in theory, it wouldn't require surreptitious knowledge by him. His wife might even have told him, listen, they're offering me a deal that'll protect me and our sons from your shenanigans. And I think I have to take it. I just want you to know it's nothing personal. I love you, but you stole this money, not me. And that could have outraged him. But that's speculation. I mean, you need evidence if you're going to make that argument.
That's why I'm saying because the judge has already kind of stuck his foot in it, I would expect that he's going to allow in the testimony of what happened to him early in the morning.
Again, I think that may set the table for a lot of subsequent things. And then we can have some additional work outside of any 404 stuff in the afternoon, Your Honor. But certainly happy to do that. Or if you want, we can put up some multiple witnesses on the in-camera here today.
Look how deferential the state's being. They're so happy.
I think as it relates to each alleged bad act, it must be the court must be informed and proffer and addressed separately. Of course, some may be a series of things occurring almost simultaneously, so that may be a different scenario. But we'll
Why didn't you need that yesterday?
Ready to proceed with the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
I mean, you kind of said you needed that yesterday, and then when they just ham-fisted it through, you didn't care.
I'm not impressed. You know, the state knows the judge, and the state is playing this game. They're playing to his predilections. They know how he operates, and so they're using that to bring in this irrelevant material. It's not fair. I got to say, it's really not a good, it's a very sharp lawyering. And in prosecutors, I expect more of our prosecutors. Some people are saying, well, they're prosecutors, you don't expect. I expect everybody to be following the ethics and doing the right thing at all times. There's a different standard that applies to the defense. The defense is advocating for their client and trying to keep him out of prison for the rest of his life. His life is on the line. The state represents us all. The state represents. They should be playing fair and defending the defendants.
Thank you.
Just
Good
like
morning.
they're prosecuting their case.
Welcome back.
Not
Day
playing
number
these
9.
sharp lawyering games.
State's case, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. State call Heidi Galore.
What was it, Heidi Galore? Is that
I mean,
is that a Bond villain?
that's my stripper name. Squizgar says judge is clearly in the tank for the state. I don't know if that's entirely true. This judge seems very permissive on evidence all around. And he was very permissive on evidence with the defense as well.
So
this would be the-
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Oh, it's Karen. It's a
name is
universal
Heidi
Karen.
Bond
Last
billing
name
I was
spelled
expecting.
Galore.
Her name is literally Heidi Galore, but this is definitely the Dollar Tree version.
Morning, Ms. Galore. Where do you work?
Morning. I work for Snap Incorporated.
What are your duties there?
I'm an law enforcement operations lead, so I assist with.
She works
and
for
help manage
Snapchat.
A team of folks who respond to law enforcement legal process.
So she may knock out any
Our
theory
team,
about the
responds
timing
to
of the
legal
video.
process submitted to our
Yeah.
company, subpoenas, search warrants, that kind of thing.
All right. So you're in charge of responding to search warrants or subpoenas from law enforcement or other legal entities?
Correct.
And briefly, please, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat, it's an application that was created by Snap Incorporated to help people express themselves. People can connect to their friends, people they know, and I guess you could consider it a social networking type of application.
Is social media another word that could be used for Snapchat?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other messages?
Yes.
Does it give the ability for individuals to send each other pictures or videos?
Yes.
And in the normal course of its business, does Snapchat keep records if the user so chooses?
Yes.
What kind of records does Snapchat keep?
Basic subscriber information, content that was sent to and from folks, IP logs, geolocation, depending on the settings of the user.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 305 and 304. I'm going to ask if you recognize these two items.
I do. Yes.
And what are you holding?
The paper here is the basic subscriber information for the user that was produced in the search warrant.
And what's that CD?
The CD contains the full production of files that was sent to your agency, requested from the search warrant.
All right. And that was a search warrant from SLED
Yes,
that Snapchat responded to?
correct.
Okay. And you said there was subscriber information on that piece of paper, correct?
Yes,
And is that also located on the CD in the digital record?
yes, yes.
You guys can follow her on Snapchat, Heidi
And Your Honor, at
Galore.
this time, state
Get that
your,
premium Snapchat access.
These injections.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
I'm gonna hand you back State's 304. And you indicated that was subscriber information, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you read for the jury the subscriber information for the information on the account that you provided in response to the search warrant?
Sure. The username is listed here. The username is listed here as Paul9499. Common spelling for Paul. The email address listed here is paulmurdaugh7845@gmail.com. This was created, the account was created on Saturday, May 18th, 2013. And there's a creation IP, but it's not listed here. Sometimes it's captured at the time of creation of the account. This case, it doesn't seem to be. Phone number listed here is 803-842-7845. Display name is listed as Paul Murdaugh. and the status is active.
Okay. And when somebody uses
Not
a
so much.
telephone number, for example, to create a Snapchat account, does Snapchat verify that number?
If the user wants to verify the phone number, yes, they can, but it's not required.
Okay. And what about the email? Is that required?
Not required either, no.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 306. This is already in evidence. And I believe this is a CD. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, I do.
And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
Yes, I have.
And what is on the contents of that CD?
It's a video of a subject near a tree, and it's a short video with some audio.
Okay. And did that video, was that part of the full search warrant return that we just talked about?
Yes.
All right. And did you take a look at that video and the records contained in the other CD to determine when that video was first uploaded and first sent?
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, let's talk about the upload. Was it uploaded to something called Memories?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jury what is Memories? What does that function with Snapchat?
Memories is kind of like a bucket where you can save your data. You can either create a video or some sort of photo on the app itself and save it to your memories so that it's always there when you need it, or you can upload from your camera, your phone, into Memories to then send to folks later, or just have it in there.
So is that a form of saving, like saving something in the cloud?
Correct, yes, it'll be on the server.
All right. And in reviewing these records, did you determine when this account uploaded that particular video to Memories?
Yes, this video was first seen on Memories on June 7th, 2021 at 7:39 hours
Okay.
Eastern.
And does Snapchat also keep a record when an individual sends out a communication?
Yes,
And did you determine in reviewing the records whether, that account sent out that particular video?
yes, it was sent on the same day, June 7th, 2021 at 7:56 hours Eastern time.
All right. Thank you. And I'm going to show you, if you look at your monitor.
15-minute
in front of you,
delay.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 306. And see if you recognize it. And did you recognize that video?
That didn't show up on the,
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we get get on the screen? My apologies. Oops. Okay. What's going on?
Is this AM or PM?
They've been not clear on some of the AM or PMs. Was this the 7 o'clock one?
You just said hours.
Try
Yeah,
it again.
7:39 hours.
Can you see
Eastern time.
what's on your screen right now?
yes,
I think that's
I'll
PM.
play that one more time. Okay, and do you recognize that video, man?
yes, I do.
All right, and is that video, the video we just discussed that was part of the Snapchat search warrant return
Yes,
that you just testified was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. and sent at 7:56 p.m.?
yes.
Now we
No further
know.
questions.
So Snapchat was uploaded at 7:39 p.m. Right? That's what we just got out of that.
No,
Morning.
it was taken.
Can we
It
pull
was
up the
uploaded
Snapchat
15
video
minutes
just have it
later.
Frozen
Or
on
sent 15 minutes later.
a screenshot.
That was the video of them driving around looking at the trees and stuff.
I think so. It sounded weird.
That one's consistent. That's not the dog video. That one's consistent with the timeline because that was before he allegedly laid down to take a nap or whatever.
We're in desperate need of a good hard timeline here.
So
Calm down, Steve.
this is what, or part of what Snapchat gave to the state on July 6th, is that of 2021? Is that correct?
Correct.
So that the state had this on July 6th.
I
What
believe
is
so, yes.
that?
This information.
Sorry, I
And you
dropped something on my
testified that this was
soundboard.
uploaded at 7:39 p.m. on the 7th of June.
Correct.
Is that exactly when this video was shot?
I can't tell that information from the production.
Are you certain that's not something that could be told from the, perhaps the metadata for the video file?
There was no metadata produced for this production. It wasn't requested, so it wasn't produced.
So if someone were to right-click on this video file and you know, where it has various metadata that pops up on the screen, would we see a media created date?
I don't know.
Well,
I wouldn't know.
let's see if we would. Court's indulgence for a moment.
This is the kind of time delays they need, right? In these timestamps of these videos, the defense needs.
And it's a little weaselly, but it's what you got to do because they're two different services.
see on the
The
screen,
other one was
the
a
metadata for this
FaceTime, I
file?
believe, not a Snapchat.
Yes.
Does it
Or maybe
say
I'm wrong on that.
June
I don't
the
remember.
7th, 2021 at 7:38 p.m.?
I should know.
Yes.
And so this
Because it
was
should have been
shot
clear.
basically a minute before it was uploaded. Is that correct?
It appears so, yeah.
And I'm sorry if that seems picky, but in this case, you know, every minute and every second, you know, can matter. Does Snapchat keep a list of, and I might be getting the terminology wrong, friends or contacts that Paul would have had on Snapchat?
Yes.
Was that list produced?
No.
And why was that list not produced?
It wasn't requested in this case.
And you mentioned earlier geolocation data. Was that produced?
No, not in this case.
And why was that not produced?
I don't believe it was requested.
Is it possible for, I don't know how it works, for some or all of Paul's friends to have access to his location through the app?
Yes, if his settings were, if he made his settings visible, his geolocation visible to his friends, yes.
And would that information about whether that was, that setting was in place to allow that, is that something that Snapchat would have had available to produce?
I'm not sure I'm not sure about that. If you can see that it's actually turned on or off.
Was that requested?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
The importance of the first
United States.
Snapchat video is to show what Alex Murdaugh was wearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May step down.
Really?
I mean, I guess showing what he's wearing over an hour prior to the incident where he's outside running around doing stuff matters.
Yes, sir.
But it doesn't matter.
Like,
Like
the state's next witness would be Jeannie.
if I'm
Seconder.
out on a four-wheeler riding
Ladies and
around
gentlemen,
in
of the jury,
June in
there are
South
matters that
Carolina,
must
I'm
be
probably going to
addressed
change and
outside of your
shower.
presence.
Okay, so
I do not know
what were
exactly how long
What-
it would take, but I do not like to have jurors sit in jury rooms just for long periods of time. So we're going to excuse you after you speak for the bailiff, we're going to take a recess with the jury while we deal with these matters. Let's see now, you all have lunch coming at what time?
Bro,
Well,
it's
not soon.
Nobody knows. 1 o'clock, 1:15. All right. Well, we won't need you before lunch. So if you'll go to the jury room and wait for further instructions, but we'll be having you all take a break until around that time.
okay. So what time did he make his 911 call? Do we know?
10 something, right?
10 something, yeah.
And then and the video. See, we need to lay this out because see, to me, there's like an hour plus of gap, right? And he goes, supposedly he goes over to his senile mother's house. How far is that away by car?
I don't know that anyone has said.
We need to know that. And then, so for him to go there and back, so we have to account for that time. assuming he did that. But the cell phone data should track that, right?
The cell phone data and the Suburban's OnStar tracking.
People are saying 15 minutes in the chat. So that's 30 minutes of driving time. And then you've got him traveling from the scene back to the house, I would expect, and back. There's a lot of confusion here about this timeline, because what if, for example, he drives past and says hello, or what if he goes to the site, says hello, gets captured on the snapshot on the video, right? Goes back, takes a 15-minute nap. The murders occur. He doesn't hear them. Then he drives to mom's and comes back. Okay, that's possible, right?
See,
Right, again, in the state we call Jeannie Seconder.
Okay, so now we're moving into in-camera hearings, which means it's just the attorneys, the parties, the judge. The jury is not present for this, but we're going to get witness testimony to see if the witness can be brought before the jury on these particular questions.
They said it's 1 minute. It's a quick drive back, but if his car didn't move, how did he get back to the house? He must have walked.
State your name again.
Right, you'd think there'd be some data around the car moving back and forth. Otherwise, it has to be a walk, and the timeline gets crunched.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger,
Is it possible-
Seckinger.
This guy's not giving us any time to analyze and talk.
Seconder, how you doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
Doing
Let me,
today?
Fix the Selma real quick.
Is it possible you wouldn't hear shotgun and AR shots?
You understand we're here right now
Completely
outside the
possible.
presence of the jury for an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of your testimony.
I do.
And just very quickly, if you would, give us a little bit. I'm not going to go through all the background that I wouldn't in front of the jury unless Your Honor would like, but give us a little bit about your background and where you currently work, how that led to where you currently work.
Okay.
I'm a financial
Graduated
crime
with
victim.
BS in accounting from USC. Went to work in an accounting firm for a few years, then switched to industrial at Westinghouse. And in 1999, I came to work at PMPED, which is Peters Murdaugh Parker, as a temporary bookkeeper, and that has grown over the years to the office manager, CFO, accountant, anything business and insurance and HR related.
Okay, and that's for whom?
For Peters Murdaugh Parker, Elstroth, and Dietrich.
Right, so that's PMPED,
Correct,
and that's the law firm that Alex Murdaugh used to work for.
correct.
Is that have a different name now?
We are now a new entity that's called Parker Law Group LLP.
All right. So just very quickly, you've already kind of said this, but go through sort of the financial side of your job duties as it existed for PMPED back in the relevant time periods.
Okay, so my financial duties are, actually, I have people under me that do the day-to-day processing of checks, but my duties are to balance and reconcile accounts, provide financial statements, help with all tax documents, preparation of taxes. Also prepared anything for any government census or surveys that we needed and anything HR related.
I want to ask you a little bit about the financial structure of how PMPED works, if I could. And if you could explain that a little bit. Are the, people often think of lawyers as partners, but are they called partners under the employment agreement that everyone signed?
No, we're called partners when we refer to each other as they're in the business, but for tax purposes, everybody was an owner. It was a C corporation, so everybody's shareholders. And within Peters Murdaugh Parker, every employee was a salaried employee, including the partners.
Okay. And did the employment agreement that everyone signed require that any fees or money generated by any partner or lawyer by the firm had to go to the firm?
It did.
And explain to me how, if you're let's just call them quote partner, if you're a partner, how does the compensation work? What are the elements of compensation as it worked under the PMPED structure back in 2021 prior?
So every partner received a base salary that they would receive in biweekly payments throughout the year. That was set at a level of about $125,000. The majority of their pay came through an end of the year bonus, which is when we closed out the books and settled on the books. And primarily after overhead and expenses were met, the net profit was divided amongst those partners. And in a simplified form, it was basically distributed based on a ratio of the fees that they brought in percentage to the total.
But that distribution would not take place until when?
Usually the last week of December.
Yes, sir.
Waters, there's a strike. Can you repeat the previous question for me?
Yes, sir. Going back a second, Joe, we were talking a little bit about the compensation structure for PMPED as it existed in 2021. And if you could, again, explain to the court how that worked. How are partners, and we're going to call them loosely that term, how are they compensated?
Okay, partners are employed salaries who are paid a biweekly paycheck throughout the year with a base salary of $125,000. And at the end of the year, they received a bonus check, usually in the last week of the year, that divided up the remaining profits of the firm based upon the percentage of revenue each attorney brought into the total.
All right. So when fees came in, they're going to be attributed to a particular lawyer, and ultimately that's going to be a percentage of the total revenues, and that's going to determine their percentage of the compensation at the end of the year after all overhead is paid.
Correct.
Is there also some sort of 7.5% fund or fee or something like, or not, or amount that's put aside?
There is. You would take the gross bonuses that are the gross fees everybody brought in, less than overhead. And once we get to that number, everybody would throw in a pot 7.5%, and that money was divided back equally among the employees. And then a new percentage was arrived at to determine how much everybody would receive of the net income.
Commies.
So you have to take care of overhead, right?
Yes.
And what is an overhead, just generally?
Overhead is just basically the expenses to run the business, what it costs us to advance client costs, what it costs to pay our employees, what it costs to rent the building, to provide equipment, office supplies, postage, et cetera.
And that's got to be accounted for, and then you got to account for this 7.5% that as well, correct?
That's right.
All right, and then only after that does each partner get compensation based on their relative contribution during that year.
Correct.
Is typically the vast majority of compensation received by a partner at PMPED received in that distribution at the end of the year?
Yes.
And when does that take place?
The last week of the year, generally speaking.
Okay. And what is the point of that goal? Why do you want to sort of clear out all the money and clear the books?
So basically, that we don't want to leave the money in there to be taxed by the corporation because it's a C Corp entity. So that the objective is to get it out to the partners and avoid double taxation.
And so because of that, is it up to each individual partner to essentially manage the bulk of their compensation that's received in one lump sum during the course of the next year?
Yes, they need to budget.
All right, let me show you what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 310 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is the employment agreement each shareholder / partner would have signed.
Okay. And I just want to direct your attention to number 2, and if you could tell the court what that provision that's signed by all the partners says.
It says the employee accepts such employment and agrees that the employee will devote the employee's entire time and endeavor to the employer's business.
And then number 3, if you could read that to the court, please.
Services for the benefit of the employer. All professional services rendered by the employer shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
Okay. Now tell me what that means.
That means that all fees earned should come through payable to PMPED.
All right. And so if a lawyer earns fees, is it appropriate at all for those fees to go directly to the lawyer as opposed to going through the law firm?
No,
Is that a hard rule to understand?
no,
Anybody ever have a problem with that rule or not understand it?
no,
Pretty easy and hard and fast rule in that firm.
that's
correct?
right.
If you get the money written straight to you, what is that?
The money's taken straight to you?
Yeah.
That would be stealing it.
Stealing.
Technically, it'd be a breach of contract, but guess we don't need to quibble over that.
This is a very common arrangement, by the way, folks. This is normal.
Sean
you're
Bird
working
says,
for
what
a
does this
firm.
have to do with the murders? Well, that's a really good question, isn't it?
That's kind of the question, right?
That's what the state is here to show, is that
Right.
this is somehow related to the murders.
Can you see that in the seconder?
Yes,
All right, so 2 and 3 are the provisions you were just referring to.
that's correct.
Tell me just a little bit of your observation. How long have you known Alex Murdaugh? Let me ask you that.
I've known Alex since I was in high school, so roughly 40 years,
Wow.
How long have you worked with him, or did you work with him?
about 23, 24 years since 1999.
And did he have a lucrative practice in your observation?
Yes, he did well.
Was he sometimes getting as much as 7 figures in the end of the year?
He has.
Are you familiar with what's been called the boat case?
Yes.
And tell me what your understanding of the boat case is, just generally. What was that?
Generally speaking, it was an accident that several children got in one evening where it was in Paul's, or the Murdaugh's boat. Paul was accused as the driver, and there were a lot of civil suits and some criminal proceedings going on related to that crime.
And following the boat case, is it your understanding that Paul Murdaugh was charged?
Yes,
Is it your understanding that Alex Murdaugh was civilly sued?
yes,
And there was ongoing civil litigation at the time Paul and Maggie were murdered?
that's correct.
After the boat case happened, did you and Alex ever have any discussions about structuring fees?
We did in late May of 2021. Right about the end of the month, we had some discussions about Hirschberger. A disbursement came through that he had tried to send his fees to a structured settlement. And the conversation was that
settlement, but
he had done it improperly.
Ow.
Because to structure fees properly, it has to be part of the release. It has to go straight from the insurance company, straight to the insurance structured annuity place. And
Glad you don't get paid for
we
your
would need to
singing.
be told about it in our firm so we could account for it in our 7.5%. But in this particular case, Alec had sent the money directly to Forge. We discussed the fact that it would not be any tax benefit to him. And at that point in time, he said he was not really worried about the tax benefit of it. And he said he was trying to put some money in Maggie's name due to the boat wreck, and that he was trying to figure out if he was going to structure fees for the future.
Okay. Did he say he was trying to do a favor for anyone too?
He did say he was friends with Michael Gunn, and who is the owner of, or one of the operators of Forge, and that he was going to try to put up to about $250,000 into a structure as a favor for Michael Gunn.
All right. When you say Forge, what are you talking about?
So Forge is a company that does structured annuities.
You have the full name real quick?
It's Forge Consulting.
All right. Let's call it Forge Consulting.
Okay, Forge
Trying to do that.
Consulting.
All right. Tell
Yeah.
me about Forge Consulting. and what they are.
They're a company that will do structured annuities for clients. They'll do structured fees for attorneys. They do some wealth management. They do minor pool trust. They have several different things that they do. I think they've branched out into insurance coverage now. They provide a lot of financial tools.
This is
Well,
even more
Alex showed him there was
confusing.
a gap in their business model by not having insurance on Paul and Maggie.
He wants to deliver more money to the wife,
Say that you
and that's a reason to kill her?
had a conversation with him
How does that
about
make
him
sense?
supposedly structuring fees. How did this come to your attention?
It came to my attention over the fact that a disbursement, one of my secretaries, or my assistant, brought to me, that had been brought to her attention by Alex's secretary or paralegal, Annette Griswold, and came and asked me if this was proper, and then came to me after the fact, and that's when I went and had conversations with Alec about this.
Okay. And so had the money already been paid?
Yes,
And you went to Alec and you asked, what's this about?
yes.
And he said, I'm doing what?
I'm trying to defer and put money into Maggie's name, structure some fees.
Did he tell you where that money had gone? What was your belief where that money had gone after you talked to Alec?
My belief was it had gone to Forge Consulting.
The real entity, Forge
Yes.
Consulting.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you just real quick what's been marked for purposes of this hearing as States 311 and see if you recognize that series. I think there's 4 documents in there.
Yes, these are the Hirschberger settlement documents, which is the case that we're talking about, the fee that he sent as a structure.
Okay. And are there 1 or 2 in there ultimately?
There are ultimately 2. There's one that's structured to look like fee, and then the other one was structured to look like it was client's money that was being sent on the client's behalf.
Which one were you aware of at the time?
I was aware of the fee one for the $83,333.33.
All right. At the time, did you think that any money had been misappropriated or stolen, or did you just think Alex was trying to sort of divert some money because of the boat case, but not necessarily anything misappropriated at that
Right.
time?
We were not thinking about him
How could there be
misappropriating funds or stealing any
anything-
client funds. What we were concerned about was he was trying to either defer income by leaving it in somebody's trust or either trying to put some money into Maggie's name to avoid things for the boat accident.
When you say we were concerned, who's concerned?
Myself and some of the partners.
Not
Are
very
y'all
good at
concerned
counting to
about
let him steal that
potentially
much
trying to put
money.
money in a structure or in Maggie's name because of the boat case?
Well, because would be wrong and we did not want any part of that.
I mean, how good is this accountant if he was able to steal $8 million from their trust account without their knowledge until the end of the year accounting settlement?
Let me put this up on the screen real quick.
That's pretty loosey-goosey, isn't it?
Happens all the time.
All right. Do you recognize this document right here?
Excuse me. Yes, that's the document that is in question with the $83,333.33 fee sent to Forge.
All right. And right there, tell me what this disbursement sheet is very quickly. Explain that to the court.
So this is where the client recovered $250,000. You can see it came from 3 different insurers. And we would take a portion of our fee. Generally, this looks like a third, and our expenses of $9,300. The Sedgwick claims would have been a lien that we were paying off, and then the $140,678.55 would have been the money dispersed between the beneficiaries of that estate.
And what is this line right here?
That would represent the fee.
At this point in time, had you actually seen the check that was made out for those fees?
I don't recall if I actually looked at it at that point in time.
And normally fees, where would they go?
Normally, if fees would come to us and we would deposit into our income account, what we call our income account.
Okay. So fees come in from somebody who pays the settlement, where do they go initially? What account do they go in?
To the income account, the PMPD operating income account.
Okay. Fees go in there?
Yes,
All right. When a settlement comes in, where does it go?
it goes into a client trust account for the benefit of the client,
And then the portion of that is allocated for fees, it goes from the trust account to where?
to the income account.
Okay. It usually doesn't go out to Forge Consulting or anything like
No.
that. After you had that conversation with Alec, did you follow up any more on the matter?
We had a couple of conversations about it in relation to when we were having some other conversations, but we didn't really readdress this again until late September, late August, early September.
Did you kind of put it on the back burner?
I did. I was, at that point, it had been done and I was trying to figure out how we were going to account for it on our books and just kind of had it out there as a reminder to try to put in my mind later to see if anything else had been done like that or to see if he was going to try to do that again.
After that particular event, you said that was in late May sometime?
You're right.
Did another matter come to your attention about disbursements as it related to Alex Murdaugh's practice in his business?
It did.
And tell me what that was, please.
So this was a case called the Ferris versus Mack truck case. And on a Monday, I believe it was May 24th, Annette Griswold called me and said that she had something she needed to discuss with me. I was out of the office that day in our Waldeboro office, but when I returned, we met. And when she showed me, what had happened was we received a check for our client expenses. So this case was actually dispersed by the associated attorney, which was Chris Wilson. So he sent us a check for the money that we had forwarded as client expenses, but we did not receive a fee check. And that is itself is odd generally.
Why is that odd? Why didn't that call you? Because y'all had received a fee check from Alex's best friend, Chris Wilson, but not the expense check, but not the fee check.
Right. Most of the time we receive them together. Well, Annette, when she did not receive them together, called my assistant Nicole to make sure we had not already received the fee, verified that we had not already received the fee. And at that point, Annette had some conversations with Vicki Lyman in Chris's office. And Vicki informed Chris that their bosses had already got the fee when the settlement was signed, which had happened in March. And this was May.
And Vicki informed Chris or Vicki informed Annette?
Vicki informed Annette of that.
Right. So why is that a concern to you that now you're hearing the fee's already been paid?
Because now we know we don't have the check. We've never received it. So either he's got a fee, either he's got a check he hasn't turned into us that is properly payable to PMPED, or he's received a check payable to him.
Right. And when you are considering the possibility that he perhaps received a check payable to him, aside from that being stealing, as you earlier testified to it, what's your concern then?
Saying that he's trying to hide money from the boat rack.
Right. All right. Stand by for me.
Yeah. So Steve, you want to explain what's going on?
This is
I
a
see you
proffer.
typing.
Yeah, this is a proffer. So basically, this is outside the presence of the jury. They're presenting what they want to show the jury, because it's whether or not the judge is going to let this in or not is a question. So the judge wants to pre-hear the evidence and then make a ruling after he's heard the evidence.
For the purposes of this hearing, as Exhibit 312, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes. Importantly, the jury is not present currently.
Yes, this is the expense check that we received in the Ferris matter
Okay. And
from Wilson Law Group.
just quick flip through it and just tell me generally what's in that packet.
The rest of the packet is our deposit, which is an internal record, our client cost report, which matches that expense check. Then the rest of it, the second, what I'm looking at right now is a check made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $192,000, and it references Ferris fees.
Okay, keep going.
Next page is the deposit where it says Bank of America deposit only. And it looks like ACH. That looks like, it actually looks to me like Alex initials. And then it says Bank of America.
Is there a series of emails after that?
Series of emails starts with Vicki Lyman informing Annette Griswold about the fact that their bosses had received the fee back when the disbursement was signed.
All right, let me put those emails up on the screen. I believe there's no objection versus this hearing. All right. So this is email, and Annette Griswold, explain to the judge who Annette Griswold is, please.
Annette Griswold is one of Alex's primary paralegals.
Okay. And right here, this is an email that was ultimately sent to you as part of bringing this to your attention?
Yes.
All right. And what is she asking right there?
She said, why just expenses and no fee?
All right. All right. And what was the response there?
Dear friend, it is only cost because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed.
Okay. So, and that's informing you that Chris Wilson's office says they already got the fees.
Correct.
All right. All right. After that, did you have a conversation with Annette what to do?
I did. I actually talked with Lee Cope. We went to Lee. Sometimes a lot of the partners are not in the office, and Lee Cope was the one who was in the office. So I went to talk to Lee about what we should do. And of course, Annette was worried about getting, ramifications if she was wrong and didn't want to be in trouble. So Lee and I decided to take it over from there. And the course of action that we decided upon was that I would send an email to Annette requesting the disbursement, the supporting documents, and the general ledger printout for Chris Wilson's office, which is what we keep in our office.
All right, and if we go right here, is that the email you're speaking of right there?
That is
All right, what's the date on that?
May 27th.
All right.
Where's
And
my
so then
money?
what happens to that email from there if we look over to the next page?
So apparently Vicky in Chris Wilson's office was on vacation. So on June 2nd, Annette clarifies with Vicky what exactly we were looking for. And again, she asked for the full disbursement paperwork, including the disbursement sheets, expenses, supporting docs, and ledger.
All right, and you're included on that email?
I am CC'd, yes.
Okay. All right, did y'all ultimately get a response on that?
Vicky responded that she would have to send that email to Chris because she did not have privy to that information. So that was on the 2nd. The next day, Alec came into my office early and asked me why I needed that information and assured me that the money was in Chris Wilson's account and that they could get it anytime.
Okay. And did y'all discuss anything further when you had that conversation?
Just that we needed to get it, or I needed proof that it was there, that it was necessary to get it. At that point, I didn't indicate to him that I thought it was missing. I was just asking for the documentation.
And that was on what day?
It was sometime in between June 2nd and June 7th.
Okay. All right, on June 7th, did the issue come back to a head?
The issue did come back to heads.
Just clear, this is June 7th, 2021.
Yes.
And how much were
Can we
these fees
save
supposed
this
to
for
be?
another
Did you know?
fucking trial?
$792,000 in total.
And to this point,
And
the
it
firm
should be
had not
there.
received those fees, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Chris Wilson's office is saying initially, we already dispersed them.
Yes. And Chris Wilson's not saying anything to me.
Was, to your knowledge, was an inquiry made to Chris Wilson at that time?
Lee Cope, we had not inquired Chris Wilson other than requesting this information at this point in time.
All right. So tell me about June 7th. How does that go?
So on June 7th, I was going to make another run at finding out from Alec if we had the information. I went upstairs to his office is on the second floor, and he was leaning on a file cabinet outside his office. And he turned and looked at me when I came up and said, "What do you need now?" And gave me a very dirty look, not a look that I'd ever received from Alec, from just kind of frustrated with me look, which made me go, "Oh, you want to know? Let's go in your office." So we went in the office and closed the door. And at that point, I told him that I had reason to believe that he had received the funds himself and that I needed proof that he had not.
Received those fees himself.
Yes,
And I needed proof that there or not.
yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me again that he assured me that the money was there and that he could get it. And at that point, I said, I'm just trying to do my job. And if I don't get this paperwork and verify that with these questions, I'm not doing my job. He actually acted like he respected that, and again said that that money was there and that he again was trying to decide what he was going to be doing with it.
And did y'all get to conclude that conversation, or did something interrupt it?
We did not. He took a phone call in the middle of that conversation. That phone call was about his father who was in the
Be right back.
hospital,
I have to get
that
my
he
kids
was
moving.
going to be terminal, that there was nothing else they'd be able to do for his father. So that changed the mood of the conversation. We quit talking about business, and I immediately asked about him and his family and his dad. And, we got talking as friends at that point, concern over the family. And after that, I shortly left. So it briefed and cut down the conversation.
All right, you come in there asking for proof where that money was, because you had reason to believe he took it, and then the conversation ultimately got short by the call about his father.
Yes,
Did you have a conversation later in the day with Ellen?
I did. Around 4:00, my phone rang, and I remember that because I had been under the impression Alec was going to leave and go to the hospital or leave to deal with his father. And around 4:00, my office extension rang, And at that point, he was asking me for some information on his 401k balances because he stated he was working on some financials for the hearing on the boat accident that was later in the week.
There was a hearing later in the week, and he was working on financials for the boat accident.
Correct.
Did that strike you as odd?
That he called and asked me? No, he'd asked me before. So, and I would be the one to give him the 401k. So it didn't surprise me that he's calling to ask me about that. But I was surprised that he was in the building working on it.
And why was that?
I just thought he was leaving a deal with his father.
Because that interrupted the prior conversation.
That's right.
Was that the last conversation you had with him?
It is.
When did you find out about the murders?
I initially found out through the rumor mill around 10:30 or 11 o'clock the evening of them, but I did not get confirmation until I received a text from the partner roughly 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Were you shocked by that?
Yes.
Scared?
Yes.
Worried?
Yes.
Worried for Alec?
Worried for everybody. Yes, especially Alec.
In the wake of the murders, do you know if the hearing that was later that week got canceled?
It did get canceled.
That was a hearing in the boat case where he's personally a defendant?
That's my understanding, yes.
In the wake of the boat case, did you
I
and
want
the
to
partners
continue
have a
it so I
discussion
kill
about
my
what to
family?
do about getting to the bottom of these Ferris fees?
We did not the week of the murders because pretty much our office shut down the week of the murders and then his father also passing away. But when we got back around to it, Lee and Mark Ball and I were the ones doing the discussion. Lee decided that he would call Chris Wilson himself directly and try to get the information, and Lee took over from there.
In the wake of the murders, did anyone want to bring that up to Alec again?
No, nobody wanted, Alec was distraught and upset and not in the office much, and nobody wanted to harass him about nothing that we thought was really missing. We had several months till the end of the year to clear it up, so we were not going to harass him at that point in time.
So that part just got stopped in its tracks, is that true?
Yes, Lee took over calling Chris Wilson and trying to pursue it.
All right, and when was that? You said in July sometime?
Yes, probably early July.
All right, and what was the result of that?
Lee said, and you could speak to him more clearly, but Lee said Chris Wilson got off the phone pretty quick with him, which was surprising because apparently Chris Wilson has the gift of gab. But again, Chris assured Lee that it was there.
All right. Ultimately, did y'all get an email about this particular issue?
We did. Ultimately, on July 19th, there was an email from Chris to Alec stating that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust and would have been available anytime that we requested it. That email was forwarded to Lee Cope and myself.
From whom?
From Alec.
And what is that the email up on the screen that you're talking about right now?
It is.
All right, and we see 600,000 for Andrew Ferris and 192 for Denise. Explain that breakdown, if you would, please.
So there's two parties in this case, and apparently there was two recoveries, and each of them would have had a fee dependent upon their recovery. So to me, this looks like Andrew's portion, the fee for his settlement was 600,000, and Denise's was 192,000.
At this point in time, had the firm received this $792,000?
No.
Did this email, though, sort of end the inquiry, at least for the present moment?
Yes.
All right, well, let's move the story forward again. Did this matter ever come to your attention again at a later time?
Yes.
All right, and tell me when that came to your attention.
That would have been in September, after we found some other misappropriations and we had confronted Alec and he had resigned. We ended up having more conversations with Chris Wilson right after that, and Chris admitted that he did not have all the money.
Well, let me back it up. Before we get to there, I'm talking about as far as it relates to Alec. Did this particular issue with trying to get the Ferris fees come to your attention? And let me take you to early September of 2021.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. In early September 2021, did the Hirschberger matter that you mentioned earlier, did that come back to your attention?
That came back to my attention. I started pursuing that. and decided I was going to go through and look and make sure that he had not tried to already defer something else that we had missed. And at that point, I decided to print a ledger printout of our system of payments to Forge. And as I did that, I started printing all the documents that would relate to those disbursements, the disbursement statements and the canceled checks. And as I started printing the canceled checks off, I could see Bank of America on the back and Alex Murdaugh's signature. And everyone that came out was just put it a little bit more in the grave for me. That's when I found that out. I had William Barnes come over, who was a partner who was in there
William Barnes,
in the
not
office
Robert
that day,
Barnes.
and had him look at them. He also believed that they were Alex signatures on the back of these checks.
Right, and just real quick, these are checks coming from the client trust account,
Yes,
and they're made out to what?
Forge.
But what's unusual to you that's causing you to have that feeling that you just described?
The endorsement and the Bank of America on the back, and the fact that it looked like Alex signature.
All right, and so you talked to William Barnes, is that right?
He's got
Yes.
resting eye roll face.
And, did you talk to other partners about what you were finding?
We did. William and I then called Mark Ball, who had been aware of this situation the whole time. Mark Ball was the treasurer, so he came back into the office. We showed him the signatures. He agreed with us, and he also recognized one of the disbursements as a case that could not have possibly been dispersed yet because it was held up waiting some court orders for a workers' comp lien. We also talked to Lee Cope that night about it, and Lee, we came to the plan for Lee to call Michael Gunn with Forge and see if they had banked at Bank of America. And Michael Gunn confirmed that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years.
Did y'all send them a list of clients, the ones that you were pulling off of your system that had payments to Forge at Bank of America?
We did. We gave him a few names that evening, not the complete list. We gave him a few names that we had, and he verified that Michael Gunn verified to Lee Cope that those were not any structures or any annuities, and they didn't have records of them.
All right, around this time, did Annette bring you anything and that this is all going on?
Yes, so this is completely independent and coincidental. Annette, the same afternoon of September 2nd, was in his office trying to look for something. And when she moved to file, a check fell out. When the check fell out, she looked down, and it was Chris Wilson, and it was the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh that we'd already found.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 313, states for purposes of this hearing. You recognize that?
That's the check.
This is the actual check that was found. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, hold on for me real quick. Got an endorsement on the back. Let me ask you this. You've worked with Alex Murdaugh for how long?
23 years roughly.
During that time, did you become familiar with his handwriting?
Yes,
Can you recognize it when you see it?
yes,
Looking at the handwriting, the endorsement on the back of that document, do you recognize it?
that's his signature and
It's his
handwriting.
writing?
When are we going to link these to the murder in any way?
I don't understand how this is related. I mean,
Yes, sir.
there needs to be nexus. There needs to be a connection. How does this create motive to kill a family? He's having a financial collapse.
He's stealing for the family, right?
He's stealing, right? Yeah. He's trying to keep.
I mean,
his eggs
where's
in-
the mistress? Where's the?
Yeah.
Now, James from court allegedly dropped the gossip that both Alec and Maggie were having affairs. But again, that's irrelevant until it's brought into court. And were they okay with the arrangement?
Right.
The state has not alleged that.
No.
Your Honor, if you'll just give me 1 second, I'll hand the exhibits we're talking about up to the court as well. But up on the
Infidelity
screen,
could
was this a
easily
check?
be a motive
Yes.
for murder.
Yes,
Unless the
And then on the
infidelity
back,
is approved.
Whose writing is that?
Alex.
So
Now,
he's
what if
gonna
it's her.
And also, I'll note that this is not sophisticated theft. This is him getting a check,
Once
signing
you
it, putting it in his bank
started
account.
printing
It's
out
not
all
really
those
like
forged
mastermind.
ones that had Alex writing on it at Bank of America, and you contacted Forge, did you ask them whether or not they ever banked the real Forge, if they ever banked at Bank of America?
Lee Cope had that conversation, and Michael Gunn verified that they had not banked there in a number of years, more than 10 years.
And they didn't have any active structures on any of the clients that y'all had given.
That's correct.
As a result of that, what did the leadership at the firm do next?
We convened a
They went
meeting
and shot
on
his-
the morning
killed
of
his wife
Friday,
and son.
September 3rd at Lee Cope's house with the majority of the partners and myself present. We discussed what we had found and showed everybody the documentation that we had recovered. And then the choice was made, Randy was not present initially. The choice was made to bring Randy in and show him what we had found.
And
Maybe the
after
law
Randy was
firm
brought
killed his
in
wife and
and
kids.
showed what was found, what happened next?
Randy immediately conceded that we needed to talk to Alec, that it looked like he had stolen. And Danny and Randy got together and met with Alec outside of the office.
And did they confront him with this information?
They did, and it is my understanding that Alec admitted it and that it was determined he would resign.
Okay. Did he ask for a leave of absence?
I think he tried to do a few other things before resigning, but we made him resign.
After the decision was made to resign, was it announced right away, or was there any statement put out or anything like that right away?
It was not announced right away because the decision was made, Johnny Parker was getting married the next day, and it was late on a Friday, and that we were going to kind of hold off until the first of the week. We were going to contact some ethics attorneys and see what we needed to do and announce it the first of the week.
So we're in the weekend, September 3rd, September 4th, something like that?
Yes,
Is that Labor Day weekend?
yes.
What's the next thing you recall hearing about Ellen?
The next thing I heard about Alec was, I was actually with my family on the sandbar, and the next thing I heard was Suzanne Peoples with the EMS came down and told me that Alec had been shot in the head and was being flown out to Savannah.
Was that on the side of the road at Old Salkehatchie?
That's correct.
What's the first thing you thought when you heard he had been shot?
Nobody knew what to think. A lot of thoughts went through, but fear went through. Was this retaliation? Was he involved in something bigger that was going to get more of us in trouble?
So now they want to get the
And just
suicide
fear.
attempt in? Is that what they're doing here now?
All right.
I like how they weren't afraid
As
of
the
him.
months went on after that, did y'all continue to review your records looking for additional misappropriations?
We did. We immediately decided, once we found this out on September 2nd and had the confrontation on the 3rd, we immediately started doing a dig into our books and proactively going to look for anything. And anything that we found, we turned over to law enforcement. We also had a forensic audit from an outside firm come in and provided information from them. So this took most of September, gathering all this information and going through all of our stuff to figure out what else we had missed or what else had occurred.
Did you get fired?
You've already described the checks to the Forge account at Bank
Real
of America,
drama would
which
be that
was a
she-
fake Forge account. Is that correct?
That's right.
The real drama would be that she covered for him.
Was
She
there
was having the
another
affair
manner
with
in
him,
which
but this is all
Alex
company
Murdaugh
harassed.
misappropriated money that you uncovered in your review of the firm's records as CFO?
Yes, we've also found out some payments made through Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. And generally explain how those were working.
So those were working on, some of those Russell Lafitte was the conservator on, and funds were directed to Palmetto State Bank as if they were going to be held for the beneficiary. And those checks were later converted into personal use for Alec.
All right.
And incidentally, the week after we, of the roadside shooting, when we were going stuff in Alec's office, we actually found forged R. Alexander Murdaugh doing business as forged bank statements in his office.
Okay, so you found the Bank of America bank statements?
Yes.
And the title on those bank statements was what?
R. Alexander Murdaugh doing business as forged.
I'm gonna,
It's real
It's gonna be a tough
sophisticated.
get a
Yeah.
document, Mark, if I could, real quick.
How to financial crime for dummies.
Yeah.
It's like his pants are stuffed full of Benjamins.
But the amazing
check
thing
the
is
petty
these,
cash fund?
checks, what color are they?
these basic financial
Green.
crimes
All right, and
get
the,
overlooked really quickly
operating
when
checks, are they a
a
different
firm
color?
is making a
Blue.
ton of money.
Right.
They
Well,
didn't
that is
miss-
true.
They didn't miss $8 million from their books.
And
or
also when
whatever.
it's one of your senior
All right,
guys
314 for
too.
This hearing, this will be the spreadsheet that's in one of the folders in the packet I just gave you. It starts at the top, the check date 12/26/18. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 314 for this hearing and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet that we've developed of the money and the clients that had money stolen using the forged payment method.
All right. And by the forged payment method, you mean what?
Basically checks payable to forge that looked like they were going to be for a structured annuity on the behalf of the client.
All right. And again, for the purposes of this hearing, in preparing that chart, you've been keeping a chart and keeping these records. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is this all the misappropriations, or is this focused just on some for purposes of a particular category?
This is just for purposes of this particular category,
And what category is that again?
forged.
This is so basic. This is so like typical lawyer thieving from his firm kind of stuff, though, isn't it? How many times have we seen this? This is what you have
All right, I'm going to put
malpractice
this up on the
insurance for,
screen.
right? Or there's insurance for this for firms.
And just real quick, if you could just go across and tell me what the various categories represent, please.
Excuse me. The categories, if you see the column of category forged payment, those would be where checks were actually written to forge as if those were the beneficiary's proceeds that were being sent for a structured annuity.
Okay.
The next line where it says Barrett Boulware took insurance proceeds, this is actually a check that was payable to Barrett Boulware from Southern Fidelity Insurance.
The worst part
And
of this is that if
Alec
the judge allows
actually
this testimony,
endorsed
he's gonna
that
have to hear it
check. He
again.
had power of attorney on that file. He actually endorsed that check, and later we were able to trace it into his personal accounts.
All right.
If you keep going down, the majority of these are forged payment. If you get to Dion Martin, the first line says
Before-
fake.
Just real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just going across though, we've got the client, we've got the civil action number, we've got the category that you were just describing. We got the date the trust was funded, and then we have the amount. Is that
That's
correct?
right.
And the date the trust was funded, what is that category refer to?
That refers to when we found out and did the deep dive into exactly what had happened on each file and deposited the money back immediately into our client trust. So that's the firm actually, as we found these,
Trying
put
to
money
balance the
in
audio.
client trust. We then met with all the clients, reestablished what the correct disbursements should have been, and returned all funds to the clients.
So the firm had to pay the money back that you've determined in each one of these cases that Alex Murdaugh misappropriated through the fake forge on this list.
We did.
Ouch. His bonuses were a little light that year.
Right.
What's the
That was a
amount
burn there. That was good.
on this sheet?
$2,841,512.55.
And again, does this represent everything or just a particular category?
Just a particular category.
You still have your job as accountant for the firm?
I know. That's what I'm wondering.
Just real quick, I see that says 129.11 for Thomas Moore. Is that supposed to be 21?
No one
Yes.
asked why this partner in the law firm wasn't bringing in
And that
any
would be
fees.
the date and the check number of the check that was taken.
Didn't you do a bunch of work on a case?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
hand
Where's the
Exhibit
check?
314 up to you. And if you could correct that with my pen here and then just put your initials next to it, please.
But I mean, you're right. They probably had 6, 7, 8, 9 partners bringing in revenue like this. So, you know, for a few months, 10% of the revenue is not quite there yet.
Going back to Exhibit 314, if we look
Yeah.
at all the check dates on here, we have the earliest one being about August of 2015. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then it continues all the way up to early 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Question is, how many 300 blackouts does this chick own?
Yeah, right. I don't know.
Does she have an alibi for the killings?
The firm, I'm thinking like the firm partners have a motive, don't they? Could you imagine what a disaster having this guy in your firm? Ugh. Gosh, how much bad rep has he brought in?
Yeah, you have to redo everything.
Oh,
They've reformed under new, new name, but you're
They,
still
they
you're still
burned it to the
tainted.
ground.
Yeah.
Your spreadsheet that was just marked, have you also prepared some supporting documentation?
The
for
only
each
thing
one of
Alec really
those,
murdered was his law firm.
Transactions of misappropriation that you've identified?
Yes, we have.
And these are from the records and your investigation into the records at the firm?
That's correct.
And each one of these, has the firm had to make the clients whole because of the defendant's misappropriation?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 315, and this is a particular case is Elise Mallory. And just as an example, and see if you recognize that document.
Indeed, this first document is the disbursement, which would have been drafted at the end of the case, that states the recovery, expenses, fees, and payments to clients. Next, we have, this one actually had a payment to forge, so I have a copy of that canceled check. And then the third and fourth pages are where we did our correcting disbursements with footnotes about what had happened and explained everything to our clients when we reimbursed them.
Okay. Let's put that up on the screen real quick. And are there similar documents, supporting documents for each one of these transactions that's on your spreadsheet?
There is.
So this is a disbursement sheet, is that right?
That's correct.
And I didn't ask you, but very quickly, tell me what a disbursement sheet is and how they're supposed to work.
So disbursement sheet just shows at the conclusion of a case, once the recovery, it will show the recovery amount, list out the fees that were sent to the attorneys, shows fee splits if there's multiple attorneys, shows the amount of expenses we collect back, any liens or loans that were payable that were in the scope of that case, and then the final amount would be the payment to the client or the client's beneficiaries if they had.
I learned how to
beneficiaries.
commit financial crimes by watching
And then
Don't
down
Tell
here at
Mom the
bottom of this
Babysitter's
particular
Dead.
one, do you recognize that signature?
Yes, that's Alex.
The most celebrated
And
case of financial fraud in history.
Going to the second page, what is this right here?
That is a copy of the check that was payable to Forge that you saw on the bottom line of that other disbursement, as well as the back of it showing the endorsement.
All right. And is that the real forge or the fake forge?
That's the fake Forge.
All right. And then what is this document right here?
This is the correcting disbursement. The yellow totals would signify what the correct amount should have been and the corrections that would needed to have been made.
All right, going back to this first page, in this particular one, how much was the recovery? You see that?
$183,528.
All right, and then was there an attorney fee taken from PMPED?
There was an attorney fee taken. In this case, it was $30,000, which was a reduced fee. We generally get a third or 40%, but there are instances where the attorney will reduce their fee for some reasons.
And do you know why, who requested the fees be reduced in this case?
That would be Alec would have done that.
Alec did that, and so, but those fees got paid to the firm from that recovery, correct?
They did.
All right, great. So the rest of that money went to the client, didn't it?
It did not. It actually went to the fake Forge account where Alec stole the money from the client.
Every last bit of it.
Every bit, the 152,866.
That client didn't get one dime until y'all had to make it right.
That's right.
And that's similar to the rest of the examples we have.
It's exactly like the rest.
Been going on for years.
Yes.
years?
Years.
Now we got a problem. I mean, to me, you didn't catch that the first month. Your accounting controls suck.
They never do. It starts small.
Documentation like that for each one of these, and they're in the packet up there. I'm happy to go through all of those with the witness. I don't want to sell myself short if I need to. I don't know if the point for purposes of your honor is made, or if you would like me to go through each one.
Will the judge just ask him how this relates to the murder at all?
I'm happy to keep going.
Is this Mr. Griffin? Is this yours?
So you,
All right, so they've clear and convincing evidence of financial fraud. That's not the point. That's step one. Step two is, all right, how do you connect it to some kind of motive?
Yeah, they're going to put him away for a long time for that, I'd expect.
Okay.
I mean, none of this.
If anything, it's motive for a whole ton of other people.
Yeah.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
I mean,
Stansby
as a
says,
defense, I might not even ask him anything and just say the state has failed to produce any evidence of any kind of nexus.
I thought that's what he's going to stand up and say.
No, but why would he ask the witness? It's the state's burden to produce that connection.
Right. No, I thought that's what he was going to say to the judge when the judge kind of said something. He stood up. I thought he was going to say, Your Honor, this is pointless. This has nothing to do with the alleged crimes. Can we be done with
I'd wait
this
till the witness
charade?
is. I'd wait till the witness is down.
Everything,
Yeah.
Miss Seconder?
Because we're not contesting this, right? The defense.
Your Honor, and then we're marking the supporting documentation, which I'll go ahead and mark, but I think
Elena
the second we can
Stansby
kind of walk through each one.
Says, are we on trial for murder or financial crimes?
While we do that. But
That's
that
a whole
each
different
packet
case.
We've got this spreadsheet that has each one on there, and then for each one of them, we tried to minimize it down to the bare minimum. And again, this isn't even all of the misappropriation.
You would have done this much work on the timeline. You wouldn't have to do this.
Have a few supporting documents for each one, which is the disbursement sheet,
Someone else
forged
prepared these
check
documents.
typically, and then the corrected disbursement sheet that the firm had to do. That's generally what each packet has. For example, like the one we last did. Is that correct, Ms. Sessions?
That's correct.
And so I can go through those quickly, and we can do that on the spreadsheet. And then we have one other category that they uncovered of manner in which he was able to misappropriate money going back to, I think, 2008, 2009, something like that.
You may proceed.
Thank you. All right.
The Iceman says, how is this relevant to the murder trial? This feels like character assassination just to make the jury hate this guy. Killing family to cover up fraud is like blowing up a gas station because you chipped your tooth.
Exactly. I mean, all the chat gets it. All those comments are exactly right.
I mean, the only thing they need to do, which might be impossible,
We're going through that packet
the
that
only
was
thing they would
provided up
need
there
is
with you, and we're
anything
gonna go in
to
order
suggest
except for
that
Hirschberger, which we
she
already
was
talked
going to
about.
expose it.
And
Or
so,
Paul
Ms.
was going to
Seconder, can you
expose
see okay on that screen there?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just kind of move through these as expeditiously, but as accurately as we can. First one, we have this particular client, Miss Adriana. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And I'm going to put 317 up on the screen. And is this the disbursement sheet for that?
That is the disbursement sheet for that. Yes.
All right. And down at the bottom, do you recognize the signature where it says attorney?
That's Alex's signature.
All right. And would typically the attorneys meet with the clients and get them to sign these disbursement sheets before any disbursements were made?
Typically, we did the checks on the attorney's signature, and then the attorney met with the client and had them signed at the same time they distributed and discussed the disbursement.
Gotcha. All right. And then right here on this particular one, we have a total recovery amount of how much?
$247,500.
All right. And then the firm gets paid its fees out of that.
And again, that looks like a reduced fee of $22,000.
And what happens to the rest of the money?
The 225,073.46 went to a fake forge account that was for Alex's benefit.
All right. And is that the check right there?
That is,
Whose signature is that right there?
that's Alex.
All right. And that's 225 and change. And then you have the corrected disbursement sheet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is where the firm had to make good on Alex's misappropriation.
That's correct.
All right, let's move to the next one. This would be for Mr. Barrett, using the first name. Is that correct?
That's right, Barrett Boulware.
All right, and just using the first name. We have this first one is the 75,193. Is that right?
That is the check I discussed earlier that was payable to Barrett that Alec endorsed directly and deposited into his account.
All right, and I'm on the exhibit 318. We're going to the third page, but is this that check right here that was made out to Mr. Boulware?
That is, and that was actually found as we went through his desk after September 3rd.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there? I can zoom in if you need to.
That's Alec's writing.
All right, and this is the deposit slip went along with it?
Yes,
And what's the name right there?
Alec Murdaugh.
All right, going to the next one on the list, we have this one, and the amount is $279,850.65. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we're still in exhibit 318. And this is the disbursement sheet, the original disbursement sheet right there.
That's correct.
Whose signature is down at the bottom.
That's Alec Murdaugh's.
And what does that say right there?
$279,000, $850.65. Payable to Forge.
Fake forge or real forge?
Fake.
All right, and then what is that right there?
That's the check payable to Forge showing Alec signing it and endorsement on the back.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. We have, this is Hirschberger. We already did that one, correct?
That's correct.
Well, yeah, we already did that one. All right, let's go on. And we did the next two. Those were those two fees that Alec told you he was structuring.
That's right.
All right, or at least this one was, correct?
Do they
That's
really
right.
want to put
All right,
all
let's
these
go on
details
to,
in front of the jury?
Gary, this is states 319.
They're going to proffer all the entire testimony of every
This
check.
is the disbursement sheet right here.
That is the initial disbursement sheet.
It's going to take
Okay?
forever.
And what is that right there?
Excuse me, that is not the initial, that's the second one. So there's a Forge structure right there of 112.5, a payment of the personal rep and the amount divvied between the beneficiaries. That Forge structure should have been paid to the beneficiaries. And again, it was paid to the fake Forge account.
All right.
You
look
see
at-
the check signed by Alec and endorsed by Alec.
All right, so that's 112.5 right there, correct?
That's right.
And then you have the corrected disbursement where y'all had to make right to the clients.
That's correct.
Imagine living like this all these years, knowing you stole all this money,
Yeah,
just
Mr.
waiting to
I'm
be
gonna use
found
their first
out.
names. Use that for me if you can, please.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Christopher.
I can't imagine it.
All right, and we have this. You have this disbursement right here. Is that correct?
That's right.
And whose
People in this
signature is that right
situation,
there?
it's
Alec
extremely
We got how
stressful for them.
much?
750,000
Going to what?
fake Forge.
The fake forge. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then we have the check.
That we do.
And who's you recognize that on the back?
That is Alec Murdaugh's.
Okay, and this is $750,000.
That's correct.
All right. And then we have another disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client.
That's correct.
Y'all had to pay back $750,000
We did.
that Alex spent.
We
Client
did.
money.
We did. He stole it.
All right, let's go to the next one. Dion Martin. We have 3 for Mr. Martin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at that.
That really
we
sucks. The
have-
firm has to pay back $750,000
So you have
that
a little
isn't there.
new category here. You see the above where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn for 500,000. And then it's offset by the proceeds structured annuity below. This would represent like there was an annuity associated with that case that had been properly structured and sent. And that resulted in there being a $200,000 fee taken on that $500,000 that should not have been taken from the client.
So just a sleight of hand with paperwork, and Ella created a phantom real $200,000 in fees from thin air.
That's right.
All right, but that's not the end of this one, is it?
No.
Okay.
Go for Big Guy 911 says, what are the odds that the other partners were doing the same thing or in on this act?
Right here on the second page.
Also
we have a
interesting that her
disbursement
first
to Ford.
thought
Is that correct?
after
That's
the
right.
incident was,
And is
is
that
this
real forge or fake
retaliation?
forge?
That's the fake forge.
How much
Retaliation
is
for
that one?
what?
$338,000, 56
I mean, she knows about the boat.
$56.14.
Okay. Now, we already talked about on this list, we talked about the fake fee of 200,000 that you just mentioned.
That's right.
And we did the 338,056.
That's right.
14. Okay, let's keep going. And what's that?
That's the check for the $338,000 that's payable to the fake forge and endorsed by Alec.
All right. And then what is this disbursement sheet?
This one is showing a structured payment of $45,000. And this one incidentally had a quote attached to it and is signed by the client. And that also went to the fake Forge account and his personal account. This is a copy of the quote from Forge.
But no Forge structure was ever
No,
materialized.
none was done. We verified none was ever done.
All right. And what is that $45,000 check there?
This is the $45,000 check to the fake Forge deposited by Alec.
And is this the disbursement sheet where y'all had to correct it and make it right to the client?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to the next one. We have Elise Mallory, and that's the one I showed you at the beginning. It is an example. Is
That's
that
right.
All right. So we've done that one, and that was 183,528, where he took every last dime of it. Is
That's
that correct?
right.
All right, the last one I talked about was 321. The one
Okay.
before that was 320, and the one before that was 319. We are now on 322. Let me turn the page. And we have Mr. Jamian, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and right here, we've got a disbursement sheet, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we have a forge of $90,000.
That's correct.
All right, and is that real forge or fake forge?
Fake Forge.
Okay, and what is this right here, sideways?
That is the check payable to Forge, the fake Forge, and the endorsement on the back of the check.
All right, and then we have an expense disbursement right there of 5541.17, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that another amount that y'all had identified?
We identified later that that was an incorrect charge to a client file, so we reimbursed that as well.
Okay, and is this that page right here?
Yes.
And what did Alec bill to the client that y'all determined was improper?
Some airfare
To
on
where?
a private flight. I can't recall, but I believe that one might have been down to the Keys.
Private jets to the Keys. Nice. On
God, I
someone
want a
else's
private
dime.
jet.
Y'all have to pay that money back too in this correct.
Want access to a private
We
jet
did.
so bad. They're so expensive.
Yeah, right. It's like swimming
got
pools and pool
333.
tables. It's better to have a friend who has
Mr.
one.
Johnny, $95,000, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, on the first page, we have the disbursement sheet, and we have a Forge line right here for $95,000.
That's correct.
And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
Okay, we have a copy of the check right there, is that
That's
correct?
a copy of the check and the endorsement and a copy of the correcting disbursement.
Y'all had to make that right to the client.
We did.
Why'd you have to make it right? Was it wrong?
324, Mr. Jordan, we got a disbursement to Forge, is that right?
That's right, for $85,000 along with the fake check and the endorsement on the check.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the
The
jury
keys is
isn't
corrected
present
disbursement,
right
correct?
now.
You missed the one for $65,000. There was two in that one.
Yep, there it is right there.
That's right. And then the correcting.
That drive down the Key West is horrible.
So we had an 85 and a 65,000 for that one, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 325, this is now Mr. Manuel, and we have a $70,000 Forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
Fake Forge?
Fake Forge.
All right. And what's that right there?
The check payable to Forge, the fake Forge and the endorsement. And this is the correcting disbursement where we paid the client back that $70,000.
Go on to the next one, we got Miss
I need to
Mary.
become one of those
and we got a
televangelists. Those guys all have
settlement
jets.
proceeds to Forge of 19.5 right there, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is Exhibit 326. And did that go to real Forge or fake
The
Forge?
fake Forge.
All right, and what is that right there?
Copies of the check, the fake Forge and the endorsement on the back by Alec.
All right.
Jeanette says,
And
"Where's
then
the head
corrected
bobbing?"
disbursement,
No
haven't
head
paid the money
bobbing. He
back.
don't. He
Correct.
knows
By the
he
firm.
did all this stuff.
Yeah, this is not why he's not upset about this. He sucks he got
All
caught.
right. Going on to Mr. Randy.
And this is just the
Right
hammer
here,
that he's
we've got
been
a
waiting to fall.
disbursement of
Falling.
$9,569.30. On
That's
No
why
wonder
it's
he thinks it
kinda
was
weird.
worth it.
Correct.
All right, next page we have what?
The
Kinda
copy of
weird
the
to
check
think-
payable to the
again,
fake Forge
that's what's
and
kind of weird about the
endorsement by
murder
Alec on the back
being
of it.
motivated by
Right,
this.
and then the,
He's been doing this for
correction
so
disbursement.
long.
Correct.
Like he knows that
Last
this
one
will
for this
come
set
out at some
is
point.
Exhibit
Somehow
328,
blaming
and
Paul
we
and
have,
Maggie doesn't
Morris
make
Mack.
sense unless
Excuse
you
me,
show me how
Thomas
it
Moore,
makes.
is that correct?
That's correct.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex.
And the amounts of
amount
monies that are
forged of
coming in,
125,000, is
what's
that
he
right?
spending his money
Incidentally,
on?
that's a forged signature.
Private jets
For
to
the
Key
client.
West.
The client confirmed that. one.
Really? I missed that.
Did
Yeah.
do you
That'll
recognize
suck up
that
a lot of
handwriting?
money.
It
That
appears
was
to
real
me to
fast.
be Alex printing.
I've never
On the
been on a
disbursement
private
sheet?
jet.
Yes,
Have
sir.
you?
All right, and then we have the fake check right there,
Mhm.
That's
I'm
correct.
working on it.
or the fake Ford check, and then
I'm waiting for Nick to buy his.
that's all on that one for right now. Is that correct?
Well, it's partial.
We're all going to
correction.
get a ride on the Rumble jet.
God, that'd be cool.
Welcome to Rumble Air.
Nick, if you get a ride, man, you got to take us on a ride.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be your
I don't
posse.
think they have a
team.
jet.
I'm part of the Ricada Law Posse. Here's my boarding pass.
That'd be
Rumble
cool.
Air, turbulence, guaranteed.
That would be cool. That would be cool, man. What was that? Turbulence?
Turbulence guaranteed. It's Rumble Air. It's got to be shaky.
Things like this going on.
No, I don't know.
Cases that Alec had. Fair amount.
Well,
We
we
can't
found
crash
them in
because we
these
never
several
stop
cases,
drinking.
In the scope of all cases, not so much. I mean, we have a ton of volume, so this doesn't represent a large proportion of those, but this was common.
We make so much money we didn't even notice.
Is that there's a large volume, and
Yes.
these are sprinkled throughout over years and years and years.
Sprinkled out over a decade or better.
Whenever there was an opportunity, it happened.
Yes.
But see, that's the thing. That's why these things go unnoticed.
Pretty
And
bad
it's all-
accounting, though.
But it's all scale. I repped the client, pled guilty, stealing something like, embezzling something like, I think it was north of $400,000 all told over several years. And they didn't notice because it was, $80 at a time, $200 at a time, like a grocery store trip, a credit card payment, whatever. And it just happens. And I said earlier, it starts small because it usually does. That someone's in, not for Alex Murdaugh's case, but in a lot of embezzlement cases, someone's in financial distress and their company book can provide relief very temporarily. And they'll
pay it back.
That's they
They
always say,
they'll pay it back.
yeah, I'm going to pay it back. And then they don't get caught. And then they do it again and they don't get caught. And then, the first year it comes out, it's like, oh, it's like $4,000. And then the next year it's $15,000. And then the next year it's $90,000. And the company just doesn't miss it because it's these things. But all the while they're wondering why their books don't seem to match up. Now, it's really bad when it's the bookkeeper, obviously, because they kind of try and explain things away. Oh, wow, you just didn't pull in enough revenue or expenses were high. But when, this guy took millions of dollars over years, but this is a firm that is probably pulling in, orders of magnitude more money annually than he even took.
Right.
So, all right. Mike, the Dad Crosby says, my favorite part of this is the prosecutor saying, let's use first names and then proceeds to call them Mr. So-and-so using their last names. Brian Rex says he's playing Korean MMOs and he needs the cash. It's fine. Yeah. He's got his Raid Shadow Legends characters to pump.
How prepared was this prosecutor for this proffer? They were ready to go on this trial.
Yeah, for this, it's like, where's the rest of it? Really now says, just me, or is she establishing more of a motive for the law firm to whack his family? Now, someone asked earlier, that would potentially be the defense strategy if all this comes in. Look, a lot of other people had a really good reason to take out their anger on Alex.
I do. This is a spreadsheet of the payments that were made to Palmetto State Bank.
Is the jury back
and
now?
Misappropriated through that method.
No.
You testified earlier that the fake Forge account, the Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defense will have their cross before the jury comes
I
in.
think so, yeah.
Well, no,
I wonder what that
correct.
break was.
They'll have arguments as to admissibility also.
But you just uncovered a different mechanism whereby Alex Murdaugh misappropriated money from clients prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. Most of these took place in 2011, 2012.
Okay. And did Alec have some particularly big cases in those years?
He did.
And what were those cases?
So he had Arthur Badger, which was against a UPS truck in Allendale where his wife was killed. And I believe a couple children hurt. There were several beneficiaries in that case. In that same wreck, well, then they had another one with Hakeem Pickney, who in that same wreck had a cousin in the car named Natasha Thomas.
Okay. Let's talk about the Badger case. What was the total settlement in that particular case?
In the Badger case, the total that was apportioned to Arthur Badger was 3.1 million. There was also a companion case, Donna Badger, with a good bit apportioned to it as well. I can't recall the number right here right off the top of my head.
All right. But just for Arthur Badger, who was just one of the clients that Alec had, correct?
Right.
Just for Arthur Badger, what was the attorney fee that he received in that settlement?
He received $1,240,000.
The firm did.
The firm did.
But that would be ultimately on his books at the end of the year.
It would be credited to him.
$1,260,000, is that right?
$1,240,000.
Is that all the money that Alec received from that particular case once y'all did your review?
That is not.
What else did Alec take?
$1,325,000.
Another $1.325 million, is that right?
That's right.
And how did he go about doing that?
Checks were payable to Palmetto State Bank that were then converted into personal items, payments for bank loans, payments for loans from a conservator account, payments to Johnny Parker, I believe it was, one to his father for paying
I'm
back.
getting the
personal
idea
loans
this guy's
that
a
they had given
thief.
him.
How do you afford a 1,700 acre hunting property?
And so we've got now what's been marked
One
as
way.
Exhibit 329 up on the screen. I'll let the sirens go by.
Yeah, that's the IRS coming in. I'm sure he paid taxes and all that money too.
Yeah.
That's not me, folks.
I wonder if there's a confidentiality
Yes, I'll just
agreement
talk over.
related to any of these disclosures
All right,
that are come
we've got
blasted
on
before
this one at the
court.
top, we have Mr. Arthur Badger, is that right?
That's right.
And we have the date, and we have the amount, which is how much?
$1,360,000. And that is because we returned the PR fee in that case as well, because the PR failed to do their job properly.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked for this hearing is 330. And is this the disbursement sheet?
Yes, sir.
I want a
And
1,700 acre property.
down
That'd
here,
be so much fun.
We have Palmetto State Bank payment to fund structure per client
Some people have a
request, is
Coke
that right?
addiction.
That's
I would have
right.
a four-wheeler
And that's
addiction.
the 1.325 million.
That's correct.
And did
I
that
got
go
a
to the
guitar
client?
addiction.
No.
Yeah, see, I set my size low, just a guitar. Got a lot of guitars there, Gosney.
McFucker says he actually paid $5 for the hunting property, believe it or not. Yeah, I think
there's
he
an
paid it to
email
his
right
dad.
here.
It was family. It's a family property. It's been passed down.
Who
But
is
I
that
think
no way
from
the
and to,
wife
and what's the
owns
date
it.
on that?
from a convicted drug trafficker.
But why is it? I hear the wife
need me to
owns
bring
it,
it to you?
right?
I have no idea.
The wife
So
owns
this
the
email
property.
is from Russell to Alec. Doesn't look right. There was an email that came from Alec to Russell asking if we could
Wow, the court's
recut the
pretty full
checks in
today.
a certain way. Then Russell independently sent an email to Alec, which was forwarded to me and my accounting staff, asking if we could recut the $1.3 million check into 4 different checks.
And did y'all do that?
We did.
Have any reason at all to mistrust what was going on at that time?
No.
So ultimately,
And ultimately, those got broken down into all these payments. This is the payments of how these checks were written.
I guess he
And
may
what
as well
benefit they
testify
went
now,
to.
right?
they were made out to what entity?
He's gonna have
Palmetto
to.
State Bank.
And then after they were made out to Palmetto State Bank, what happened to
But
them?
yeah, I mean, if
They
all this
got
comes in,
converted to
there's no
personal
reason
usage
not
for
to.
Alec Murdaugh's benefit.
And he can come up and say, "Look, I mean, you've heard about how I'm a crook, or whatever, but I'm not a murderer. I didn't kill my wife and kid.
I am not a murderer.
I've made mistakes, right? Like, you do that. that number?
There have been a few. But I did it my way.
Real quick, I see
Boy.
the spreadsheet says July 2005. I'm going to point you to this disbursement, though. What's the date on that disbursement?
November 2012.
So is that an error that needs to be corrected?
I'm sure that that's an error that needs to be corrected.
We are the forgers, my friend. We'll keep on stealing to the end.
Ken, and
I take my previous comments back about your singing voice. You see there? Yeah, you actually, that was pretty good, actually. I can see why people pay you the big bucks to sing on your live streams.
Oh my God. Has he been convicted of all this yet? No. But this witness alone should be a preview of how fucking torched he is on the financial
Yeah.
crimes.
It's over, Johnny. Over.
all right, let's talk about another case. I'm looking now at Exhibit 332, and we go back to your spreadsheet, and we have Natasha Thomas. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right. And what was the amount on that particular one?
There were two payments. One was for $325,000 even. The other one was $25,245.08.
All right, I'm looking at Exhibit 332. We have down here at the bottom, we have payment, and it says what entity right there
Palmetto State Bank.
for 325.
Yes.
So was a check cut from the trust account for 325?
Yes,
And is that it right there?
that is it.
And did that money go to the client?
No, that money went for Alex benefit.
Did y'all have to pay that back and make that right for his
We did pay that
misappropriation?
back.
These are that's the things that I don't understand with the accounting. Like I get how he steals little amounts, but when they have to pay back money to
What
the
you're seeing
client
now is just
that was
all the
supposed to go
different
to them,
payments that were made from that money.
and they're like, "Oh, sorry, we don't know what happened to that." You'd think they'd track that down pretty damn quick.
The
Well, I think
client will be
they're saying
calling
they
them,
Put
right?
it at the bank. and
They're
to
saying they
personal
paid
use
it
for
back
Alex.
later,
That's correct.
right?
All right, we're
They
looking
made
at the
it
second
good?
check. For
Yeah.
how much
But
is
meanwhile,
that?
the client for years is not getting paid.
$25,245.08.
All right, and that's made out to what?
If I were
entity?
the injured
Palmetto
client, I'd
State
like to know
Bank.
where my
From
money
the
is.
client trust account?
Yeah.
Yeah, 10
that
years
to
is
the
a
client or
long
that
time
was
to go
somewhere else?
That
undiscovered.
went to Alex's personal use again.
All right. And did
I
you
don't think he
ultimately have
has
to
much
make
of a
that right?
defense on the
We did.
theft charges.
Did he steal that money too? He did.
Last one
we could
is
do this for a
Mr.
year.
Hakeem, correct?
That's correct.
Is that in a companion case to Ms.
Steve Warren
Thomas?
says, "My husband
is.
says don't quit your day job." Joke's on you. This is my day
Got
job.
two misappropriations, is that right?
That's correct.
Want me to keep singing? Okay.
Looking at this disbursement sheet, we have right here on the disbursement sheet, what entity is that?
Palmetto State Bank,
For how much?
$309,581.46.
All right, and that's signed by who on this?
Russell Lafitte, conservator.
And is that the check right there?
That is the check.
Made out to what entity?
Palmetto State Bank,
In what year?
December 2011.
Okay, and did that money go to the client?
It did not.
Did you ultimately have to pay that back?
We did.
And then finally, $60,000 for,
I can't believe they wouldn't just let him take a leave of
We
absence.
decided to pay the PR fee back.
that's the PR fee right there for Mr. Lafitte. Is that correct?
Was
That's
there a
right.
firm meeting where you
Signed
decided
that
to
disbursement.
That's correct.
contract out a hitman on him? Another check? How much do we owe this time?
It's
How much
sad when
just-
they get to a $60,000 theft and you're like, "Oh, that's not so bad in light of the others."
Ugh.
He just needed a new fridge or whatever.
Could you imagine being partners with this guy? Oh my gosh.
They probably are doing it too.
Oh shucks.
That would be funny.
He's exposing us.
Right. We didn't mind the theft so much. He just was so stupid about it.
He thought he was a better lawyer than that.
Right. This law firm dissolved, folks, and it's recreated as a new entity.
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my husband's sister.
Mm-hmm.
June 7th, 2021, you came in demanding answers about.
Lancelot says, I can see him whacking
That's
himself,
correct.
but there's still a leap in logic of him taking out his family
Ended because he got a call about his
and
father,
defending it
correct?
this
That's
hard.
correct.
And the inquiry got pushed to the side because of the tragedy of the murder of Maggie and Paul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because he's almost certainly going to go to jail for, I mean, based on what they said, I would suspect potentially hundreds of years.
Additionally, Alec called
On the
you
financial
about
fraud.
having to get
It's
finances
de
together for
facto
hearing the
life.
vote
De
case later
facto
that
life,
week.
right?
That's correct.
You
That
get
hearing
40
got
years
canceled
and
as a
you're
result of the tragedy of the
60
murder
years
of Maggie.
old or however he
That's
is. That's,
correct.
that's life.
He's literally protecting his,
And ultimately,
you know,
July,
the idea that he didn't kill his wife and kid.
y'all received an email from Chris Wilson saying the money was in the account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Derna said he's already
When did you later
stolen his
find out
soulmate
about
shower
whether
shoes.
all that money was in the account?
We found out after September 3rd that all that money was not in the account. Chris Wilson called us and actually wanted us to pony up the other portion of the money.
And what portion was that?
There's a couple $100,000 that was still missing.
Pocket lint. You check his couch
Once-
cushions for that?
A few months
That's
later,
why they changed the
attention
couch
got
for the
turned back
recliners.
to these matters, and you ran that inquiry, then the whole thing started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This time, Your Honor.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Griffin?
I thought they were going to get into the tie. I thought they were going to get into the nexus. And then he shuts down.
Hopefully the defense will go ahead and
An idea about how long you plan to be?
30 minutes. Come on.
We'll take a break now for about 10 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good.
I was going to say, oh, you're putting a time limit on the defense, but not the prosecution. Just let them go on forever. Yeah, I mean,
Is there a reason
main-
you didn't kill this Alex Murdaugh? Well, he got arrested first. It was in the works.
Yeah. Can we see the rest of your disbursement sheet? We're looking for any errant hitman purchases.
Right. Exactly. Oh, my goodness.
Hitman Consulting LLC.
WeBreakTheirKnees.com.
Yeah. Veto.
It's the ultimate question should be how this ties into the murder case, how this is logically connected to the murder case. They didn't even raise an inference of connection to the murder case.
That's a separate argument. So they're just getting the evidence of the fraud in now. I mean,
Right.
how the fraud connects to that. They don't need this witness for that. She wouldn't know anything about that. So, and now she'll be crossed on these claims. This should take about 3 minutes. I don't see how they would need 30 minutes. But they'll cross her on the facts of the fraud. I think everyone concedes he stole a ton of money. And then she's done as a witness, and they argue to the court. You know, this is the statal claim. You know,
Well, I don't know, though, because Andrew, see, this was all done outside the presence of the jury. This was the proffer by the defense, by the state, to say this is what they want the jury to hear, rule on it.
Right.
It seems to me that the whole issue is the nexus. I mean, the guilt
Right.
and it's obviously prejudicial. What's the probative value? So the balancing that has to go here is probative value versus prejudicial effect. Well, it's clearly got a huge prejudicial effect. Well, everything's got a prejudicial effect, everything. But what is the probative value here? Well, they're saying this is the probative value, I would think, is that this is motive to murder. Well, where is that? What evidence is there that that's a motive? I mean, it's
Right.
I don't see that, but that's just me.
No,
but whether it's motive, I mean, how do you get that from a witness?
Well, there would be some nexus. That's why I think that, see, the disclosure at the morning blow up session where his wife didn't know or something. I mean, you could maybe, but see, this to me sounds to me like lawyers creating a reason to bring in the slime. Prosecutors sit around and say, how can we get all this dirt in? I know it'll be under motive, right? I've checked my book and we can get it under motive. They don't really give a they don't give a shit why it comes in. They want it in. And so now they're constructing a reason to get it in. It's
right.
It's
I don't think we
fabricated
disagree.
reason.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree. I think the state's just, I don't see any evidence of nexus here. Now, if they were to argue, did he seem exceptionally mad that morning when you confronted him, the morning of June 7th or whenever it was? All right, maybe. I haven't really heard that. But I don't think there's a nexus here, but I think the state's just going to stand up and pretend that there is. Your Honor, it's obvious that there's
Yeah. Now, so to me, what the defense needs to do in this cross, going off of what was given, to me, they need to focus on their efforts on wait. So he's deferring this. You believed he's deferring this to Maggie. So he's sending money to Maggie. He's setting up Maggie. He's setting up Paul. He's setting up Buster. He's setting up his offspring with money. So that, and then, you've known him for 40 years. Did he love Maggie? Yeah, of course he did. But did he love Paul? Was he proud of his boys? Go ahead and lay that out. Get to the point of, Your Honor, nothing in this testimony from this witness suggests at all that he has motive to kill them, only that he was building up something for them for which he wouldn't get any benefit from their deaths. He doesn't profit in any way. He profited from the stealing. He doesn't profit from the murder. How is there a nexus here when you rest? I mean, to me, that's, oh no. Oh, they did her dirty. Hold on, I'm gonna go back just a couple seconds. Look at what Long Crime did to their reporter. This is rude. No, not the volume. Hold on. Go back. Come on. Oh God, I hate YouTube sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to rewind a few seconds. Why is this difficult?
That's right. Oh.
Here we go. Oh my God.
I can hear boomers being spammed in the chat as we speak.
It was,
how do you do that little rewind thing? Do you just click on the screen?
It's the left and right arrow keys will do it.
Oh, okay.
Come on, go to it. You can see down in the bottom right, they cut to her while she's sitting there fixing her hair for just a minute. And she realized it. And then it was right as she realized it, they cut back. It won't be as funny now. It's ruined. Thanks, YouTube. Assholes.
Spilled on the joke. Well, anyway, so what were we saying? So the nexus thing, and then the fact is, again, they may be creating appellate issues by including this obviously highly prejudicial evidence without probative value. So the more they focus on this, the less. I mean, if it was simply, okay, there was this office mowing, he was accused of stealing what ultimately became $8 million. See, the whole state case needs to be brief. They need to get to the point and get out. But instead, they're going to lay out. I mean, how we could have 2 weeks of financial crimes. Given the pace of this state. And then you're talking about appellate issues. If it's allowed in for the morning of the crime that he gets discovered, the discovery of the crime, somehow that connects in for motive. But see, it's all BS to me. A judge should say this is irrelevant. It's probative value. It's a prejudicial effect is outweighed by probative value. I'm not letting this in. Move on, counselor. That's what he should do. But this judge seems to me to be like, let everything in and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. And he's the confusing part is he is undoing his ruling in limine on this issue. He's had initially excluded this stuff and now he's letting it in, or he's poised to let it in.
Well, let's talk about that because there's been a lot of chat about opening the door. Okay, so let's assume the other thing that it comes in for, which is to rebut the allegation that he's a good guy. So the defense asked one question mistakenly overbroad by saying, did he have any reason at all to kill his wife? All right. No. Okay. So that one question that is going to open us up to 2 days worth of, or a week's worth of financial crimes testimony.
Yeah. Because think about it. They can go after every client that didn't get paid or that got underpaid because of him. They can bring in every law partner. They can bring in, anybody who is harmed by
Just
him, which
try
is
the whole case. Bring everybody in that case into this case to rebut that one question and that one mistake by the defense attorney. It's that typical ha ha, we got you. It's ridiculous. The judge should control his courtroom. I really, this is wasting everybody's time, and they're not getting to the point, and he's encouraging this bad behavior by the state. I hear that he's a very respected judge. He's been around for a while, but
Clearly.
yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's the way it should be done.
right. But that's the way the judges have broad discretion to allow or disallow evidence in their courtroom. The standard for review of that is abuse of discretion, which is it has to go so far beyond the bounds that it can't be sustained. And that's just not likely to happen here at all. Even if he lets all of that in and they appeal. I mean, that's going to be, it's going to stay. So I am curious to see what the defense does, and we'll see what the judge does. Maybe he'll surprise us and be like, no, you know what? Actually, you opened the door for that one witness, but you didn't open the door for everything to come in. And if he does that, that's a fine ruling, I think.
Yes. And my grade on the judge depend my post trial grading system on my Rumble channel will be dependent on these type of rulings. So the judge better be aware of that he's being graded.
I'll let him know. I'll send him, just so you know,
sure he
Josh,
really cares.
You're being graded by Stephen N. Gosney. Who's that? Like you don't know. He already has your book.
You should get it. Yeah, everybody should get my book, by the way.
I'll sponsor a copy if you mail it to the judge.
Oh.
You should have read my book before you made those stupid rulings, you idiot.
I'll do that when Bronca goes and delivers his bin to the Binger household.
We were going
I think it's
to,
too
but
late
then
for that.
yeah, our schedule conflicted when we were going to be able to do it, and then it was like, God, now it's been like a year.
kind of lost its flavor, right?
It lost.
I think
the
Krause
funny.
is gone.
Yeah, Lunchbox
Right?
is.
Lunchbox, I think, is gone, and
I don't know that Binger's
Yeah.
doing much at all either. I think
well,
his
he's desperately
career got
trying to
kinda
get another
wrecked.
job.
Well, he got, from what I heard from sources inside the that jurisdiction, was that Binger basically got cleared off the calendar by Judge Schrader, where Binger could practice in the district, but he couldn't practice in Judge Schrader's court.
Good for the judge, because remember, I mean, he got caught lying to that judge, and the judge was like, "We'll deal with this later." Well, I guess he dealt
And he
with
did.
it, right? Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that judge. I mean, he was good, but then sometimes I was thinking sometimes it's all puffery, and they sound like they talk a good game, but they never follow through. So if he did that, good on the judge.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard from people in the know.
That's
in
a lot
that
of
area.
times the way they deal with those sorts of things. They'll go to the chief elected official and say, I don't ever want to see that prosecutor in my courtroom again. I know it has happened for sure in our jurisdiction multiple times, that instead of, they don't want to report people to the bar and threaten their law license. But, really, I'm actually, well, since we're on a break, in my book, the second edition chapter, I can't believe I left it off the first edition, but is the issue on prosecutorial misconduct in closing arguments. And one of my solutions, because it's a 3-part chapter, the first is how it should be done. The second is problems and how problems occur. But the third is solutions on what should be done to correct this problem going into the future. And one of them is mandatory reporting. I think that, for example, there should be a rule that if I, as an appellate attorney, argue prosecutorial misconduct, that is a mandatory report to the Florida bar. And that should come from not only the defense attorney, but from the appellate court. So that basically that we have multiple parties that have, it's kind of like, in schools, if there's an allegation of sexual contact, that there's a mandatory reporting statute. The same thing should go for prosecutorial misconduct from the appellate level. What do you think about that? That's an idea from the book, which you can only get at crimelaw.net.
Prosecutorial misconduct is almost entirely a myth.
Yes, right. Yes. Who are you going up in front of tomorrow?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying that it doesn't get dealt with.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, in Florida, in the last 30 years, there's been like 6 cases where the Florida bar has sanctioned a prosecutor for misconduct in closing arguments.
Yeah.
6 cases. So there's what? 1 every 5 years? Yeah, sure. I mean, come on. It happens like every other case. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm not.
Sometimes, of course, they bury themselves in other ways, like Baltimore State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby, who persecuted those 6 cops over the Freddie Gray death. She's looking at serious federal time now. In fact, her lawyer just, I guess, was held in contempt of court because he started cursing at the court. So he's looking at his own legal problems now. He's off the case. It looks like will be turning to a public defender on these federal fraud charges. So it couldn't happen to a nicer person.
Well, corruption starts, corruption gets carried through. I mean, one of the things is that a lot of these prosecutors that think they're high on the hog because they're in power, and then all of a sudden they get fired because they lose a case or something, right? Then all of a sudden they're looking for a job and people are like, oh, I know what you're about. I know who you are. Your reputation, once you squandered, is gone forever. Sorry, I'm having issues today. I'm normally not this grumpy, am I? I don't know.
You are.
Am I normally this grumpy? Okay,
that's right.
Crime law done. Hey, as long as we got a slight pause, maybe I could do my my little griftomatic thing.
Of course.
Let's see. Normally I would wait till lunch, but where is my little? Here it is. Here it is. There for Nick to share with everybody.
Wow.
Hey, folks. What happened? Did it get big?
No, nothing. No, it did. It got very big.
It's big. Law Self-Defense Advanced class, folks. This is my full day self-defense law class that teaches you how to be hard to convict, how to be an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, your property. We have one of these scheduled for 2023, and it's Saturday, April 15th. If you miss this one, might be another year until the next one. And if you sign up for this course this month, the month of February, you get 25% off your registration. You can learn more about this course on how to be hard to convict if you ever act in self-defense by pointing your browser. Just open up another tab. Don't leave here at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. Thanks, Nick.
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's also my little name there, so if you forget.
I mean, if you want to do that, I guess. If you want to click on that thing. And then finally, I guess the sponsor of today's live stream is my Las Vegas live show, February 26th in Las Vegas.
I will just confirm
my
flights.
Andrew Bronco will be there. Dick Masterson will be there. Camelot 331 will be there. Viva Fry will be there. Robert Barnes will be there. Nate the lawyer. Eric Hunley. Mark Grobert will be there. My brain is getting rattled. Danny on direct will be there. I don't know if she's bringing a dog. That's a joke. I love Danny very much. Who else is going to be there?
I will bring in the customers.
Let's see. I think my lawyer in my defamation case, Mark Randazza, may stop by as well. It's going to be a blast. There's going to be a whole bunch of people. Come check it out. It's in Vegas, February 26th. I should have a venue locked down. I keep saying in the next day or two, but we've got a couple options finally from my event organizer. I want people to know I'm not organizing the event because, if I was doing it, it wouldn't get done. So I've actually hired someone to do it, to make sure that a venue gets taken care of, that there's a bar and all of that stuff. And I'm just cutting a check for it. So come out, come hang out with a bunch of people, have a good time. And then, of course, all the other time, you're there in Vegas. So you have everything else in the world to do. It's a little mini vacation, and you get to come to a meetup and hang out with some cool people. Oh, yeah. The lead attorney has confirmed he's in also. I can't wait. That guy is fucking hilarious. And so it's going to be all around a good time. Oh, he's there in the chat. What's up, lead? How you doing, buddy? Oh, fantastic. So yeah, it's gonna be a blast. I don't know if Drexel's coming or not. I got to talk to him and see. But either way,
I must say, I'm quite impressed with the lineup that you have here.
it's ridiculous when you really like get down to it. If you're,
Now
if
you
you're
should
in,
fly me, you should fly me out there in your private rumble jet with your firm funds, with all your spare firm funds you have laying around.
if I had a private rumble jet, I mean, I'd be going all over the place all the time. That would be fantastic.
No, I was invited. Don't. I know I'm invited. I appreciate that.
Of course.
I'm a poor public defender and it's way out. Although Vegas subsidizes the airport, it does sound tempting, but I don't know if the wife and I can get out over there.
Set up a GoFundMe.
A GoFundMe to send Steve to the Ricada meet and greet.
Steve
That's
to
actually
Vegas.
not a bad idea. I don't know. I
You'll
don't
get
think
some money.
I get $3.
So it's
No. Listen, I bet if you join Nick on one of his late night streams, do a little drinking, I bet you get some money in a GoFundMe to pay for your trip to Vegas.
A trip to Vegas.
3 sidecar Steve.
Right?
Well, by the way, I want to tell
3
you.
sidecar Steve, shirts off and Vegas bound.
Yeah. Oh, well, actually, Vices wants me to challenge you to sell more books than him. We need to have like some kind of future stream where we can just aim to break the record. Because you know about that, right?
Yes, I do.
You can't let that stand. You're the Griftmeister.
Oh, I can't let it stand, huh? Man.
So Nick, maybe at the
I'm
live event,
challenging.
I'll show up wearing a tie and we can have some kind of contest. At some point, some trigger, the tie gets thrown into the audience. We can have a mosh
There you
pit
go.
type fight.
Yeah, I'd pay for that too. That would be wonderful.
I'll just show
content.
you a clip from MILF Manor.
What?
Have you not heard of this show, Steve?
No, I'm sorry.
It's called MILF Manor. It's the most disgusting thing I've seen recently. It's a bunch of women who are all north of 43, most of them in their 50s. And, they're very done up women, we'll say. And
what does that mean? Like well made up or pretty?
I don't know if they're pretty,
What
but
does
like
done up
they're
mean?
trying. They're trying.
Okay.
Well, they got lots of makeup. Many of them have had significant augmentation of various kinds, we'll say. So the idea, right? They look like one of the Real Housewives chicks or whatever. Except most of them are probably even less attractive than them. Anyway, so they show up for this dating retreat show and with young men. And so they're going to cougar these young men. Turns out, though, the pool of young men it's their sons. It's their own kids.
Oh.
So then they're there with their kid who thought they were going on a different dating retreat, I guess. And they have to do these challenges and stuff. And the first challenge to pick their room was the moms had to put on a blindfold. The young men, they're all like 20 to 25 or whatever. The young men are all standing there shirtless, and the moms have to come up and touch them and then pick out which one is their own kid.
Oh my God. It
was disgusting.
What am I missing out in the world by missing these cultural phenomena? Gee, my life is less valuable because of this.
The best part of this was there's a show. It was a pretty good show called 30 Rock that used to run on NBC, comedy show with Alec Baldwin, Tina Fey.
Yep,
and
very funny.
There was a joke show that was created inside that show called MILF Island. And it was a joke that there was a MILF dating show that existed. And now some mad lad went out and made MILF Manor. And it's real.
My dog is staring me down over here. What do you want?
Mr. Griffin?
And we're back.
What?
Good morning, Ms. Secretary.
Good morning.
I want to first just go to June. I want to go to June the 7th when you were up in Alex Murdaugh's office and you were talking to him about the Ferris attorney fee money, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the midst of this conversation, he received a telephone call informing him that his father was being readmitted back to the hospital, correct?
That was my understanding, yes.
And his father had just gotten out of the hospital either that Saturday or Sunday, right?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know that he spent the Friday night in the hospital with his dad?
I don't know.
Do you, well, his father was Randolph Murdaugh, who was one of the principals of that law firm, correct?
I know who his father was, yes.
Was he a principal of the law firm?
He was previously. He wasn't at the time of his death.
Was he beloved by the partners in the law firm?
Yes.
And his father, and when Alec got the phone call that his father was going back into the hospital, and you mentioned that, you know, the belief was that it was terminal.
Correct.
You stopped your work and turned into a friend, right?
That's correct.
Provided him sympathy, correct?
That's correct.
And backed off of what you were doing to allow him to whatever he was going to do with his father. Right?
That's right.
And so when you walked out of the office, things had come to a standstill as to your investigation through Alec directly as to where's the Ferris fee money, right?
That's right.
And Mr. Randolph Murdaugh passed away. Monday was the 7th. He passed away on the 10th, I believe, didn't he?
I'm not sure of the date, but that sounds right.
Or that Thursday, right? And if Alec had stayed out of the office from that Monday when he got a phone call that his dad was going back in the hospital in terminal until his dad passed, and shortly after he passed, I mean, no one would have said a thing in that firm, would they?
I'm not sure if they would have not.
Now, what you were looking at investigating was where is the fee due to the law firm on the Ferris case, right?
That's right.
And that was a case where Alec was associated with Chris Wilson, and they represented plaintiff, I assume, Mr. Ferris or Miss Ferris or the state of Ferris.
Correct.
And they got
I'll be right back.
Excellent result during the case. It was a verdict, a non-jury verdict of it after a trial in Richland County. You remember that?
I don't know the details of the case.
And that and you were the firm got a expense check but no fee check, and the immediate question went out to Chris Wilson's paralegal, where's the fee for the law firm, correct?
That's right.
And the paralegal said, our bosses got paid, and then that caused you to look into the matter.
That's right.
Okay. Now, and Alec told you, no, the money is still in Chris Wilson's trust account, right?
That's right.
And he said that to you on multiple occasions.
That's right.
And in fact, Chris Wilson sent an email saying the money's in my trust account
They did in July.
in July that was forwarded on to you, right?
That's right.
And I noticed, well, let me back
Can you
up.
say hostile witness?
Did Alec explain, did he come up with a story to explain, well, the reason the money is in the trust account is because I'm considering whether to structure the fee?
We did discuss that. Yes.
And in that law firm, your law firm that you're an employee of, partners have structured attorney's fees in the past, correct?
They have.
And so the fact that, and just so the record is clear when we're talking about structuring attorney's fees, it is delaying the payment of the fees through some financial product. Is that correct?
That's right.
And by delaying the payment of the fees through a financial product, if successful, it allows to delay the payment of taxes on that money.
That's correct.
Now, in the times that the fees have been structured in the past, when the payment of the fees have been delayed, who is the beneficiary of the financial product? Is it the partner that brought the fee to the firm, or is it the law firm?
So we've only done it once or twice in the past, and when it was done, it was the beneficiary was the partner, but it was also contributed and figured into our allocation at the fee breakdown at the end of the year.
So there's no, I mean, the fact that there's a structure, the time you did it, when it was disclosed above board, it is, and just use, say, $100,000 fee, for example. I mean, to allocate it to the firm, that partner who delayed receiving $100,000 till sometime in the future would still have to put his 7.5% or her 7.5% into the kitty of the firm.
Right, and that would also be a percentage of the money that he would receive, that'd be taken into account of that.
Well, would it? I mean, if it was $100,000,
It did.
so he got credit on, or she got credit for the $100,000, even though it never went to the firm?
Yes.
Okay. So if a partner,
If a partner did it correctly, it would be recognized and it would be accounted for correctly. The question wasn't whether he was going to structure a fee, it was whether he had received the fee personally.
understand, the, and he had said he had it and it was at Chris Wilson's office.
That's what he stated.
Now, the spreadsheet and the files that you were asked about, I noticed the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them, correct?
That's right.
And the Ferris matter wasn't on any of them because the Ferris matter, the firm ultimately got paid $792,000, which was what the firm was owed on the Ferris case.
We did.
And after Maggie and Paul's murder, and after Mr. Randolph's death,
The defense is trying to
Murder
compartmentalize it, like you suggested,
Randolph,
Steve.
Murdoch's death
Right?
on the
They're
10th,
saying, "Hey, let's not talk about that other stuff." But the thing in the morning
How
that would
long
have mattered,
of
you
a
were paid for
delay
that.
was there before you
They're giving the judge a
got
way
in
to split
touch
the
with
baby.
Lee Cope and Lee reached out to Chris Wilson?
There wasn't a delay in me getting in touch with Lee Cope. Lee Cope knew about it. The decision was made to call me off of it. Now Lee would deal with it from there with Chris Wilson.
Okay, so as far as you know, there was no delay. It was just taken over by Lee Cope.
There wasn't a delay on my part. It was taken over by Lee Cope.
And you don't know whether Lee, how long it took Lee Cope to reach out to
You would
Chris?
have to ask Lee.
And so, and you can't testify to that. We would have to ask Lee, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Good thing she doesn't have lasers for
And then
eyes.
you had talked about a Hirschberger.
He made her look
case
stupid because here,
where
if you
there was
imagine the
a-
heat from the other partners on
actually
her
a-
when they find this out,
what-
what have you been doing for the last 10 years?
appeared on paper to be a structured fee, correct?
That's right.
And you're having done one in the past, it did not appear that that the proper procedures were followed so that Alec would have to pay income tax on it,
That's
whether
correct.
it's structured or not.
That's correct.
And his explanation, I think you said that was back in,
Late May, early June.
yeah, that check was May 12th, 2021, the Hirschberger.
I can't be sure when the exact conversations were. They were all going on around the same time, but it had been after that check.
Okay. And that, and so the thought there was, and Alec told you that Well, I'm just trying to sort of shelter money from me, put in Maggie's name because I'm making a defendant in the voting case.
That's correct.
Now, you and your firm, and you've had outside forensic accountants looking at everything, and you don't have any information or evidence or documents that would suggest that any of the Hirschberger fee went into Maggie's name.
I did not pursue that portion of it. We have testimony from Michael Gunn that there was no annuity set up.
Right. And I guess, right. So as far as you can tell Judge Newman here today is that Alec put that money in a fake Forge account that was Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
Correct.
And you don't have any information that that money then went into Maggie Murdaugh's investment account, personal account, or any sort of account, right?
I know that it went into his Forge account. After that, I don't know how it was used.
And I think you said that that you didn't start back up and looking into the Hirschberger matter until sometime in, I think you said it did not readdress it until late September.
That's correct.
Okay. And early September, you were sitting in your office and you had a epiphany, or just a thought. Well, let's just see what
You woke up.
how many times his cases have checks going to Forge.
Well, when you're speaking of epiphany, I had started digging through his client list for every fee that he'd brought in. And rather than going one by one, my epiphany was, let me just run a payment ledger on Forge and see what that turns out, rather than digging one by one.
Okay. And what prompted you to do that?
Because I was trying to look to see if there had been any more settlements that had been written to Forge like this other one with Hirschberger, so that we could account for them and discuss how we were going to handle them at the year end with the bonus distribution.
I see. And at what time of the year do you have to prepare final reports for the
December.
partners? For December? And when do you start working on that?
It depends every year, but usually December.
But in September, you were, I guess, doing your job, trying to see if there were other Hirschberger type structures out there.
That's right.
Okay. And so you ran a report of financial records that were maintained at the law firm, correct?
Correct.
These were electronic records?
Yes.
And you didn't have to order bank statements from anyone. You had them right there on your computer system?
I have mine, yes.
And there's nothing that happened well, let me back up. We've seen checks to Forge, I think you said, going back to 2015.
Correct.
Have those checks been on the firm financial system and maintain them since 2015?
They were. They didn't catch our attention before that.
And there's nothing about the murder of Maggie and Paul that prevented you from accessing that information at any point in time, is there?
No, what prevented me was work and personal obligations to get to that point in time to have the opportunity to look.
And but the information had been at your fingertips. Anything that was done in 2015, it was there. 16, it was there. 17, it was there.
That's
18.
right.
And that's why you were able to go back and do the work, and law firm stood up and made these clients whole. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, do you have the summary exhibit 314 up there?
I do not.
I may have it. Well, I guess I put on Mr. Elmo here. It's not my favorite.
Did I miss anything?
But, well, let me just have you look at
Not
this
really.
real quick.
I think they're trying to compartmentalize to give the judge a split the baby option so that they say, okay, bring in the stuff from the day, but not the broader thing. That's probably the strategy for the defense at this point.
Or I actually have a different view. I feel like they're going to
Can you
argue
go
the
through
only thing that could
Exhibit
possibly be allowable
314
would
and
be that
their,
morning. But the stuff in the morning,
the grand
he paid
total
that.
is $2,841,512.
He didn't steal that. The firm got paid. That was just a misunderstanding.
And tell us, just identify anyone on this list that is just straight diversion of fees that were due to the law firm.
Both Hirschbergers were straight diversions of fees that were due.
Is there any other one on here?
Partials of some of the other ones, I can't remember the breakdowns, but I know like at least Mallory or one of those two, some of them should have been firms' fees due to them.
Right. But
I took the opportunity to make an omelet.
all the
nice.
other ones, but the Hirschberger matter,
It's not pretty, but it's going to be
involve
delicious.
proceeds that should have gone to the client, right?
Which your client stalled, yes.
Right. And that, well,
This lady laughed right here.
you
She's still
investigated
laughing.
it and you came to that conclusion and the law firm came to that conclusion, right?
Yes,
Okay. But as part of the investigation, did you have to interview the clients and ask the client, hey, did you authorize Alex to put this in a fake forge account?
we did interview the clients, most of them, we met with them. Most of them were very surprised and shocked and stated that they had no idea
Right.
that they had been stolen from.
And so to establish that the clients didn't authorize Alec to do what he did, I mean, you had to go to the clients
Correct,
and get their response.
correct,
And you accepted their response, rightfully so, correct?
correct.
On this list of 314, is there anyone where you didn't go to the client or the client representative, except perhaps Hirschberger, and say, did you authorize Alec to do this?
I might not have met personally with all of them, but somebody within our firm did.
Right. Okay. Now, Barrett, the second one, Barrett Boulware, said took insurance proceeds. That's Exhibit 314. I think you said Alec had power of attorney,
They did.
and
You'd be able to afford a jet if you
was
stop
Mr.
wasting
Boulware
money on
alive
eggs.
in 2018?
I don't remember.
And how is it that you know that Alec did not have a permission from Barrett Boulware to keep that money personally, that perhaps Mr. Boulware had owed him some money?
When I believe Ronnie Crosby's the one who spoke with Jarrett Boulware, who is his PR, so that'd be a better suited question for Ronnie than it would be for me.
So we would need Ronnie Crosby and Jarrett Boulware to come in and testify as to what Barrett Boulware may or may not have agreed to do with Alec.
You may have one that he could come in and testify that too, but the rest of these on these lists, people have told me that they either did not know about it, was covered up, or was forged.
And they would need to come in and tell the
They
court.
would, and they have.
Or they've testified,
They believe they have,
not in this proceeding.
not in this proceeding.
Now, there was another group of cases that involved Palmetto State Bank, is that correct?
That's right.
And your brother-in-law?
That's right.
And again, there's Arthur Badger, Natasha Thomas, Hakeem Pinkney. Do you know if Mr. Lafitte or anyone at the bank was personal representative or conservator for any of these folks?
He was conservator for Natasha Thomas. I believe he was conservator for Hakeem Pinkney. I can't remember the exact circumstance. And he was the conservator for Arthur Badger's wife.
Okay. And Mr. Lafitte, I mean, all of these checks went to Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Correct.
And then from Palmetto State Bank, they were sent out to pay, according to your investigation, expenses that Alec owed. Is that right?
Correct.
And repayment of loans that Alec owed, right?
Correct.
And that Mr. Lafitte was knowledgeable about that, as far as you know, right?
Appeared to be.
South Texas gal says Alec admits that he was addicted to opioids for 20 years. That as it may be, you don't need $8 million to be addicted to opioids.
Now, I want to go into a little bit more detail on some of these. Let's just go to, I'm going to put it up with Ms. Elmo, and it is the Ben Allen Kendall. Well, that's Hirschberg, but let's don't do that.
How far are we away from the murder trial now?
Pretty far. I think that was one of his points.
Let's
So
do
to
the
prove
next
this
one,
out, you're going to
Adriana.
have to bring in this witness, and
And-
this witness.
Let's see if I can do this right.
How attenuated are we going to be?
I mean, if you were,
Do you see
You
that
were-
one? That's the
you were at this trial and you saw the murder, could you see the
Disbursement
murder
sheet.
from here?
Yes.
and the recovery amount here is and it says settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, and that's $225,000.
Correct.
And that, according to this document, represents what the client should have gotten and didn't get.
Correct.
And then the attorney's fees here said $22,000. Is that the firm got $22,000?
Yes.
Okay. And then this same exhibit, there's a lengthy footnote down here. I guess does this footnote explain what happened?
Yes, it does.
In this footnote, it says there were 3 previous disbursements in this matter. Is that right?
Yes.
And it says the first one occurred on December 13th, 2018, issuing attorney's fees and costs, $19,932.89 to Palmetto State Bank, satisfying loans and et cetera, and other matters. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, do we know if any of those are fake bills?
They look to be legitimate.
Did you confirm they were legitimate?
Yes.
And how'd you do that?
By looking at the paperwork and observing the paperwork.
Okay. And then here, there was another disbursement on December 20th, 2018. Is that right?
That's right.
And this document referenced some exhibits. There's an exhibit A through F. I don't believe that's attached. I mean, it may be. I don't have it. Did you prepare this footnote?
I don't remember which ones exactly I prepared. I've prepared a lot of them, and Chelsea Van prepared a lot of them as well.
So, and most all these have an explanation and a footnote as to what the entire transaction was
That's
about.
right.
Okay. And you didn't do every single one. It was a team effort, I take it.
That's right.
And so people on the team investigated it and then would have to come here and explain exactly what they did and what they learned. And
That's correct. It's also been through forensic audit and also looked at former FBI, and it's been provided to law enforcement who all
Been
looked over
through
as well.
audit does not mean that you don't have to bring everyone in to prove it. You have to bring in the forensic auditor to testify to the audit.
They're trying to show how difficult this will be, how much time and effort, and so that they're trying to show the judge, look, you bring this in, we're going to require everything else in, you're going to waste everybody's time. But I don't know if this judge seems to me to be impervious to that kind of argument. He's like, I got all day.
This trial takes 7, 8, 12 weeks. Ah, damn it.
Can we weigh in with a brief saying, we're watching this thing and we have an interest here?
Please. The amount of time I have to cover this trial is limited. I cannot go 9 weeks, Your Honor. Please move this along.
Yeah. Friend of court brief.
But I mean, that is the issue that you guys were talking about earlier. Is if we're going to do the financial crimes, there's no way the defense is going to let them off easy
I think
on
you
it.
also said that back
They're
to
going to make you do everything.
that you said that Alex called you and asked for his updated balance in his 401k,
That's right.
and he told you he was putting together some financial records for civil discovery in the voting case. There was a hearing coming up,
Yes.
and that he'd asked you, he'd questioned you previously about the balance in the 401k.
That's right. This has not been the first time.
And the times that he questioned you, was it in the context of putting together information for the voting case, or just he was curious?
Putting together information for financials.
Financials in general, or financials in the voting case, or you just don't know?
I didn't really ask particulars. The
So,
perception was that it's for the voting case. Talking in the office, we knew hearings were coming up. We knew they were looking for his financials.
okay. Well, when you said on the 7th, he called you about financials, did he reference the voting case?
I believe he did.
Now, do you know what impact or what consequences Alec would have suffered from his partners if he had or if you had found that he had diverted the Ferris fee to himself personally, as opposed to putting it in a structure or putting it in the firm? You know.
I think that he probably would have had some bad repercussions for him because they were adamant that we were not going to be part of having any portion of hiding or diverting any fees.
And the concern was hiding fees from the civil discovery in the voting case.
Yes, at that point in time it was.
And that wasn't, and at that point in time, no one was saying that they thought he was stealing from the firm, but that he was sheltering money from being disclosed.
That was the opinion, yes.
And then it wasn't until September when you ran a report and you saw all these forged checks being deposited in the Bank of America account and endorsed by Alec. You'd seen his signature, that you realize there's been something far different going on than what anyone believed. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
And that's what led to his resignation or termination.
Correct.
And that information had been in the books and records of the law firm since 2015.
Correct.
So still we're on the lack of nexus here, but the defense, yeah, it seems like they're trying to draw out for the judge how long this will take, how inefficient it will be, and really, I think it's layers
One
of
last question.
abstraction
The
away from
information
the murder
that
is the key.
part of the investigation where you and members of your staff and the forensic accountants determined that the clients did not authorize any of these transactions. I mean, you have no personal knowledge other than what's been told to you by people working for you or by the clients, right?
I also saw some of the deposits going into his personal Bank of America account statements.
No, I understand that, but whether the clients,
If they had some back deal, I don't know about any of it, no.
right. Any information you have about what the clients told the firm is hearsay, as far as you know.
It's not hearsay if they said it to me.
Okay. And some said it to you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Very briefly, Your Honor. One thing you know is that the money that you talked about for the fake forge went into an account Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA forged, correct?
Correct.
Is there any possible legitimate explanation for client trust funds to go into that account?
No.
And after you realized that they went into those accounts, did the firm ultimately refund the money to those clients?
Yes.
You mentioned that you actually found in his office some bank statements for that particular account. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335. Have you take a look at it? Is that consistent with the Richard Alexander Murdaugh DBA fake forge account that you saw?
Yes.
That you have repeated instances of client trust money going into?
Yes.
That there's no possible legitimate explanation for?
That's correct.
You were asked some questions about the manner of your inquiry and that sort of thing. And I want to take you back a little bit further very quickly. Do you remember, is it common for, after the books get cleared at the end of the year, for certain partners to loan money to the firm to handle operating expenses until fees start to come in?
It is. Basically, we wipe out all the cash reserves. So in order to operate for the first couple of months, attorneys will loan money to the firm for operating expenses.
At some point in time prior to all of this, did you become aware of an instance in which Alex Murdaugh had erroneously received a repayment that was actually meant for his brother, Randy?
We did.
All right. And did that happen once, or did the same thing happen twice?
It actually went through twice. The check was written to him erroneously, and within a few days, he brought the check back to my staff and had it recut to him. So the first check that was recut was held for him for about a year. So the replacement check went through immediately, and the first check cleared about a year later. And that's when we discovered that, going back and looking, that I discovered that he was paid erroneously, that it should have been Randolph Murdaugh and not R. Alexander Murdaugh.
So it was one repayment, but he managed to get it twice.
That's right.
How much was that check roughly? Do you recall?
$125,000 roughly.
$125,000. Was he confronted about this when that was discovered?
Yes.
What was his explanation?
His explanation was there was an accident that he thought it was due to him and that he didn't know, and that he found the other one later and deposited it too because he thought they were due to him.
And was he required to pay that money back?
Yes.
And after he gave that explanation of, oops, I didn't realize these $225,000 checks were for me, was that matter then forgotten or moved on from?
It was shelved, yes.
It was shelved. Nothing, no repercussions happened at that point in time or anything like
No.
that? Okay, so the money gets paid back and people moved on, is that right?
That's
There you
right.
go.
Okay. You testified before that when the murders happened, that the inquiry, nobody was going to bring that up now in the wake of the murders, the Ferris fees that you had talked to Alec about the morning that Maggie and Paul were killed, correct?
That's right. It's a family-like place. Everybody was concerned for him, his family. We knew we had time to discuss this before the end of the year. And at that point, like we said, we didn't think he was stealing any money from us.
They had no reason at that time to think he was stealing, correct?
That's right.
And so it did get shelved, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then in July, you got an email, is that correct?
That's right.
And you testified to this before. What did the email say from Chris Wilson's office?
It said that the money was in the account available to us at any time that we would ask.
And then, so at that point, the money seemed like it was there. The money is not missing, and so the matter was shelved. Is that correct?
That's correct.
However, you've testified that things have been going on for a while, and it was months later that triggered you to do that inquiry. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay? Because there have been multiple instances over the years. Is that right?
That's right.
But that has nothing to do, the fact that that might have occurred regardless of at any point in time because of all the things that have been going on. That has nothing to do with the fact that when things were happening in June, they got shelved, and then you found out the money was there and you thought that matter was closed. Is that correct?
That's right. We never knew about the prior. We had no reason to look. We had no complaints from clients. We had nobody saying they were missing money.
No
And this
complaints
just
from
turned up
clients
when
who
we
were
started
missing
searching
hundreds of
because
thousands
the
of dollars. Is
Hirschberger and the other
amazing.
relevant things.
Has there been
He
instances
must
in
have
which
been real
Alec
damn convincing.
used the firm credit card for personal expenses and was required to pay that back?
Yes,
And if the money got paid back, well, then the matter, everybody moved on. Is that right?
that's right.
So there was a history of that.
That's right.
You get the money back in and everybody moves on. Is that
That's
correct?
right. History of trust and brotherhood.
And that's what happened in July with the Ferris fees. Is that correct?
That's right.
Imagine having trust and brotherhood in a company run by lawyers.
You were told in
God.
July that the money was in Chris Wilson's trust account. That's what you were told. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you come to find out, however, that it actually had not been there?
We did.
And you found this check proving it, correct?
That's correct.
The bottom line is that there had been a long history of if the money got paid back, people would move on, correct?
That's right.
Things were continuing to percolate. They got delayed in June because of everything that happened, correct?
Correct.
You late?
But
Let's
you were
get
now
it.
curious,
You're
and
late.
eventually, months later, you look back at that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that also was highlighted and sparked by the discovery of the check, proving that he had not been telling the truth the entire time.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. You may step down.
Hope we get arguments and not another witness.
Yeah, I think that's the plan is to have arguments about this witness now, right? Like that would be the idea.
But the
Well,
judge is
we're
kind of making
running
say
up
that-
on lunchtime. Mr. Waters, what's next?
Well, we can certainly continue with this. We have Annette Griswold, who is Alex's former paralegal, who in large measure will testify to the similar events with Thomas Moore, Hirschberger, and the Ferris fees. Again, I don't want to be cumulative for purposes of this, but she will certainly add to that.
But
We
do you
also
want to
have
be cumulative
available
for the
on this
purposes of-
particular issue, Michael Gunn, who is the principal in Forge, who of course will testify that he had never had any discussion with Alec about structuring fees, or at least nothing had ever been set up, and that this account is not his, and that all the money in these various transactions never went to him, and that they were diverted. And then we have Chris Wilson as well, who can describe the circumstances of those Ferris fees. All that would be very lengthy, but we have all of that available in as much as that's necessary to complete the story for purposes of
shut it down, Judge.
The in-camera hearing. We do have, though, we have arranged to get additional SLED and other witnesses here related outside of this for the afternoon, if you wish to make use of the jury for that. And also, as it relates to this, and we're also prepared to offer testimony about these particular instances, but we do have a confession of judgment that I would offer to the court at this point in time in the Satterfield case. And again, before the jury, we would have testimony about that, but for purposes of clear convincing evidence, we have this confession of judgment that we would offer for purposes of this hearing as well.
Where's the next?
In addition, we have his disbarment from the Supreme Court, which also refers to his admissions of financial misconduct, which we believe also are relevant to the court's decision at this point as to whether or not there is clear and convincing evidence established of these various other crimes. And so we would offer those as well to the court for its consideration now. However, we can certainly offer testimony about those aspects as well. I think, Your Honor, if we can get to a decision point on the law firm witnesses, then we can move forward. And again, we have some witnesses related to Satterfield that we could address and try to work that in over the next few days of court time. And then finally, with the boat case as well. And so that would be some of the financial witnesses that we would offer. And then finally, Your Honor, we do have some witnesses from Palmetto State Bank that will talk about the extent of Alex Murdaugh's financial condition at the time the murders happened, and the reason why, explaining the reason why all these things were occurring and why they were all coming to a head in June of 2021.
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, I think there's more than enough in the record from this witness to establish that this evidence is not admissible under 404B.
Right.
There you
And
go.
I mean, without even getting to whether they can prove it up by clear and convincing evidence. I'm happy to make that argument at any point in time. But if the whole landscape that he just talked about, Your Honor, 403 also includes a component of undue delay. And as he just described, all the financial misdeeds or crimes that he wants to prove up, we're going to be here until end of February, I suspect, or March, because that's adding 2 weeks to this trial.
Now, no, keep going. Now tie that in. Now you got to say,
Good.
Yes, sir.
and all
Yes,
of it
sir.
is
And
ultimately
obviously,
try a case
as
that
I
is
even
going to trial
pointed out with this
separately.
witness, we're trying to streamline the presentation. Frankly, the extent of misappropriation is very, very broad, and we're trying to focus on just a few areas. And the ones that we're focusing on are the ones that really came out of his mouth within seconds of law enforcement being on the scene, within seconds of the 911 call happening. And that is, of course, the boat case. And what does that mean? That there's two things that are very temporally connected with this particular crime, and that is the confrontation with Ms. Seconder that morning over the Ferris fees that have been percolating for a while. And then number two is that pending hearing that very week in the boat case, which again, the purpose of that hearing is to, in a specific request for production and interrogatory, to identify all accounts. And again, once you do that, once those accounts are identified, just like Ms. Seconder was able to do, just like law enforcement was able to do, the state grand jury was able to do, it doesn't take long to figure all that out and then lead to not only what's happened here, his disbarment, but also, I don't have to get into this specifically, but 99 counts for which he's facing a possible sentence of life without parole on that alone. And so that kind of consequence that's hanging out there is very much relevant and very timely to what was going on June the 7th in his life. The defense asked the question, can you think of any reason? And all of this going on in his life, which is a stellar series of events like nothing ever seen is certainly relevant for the jury to consider when they consider a perfect storm that was arriving for this man on June
You're
7th.
muted, Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does it actually do that? That's
Griffin,
the question.
the witnesses that are
Stand up
here.
and counter argument.
Ms. Griswold, Chris Wilson, and Mike, Mr. Gunn, confession of judgment and the disbarment. Do you contest the matters which they are here to testify concerning?
It depends on how far they go with their testimony, but I'd certainly, that's predicate for Mr. Gunn to testify. They didn't have an account at Bank of America, and those checks were not deposited with us, and I didn't know anything about this. I mean, that we're acceptable to that, and just, without knowing the full scope of what they intend to offer, it's hard to say yes, but that's all. I mean, just like this witness, I mean, she has a lot of information that is, that she learned through investigation. But if we had to try this case, 90% of it she couldn't testify to.
I point out that those witnesses that I mentioned, as well as every single one of those victims, all testified. There is transcripts on that, which the defense has had, which Your Honor has access to as well. So I don't know that necessarily it needs to all be repeated for Your Honor's determination now, because again, as he just said, those facts have been testified to. It's just a question of the parameters for this particular trial, which again, the state's intent is not to try 100 white-collar cases.
No, it literally
in the context
is.
of this murder case. It's only to explain to the jury enough of what was going on in an unfathomable set of events for a lawyer, what was going on in his life that were all coming to a head on June 7th.
How does that
I
translate
think that's
to
extremely
murdering
relevant,
his
and we plan to
wife
do
and
so in a
son
very
is the
expedited and
question.
focused fashion.
Your Honor, I would say for purposes of the trial, going forward with the jury, I mean, we're not stipulating to any facts.
Yes, right.
Well,
This hearing, I'm very candid with the court.
yes, sir.
We concede nothing, but even
As
if
far
we
as
did,
the
it shouldn't
court's
matter.
View of things and what the court needs to determine to be convinced that clear and convincing evidence exists. Clear and convincing evidence is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt and all that. It says that degree of proof which will give me a firm belief as to the facts sought to be proven. And if those specific facts are not being contested, what the communications with Ms. Griswold that's in the record, with Chris Wilson, there may be, Attorney Wilson, may be some dispute, I don't know. Mr. Gunn, Forge.
Answering the wrong question.
Well-known consulting
Right.
firm and.
Yeah, see, this is where he's failing.
And it's
They should have focused him. They should have focused him.
The Bank
It's the
of
failure of
America
the defense
counsels
attorneys to say this has
Richard
nothing
A.
to
Murdaugh,
do
sole
with the murder or the
proprietor,
motive. They
DBA
keep
Forge.
saying that there's a motive somehow, but how? How is there a motive? Just
Confession of
because
judgment,
he's got stress in his life, so he kills his wife and kid?
disbarment.
Why does his stress get focused on them automatically? Who's going to testify
I'm happy
to
to
that
sit
fact?
and hear any and all of the testimony. One of the
You
things
are?
that did occur in the Siegel case was the judge who got reversed didn't want to spend time listening and hearing all of the evidence because of the expediency of things. And the court says, although we sympathize with the court's concern about the length and complexity of the trial, we nevertheless conclude that the importance of the evidence, due to the importance of the evidence, it must be presented and the court must receive it. So I am happy to do that without needless presentation of evidence twice, more than once. Now, I understand the defense's position And I'm not seeking any waiver on the question of whether or not this should be admitted or not admitted. I know you each have your arguments on regarding 404 issues, and I haven't heard much argument on the res gestae issue, which is equally important, or perhaps more important.
No,
These are
no
judge
application
concerns.
here.
These are judge concerns, not legal concerns. This is
But
judge.
if you are interested in contesting the nature of each one of these witnesses' testimony, if they're here and available, we can hear them. I mean, we can.
The res
You
gestae still
indicate
needs a
that there are
nexus.
some other witnesses on other matters that can occupy the jury for a bit of time this afternoon.
Yes, sir. After our discussion this morning, we got some folks rolling, and after lunch hour, I think we can take us through the end of the day with witnesses that don't relate to this specific issue.
We can go in that direction and then resume with more witnesses later this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. I just don't want the jury to sit and to be in an idle format. And to the extent that you all can be in agreement with a path forward, that's best. If you can't, then I make the call.
No. You need to focus
Your Honor,
on defense.
as I
Careful.
mentioned earlier, I strongly believe that based on what you've heard thus far, it doesn't meet the elements of 404B, and you don't need to get to whether it's been proven up by clear and convincing. I mean,
Yes.
if you rule against us on that, then we have to.
How about res gestae?
Well, the only thing that would come close to res gestae is res gestae is
Gestae, right.
An equivalent
tomato,
of that
tomato.
pronunciation?
And so the only thing that comes close to that is, the encounter on June the 7th by
That's the
this,
compartmentalizing.
by this witness up there about the Ferris matter. So one matter, it's the Chris Wilson co-counsel fee issue. And that was the only thing he was confronted about in the afternoon before the murders. And
The state has to prove the state of mind of the defendant, not solely what this witness knew at that moment in time, but what the defendant knew.
So then there's no limit to what you could bring in.
That was subject to exposure.
What is this? What kind of legal doctrine is this?
so, Your Honor, in the with regard to the res gestae issue, we had briefed State v. King 334 SC 504, and that is somewhat similar in that it involved thefts for someone stealing money, and there were remote thefts, and there was a theft the night before or close in time to the murders, and the claim was that the murders were done to get money from the victim, and that we had thefts earlier in the day or the day previous, and then number of thefts months and years before.
Did the judge do the 403 analysis, 403, 404 analysis in King?
Well, the trial judge allowed it in. The Supreme Court, Justice Burnett in 1999 overturned Judge Hitch Harwell for admitting the evidence.
How? Conducting a 404 analysis, 403 analysis?
Well, I mean, they have a footnote in there.
You have to do what we're doing now.
Yes, sir. But in the case, they said, while the remote thefts may have been minimally relevant to show motive under law, the prejudicial effect of this evidence far outweighed the slight probative value. So the Supreme Court did a 403 analysis, and that's in footnote 5, Your Honor.
Good.
The problem's not. The problem is the lack of reasoning, not the lack of a hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this judge, man.
Anything else before we break? We'll resume.
Anything else should be, yes, Your Honor. We just want to reiterate that none of this has any evidentiary direction towards the murder of Paul and Maggie.
We'll resume at 2:00 with,
We have
at
evidence that he was
2:15
a
with
thief,
witnesses.
and we have evidence that he was
And
stressed.
we will resume
That's
with.
it. Lots of thieves
with
are stressed and don't
witnesses
murder
and
their wife and kids.
Jury witnesses. And we'll resume with this in-camera hearing involving witnesses later.
Yes, sir.
So be in recess at 2:15.
I don't know. I mean, the judge he is a cool cucumber. I gotta say, I'm just, one of the things that's making me happy. People are thinking I'm laughing so much. I'm just happy I'm not in front of him. It's like I've been in front of this kind of judge, and they're like, "Well, do you want me to rule?" It's like it's so ridiculous what's going on here. But I'm happy that he's a cool KG judge though, and he is patient as the day is long, and he's letting the parties talk it out. I don't think he's focused on the right thing, but that's my perspective. What do you think? What do you think, guys?
I mean, no, he seems like he's stuck on the clear and convincing evidence, which it's real easy to show clear and convincing evidence of his financial crimes. It's probably easy to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt, but that's not what this trial is. And that's
Right.
not what it's here for. The other part of the other prong of the test is the nexus to the motive. And in case people don't know, 404B evidence that we're talking about is the exclusion of prior acts for the purposes of proving character. The exceptions to it are proving four other specific factors. And in this case, the relevant one that they seem to be focusing on is motive. So these financial crimes are supposed to show a motive for the crime.
But see, the defense was smart there because I think they saw the boat was moving against them and they backed off, and they're going to give it more time. So now they're going to go huddle up and figure out what the way to come back and strategize to come back at this judge with something else that may be more convincing. Because I think if they had pushed him for a ruling there, he would have ruled against him.
Yeah. Well, oh God. I don't want to hear the law and crime commentary. Sorry, I still have to have that window up. You are all spared from this guy.
Oh! I don't watch. I just watch myself. I'm watching myself.
Like, what is the hard part of this is he's right though. I mean, this adds 2-3 weeks to the trial if he's going to let all this in.
But see, I'm not sure that the judge is being persuaded by that. Most judges would be, but this judge seems like he's just happy to let it go as long as
he's got to sit behind that bench anyway. If it's not this case, it's some other case.
So it's like, I'm going to go pick my paycheck up and I'm just here. Whatever you all want to do, it's up to you, right? So I don't think I mean, most judges would be sensitive to that, but I don't think this guy, I think he's immune.
Yeah,
so
a lot of judges want to keep a clean docket. They want to keep things moving. They're going to have, I mean, if this trial is scheduled 3 weeks, adding 2 weeks is a disaster for the court. They have to reschedule things. That's what happened to the Millers. Their case was supposed to be, last year, I think in October or something like that. It ended up getting rescheduled to January because they had to push it back. The countless other matters had to get pushed back, I'm sure, as well. And that could be anywhere from 2 to 6 months, 8 months, a year for if they've got another 2-week trial that's going to start after this one. That thing's going to be calendared out a long time from now. So, God, it's it's a mess.
The defense attorney, see, it's tough because he's all alone up there and he's having to deal with that in real time, and he's sensing he's going to lose, right? So he doesn't want to push it and he doesn't want to concede anything. So now they got to go back and regroup, and he's got to come back at him fresh when they have the reproffer. So the decision hasn't been made yet, and he sees he's going to lose. So, I mean, really what he should do is, for the purposes of this hearing, we concede that there's clear and convincing evidence of theft. But that is not the issue before the court. The issue before the court is whether the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial effect. And here there may be there's a lot of prejudicial effect, but the probative value is not, because no nexus has been shown between the financial crimes and the murders.
Yeah.
Right. You want to talk about res geste?
No.
that exception to get in.
You can.
So I mean, that might be, that's something that's intricately connected to whatever the charge is. Like it's part of the criminal offense, an act related to the offense. Like if he was caught speeding to the murder site and he got a ticket for speeding, normally a speeding ticket would not be admissible because it's some unrelated act. But if it's related to getting to the murder scene, it might be admissible as a small part, integral part of the overall act. But it still requires that kind of nexus to the act.
Right.
It's
Right,
not
and then-
it's not
right,
a kick
well,
the
and-
door off the hinges and let everything in.
And that was the point that the judge was relying on the Siegel case, which is the federal case that I sent y'all, and that he was relying on that. But see that those things were integrally connected. Did I say that right? Whereas in the present case, I mean, we're all struggling to see any kind of connection between the thefts and the murders.
Except for unallowed purposes, that he's just a bad dude, right? That he's a bad character.
Well, but now
that's
we're
the
getting
only
into the
similarity,
opening.
and that's
But now we're into the opening the door question. Did the
Right.
defense open the door to his character by asking the broad, did he have any reason to kill his wife and son? And then it's like, well, no. So now they've got this broad open door that the state thinks they can march everything in.
yeah. I don't see that as kicking that door open. It doesn't strike me as a general character question. It strikes me as a specific act question.
Well, I agree, but could it be construed by the judge?
Sure.
And would it be an abuse of discretion for him to allow it?
No.
Now,
Oh,
why,
nothing.
why
Yeah.
the judge would allow that? I mean, there's got to be some eye on the docket and the calendar and the focus of the trial. Because when I listen to that, I'm sitting here thinking, where's the murder? You know, it's like we're hearing all this evidence and it has nothing. I mean, I'm like, there's no connection to this murder at all. But I mean, this judge has got his own way. And see, I think the prosecutors prosecute in front of this guy. So they know how he rules. They know how he is. So they're playing to that.
I don't know if they do actually, because they're from the state level.
Yeah, this is
They're
a
not
state
county
prosecutor's
prosecutors.
office.
Well, they have insights from
They know by reputation.
That's
Yeah.
a good question. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
County got conflicted themselves out, I believe. They're accused.
Okay.
But I mean,
Well,
you
I
can
don't know.
imagine there being evidence. Well, I mean, it doesn't exist, but you can imagine hypothetically that maybe every time he was confronted about one of these bad checks, he responded in an aggressive, violent manner, right? So this was something that triggered a violent response in him, and therefore, arguably, now in this morning he's confronted with this, he's acting in a violent way. But we just don't have anything like that. He either puts it off as a mistake, he pays back the money. The rare occasions he's actually found out, nobody makes a big deal out of it. It's no reason to get super excited. Of course, no one knows the scope of everything he's been stealing. They think he's fixing errors, but it's never been a huge deal before. And this one time that morning, he actually pays the money back, right? As he has done before.
Right. And he has a habit of doing that. It's always been okay.
So it's not something he's ever had to really worry about. When he gets caught, he pays it back. So it's not that big a deal.
Yep. Yeah. This whole line of questioning is a mess. It's going to add a ton of time and a ton of boredom. Like, let me focus on what's really important here. And that's all of us.
Right.
If I have to sit and watch this financial crime testimony, I don't want to cover his fraud case. Like, I don't want to cover his financial crimes trial. That sounds terrible. Right. And it sounds terrible because we just heard one witness about it. And like, it's a recitation of numbers. So this is how these frauds work, or embezzlement works. They've got this giant list of transactions, and they have to go through and prove each one of them out beyond a reasonable doubt, which means they have to, as we saw, they have to allege that there was fraud. Like, there's some basis, some predicate for the fraud. In this case, the contract, the partnership agreement that he has with the other law firm partners. Okay, we're all going to pay in. We're going to actually take a salary. We're going to pay in this amount, and then there will be a profit sharing split at the end based on ownership shares or whatever. Okay, cool. Now we've got that. We've established that all monies are supposed to go in through there, but it's not actually that simple. Like he raised, Paul is the the conservator, or no, he had power of attorney over one of these clients, which he probably shouldn't have had, but over one of these clients' accounts. And he's like, "Are you sure that power of attorney wasn't him exercising the will of his of the, I can't remember, the principal at that point? Like, are you sure? Did you check with them?" Just, well, I don't know. So then you have to get the principal, or in this case, the personal representative of the principal, to come in and testify that no, actually that distribution of money had nothing to do with this. That wasn't Paul just collecting on some other debt that was owed, or something, or some fee arrangement that he had for acting as power of attorney, or any of these things. And then of course they're going to dispute it. Now you have to do that in every charge. We heard that he was conservator in several different people's things as well. So he's in charge of this money. He's the custodian of this money. So how do we know that his taking of it is not valid under the custodian agreement? Look at how much.
If this is supposed to be going to his motive, well, we have to keep in mind what exactly he was being challenged on that morning. He wasn't being challenged for stealing $7 million worth of money. He wasn't being challenged with collapse of his life. He was being challenged with wrongful disbursement from one case that and whenever this happened before, he just paid it back and the problem went away. That's not motive to kill his wife and family, because that's what he was going to do this time too. It was going to be no big deal. He'd pay the money back and nothing would happen. That's not a motive to kill anybody.
Right.
Now, let me just pile on a little bit on a different topic, and that is that the judge is ruling. They have a different perspective. So we have a defense perspective and a prosecutorial perspective, right? But there's also a judge perspective. So he's looking at that one case, and he's seeing that if he hurried things and cut off the evidentiary portion, that was error, right?
Right.
So the point is that the judge has his own kind of motivations. Usually judges are persuaded by this will add 2 weeks to the trial, but this judge seems like he's like, I don't care about that a bit at all, because he's looking at the reversal on the time element when another judge was impatient and rushed it. So he's like, I'm not rushing anything. So he's got that in the back of his mind. So now you have to come up with a different angle of attack defense. So now what are you going to ask? We're encouraging the nexus issue, right? But anyway, sorry about that. My phone distracts me.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, it's like I put this thing on the no call list just yesterday because I was here sick yesterday and the phone's ringing. It must have rang 50 times while I was sitting here with these scam callers. What's up with that?
I hate phones. I hate them with a freaking unbridled passion. My phone rings and I start swearing at it immediately, like the dad in Wolf of Wall Street.
my phone's permanently on silent.
Yeah,
I never answer calls.
But I don't know. This whole thing gets to just the scope of trials, the propriety of trials, and ultimately, where's the motive? How does this show motive? I don't see it. I don't see it at all, and that should be a critical part of the evidence that we're being presented. But instead, it seems like a huge waste of time on this one. But yeah, I had something else to say, but I think we've said basically all of it anyway.
What is important, Nick? If this is important, what is important?
What is important in the murder case?
Is it?
No, it's a grift opportunity.
Oh, no, this show is sponsored by my, you were, but Birch Gold is not sponsoring these daytime shows this month. So that's fine. I'll be doing them at night. No, this show is sponsored by my Las Vegas meetup.
And what's the link for people to buy tickets?
I'll be posting it in the chat. Although in the YouTube chat, it's already posted. It is the pinned comment up there at the top of your chat window. But I'm going to post it. I'll spam it on Rumble. I'll spam it on Locals, and I'll spam it on YouTube as well, just so people have it. Come hang out in Las Vegas. It's $50 a ticket. And
oh
my God, that's a bargain. You know how many laughs you're going to get over 4 hours for $50? Come on.
I hear Barnes and Viva are charging like $200 a ticket.
Do you have a location yet?
No, I've got a couple, and my event planner is negotiating with them right now. So hopefully I'll have it like finalized really soon. Cause I'm like, just book one of these. That'll be fine. Just book one of them They're both in the price range, I believe. So as long as that's all good. But the reason that they're $50, I would actually make it free if I could, but I got to drop a minimum of $5,000 just for the venue, for nothing else. That doesn't involve security. That doesn't involve, the setup and tear down. That doesn't involve the PA equipment rentals and all of that stuff. I'm doing all that because it's just, this is fun for me. But like
now, my question, I want to pay the $50 and I go to Las Vegas to do what can I expect for my 50? What do I get to see?
Well, you're going to get basically like a 1 to 2 hour live panel podcast. It'll be a couple people hanging out on stage doing like kind of like a Friday show style. We'll hang out, we'll tell jokes, we'll laugh, we'll talk about some subjects, just something to kind of prime the atmosphere. That'll be, towards the beginning of the evening. And then it's going to be hanging out, drinking, meeting people who are there, meet and greet style. So everybody will just be around, walk up, talk to people, engage in conversation, meet other internet autisms like yourselves, or meet D-list E-celebs like all of us. And that'll be a fun time. I mean, that's the whole gimmick. Get to hang out in person. People may bring merch, I guess. I don't know. I'm bad at bringing merch. People may bring shirts or something. I don't care. I might have something. If you want autographs, I don't charge for autographs or anything like that. Just come hang out. That's what I want. I want to talk to people and meet them and have a drink and have a good time.
Yeah, I'm not bringing books. Books are heavy. But if you want me to sign a book, just hey, lawselfdefense.com/free book. Order it now. You'll get it in time. Bring it to Vegas. I'll sign it.
Well, I got fun. Well, and while we're talking books, I have my book here at crimelaw.net, which I will sign for you. But if you got to go to crimelaw.net, it's the only place you can get it, and I will sign it for you and send it to you with a little autograph sticker. See there, and it comes directly from me. No other place to get it. But I will look forward to. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. See, you're. It sounds so appealing. It's like the cat ball, and I know I've got that death penalty case coming up in April. So, anyways, thank you for the opportunity to come and be on your streams. But I've been having to run in and off and in and out here.
Yeah, why'd you get sick? Have you tried not getting sick?
No, it's not upper respiratory. It's lower. It's that I have to be near my bathroom.
I didn't say where you got sick. I was just saying, like, you should just try not being sick in general.
Yeah. How do you do that? That's the trick, isn't it?
Well, this is how I do it.
Oh, okay. Does that help? I've never actually tried that. Maybe I should. Maybe if we could sell a bunch of books, maybe I would. But I've never actually tried. When you're sick, says when I'm sick, I don't drink. You're saying that when I'm sick,
You're doing that wrong.
I'm just saying that when I started drinking, I got sick less. In general, I don't know.
Really?
Maybe I'm pickled, right? Like
it kills all the bacteriums.
Yeah, that's what I'm
so
saying.
now, who else is coming to the Las Vegas meet and greet, though?
Oh God, you're gonna make me do this again. Andrew
Branca.
No,
like Andrew Branca. I know it's a tie or no tie.
No tie. Branca.
I might start with a tie. It won't last.
We'll turn around the head, like on the table.
Yeah,
will the tie end up around the head?
Branca's
I
coming.
might raffle it off. Maybe I'll raffle it off to defray the cost of the enterprise.
We've got Dick Masterson. A lot of people probably don't know Dick Masterson, but that was the first lawsuit that I covered on this channel. Was the lawsuit against Dick Masterson. His main claim to fame is he got on the Dr. Phil show as a chauvinist, and it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. He just went on and he leaned into the joke so hard that to get on the Dr. Phil show, you have to convince 3 licensed psychologists that you're not lying. Because they do this screening thing. They don't want people just pulling a fast one. He convinced them that he was chauvinistic. He ran a website for years called Men Are Better Than Women, which is a satire website. And he wrote a book of the same title, which is really funny. But yeah, so he gets on the show as the author of Men Are Better Than Women, a professional chauvinist, and says such great lines as "A penny saved is a woman fired." He goes up to an ATM machine and says, this is how this is how they see you, stuff like that. And it was fantastic, but he got sued by his podcast co-host. And that was the first lawsuit I covered. So he and I have been friends kind of ever since that, which is great. So he'll be there. Camelot 331, who's on my Friday night panels, will be there. The timing of all this is his fault, because like, hey man, I'm going to be in Vegas. You want to come out and do a little meet and greet? It's like, hell yeah, let's do it. So Camelot's going to be there. Other people who have said and that they're coming: Robert Barnes, Viva Fry, Eric Hunley, Mark Rubert, Nate the lawyer, lead attorney, Danny on direct. God, there may be one or two more people that I'm missing, and there may be more people that are coming as well. So,
and what's the date again?
February 26th.
So
February 26th.
I got airfares from Orlando, Steve, under $300 round trip.
Well, let me see.
That's a good deal.
I know you guys are talking me into it. I'll look at my schedule and see if I can do it. It's kind of the other side. I was in such travel hell last time we took a plane. I hate planes. I hate airports. I want to drive everywhere. Andrew knows. I warmed his guest room for about 2 days, and then I went to my friend's house. I was supposed to be home on a Monday night, and I didn't get home until the next Saturday. It was insane. Frontier Airlines sucks.
Yeah, Steve got to use our guest office here at Law Self Defense HQ.
Yeah, I actually
complete with train whistles and fire sirens.
I did a class in the actual Death Star seat, man. The Bronco off. He complains about the train thing, but that place is cool. His office is like, man, that his computer setup, man. It's like high tech. I'm just a schlubbing public defender. He's got the Death Star up there.
But
a fully operational law practice.
Yes, fully operational Death Star.
The long and short of the comedy show, or the show, is that it's really going to be a laid back, laughs, mirth. It's not going to be some serious, like, let us tell you about the principles of law. That has its place. That place is not in Vegas on a drunken February night, right? Like, this is going to be, it's going to be fun. It's going to be jokes. It's going to be lighthearted, and people hanging out and just having a good time. And then all around that time, probably after, it's Vegas. It's always open. So after midnight, you're still going to have people, or when the show closes out, or whenever that is, if it's 11 or midnight or whatever, people are probably going to go out to bars, hang out, go out to clubs, do what you do. Go to your level of degeneracy. It'll be just fine. So that's going to be going on. There's
milk and cookies level of degeneracy.
My wife is going to have to pour me onto my flight the next morning.
So it's but yeah, so there'll be that. I don't know how long everybody's coming in and out, but I'm sure some people will be there for several days. I'm going to be there for outside of the event as well. I think Camelot's talked a little bit more about his schedule. I'm not releasing my full schedule for various concerns, but I will be around Vegas. And when, if I'm like going out for an evening to go hit up a bar or a club or whatever, I'll probably be posting it on Locals if anybody wants to come join. Obviously I'm going to spend some time alone with Lady Rackets, because neither of us have ever been to Vegas, and we want to go kind of explore the city on our own. But, if we're just going to go out somewhere and be hanging around, we'll definitely let people know, so you can come hang out there too. So even if you, for whatever reason, if you can't make the show itself, and you're just in the Vegas area, you may have some other opportunity to hang out. I can't promise anything, but yeah. But I try to keep the show as reasonably priced as possible. And I heard that about $50 in Vegas is about as cheap as it gets for it. And it's literally to defray the cost of the venue. I felt bad charging anything, but yeah, it's not cheap. Really now says, new theory. She was having an affair with Alex and helping him steal. He decided to stay with his wife, so she whacked him and then turned over the evidence on him.
That's the accountant woman. Is a spurned lover.
There you go. Adriana says Karen Bites will be there. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure she lives somewhere in Europe and is not invited.
Will Lady Bronca be there?
She will.
Yeah.
Okay. Lady Bronca is amazing woman. I tell you, Andrew, you're hitting above your pay grade. he's batting. He's hitting.
Oh,
up
I don't
for
know.
the
I got a pretty
fences.
good pay grade.
But Emily is wonderful. She's a wonderful person. I've worked with her very closely on the law of self-defense, which is now American law courses, and she's brilliant. Brilliant woman.
And Attorney Tom may be there. He has not confirmed yet. He's talked to me about the possibility of being there. If he does confirm, I'll let people know. But I mean, it's easy to overlook Attorney Tom. That's why I forgot to mention it. Sorry.
What about Sean? Potentially criminal Sean.
I don't know if he's planning on coming. Joe says he might come. I got to talk to Joe about it. He may be coming. I don't know. Speaking of Joe Davis says, I bet she's a blast at parties. The CFO. Yeah. Mr. Smith's government class says, Rackets, this trial is killing me. When is Chris Chan? I don't know when Chris Chan is, and I don't know that it will be televised, which is a shame because that trial would be hilarious and salacious and wonderful. And also, if I wasn't clear, Lady Rackets will be there with me as well. I think I mentioned that, but she'll be there. So if you want to say hi politely to her, that would be great. She'll be around too. Mad Amos says, hey, if you don't mind a quick shout out, a friend of mine is selling off a collection of golden age science fiction books that belonged to their father since he passed. And he's got an eBay link here. Let's pull this up. Yeah, I'm human.
I might need to do that.
Let's see. Please.
It depends what it is. What's you look?
I'm trying to pull it up. I got to click on all the images that contain a tall building. They have some giraffes in there, so I was confused. Oh my God. Log me in.
Comic books or sci-fi books?
It says sci-fi books. But I'm trying to get logged into this freaking eBay website. Later. Oh my God. Let me into the damn. Why is it so hard to get into eBay? And it doesn't even take me to the. Okay, now that I'm logged in, let me click this again. It's Gail's Golden Age. So here we go. Look at these.
Gail's. I love this stuff.
This is on eBay. So here it is. So we've got
ooh, look at
Fighting
that.
Man of Mars, Swords of
cool.
Mars, Gods of Mars. So these are by Edgar Rice. Edgar Rice Burroughs. 1931, 36. So
they're not kidding. Those are golden age for sure.
Yeah, The Mastermind of Mars. First edition, John Carter. Very cool. Oh, so Burroughs wrote John Carter. Got it. Okay, got it. Complete Barsoom series by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Princess of Mars by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Synthetic Men of Mars. So this looks like it's all Edgar Rice Burroughs stuff. And the complete hardcover series, 1 to 25, first edition of Edgar Rice Burroughs as well. So if you like some Golden Age comics, you can check out Gail's Golden Age on eBay here. If this is what you're into, if you collect sci-fi books, there's some good.
Is it just comics or is it the novels too?
No, these are the novels. These are all the novels.
What's the name of it? Gail's
Golden Age. I can share the link, I suppose. That might be helpful. Here we go. There's this, and I'm sharing it in all three chats so people can check it out if you're interested. Looks like some nice old books. I love old books. I can't tell Lady Rackets about this. She'll make me buy like all of them.
Oh, really? She would make you buy. Boy, that's a good wife. That's like my wife say, you don't need any more books. You don't need any more guitars. She's like, you make you buy me. That's a good wife. Lawyers don't like books.
Yeah, Lady Raggeds loves books. So I have like behind my desk is just it's just a wall of shelves with books. The next room over has another wall of shelves just full of books, all different stripes, all different styles. We've got nonfiction, we've got fiction, kids books, normal people books. Yeah, I like to buy old books when we go to antique shops. I don't even care what's in them most of the time. Yep. Like if I find books from the 1800s, I buy them. So
all my favorite books as a kid, I've bought as an adult. I bought all the hard copies, first prints if I can get them.
Yeah, I did that too, man. We're freaks. I remember there was Three Investigators by Alfred Hitchcock Presents Three Investigators was when I love those books. These hardcovers. That's when I really first loved to read in third grade. And I bought them all on hardcover. I thought my son would like them, but he never got into them like I did.
No, kids don't. Well,
he got
reading's
into
out
other
of
stuff.
fashion.
Like he read the entire Harry Potter series in second grade.
My son's been reading the Michael Vey series, which was, I don't know, Glenn Beck had advertised it a long time ago when it was first starting the first book. And so I bought the first one autographed or whatever when it went on sale. I can't remember who sells it, but he loves those books. There's like 7 of them now, I think 7 or 8. He's read all of those. And he likes, well, he liked when he was younger, he liked these books called The Warriors, which are about like cats that like murder each other and stuff, I guess. I don't know. Weird.
Sounds right up your alley.
Yeah. I don't read any of them. I don't know. I haven't read a book in a long time.
My son
I have trouble reading
the Witcher series a lot. He really likes that series. And
I've heard that's really good.
It is excellent. I read it too. It was excellent. The TV show, not so much.
Yeah, so it's the books that I choose to read are the Warhammer books when I have time. But I mean, most of those, I'm like 100 books behind easily. So I'm way behind. Ever since I started making content, I just stopped having time to do other stuff. This is my leisure now.
Yeah, there's no time. And the only time I get to read is if I go on a motorcycle trip. I can read in the evenings in the hotel room because I'm by myself. There's nothing else to do. I don't watch TV, but in the office, there's an infinite amount of work to be done.
Yeah, I read on planes, which means I read like 4 pages and then I'm asleep. So that white noise just knocks me out. Okay, we've got oh damn it, I got too many web pages pulled up, and so now all my
how many monitors do you have, Nick?
3.
Yeah,
which is pretty close to enough.
So you guys are professionals. I'm just a schlubber here. Got my one little screen, you know.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Do I have it? I'm trying to. There we go. When you have too many tabs open, Windows stops showing you what's in each tab, and so it makes it harder to find. All right. Daisy Domerg says, I think the defense teed up their counter to Alex's voice being in the video while crossing the friend who said you could get to the house from the kennel in a minute if you drive fast enough. I think people have pointed out, and I don't know, I haven't gone back and checked, but people have pointed out that they acknowledged that he actually was present at the kennels for that video in the defense opening statement. So the defense has some other plan for dealing with that. I mean,
the thing that detail missed because they didn't emphasize that in openings. The state didn't. So I missed that detail. So my question is, I really need to rehear, because as they buried it, what he actually said in saying he wasn't at the kennels or something. I mean, how specific was it? You know what I mean? Because they're trying to say they caught him in a lie.
Yeah. I mean, clearly it can't be. He'd been to the kennels, right? So the statement, I've never been to the kennels, it has to be contextualized.
Yeah, I think his statement to the investigators that night was, I didn't go to the kennels that evening or something like that. And then on opening argument, they said he just was, the trauma of the night, he made a mistake in saying that.
But as Andrew said, he could have been just driving by, because, when you say, did you go to the kennels? That might mean, he's got to go there and work or clean it out.
Yeah, right. I drive past my mailbox every day. Right. I don't always check it for mail. I wouldn't say I went to my mailbox if I just drove by it.
Right. And the question will be then, if that's the TAC, of course, that will be matched up with timestamping on the travel with the phones in the truck, right? Or the Suburban. Like if that's going to be his saying, well, hey, I was down there, I forgot because I just kind of drove by and was yelling at the dog or whatever. Does that line up with the Snapchat video timing such that he can claim it?
It's the kind of insignificant detail that you forget, you don't even think, and then you say it. and then that becomes I didn't stop, right? Or you didn't, you weren't at the kennels, and so you forget about those things. I mean, that's sort of insignificant stuff does not register. And now it's blown up into this huge deal later on when you're like, I don't remember anything. My memory sucks. I mean, and so it's like, I forget that detail. I'm asked, I'm like, I didn't stop at I didn't go to the kennels. And then you'd forget it. And then it becomes this whole convoluted mess. I mean, memories are very imperfect things.
Right. And it's, you know, it's all going to depend on the one thing we have to remember is that right now we're only seeing defense on cross. We're only seeing defense get to this place of being on the defense and saying, reacting to what the state brings out. We're not seeing the defense build up the building blocks of their case. So we're not seeing them put together their version of the timeline. We're not seeing them construct a narrative of the night or even multiple narratives of the night. That's going to come later. Right now, the prosecution is the one that's supposed to be putting the building blocks together. And I still think a major problem with the prosecution's case is there isn't a clear building. They have not been putting the bricks in place to make this structure that we can all see very obviously. And that's what they should be doing. It should be obvious how this works out by the time that the state is done. We should know exactly what's happening. Right now, we've just got a pile of bricks. And there might be some good bricks in there. There may even be a structure in there somewhere, but there's all these bricks piled up around it that it makes it really confusing. Let's see. Next. Brock says, anyone know, how do I tell when Rekieta Law has read my super chat other than pouring over 7 hours of a VOD?
And that's
look, it depends on the show, but it a lot of times if it's under $20, it's going to be near the end of the show. Just because that's how I do. I try to address the $20 ones as in context as I can. Yeah, if it's under 20, it's going to be later, but not always. The other day I was reading them in the middle. It just depends on, you know, the conversation, the opportunity to read them. Aiden Paladin says, popped in to ask an unrelated question. Judges ruled Rittenhouse can be sued in civil court by Huber's father for wrongful death, despite service being delivered to his sister. Doesn't sound legit to me, but I don't know. Lol, opinions. Okay. Service has multiple rules. This is federal service. Federal service usually follows the jurisdiction. I believe in Florida, the rule on civil service is that if you serve it to a competent adult at the residence of the party, that counts as service. Now, the question is, does Kyle actually reside in Florida? If not, if he doesn't live there. Now, his sister said Kyle's not home, which could be a problem for that, I suppose, unless she was just kind of saying that in this general sense and he doesn't live there, but, you know, he comes home for breaks or whatever. But if he's living somewhere closer to a college that's not in Florida, like say he lives in Texas or whatever, then that would not be sufficient service. If he does not live in the jurisdiction, you can't just serve someone at their parents' house and be like, well, their parents are in the jurisdiction. That doesn't work. This judge seems to have allowed that. If that is not where he actually lives, he would have an appeal issue there to say, no, I've not been served in this case. And Kyle does not have a duty to provide easy access to serve him. You don't have to give the person who's suing you the easy opportunity to sue you. So long as you're not intentionally evading proper service, but you don't have to give them your address. You don't have to tell them where you are or where you'll be. They can find Kyle at any number of speaking engagements, by the way. They could serve him at any of those things. He's announced some of them publicly. He announced one on my show. So they could serve him there if they wanted to. But they just went ahead and got around that by saying, oh, we don't have to. Or the judge saying you don't have to. But that is an appellate issue. If Kyle doesn't actually reside in Florida, the best way for him to do this, Kyle, here's some free legal advice. If you're living in a different state, especially one that has income tax, there's no way that state would accept your Florida residency as an excuse to not pay income tax if you're actually residing in that state. So if you're in a state where you have to pay income tax and make those filings, that'd be my defense on appeal. Like, no, Kyle doesn't reside there. And Florida wouldn't accept him as a resident if he was there because his state of origin wouldn't. Now, be risking putting that into the record. Maybe you don't want to do that. But.
You know, I'm sitting here listening to you talk, and I'm like, I don't know anything at all about civil service. You know, so I feel like now I have nothing. I'm a criminal trial guy and a criminal appellate guy, and you're talking about service issues, and I'm like, I don't know nothing.
Yeah, and it's the civil procedure experts are worth their weight in gold when you need them. When you need it, most of the time you don't, because you just, you serve someone, it's pretty basic or whatever. But on these types of issues, like Kyle's issue, where you've got a federal civil service across states, Wisconsin court enforcing Florida law, you want a Florida civil service expert on your team to come in and argue how you weren't properly served before the appeals court because this federal judge isn't buying it. But just to briefly answer your question, Aiden, at least in Minnesota, I think in Florida and in a lot of jurisdictions, typically, if that is the residence, leaving a copy with someone over the ages of 18 who also lives in the residence is sufficient for civil service. And so giving it to his sister, assuming she's 18 at the time she receives it, that wouldn't be a problem. Again, also assuming that Kyle lives there. But if he doesn't live there, then it's not acceptable. But that'd be a big appellate argument and a huge pain in the ass. All right. John Diaz 021 says, gotta say, ever since I started watching your channel, I don't expect much from prosecutors, even though I remember it used to be the defense lawyers that were always framed as the scumbags on TV. Well, yeah.
Yeah, the reality is much different than the media will have you portray, isn't it? It's amazing because I'm shocked. Well, see, I expect everybody to do their best. I want everybody to be on their best behavior, everybody to behave ethically. And I know that I'm disappointed a lot, right? I get it. But we should all expect that out of everybody. We should expect that out of each other. We should expect the best from each other. So, and so it is shocking. I mean, I'd say half the cases that we do, the prosecution is completely out to lunch. I mean, it's like, yeah. And so it is a big problem in the country. And the judges are usually former prosecutors. So that's the pathway to becoming a judge, which is also problematic.
Right. It is very problematic. And despite there should not be a scoreboard for prosecutors at all, there very much is a scoreboard. And that scoreboard makes a hell of a lot of impact in any political career. And all those political careers are basically, that's their promotion path.
Well, a lot of that comes from the top, that you have to elect prosecutors who are in it to defend the law and do the right thing, and not people who just want to win and have stats. You ever seen the show The Wire?
Yeah, it's one of the best shows ever made.
Yeah, and the guy, the mayor comes in and he's like, forget the stats, well, I'm going to do away with that. And all the cops supported him because he's coming in, he's going to do away with the whole stats base. And then he gets under pressure, a little political pressure gets applied, and he's like, I don't care about it, just make it work, make it look like our crime is better this year. See, and that's what happens. The politics, the people, we are demanding of these prosecutors that they win every case and everybody goes away and we get tough on crime, when the prosecutor should be defending the law. That's their role, not to put everybody away.
No, you're 100% right. It's always it should always be about finding justice, not finding a conviction.
I was getting distracted by Bronca here. He looks like, those little things that used to bob and they get heated up and they bob into the water and then they come back.
Yeah.
I saw him go down like.
My fa has arrived without chopsticks, unfortunately.
I'm so jealous. Do you know how far I have to go to get that? Do you even have any idea, Andrew?
I've looked at a map of your state. I know roughly where you are. I imagine it's quite a drive.
Yeah. They opened a ramen place about 45 minutes away. I'm really excited for.
Oh, that's
and I just found out. Ramen. Well, look, okay. You shut your mouth. I also found out about 50 minutes to an hour away, there's this boutique Cajun restaurant with some New Orleans transplant chef that's here, and so I just found out about it. I'm so mad that no one told me, but I'm gonna have to go check that out as soon as possible. Okay, next we've got JWLP11 says, make sure you get some all-you-can-eat Korean barbecue while you're in Vegas, Rackets. Got to feed that gunt. Maybe. I've got to decide what to do. I like, when I go out, I like all different types of food experiences. I like a trashy, good, pub menu, as long as it's good, all the way up to like a ridiculous table service dining event, where it's multiple courses. I like everything, and I hear Vegas has all of it in spades.
The Pawn Star guy has a barbecue joint attached to his Pawn Star, his porn store now. What's his name? Rick?
Yeah, I think that's Rick.
The guy, the best I can offer is $1.
Yeah, but if you ask for like a baked ziti, he'd be like, best I can give you is manicotti. Like, I don't trust it. I don't trust that at all. Okay,
but
next,
it's hard to find. I mean, there's so much good food in Vegas. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I legitimately can't wait. That's one of my favorite things to do when I go on vacation is eat. These days, I have to try and not eat as much because when I go to a barbecue place, I order like 3 pounds of food and I just sit there, and then I can't eat it anymore. I used to be able to, and now it's like a bunch goes to waste. Jonathan says, this is horrible. If I commit murder, I need to know that my financial crimes won't be brought up. I know you're telling a joke, but really...
Well, but this is the problem. This is the thing. These legal decisions impact us all. How this guy gets treated is how we get treated. So the rules that you're applying to him, they also apply to us. So, that's why it's important that we defend these rules of law for all of our protection, not because he's a good guy or he's a bad guy or he's a scumbag or he's not. It's because the rule of law should apply equally to all.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks. It's like he's in the midst of chat.
I mean, you're not supposed to be convicted of murder because you committed financial crimes.
Right.
It's not that complicated.
There needs, and if you, assume it could be relevant, it might not be, but it has to be shown to be connected. It has to be shown to be relevant. It has to be shown to be some motive. I mean, this is the thing. I mean, if Charles Manson is accused of, hitting his cellmate. Well, he might have hit his cellmate. He might not have. That's an independent question. Just because he's Charles Manson doesn't mean, well, forget it. Whatever he's done, he's guilty and forget it. I mean, he's entitled to the due process of law, just like everybody is.
Okay. Well, I'll wait to read KF Joy's till Andrew's back, because that one's for him. Go for Big Guy 911 says, private jet to Epstein Island? No, thank you. God, what a fucking weirdo.
Well, would you take a private jet if its destination was Epstein Island?
No.
Oh, we're just weighing,
I wouldn't go to Epstein Island. Well, actually, now that it's like, if I was going to go buy it or something.
Well, you did say you wanted a big estate.
Yeah, probably. No, but I feel like that place should be nuked from orbit. Like just to
at least that little, like that weird hut he's got on there with like the Egyptian motif. That's pretty creepy as far as I'm concerned. The island's cool. I'm all about it. I'd go there on the jet, but that weird, you know what I'm talking about? Have you seen the pictures of the island?
No, I don't dwell on Epstein Island. I think an orbital bombardment would fix most of that. Okay, this one was for Andrew. KF Joy says, I'm just going to shield the $20 for this, but I think it's worth every penny. Andrew, please update your advanced course AD picture to you with your current beard. It looks way better.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll bring that to the attention of management.
All right. What do we got? Elgonza 1000. What in the flying spaghetti monster's name does embezzlement have to do with Alex ruthlessly murdering his fucking wife and son? Good questions. Good.
That would be, wouldn't that be wonderful? Just once in our life for that defense attorney to say exactly that to the judge.
Yes. Like just stand up and do it. Oganza 1000 says, also Rumble is fucking gay, restricting profanity and Rumbles. Consider this the last one. Well, YouTube doesn't let you send them either. You can't, I mean, I suggest people send them on locals personally. That's where I get the best cut. And also there's no censorship at all. But yeah, if you type fucking on YouTube, they don't process your payment at all. It's great. And I am talking to Rumble about that. I think they should really take off the restrictions. I don't know if they even know how they got
dirty
in there.
words. I mean, who cares?
Yeah. Read on Red One 777. Binger judge has an opportunity to help convict the white man, regardless if he is innocent or guilty. Surprise, surprise. Well, there you go. I don't know if you can ascribe racial motive to this judge, but you do you, fam. The Dragon's Treasure says it's Friday. It's Thursday. Do you not know what day it is?
I lost track. I did. I'm sorry. I had.
Wait, you said Friday?
Yeah, I was confused in some chats. I did. I'm very confused because I've been like up all night, and then I get up and down. It's just terrible.
This isn't you. This is from the T man. This is a chat he sent on locals. The Dragon's Treasure Tea guy. He says it's Friday, so that means it's payday. But homie, it's Thursday. Says, so give it to me. Use code NOSE at the Dragon's Treasure for some amazing tea and help me buy a proper hooker. So there you go. Go to thedragonstreasure.com, use promo code NOSE and get a little discount off of your tea purchases. Very good. Bad Weather Biker says, forget the 404. I want the 304s. Very good. Brock. Hey, Brock, here, I answer your question. I'm going to answer your super chat right now so you don't have to comb through the live stream. What round traveled from Paul's shoulder and did the needful on the back of his head? I'm so confused by how that happened and what caliber was used. Okay, so what happened with Paul is that he was shot by buckshot that hit him. The one round hit him in the chest and shoulder, and it came in kind of across his body. So we know that because the round hit in here, the wadding went into his chest and actually was like lodged under his arm, trying to come out the side. So the wadding. So that's one reason we know it was pretty close round. And he got hit here. The next round was to the back of his head, apparently at some sort of upward trajectory, because it just cleaned out a lot of that area. And was very, very gross. We also know that the angle that was fired, so the first shot was buckshot, and the second one was bird shot, steel bird shot, specifically. So waterfowl load. And we know that the
shot through the head was in the back of the head, not under the chin.
I believe so. I don't know that for certain, but I believe that's what is testified to. So and we know the buckshot was fired into the storage room because it traveled through him and then through various spots on the window.
The buckshot was fired in, or the bird shot was fired into the room?
I think the buckshot.
Bird shot might not go through a window.
I think, and the bird shot went up, like, because the skull is on the ceiling and the door, the kind of the wall and ceiling in an upward trajectory.
And can I'm just visualizing this crime scene again, and it really would be helpful to see all this stuff in the evidence, because we do have a lack of seeing the evidence, some of this video commentary we do. But one of the things that I keep thinking about is assuming that our defendant here is moving back and forth from the house and is in the area, obviously, of this murder scene. If you have a killer who is lying in wait and he sees him leave or go out or back to the house, he knows he's not in the area and he's only dealing with the people at the place. So he could have been hiding and then come out and surprise them, right? I mean, it's not, I don't see why it could be pretty close in time. It only takes a minute or two before he's back at the house or down the road before he can come out and blast the other two.
Right. That's certainly a plausible explanation for all of this. So even if Alec is down there prior to the time of death, him leaving is the signal for the hit, so to speak. Absolutely could be. For people who are asking, yes, I am I am going to step away around 2:30 to 2:40 Eastern time. Andrew and if Steve wants to say, he certainly can. We'll be holding down the fort while I'm gone. I have to go teach my Constitution class. I will be back around 4:20 Eastern time with that. And if other people join, my editor said he's going to pop in to help with stream management. If other people pop in or if there's some glitch and people get kicked out, he should be able to bring people into the stream. So the stream will continue. I will be back as soon as I can, and we'll resume the stream before the end of the day of the trial. So
what was it I heard? Like, Rick wants to provide more content than you can possibly ever watch in a lifetime.
That's the goal. That's the goal. Let's see. Maybe you can make one of them co-hosts to invite people. It doesn't work that well or that easily on StreamYard. I have to go in and like make them an admin and stuff like that. And it's just weird. It's weird shit. Ryan is already set up that way, so he can do that. He's going to be here. Okay, but yeah, so real quick, brief recap. Buckshot to the shoulder and chest area, and then bird shot to the head, presumably the back of the head based on what they've said about it.
And seeing what's also odd too is the bird shot to the head exploding upwards. So that implies that he is standing up at the time he is shot, right?
Yeah.
And so the buckshot maybe spun him around, but he was still on his feet. And then the guy came up and put the shot to the back of the head. I mean, it sounds to me like a distance shot. Was the stippling of the shotgun close range on the side shot?
We don't know where the stippling was on the bodies. I mean, they said there's stippling on both bodies, but they have not testified as to the stippling. I assume there will be a medical examiner to testify to that. Every time I think about the more testimony that the state needs to put in evidence, I just go, God, this is going to take forever. This is going to take forever. So yeah, we gotta wait for that answer. Ted Comet says, is it normal for a defense attorney not to keep asking for a continuance so the prosecutor's 84 plus passes away before the trial?
They tried to do that in the popcorn trial.
Yeah, Curtis Reeves.
Yeah.
Well, they're asking for the prosecutor to pass away before trial, not for the defendant. Yeah, I mean, you have to have some typical reason for a continuance, some plausible reason for the court to grant it. I mean, courts are happy to grant continuances when they matter. Once your trial starts, though, you're not getting continuances outside of some pretty extreme circumstances. But for pretrial stuff, if the trial hasn't started yet, they get continued out for any number of reasons. I think Mercedes Carrera, I've been trying to follow her case, and she's been getting continuances for 2 years. They just keep pushing it back and pushing it back. So, and he says, sorry, too, not. There you go. Anna S. Nick, can you show the Snapchat videos that were shown in court? One was sent to the last witness around 7 p.m. Alex is in different clothes. I don't have the link to that one. The only one I have, and I don't even know where it is right now, I think it's on Chanley's timeline, is just the one of the dog. But again, him being in different clothes an hour and a half before the alleged murder and 3 hours before the bodies are found and he calls 911 doesn't, I mean, to me, I don't see that as any sort of evidence at all.
And it's not unexpected. I mean, he's running around a ranch on a 4-wheeler, and he's going to go see his mother in a nursing home or wherever she is.
Right.
I would change my clothes too.
And it's in June in North Carolina. So, I mean, if he's out during the day around the ranch, I mean, he's going to get dirty. He's going to get sweaty. It's going to be gross. If he was down dealing with the dogs, he could have dog fur and mud and stuff all over him. Who knows what could be on him there. So I'll just accept that he's in different clothes and say that until the prosecution tells me why that matters, I'm going to just not consider it as mattering. And they haven't really focused on that much yet. So I don't think that
But I love that. I love the fact that the cop can tell just from eyeballing it that those were freshly put on clothes. Like, how the hell do you take? I got an eye for such things. You know,
And you see the picture of the interview, and it's like, those don't look particularly fresh or unfresh. They just look like clothes.
like clothes. Yeah, that's stupid.
1337 or Leet Bald Eagle says, let me grift my wife's hobby YouTube account as a gift for her birthday. Look up Samantha Azira on YouTube if you'd like to see her game room. So Samantha Azira, Azira. You guys can check that out on YouTube if you want to see her game room. What type of games, man? Like board games, or is it like something worse? Like like, does she torture people? Is it? This is how I have fun. I do axe throwing at people who are chained up. I don't know. Samantha Azira. Let's see. Next, Andrew Hansen. Was Paul ever treated for ADHD? Seems scatterbrained. Okay. Hats off to you. Very inappropriate joke. To Tracker Basson says this judge seems to have already made his decision on guilty or innocent.
I don't know if I can discern that. I think
Yeah.
that he's a character for sure, this judge.
Kimberly Moriarty, he's pled guilty to at least both the staged attempted suicide and stealing money from the housekeeper's kids. Yep, and note they're not attempting to bring those in. I think they'd have real trouble bringing in the attempted suicide, as it's 6 months later than the crime. Like that doesn't speak to motive or intent or knowledge or any of those things. The other acts evidence there becomes very, very problematic. Steve, you've discussed how you could possibly get it in under the theory of flight, but they don't seem to be able to match the standard for it.
Right. Well, that was we I don't know which one or two streams ago we talked about that the theory, in order for it to be admissible, I think it would be analogous to the law regarding flight. And I sent to you the case. I don't have it at hand anymore, but the case regarding the South Carolina standard of flight as evidence of guilt. That means running away from a crime scene and being evidentiary of your guilt and symbolic of that and evidence to that. And when we read that at the time, it didn't seem to me that his suicide attempt later on could be connected to that. So therefore, it's probably not admissible. And I don't see how it, other than that, I don't really see how you could get it in.
Right.
Yeah, suicide sometimes is consciousness of guilt evidence, but usually it has to be contemporaneous with whatever the killing was, like a murder-suicide in a domestic violence type of situation, or I guess murder attempted suicide.
Yeah, it's I think they're gonna have trouble with that. And then stealing money from the housekeeper's kids. I think that's what they mentioned when they said he has a confession of guilt, or that they have a confession of guilt, that they would be able to bring in that case if that's already been dealt with. A confession of guilt is a document that you sign in a civil court, in a civil matter, that says that, yeah, you did the thing, and that's used as a predicate for some sort of judgment. A lot of times what you do is you would have a confession of guilt contemporaneously signed with a settlement, and the confession of guilt would be withheld unless the settlement agreement was breached in some way. So you've got, I did this thing. The settlement keeps everything confidential and you work it out. But let's say you had to make quarterly payments and you miss your third quarterly payment. Then they file that confession of guilt, and then they use that to go after you in civil court for the remaining damages.
Well, and we can look at this suicide attempt as evidence of guilt in the context of what the prosecutor did at the close of yesterday. And that was just blast this financial crime information in front of the jury without proffer and without adequate chance for the defense to think. So why don't they just do the same thing for the suicide attempt? Why don't they just bring some random witness who has no knowledge of it all and says, are you aware he tried to kill himself 2 weeks after this event? Objection, right? Well, it's in. I mean, see, it's the same problem. The same problem that people that are upset at us about saying the prosecutor's playing dirty there. That's the same issue. It's like, well, if it's not legally admissible, or it is, well, let's have a hearing for a judge and let's figure out why it is admissible or it is not admissible, instead of just the prosecutor taking it upon themselves to be above the law and just blasting it in front of the jury and without giving the defense a chance to respond. So that kind of goes to the reason that we were upset, or at least I was, and you guys, I think, shared that, about what the state did at the close of yesterday.
And I see in the chat someone asking if there was a life insurance on Maggie and Paul. Someone responded, not that we know of. There's not, folks. I guarantee you the prosecutor called every life insurance company licensed to sell insurance in that state and asked them specifically if there were policies on those victims, because that would have locked up the case in that.
That would have been a good motive. Yeah, yeah. I mean, and not having it, I mean, it's a bizarre. I don't see this being the motive at all, but what do I know? I mean, that's different. I guess minds can disagree on that one, but
Sam Kierzik says, so 404 not found. Yes. Jay Bolts, welcome to Lawyer Status. Well, that's the thing. Yes, minds can disagree on this, but I'm willing to accept the motive from the financial crimes. I'm willing to accept the motive from the suicide. I'm willing to accept any of these motives. I don't care about Alex Murdaugh. Guy seems like a dirtbag. If he goes to prison forever, I don't care. If he dies in prison, I don't care. If he, whatever happens, if he somehow gets the death penalty, I don't think South Carolina does that, but I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is just like the proper execution of justice. So I'm willing to accept the motive. I'm willing to accept that he murdered his wife and son in cold blood. Show me, just give me anything. And on the financial crimes and on the suicide, they haven't really talked about, so I'm not like faulting them for this, but on the financial crimes especially, they have only stated that all of this was crashing down on him at that time, ... But that ... does not logically automatically follow with, so he killed his wife and son. You've got to go.
And all of it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of it wasn't crashing at that time, that morning. They weren't exposing $7 million of theft to him. It was that one transaction. And he was just going to pay off that transaction. So there's no reason he should have been particularly stressed off. This has happened before. He pays the money back. It's no big deal.
Right. Now, and they want to conflate that with the specter of the boating accident and the financial crimes all being exposed or whatever. But that timeline could be a long time away. We have no idea. This murder, it seems like the murder actually accelerated the timeline on the discovery of that stuff.
Yep.
But in any case, even if he's getting very stressed out or whatever, now Maggie tells him, I'm leaving you and going to talk to the state. All right. Now I've got some motive. Now I've got an idea, but that ... has to contain that. Paul starts dating the daughter of the DA. I don't know. There's fill in that ... for me and tell me why him being all of this crashing down or all of these financial crimes somehow translates to motive without just saying it does, because it doesn't. Lots of people, again, I represented an embezzlement client, pled guilty. You know what my embezzlement client didn't do when the police started calling them about these transactions? They didn't kill their family. So just the walls coming down on your past criminal acts has nothing to do with whether you kill your family or not. You have to have some sort of thing, and they could be on a hair trigger. Sure, stress. She comes home with an upside down pineapple tattoo and a new boyfriend. I mean, maybe he shoots her then. There's a rumor that maybe she was sleeping with the kennel manager or something,
or the kennel,
and that's oh damn, Steve, and that's his voice on the recording. I do not condone this degeneracy.
This is a family. I'm trying to get into the zone here.
This is a Christian family stream. I cannot believe it. No, but like, so if that rumor were true, right? If the voice on the video is not actually his,
did you?
Oh.
There we go.
Did we lose Nick? Oh, okay.
No, I'm here. So if the kennel manager is sleeping with the wife and he's there or something, Alex snaps and kills him. Sure, that makes sense. That's a motive. Tell me that. But they need to put Alec there more than developing that theory. So that doesn't work. But let's see. Martin Peterson says, to me, this judge seems so damn dirty. Tilly T says, hi, chaps. Do you know who that silver fox is in public, taking notes behind / to the right of Murdaugh, thinking he is a lawyer who is on recently? Please help if possible. Have a roller coaster day. I haven't seen anybody in the gallery that's ever been on this show. That's
The jury and then resume with in camera. And perhaps delay the jury coming for till later tomorrow morning.
Andrew Hansen says, message retracted. Thank you. Aaron Frank T says, this is why cops and prosecutors don't need to do a good job. They have judges like this covering for them. You know, in some ways that's kind of true. Jane Doe says, so the bias is now on full display. Sniffer in Chief, Steve is great. I really appreciate the way he dissects these issues for the layman.
Oh, thank you.
A generic account says, stand by for local politician buying his ranch at auction for half off after convenient conviction.
Ha.
Isaac Kozic says, seems the judge wants Alex to be guilty almost as badly as the prosecution does. Again, I'm not sure on that, but he may be. Here's another kind of innocent motive of this. This is a highly political case.
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you and welcome back.
Innocent, but so the judge just being
You may call
very
your next
permissive
witness.
on the admission of evidence and letting the jury have all of the information is kind of a, I mean, we saw that with Bruce Schrader in Kyle Rittenhouse. He was reluctant to keep anything out of trial, even stuff that really should not have been in there, because it was highly political, and judges are politicians at the end of the day.
And the judge is sitting there looking at that packed courtroom every day, too. So this
Right.
is not his average case. He sees those people sitting out there. He knows this is a big
State your
deal.
name again
And he
for the
knows
record.
the whole thing.
Spell
So
your last name.
Yeah, the
Does
court
that
wasn't this
affect him?
crowded before.
No, it's getting more and more crowded by the day. The second day, it was damn near empty.
My name is Dylan Hightower, Hightower.
Hightower.
Investigator
I'm going to
Hightower.
have to get going in
Good afternoon.
like
Good afternoon,
a few
sir.
minutes here.
Where are you employed, sir?
I currently work for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office as an investigator. I also supervise the Criminal Intelligence Unit
But
within
then
our
I'll be
office.
back.
What is the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
The District Attorney of the 14th Circuit, which is comprised of 5 counties, Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties. Our office handles all general sessions related criminal offenses in court.
All right. And specifically your role as an investigator, what are your duties at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir. My duties are to prepare cases for trial, locate and identify witnesses, interview witnesses, obtain any additional evidence that may be needed prior to trial. We also prepare witness testimony for all of our potential witnesses for all of our trials. Also, outside of preparing cases for trial, I assist with local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies with active and criminal investigations.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe your background in law enforcement that led to your employment at the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, so in 2010, I graduated from the University of South Carolina in Columbia with a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. Soon thereafter, a criminal intelligence position became available within the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office, to which I then applied and accepted. Initially, when I first was hired, I attended a 4-week on-the-job training at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in the Fusion Center for Criminal Intelligence Analysis School. Afterward, I attended the PenLink Call Analysis Training Center there in Columbia as well. In 2013, I became a Class 1 certified law enforcement officer. In 2014, I attended the ETS Fundamentals of Call Detail Record Analysis in Pinehurst, North Carolina. In 2015, I attended and became a Sistine Secure View cellular forensics operator to obtain the evidence from a specific device or telephone, cellular telephone. In 2016, if I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
Timing. Later on in 2015, I attended a course, Gladiator Cellular Forensics course, where we learned about ESPA and GAR. ESPA stands for
Gladiator
Enterprise Sensor Processing and Analytics. GAR stands for Gladiator Autonomous Receiver. Essentially, that class taught us to use specific devices and software to identify digital footprints of cellular towers within a specific area. In 2017, I attended a operator course for Black Bag Mobilize, which is a forensic tool to extract data off of a cellular telephone. In 2018, I attended the FBI CAS. CAS stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, on a class involving historical cell site analysis, which identifies tower activity, tower orientation, sector information of incoming and outgoing calls on a specific telephone number.
And Investigator Hatter, I'm gonna stop you there. So as part of your job as investigator, 14th Circuit, your role is to help with cell records and cell tower information, correct?
Yes, sir, among other things.
And you've also had training on downloading and doing extracts from phones as well, correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is it unusual for you to respond to murder scenes in the 14th Circuit?
No, sir, not at all.
And you've personally met the defendant in this case, Mr. Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And does Mr. Alex Murdaugh, or at least at one point, have an association with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
Yes, sir, he did.
What was that association?
He was identified as a volunteer solicitor within our office.
All right. And when you say assistant solicitor, what does an assistant solicitor do?
They prosecute cases in General Sessions Court.
And you've, in your role, you've participated in a number of trials before, correct?
I have. I've been doing this for approximately coming up on 12 and a half years.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to participate in any trials with the defendant, Richard or Alexander Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, there was one.
All right. And approximately when was that?
Probably 2015, 2016. It was a murder case out of Hampton County.
And what role did Mr. Alexander Murdaugh fill in that case?
He was essentially one of the prosecutors on the case. His father, Randolph Murdaugh, was technically the lead on the case and who I spoke with and met with prior to my testimony in the trial.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to June 8th of 2021. You recall that day, sir?
Yes,
Dad
sir.
was the lead prosecutor in 2016 and dead in 2021.
To 4147 Moselle Road here in Hampton or Colleton County.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And briefly explain how you became involved and why you responded out there on that day.
So that morning, multiple phone calls were crossing through multiple employees throughout our office regarding the incident that occurred. We being myself, two other investigators, my solicitor, and my deputy solicitor, traveled to Sled Low Country here in Walterboro and attended a briefing involving all the law enforcement agencies responsible for the investigation. During that briefing, we learned more about the particulars of what had occurred. And then afterward, we had all traveled together in multiple vehicles to 4147 Moselle Road.
All right, gentlemen in chat, I will be back.
So
after
yourself
I,
and
teach my
several
class.
other 14th
I'll
Circuit
be back in a
investigators
few.
responded, correct?
Thanks for
Yes, sir.
holding
I
up the
drove
fort.
with one other
Ryan's here
investigator
to help
riding
if
with
anybody
me. One
needs to be
additional
added.
investigator met us there. Captain Ryan Neal with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was in the vehicle with Solicitor Stone and Deputy Solicitor Thornton.
And now you just testified that it's not unusual for you yourself to respond to murder scenes, correct?
No, sir. And all of the murder cases that I've been involved with and any type of criminal proceeding, probably 95% of those scenes I've actually gone to.
Okay. And was it unusual for the solicitor to respond to a scene that quickly after an incident in your experience?
No, sir, not at all. Again, we, as a staff involved with the prosecution team, we had always traveled to a crime scene if we go to a courtroom.
All right. And just so it's clear, I don't know if you said it yet, but who is the solicitor of the 14th Circuit?
Solicitor's Duffy Stone.
And he'd be your direct boss, right?
I go through the Deputy Solicitor Sean Thornton, but
He'd be the ultimate boss.
the ultimate boss is
Okay.
Solicitor Stone, yes, sir.
All right. And once you got to the scene, what did you do?
Once we arrived on scene, we met with Captain Ryan Neal, kind of all in a group. Captain Neal then walked around the scene and kind of noted different points of view, different pieces of the crime scene had already been relinquished at that point by the crime scene agents. There was no crime scene tape up. It was wide open. There are multiple members of the law firm there, other SLED agents as well. We had all kind of walked around the scene, around the barn, around the kennels, identified the points of interest of where each of the bodies were with Paul and Maggie, and then kind of circulated around the property and got a better visual of what all actually occurred.
And while you're there, did you bring any equipment with you to help aid in the investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you bring?
Our 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office drone.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures. Let's see, they are marked Exhibit 242, 241, 240, 239, 237. I'll get these papers apart. 238. Do you recognize those pictures, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, what are those pictures?
This is drone imagery of the scene right around the kennels and the general vicinity around the kennels.
And that was from a drone you operated?
Yes, sir, it is.
And about what time do you recall that you took those pictures and what day?
It was on June 8th of 2021 between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m.
Okay.
Afternoon.
Take those back from me. Look at them anyway. This final statement moves to offer the exhibits 242, 241, 240, 237, 238, and 239.
They're admitted without objection.
I'll need the Elmo, please.
Elmo. Elmo's going in.
Okay, can you see this picture on your screen, Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
How bad would Nick freak out if I did the rest of the show
And
naked?
What is this image of?
So this is closest kind of in the direction of the house, looking back towards the hangar area, as well as the dog kennels off to your right. My vehicle is right dead center in the picture, and then other SLED agents' vehicles were over on the left.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to step down real quick to point out a couple things, if you don't mind.
Gonna save that for Vegas, folks.
All right, and you might have to step on these boxes, but can you point out, from what you were told when you're on scene, approximately where Paul Murdaugh's body was found on that picture?
More evidence we won't be able to see.
Paul's body was right here near the dog kennels.
Okay, and where was Maggie's body?
She would have been right under this area over here, just on the corner around the edge.
And you testified by the time you got to the scene, slate crime scene included it, and it departed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you say, you can take a seat again. When you say that crime scene had cleared, what does that mean to you?
It was no longer an active crime scene. Once the crime scene tape is removed, it's no longer active.
So other individuals could walk and view the crime scene at that point?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and that was Exhibit 240. And I'm going to show you Exhibit 241. And that's the same general area, a little bit closer on where Maggie and Paul's body were, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right, and now I'm going to show 242. All right, and that's a little bit lower angle looking at the same area where Maggie and Paul's body were.
Nick
correct?
hasn't said
Yes,
anything
sir,
about
that is
streaming from Vegas. I
Oh.
doubt it. I think it's going to be too high energy, shall we say, too no tie for streaming from Vegas.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 239. Okay, what is this? What is this angle? What is it looking at? And in fact, if you want to step down again and point to the jury, what that glare is pretty bad.
Many years ago, I had this guy's job, but at the public defender's office rather than the prosecutor's office. And in those days, you didn't need to be a LEO to be an investigator in that role. I was not. This guy obviously is.
Yeah, that's better. Okay, so at the top of this picture,
I had hair
kind
then.
of in the center. What is that?
So this here is the residence of 4147 Moselle Road.
1988.
This is the actual residence. This
Or
is the
thereabouts.
field between the residence and the kennels. Again, the kennels, the edge of the kennels is right there. You can see the top of the hangar there as well. So this is a direction looking directly over the hangar, pointing directly back towards the residence.
All right, and I'm gonna ask you to sit down a second, but I want to call your attention to this line of trees right here. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I
I've
do.
got my investigator
This picture
ID around here
you can see.
someplace. If I find it, I'll share it.
This picture's taken again when?
These were taken on the afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
And we see some pine trees kind of running diagonally between the kennels and the house, correct?
Yes, sir, you do.
And you were out there at the scene personally, correct?
I was.
And from the best of your recollection, can you remember the approximate height of most of these trees at that time?
I would approximate probably 6, 7, maybe 8 feet on certain ones. But you did get a clear channel, a clear view back towards the residence.
Okay.
My
And
investigator
you've
dig
been
was
out
before
there,
law
more
school.
recently, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have.
And did you notice any differences with those trees, at least present day compared to June of 2021?
Yes, sir. It's much more overgrown than what it looks like in that picture.
Have those trees grown higher?
Much higher,
Virtually
yes.
everything I investigated was nothing but human stupidity times 100. Everything.
I'm going to show you, this is going to be exhibit 238. And this is approximately the same angle, correct?
The same angle, just the drone shifted backwards a little bit so you could actually see the full hangar, the full kennels, as well as the residence.
All right. And finally, I'm going to show you exhibit 237. All right. And what angle is this in relation to the others?
So the idea behind this was to identify both driveways accessing the residence as well as accessing the barn area. So this is further back, kind of closest to the field area, looking back towards the hangar, the dog kennels, and the 2 driveways that you could travel or arrive onto the property.
And this gives a good angle of those trees we were just discussing to show how closely they're spaced, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Am I missing anything?
Let's step back a little bit chronologically.
No, do you know who this guy is? Were you here when he came on?
2021 for you.
He's the investigator for the DA's office. Hightower. Dylan Hightower.
While you're at the scene, did Maggie's cell phone come up in conversation?
Yes, sir, it did.
All right. Describe the context of that. How did it come up?
This is the day
and
after the
Who
killing.
was there
So
when it came in?
It was during the general overview of the scene. We started asking questions about pieces of physical evidence that might have been identified. I learned at that time that Paul's phone was found on him, and Maggie's phone was not located anywhere near the scene during scene processing. So therefore, I explored other options to try and identify where her phone may be.
And you testified a while ago. You've got pretty extensive training and experience dealing with cell phones, correct?
Yes, sir. Every case, I would say 95% of all of our cases we put to a courtroom involve all forms of digital forensics, cell phone extractions, cell phone records, things of that nature. It's a part of our everyday life.
So with that background, when you learned Maggie's phone was missing, what did you have any ideas?
I did, yes, sir.
What idea did you have?
Knowing that they were the Murdaughs were a close-knit family, I figured one of the family members might have had her direct location on Find My iPhone, knowing that they all utilized iPhones.
And did you communicate that idea to anybody?
Yes, sir, I did. I spoke with John Marvin Murdaugh on scene.
All right. And what did he do in reaction to your suggestion?
He believed that one of the family members did have access to Maggie Murdaugh's phone location via Find My iPhone. He left for a few minutes, short minutes, and came back to me with a cell phone believed to be Buster Murdaugh's phone.
You're not 100% positive whose phone?
Not
it was?
100% positive.
All right. And what did you do once this phone was handed to you by John Marvin?
I took possession of the phone, obviously looked at the virtual map, walked in the direction of where I believed it to be to see if it might be in the general vicinity of where we were around the dog kennels. As I walked probably 30, 40 yards, I realized I was much further away than I originally anticipated. So I then went back to my vehicle. I got in with John Marvin. I had possession of the phone the entire time. Two of our other investigators, Solicitor JoJo Woodward and Investigator Donnie Hutto, rode with me back towards the general area of where the device was showing.
Okay. And so you had this family phone the entire time, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you were tracking to where Maggie's phone exactly was.
I was driving and looking down at the phone, making sure I was going in the proper direction.
Approximately how far did you drive?
About a half a mile from the entrance to the barns, the driveway to the barns.
When they say solicitor, they
I'm going to
just
show
mean
you what's been
prosecutor.
marked as Exhibit 227. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That's an overview from Google Maps that shows both the residence as well as the general location of where I ultimately located Maggie Murdaugh's phone along the edge of Moselle Road.
And you prepared that?
I
to show
did.
the location?
Yes, sir.
You know, the tossed cell phone is very indicative of somebody who shot them, saw her filming, shot her, took her phone, and tossed it on its way out.
All right. And state moves 227 to evidence. Okay, can you see that on your screen? Investigator Hightower?
Yes, sir, I can.
We're going to ask you to step down one more time. All right. On this overview, can you point out where the residence is for 4147 Moselle?
The residence is here. You can see the driveway here as well. And then the kennels are up here.
Okay. And there's a marker on there, correct, that says general location of phone?
Yes, sir, that'd be right here.
All right. And that's where you found Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yeah, so I was walking, when I was trying to get a better idea of where the phone actually was, I was walking up and down the driveway here to the kennels, obviously looking down at the phone, trying to identify the general location. Once I started to realize the phone was much further away, that's when I jumped into my vehicle. I turned and went southeast of the residence area. Once I got to this specific area where the field kind of opened up, I started getting closer and closer to the blue dot that you would see on Find My iPhone. Once I got closer and closer, we all got out on foot and walked the property to identify where that phone was.
Okay. And you can take a seat.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's good. Amateur Iconoclast says, because these cell phones is incoming questions, maybe the killer saw the incoming on the phone as she lay dying and picked it up. That's an interesting theory.
235, 234.
Of course, it could have been Alec Baldwin.
233, 232, 231, 230, 229, and 228. Do you recognize any of those?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what are those?
These are photographs that I took of Maggie Murdaugh's phone as it was laying in the brush area or leaved area closer to Moselle Road, about 15, 20 feet away from Moselle Road.
And did you ever personally pick up Maggie's phone?
I never touched the phone. Once I identified the location of where the phone was, I contacted Captain Ryan Neal with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. He sent a team with Special Agent Katie McAllister and Special Agent Jeff Croft to take possession of the device.
You took these pictures. Maggie's phone had not been touched, correct?
It has not been touched. No,
All
sir.
right. At this time, state's going to move exhibits 236, 235, 233, 231, 228, 227, 230, 232, and 234 into evidence.
They're admitted without objection.
Okay, I'm going to show you first exhibit 230. All right, and in the center of this, I see two orange flags. Do you see those?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those orange flags?
So once I located the device, I found some standard landscape flags laying around. I then obtained those, walked over towards where the phone actually was, put one towards the phone and one kind of where you could see from the roadway as the SLED agents were responding to collect it.
Okay, so where was Maggie's phone in relation to these two orange flags again?
So it'd be the furthest one away. This is just a point of view from the street looking back towards where the phone was.
Okay. And we see, looks like pavement in the foreground. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is Moselle Road.
And so that represents the edge of the road, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And just so it's clear, is this the north side of the road or south side of the road?
This would be,
Well, let's go back to the map. Let's go back to exhibit 227. So this represent north-south is up and down on this map you prepared?
yes, sir, it does.
Okay, all right. So is the phone found on the right side of Moselle Road on this picture or the left side?
It would be on the right side
Okay.
from this angle.
Under what theory would he take the wife's cell phone and toss it?
I don't get
That
it.
doesn't. I don't get that.
I'm going to
That
show
does
you
not
exhibit
fit with him at all.
234. And do you recognize what's in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
And right in the center of that picture, what is that?
That is the Apple iPhone that actually had a camouflage case with an orange tint to it. And there was standing water on top of the screen.
Okay. And I see a little black area if you look up and left of the phone in the center of the picture there. Do you know what that was, or was that anything significant?
I don't believe it was anything significant. From what I recall, it might have been a bottle or something of that nature.
Okay. I'm going to show now exhibit 231. Okay, and I believe in the center of this picture towards the bottom, what is that?
That is the cell phone identified as Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And we see a orange flag just a little bit in front of it, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is that the orange flag you placed?
It is.
And then in the distance, I see a line, a white line. It doesn't show very clear on the Elmo. But what is that? And I can bring the picture to you if you need.
Well, I could explain what this picture is of looking back towards, because based off the glare, I can't even see the roadway.
Right. I'll show you. Okay. What? On this far line here, what is that?
This back here?
In front of that.
Okay,
that
this
white.
is 40, this is Moselle Road
Okay.
here. This is just on the opposite side of the cell phone, looking back towards the field area, the trees for a line of reference to identify where it was actually located.
Okay. All right. And can you approximate the distance from the road that you found this phone?
I did not step it off or measure it, but I would say between 15 and 20 feet.
Okay. Okay. I'll show you exhibit. Excuse me.
B. Jefferson says that his car was being cranked
All right.
at the time the
We
cell
are
phone
looking
was
at
being
exhibit
thrown.
228. All right, describe what's in this picture, please.
That is just a more close-up picture of the Apple iPhone recovered from the leaves.
And do I see something on the screen of that phone?
Yes, sir. It's standing water, believed to be from the moisture from the night before.
And that screen, is that facing up or facing down?
Screen is facing up.
Be nice to have a timeline that we could put all this on and link it up real
Exhibit
tight.
235.
No
State
kidding.
exhibit. I'll bet you the defense is going to do that, and they're just going to crush it.
It's just the opposite angle on the other side of the phone, more of a close-up of the iPhone.
You can see those water droplets on the phone.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I see some sort of line on top of the phone. Can you tell what that is?
Appears to be some sort of plant or
Okay. And finally, 236. What is in this picture?
again, more of a close-up from the top of the phone looking down.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 233. All right, what is in the, describe this picture.
So the reason behind this is to obviously identify the location of where the device was. I had walked out to Moselle Road, gotten to the center of the roadway and taken a picture of the trees in the field directly on the opposite side of the road of where the phone was found.
Okay. All right, and this is exhibit 232. What, describe this picture, please.
This is me standing in the same location as the previous picture. This is me just turning right towards the residence to show the pitch in the road as well as the start or the break of the field off to the left.
So you're standing basically across the road from where Maggie's phone was found, correct?
That is correct. It would be directly to my right in this picture.
And facing down that road, what's that way?
That's back towards the residence and the kennels.
And whose vehicle? Do you recall whose vehicle is in that picture?
That was Captain Ryan Niels.
Okay, finally, exhibit 229. All right, and what's this picture?
That is a close-up of the back of the picture, or back of the iPhone. That's Special Agent Katie McAllister that has possession of it. At that point in time, we had put it in airplane mode and sealed it into a evidence bag.
Now, you did not physically pick the phone up, correct?
I never once touched the phone, no, sir.
You observed it being picked up, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And
Hey, Steve, check out the private
did you
chat.
have any further to do with Maggie's phone after it was collected?
I was provided the extraction once that was completed.
Okay.
But yes, nothing further with the actual device.
Okay. And that was from Lieutenant Dove?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go forward to the day of June 10th, which was 2 days after you found Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. And did you have reason to respond back out to Moselle on that day?
It was not Moselle, but I believe it was John Marvin's hunting property.
Okay. All right. You responded to John Marvin's hunting property. And why did you go there on that day, June 10th?
I was requested to extract cellular phones from Alex Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, John Marvin Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh while they're all being questioned by SLED agents.
All right. To your knowledge, did all those individuals provide consent? For
Yes,
that
sir, they
search?
did, as well as their passcodes.
Okay. All right. So how many phones did you download again? I'm sorry.
During that time frame, I had extracted 3 total phones. There towards the end, once the interviews were being concluded, a phone call was made to multiple family members explaining Randolph's condition, and they all had to leave and go back into Alameda.
Okay.
I was only able to extract 3 phones at that time.
And whose phones were that?
It would have been
3?
Alex, Randy's, and Buster Murdaugh's phone.
All right. And just generally speaking, why did you download? Why were you needed to download his phones on that day? What was the purpose?
I was tasked by multiple SLED agents to assist them while they were conducting all their interviews to extract the contents of the phone to see if there might be any evidence of the murders in any of their phones.
And was it unusual for SLED in this area to request your assistance with some cell phone evidence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay. All right, so you downloaded those 3 phones. This jury has heard testimony about different types of extractions. What type of extractions did you do on the June 10th with, let's focus on Alex's phone. What type of extraction did you do?
The initial extraction was an advanced logical that I had done there on scene at the hunting property.
How long do you recall approximately that logical extraction took?
Advanced logical was basically just a surface area of the phone, identifying the call logs, incoming and outgoing phone calls, text messages, any emails, general location information. You won't always get a whole lot of location information, but ideally to get a pretty good idea as to what's happening on that phone during that time frame.
And just time-wise, I know every phone's different, but do you recall approximately how long it took to download Alex's phone?
I would say between 30 minutes and an hour. None of the phones took any longer than an hour to conduct an advanced logical. Full file system takes much longer.
So between the 3 phones you successfully downloaded today, it took you between, in total, an hour and a half to 3 hours approximately, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This jury's heard about full file system and physical extractions before. You have that capability, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. But you did not perform that on those 3 phones on June 10th, correct?
That is correct.
And just again, generally speaking, knowing every phone's different, how much longer does a physical extraction take than a logical extraction?
It depends on the size of the phone. Obviously, phones these days are getting much larger. Depending on the size of those phones, depending on how long a full file system extraction would actually take. It could be hours, it could be days. It just kind of depends.
Okay. And did you feel like you had hours and hours and days to download those phones?
No, sir, I did not.
Because what did you do after you were done extracting them?
I supplied each of their phones back to them, obviously because of the issues dealing with Mr. Randolph at that time.
And you felt some pressure because of the health issues of Mr. Randolph to return their phones to him so they could take care of family business?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. All right. And so you said a minute ago, so all you removed from these phones was that surface layer of information, correct? Is that what you?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that surface information includes text and call logs, pictures and videos and that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
And you said sometimes you get some location data, but not always, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. Now, in relation to Alex's phone, was there a concern about his status as an attorney on that?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And that phone could potentially contain privileged information, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right. So you did the raw download, logical download, and did you initially look at anything on Alex's phone on June 10th?
I did not. I was, once the extraction was completed, I obtained the UFDX file, which is the raw file for a Celebrite file. I then transferred that electronically over to Sergeant Paul McManigal with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, who also serves in the United States Secret Service Task Force, the Cyber Crime Task Force. I also did that with Randy Murdaugh's phone as well. So I sent him 2 of the UFDX raw files from Celebrite for him to dump into what's called physical analyzer to extract the data. At that time, a Tain attorney was assigned from the Ninth Circuit Solicitor's Office. She had met with Sergeant McManigal and gone over all of the attorney-client privilege information, and I was provided a working copy of Alex Murdaugh's phone from Paul McManigal a few days after that.
Okay. But just so it's clear, you said she was from the Ninth Circuit?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And that's a totally separate office from your circuit, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Once you received this redacted logical phone extraction from Sergeant McManigal, what did you do next?
I opened it in what's called Celebrite Reader, which is an executable file that allows you to go in and view the contents of the phone. It's essentially a dashboard that allows you to maneuver around the device itself in a more readable format and identify incoming, outgoing calls, read text messages, any type of emails, photographs, videos, or anything that might be in that person's camera roll.
And in the course of your assistance to this investigation, did you acquire any other records to assist you in looking through these phones?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you acquire?
I was supplied with all of the call detail records from Verizon for all of the parties that we had obtained information on or obtained a search warrant on to identify ideally location information. What I like to do in my cases, if we have a phone extraction as well as phone records, I like to compare the two and identify any discrepancies or any issues that might occur. But the call detail records allow you to obtain location information if you don't get it from the Cellebrite extraction.
Okay. And so you obtained via search warrant or assisted obtaining via search warrant cell records for Mr. Alex Murdaugh and some other individuals, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And those records have been entered into evidence as 268, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
All right. And you said, you just testified that you took those cell phone records, which, to remind a jury, that's information that's stored by who?
By Verizon, in this case, Verizon, but
All right.
yes.
By the cell company, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you compared it to the information you found on these phones, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
And specifically, with Alex's phone, what did you discover when you're comparing these phone records to the phone itself, the call log?
Once I started, I essentially built a digital timeline of all forms of digital evidence that we had during that time frame, and it was kind of a working copy. During that time frame, I compared the call logs from the extraction or from the actual device to the phone logs that I saw in the call detail records provided from Verizon. On the date in question on June 7th, I only saw 2 FaceTime calls on the phone extraction, and I saw a series of around 73 phone calls on the Verizon call detail record.
Okay. And what did that tell you when you saw that missing information?
It could be a multitude of things. They were either removed by the user or the one responsible for using the device. It could have overlapped from the call log history. It could have been a series of things, but I just wanted to make sure that I identified the phone numbers that were in communication during that time frame and the lack of that information on the actual phone.
And you just said it could have overlapped in that. What does that mean?
Over time, your call log obviously gets historically just kind of removes itself from the call log history on your actual device. It's nearly impossible, or actually I know of no way to delete any phone calls that you might have made that had processed through the network, or in this case, Verizon.
So there's no way for a user to delete records from Verizon, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
But, you know, in your investigation of his phone, of Alex's phone, I mean, is that what happened? Did his call log just simply overlap? Were you able to determine that?
I was not able to determine it because it was an advanced logical, so I wasn't able to recover any deleted items during that time frame.
So you didn't recover any deleted artifacts of the phone call?
That is correct. No, sir, I did
When I
not.
say deleted artifacts, what does that mean?
Anything that was manually deleted from the device itself.
All right. And there's sometimes a trace left in memory when something is deleted, correct?
Yes, sir, that is
But a
correct.
logical extraction is not going to find that, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. But did you, in your review of the call logs, did you discover whether sometime prior to the June 7th, that there were still calls in those logs?
Yes, sir, there was.
All right. And so is this a case where simply the calls just simply overlapped and the oldest went out as the new calls were made?
It's possible.
Well, if there's a gap, you just testified there were phone calls.
Your Honor, we.
It was leading.
Did you just
He's
testify that
digging
there
for
were
the
phone
answer he
calls
wants.
from prior to June 7th still remaining on that phone?
FaceTime calls, yes, sir.
Okay.
On the call log on the phone extraction. The report that I was provided, because it was a working copy, was from June 1st to June 10th.
Okay. All right. But there were FaceTime calls prior to that, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a user accesses just the phone itself and they look at a call log, will that
The
display?
only dilemma he was facing the morning of
calls made
the
over
day of the
Verizon?
killing financially
It will
was
display
one
calls made over Verizon
transaction being
network, the call
exposed
log?
that he knew he could
Yes,
just
sir.
pay them the money and it
Anything
would
that
go
connected
away.
to the network.
All right. And will
There was no
display
particular
FaceTime calls
financial
as well?
stress.
It would,
It
yes, sir.
wasn't the entire house of cards.
And you
coming
found
down.
FaceTime calls from prior to June 7th, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Most of his fraud was not
And,
known by others until much
But
later.
as far as you could tell, as far as calls themselves, when did you start seeing call records start?
Right around the morning, late morning, early afternoon of June 8th, 2021.
Okay.
All right.
And is there, other than this overlapping situation, is there any other way that you're aware of that could have removed that gap in phone call logs?
If the user went in and manually removed it themselves.
But there's no other automatic process other than what we've already discussed.
No, sir.
And did you discuss with Sergeant McManigal whether his process in redacting certain things, did that process remove any call logs from that download?
Yes, sir. I did review with Sergeant McManigal, and obviously we had discussed the results that were provided to me, and we both agreed on the same opinion.
And that Sergeant McManigal did not remove those records, correct?
That is correct.
For this witness.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's it for direct.
Understand you, and sort of an alien concept to me, solicitor's office going to murder scenes. You go to a bunch of murder scenes?
Yes, sir. Among my other duties, I am involved with the ATF. I'm a task force officer with the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms out of Charleston. So I do some proactive roles there, as well as reactive roles in investigating crimes that will ultimately be my case anyways and come into a court.
If they arrest somebody?
If they arrest somebody, in some cases, and when no arrests are made, yes, sir.
When they're what?
In some cases, when no arrests are made, I would still arrive or respond to the crime scene.
And you took Solicitor Duffy Stone with you, the chief prosecutor for the circuit, right?
We rode in separate vehicles, but yes, he was along with me, yes.
And I think I saw somewhere in evidence, he actually took photographs that morning, did he not?
Yes, sir, he did.
Is that usual? That the solicitor go around doing evidentiary photos?
Not at all. With the way his mind works, he goes in and he thinks of every idea possible of what could possibly be an issue later on down the road if he prosecutes a case. And he wants to make sure that's all documented in his own phone.
And so if he takes a picture and wants to use it in the prosecution, does he introduce it, authenticate it, and take the stand, authenticate it, and then come back down? Or he ask himself questions?
No, sir, he does not.
Let me move on to something a little more productive. You went to a briefing that morning, you said, when you got there.
Yes, sir, I did. It's Slippery
who,
Country.
Who was the briefing by?
There were probably 30, 40 plus investigators, officers, but multiple, essentially SLED, Colleton County Sheriff's Office, a few Walterboro Police Department, I believe, and a few from my office.
I guess when I think of a briefing, I think of someone standing in front of the room and saying, here's what we got. Was there one person speaking?
There were multiple people speaking, but that was the whole idea, was to get a better grasp as to what had occurred the night before.
But I guess, so who spoke?
Multiple agents, multiple responding officers from the sheriff's office. I don't recall exactly who spoke.
How long did the briefing take?
Approximately 45 minutes, if I had to guess.
And you have no specific memory of any specific person saying any specific thing?
There were multiple people speaking, going over the.
So the answer is no.
I do not recall exact people's names and exactly what they said. No, sir.
Do you recall any one person that spoke?
I know Captain Ryan Neal spoke. Special Agent David Owen spoke. I believe Captain Jason Chapman with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office spoke. There was a multitude of people talking about different things that they had seen the night before or the morning of.
Had they indicated to you, any one of those people, that they had a suspect, that they were focused on any particular person?
No, sir.
Did they have an explanation for anything? I mean, at that point, was there some theory about what happened?
At that point in time, we were trying to identify all the physical pieces of evidence, as well as obtain and preserve all digital pieces of evidence to make sure we had a strong enough case moving forward.
Were you aware that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department had issued a statement to the public saying there's nothing to be afraid of? People, this is not something that you should view as a threat.
No, sir. I'm not aware of that media release.
They keep mentioning that, Steve. What do you think the defense is getting at? That the prosecution prejudged the suspect?
Shooter,
they weren't really looking more broadly?
Would police take any?
They're
it's not a random killer.
put up
They're trying to get in other
roadblocks, or would they,
suspects through the state's witnesses.
put out a statement? Look, we've got 2 people brutally murdered, and we don't know who did it. So keep your doors locked.
They want the
Be
state,
careful about if you see somebody
them to
in the
say
woods
they were looking
or
at
walking
friends
along
of the
road. I
family.
mean, you see these, unfortunately, much too often these days. But did you?
Your Honor, object. This Harpilly seems to be testifying. Are we getting to a question?
Yeah, the question is, did y'all do any? You see any? Not you. Did you see any evidence of that, or hear any evidence of that morning?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Not that I recall means.
I don't remember. I wasn't focused on what was on the media.
Okay. But did you see any roadblocks?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody searching fields or the woods around the place?
There were multiple tasks that were provided to each investigator during the briefing, and multiple people went out and did their own thing of whatever they were tasked with.
Do you remember what those tasks were?
Following up with potential witnesses.
Right, but I'm talking about, did you see anybody going through the woods armed looking for a person or persons?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, you didn't see any roadblocks, you didn't see any active search for a suspect in the sense of somebody was armed, well, they knew at that point there were spent shotgun shells and spent blackout casings, right? You've heard that?
Yes, sir.
So somebody, either 2 people or 1 person with 2 guns, was at large at that point as far as y'all were concerned.
Yes, sir. I mean, ideally.
Okay. Did any of those agents indicate during your briefing that they felt that there was somebody at large that posed a danger to the community? Did you hear any of that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So, let me find the critical element here. So, when you got there the next morning, there were no bodies, there was no physical evidence there. It was after all that had been removed.
All the bodies have been removed. All of the trash from the crime scene agents were stacked up. You could see some blood stains in the ground, and as well as some body matter over towards the dog kennels.
And I'm not going to belabor this and put these pictures up, but you had a drone up, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ever go up to the residence?
I did not go all the way to the residence. No, sir.
Okay, and I don't see any pictures taken from the kennels that you took or under your direction up towards the residence. Are there any?
From the kennels looking back towards the residence?
I mean, but looking from the murder scene back up towards the residence.
Yes, sir, I did take those photographs.
That was during the day, not the night, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so you don't know what somebody from the house could see at night looking down towards the kennel?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was clear that you weren't testifying somebody up at the house at night would have an unobstructed view of where the bodies were found or the front of the kennels. You're not testifying to that, are you?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the phone. I thought I had the exhibit number of the phone down. You don't know it off the top of your head, do you? Anybody? What? Oh, up there. Okay. It's I think it's 204, which I would find in that box. While he's looking for that, if you continue to look for that, I appreciate it. Let me ask you some questions. You indicated the distance from the shoulder of the road to the phone was about 15 to 20 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you took a number. Did you take those pictures of the phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was there any other person there taking pictures other than you?
I was the only one with a camera, so I took the photographs.
Okay. And were you there the entire time until the phone was removed?
Yes, sir, I was. I stayed right next to the phone until Special Agent Jeff Croft and Special Agent Katie McAllister arrived on scene. They took possession of the cellular phone and placed it into an evidence bag.
Okay. And during that period of time, did any sort of forensic team come up and measure how far the phone was from the shoulder of the road?
No, sir, they did not.
Did anyone attempt to come up with a specific location for that phone in terms of measurements, a forensic assessment of where that phone was?
No, sir.
And the, what are those exhibits that were just introduced?
Oh, the coffer's back.
So, for the record, State's exhibit number 204. That looks like the case and the phone are separated. So this is the actual phone, is that correct?
Based off of this case, I remember seeing a camo and an orange labeled case.
Somebody's written on this, that's not you.
No, sir, it's
Because you
not.
never touched the phone.
I did not, no, sir.
All right. And this is a SIM card. What is a SIM card?
It's stored within the device. It's a secondary form of storage for a cellular device.
And so if you, anything you do on the device is stored on the SIM card?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
What's stored on here?
It depends on the network, depending on the provider that you utilize. Different providers offer different resources through your SIM card. But
Did you ever examine the SIM card?
I never examined anything on that phone, no, sir.
You did a download, but you didn't examine.
Not on Maggie's.
Oh, you didn't do Maggie's phone?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, but somebody could look at the SIM card and get perhaps information that's not on the phone?
Yeah, in some scenarios, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what I'm going to try to figure out by looking at these pictures while I hold this, I'll bring this phone back in just a minute, is I want to, is it still on? Okay, how do I get that so we can see it?
I have it also.
Well, let me get just easier for me to put this down. So that is exhibit number, sorry.
228.
228. How about push that again? And that's what you saw when you came on the phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And I think we see, and I think he pointed it out a little while ago, there's pieces of straw and other things around it, right?
Yes, sir.
So you would agree with me, if someone had carefully walked over and placed this phone, there wouldn't be anything above it, because everything that straw would be under it, correct?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And in addition to that, did anybody forensically check the area around it to see if there were footprints?
No, sir. I mean, it was heavily treed, heavily wooded, a lot of leaves. There, you could not see any foot impressions around that phone.
Okay. A lot of leaves.
Yes, sir.
And so is this sitting, I mean, when it's sitting there with the straw over it, is it sitting flat on the ground? Is it tilted? Is it, what do you remember? Or if you don't?
There was a slight
Orientation
tilt,
change.
probably centimeters, nothing major, nothing out of the ordinary around the phone, no holes, no pushed up leaves or anything like that.
So you couldn't, I mean, strike that. Okay, let's look at. Make sure I get the right one. Let's put this one on there.
Chad, I'm working on a timeline for our own
Okay,
use.
so again, that's another picture taken by you of the same phone in the same location, correct?
Yes, sir.
If
it
you
is.
can find out,
Wooded in that area, correct?
Right on the edge, yes, sir.
And it's almost a thicket where you found this, right? There are bushes around it,
No bushes. There were a lot of trees.
a lot of trees and underbrush.
can
and
work
bushes.
on the timelines. Pay attention to the
So-
timelines for when was the cell phone touched, when was it tossed, The number
Nobody
of
actually
steps.
took measurements of where this was found. No one actually measured
Time the car
road,
starts.
nor did they measure. I mean, there's no way to figure out exactly, if you had to go back today and find the spot, could you find it? The exact spot?
Within a couple of feet, yes, sir, I probably could, based off the angles of photographs that were originally taken.
Amy, can
Steve,
you,
I probably captured a lot of
Give us
that on my
exact
notes.
spot.
If you want me to send you my
I
notes.
couldn't give
yes,
you an
put it in
exact
my
step
put it in
for
stream. I'm
step,
working on it because we
from
really need
the
to know
actual
this
device
stuff.
to where Moselle Road was.
Okay, this
Oh,
is
where
exhibit
is
number
it?
Since the state's not doing it for us.
232.
Yeah, I mean, the notes are pretty rough, but
And that's a
a
vehicle
lot of that will be
on
captured.
the same
I'll
side
send you an
of
email.
the road as where the phone was found. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so
Thank you,
that
car
car
starts.
window that we see in this photo, the driver's side,
Let me see if I can actually distill it down a little bit, so you don't have to
I'm
dig
looking at,
through my.
I'm putting the points that I think are relevant, not what anybody else says. I'm doing my own thing.
I would add a few more feet just because of the roadway. Yes, sir.
okay, you add, so 28 to 30, 25 to 30 feet? Fair?
I'll just
That would
send
be
you the
fair.
raw notes then.
Nobody measured
Thank you,
it.
that's good.
No one measured it, no, sir.
Okay. And so if that car was going towards Almeda, you know where I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I do.
It would be on the other side of the road, right?
I'll send you the.
On the
that's
right
not
lane
it.
of the
Never
road,
mind.
yes.
I mean, it'd be on the right, but here it's improperly parked, correct?
Sure.
I mean, the driver's window is, I mean, if there's a car coming the other way, they'd head on, would they not?
That is, yes.
Okay, that's the point.
You
I'm
would be
making.
operating the vehicle on the right side of the road or left in that image.
Okay, so if someone were driving towards Almeda on this road and they wanted to get rid of that phone, they would either have to throw it 40 feet
Okay, on the way.
or pull over as this car has and throw it out, correct?
Incoming.
It's a series of things that could have happened, the reasons why that phone got there, but it's possible.
Well, it's just assume with me for a second that they want to get rid of that phone by throwing it out the window. They could either throw it from their lane of traffic if they're going towards Almeda, or they can pull over like that and throw it out. It'd be easier, when I say easier, it'd be a much tougher toss that far in from if they never left their lane of traffic, correct?
Guess it depends on who's throwing it. There's
Me.
a multitude
I,
of things.
I don't have
Me.
Emily Baker's
I don't throw very well.
contact information. I
I
don't
do,
believe I've
so
ever reached
I
out to Emily.
could
I've just
100%
been on some of the same
You would
shows
throw
as
it
her.
from- Okay, so you wouldn't even have to change lanes, you just throw it out the window.
Yes, sir, 100%.
And you would throw it overhanded or underhand?
I'd throw it sideways, flick it.
Sideways, okay. Okay, so there's no way to tell, we don't know if somebody threw it out. Out of the driver's side window. Are you throwing it with your left hand or right hand out the driver's side window? I mean, you said you could toss it pretty far.
I would throw it with my left hand from the driver's side and could easily land it to where it actually was found and located in the woods.
But you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed, yes, sir.
But you could still throw it with your left hand with that much power.
Yes, sir, 100%.
Okay, now, let me ask you this. When you found it, you wanted to put it, or somebody with you wanted to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I wanted it to be placed in airplane mode to preserve its contents.
Because in airplane mode, less chance of any data being overridden, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Now, that doesn't prevent all data from being overridden, but most data, correct?
A lot, 99%, I would say, to prevent any issue with the phone.
Does it prevent GPS data from being overridden?
From another device,
No. I mean, just.
internally, just
Yes.
automatically deleting
Internally?
itself?
Yes.
I've never seen that happen.
Okay. But you don't know whether it's going to happen or not.
Presumably, no.
So you needed to put it in airplane mode to prevent anything from being overwritten, right?
Any outside tampering from another device that had access to its iCloud information?
You told the agents with you, I want to put it in airplane mode, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And to do that, you have to you have to be able to open it. You need the passcode.
No, sir, you do not.
Don't?
Not on an iPhone, no, sir.
You can put it on airplane mode without
Yes, sir.
opening it.
You
Well, but what did you need the passcode for? Because somebody called and got a passcode.
We did not get the passcode at that point in time. No one knew we had located the phone, so there's no reason to ask for a passcode if we didn't have it.
The court's indulgence for a moment.
Later on, we received the passcode, but not at that point. I was not present. I did not analyze the device, so
Was it at the scene or was it somewhere else?
I do not recall. I was not there.
So no one told you that Alex Murdaugh provided Maggie's?
No, sir. No one told me that.
Now, if someone had the passcode, they could go in that phone and delete text messages, phone calls, just about any piece of data that's captured there, correct? Even apps, you can delete those, correct?
They could have, but once the full file system extraction was done by Lieutenant Britt Dove, we
No,
were,
you misunderstand my question. I'm sorry. If you had that phone, and obviously Maggie Murdaugh had been murdered, somebody threw it on the side of the road. During that period of time after her murder, before it was thrown on the side of the road, if you had the passcode, right?
yes, sir.
Open it. Without the passcode, typically you can't open it, correct?
No, sir.
You agree with me?
I do, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. So if you had that passcode, you could open it, delete photos, delete phone messages, delete text, delete whatever you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you found that phone, it was locked.
Yes, sir, it was.
And was there any evidence that you saw that anything had been deleted from that phone in any of your after your download extraction?
Again, I did not download or extract the contents of the device. The only thing that I saw was the home screen and made sure that the airplane mode was applied at that point, and then it was placed into an evidence bag. We never got past that lock screen or home screen that allows us to turn on airplane mode. Obviously, the device was on because we were able to locate it through my iPhone, and the battery level was significantly low.
Was significantly low.
Yes, sir, it was.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Anything further?
Talk about the call logs. And so you downloaded Alex's phone on June 10th, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
3 days after the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Not responsive to my cross-examination. I never mentioned Alex phone, not once.
Response?
I'll see you. At some point, after you were involved in this investigation, you're informed by Solicitor Stone. You were informed by Solicitor Stone to stop, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you recall approximately when Solicitor Stone.
Objection, Your Honor, again, not in response to a matter raised by me on cross.
Sustain the objection.
And Mr. Harpootlian asked about the state that we got out there, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
Did you notice any vandalism?
No, sir, not at all.
Did you notice, were you informed or did you notice anything missing?
Objection, Your Honor. What was missing?
Maybe the witness knows. Overruled.
I knew Maggie's phone was missing, and that's it.
Okay. But you notice any vandalism or anything?
No, sir, not at all.
All right. And when it comes to Maggie's phone, at least her model, are you aware whether that can be placed into airplane mode without the unlock code being entered while the phone is locked?
You can place that phone in airplane mode while it's locked, yes.
Okay. So you don't need a code to just simply put it in airplane mode, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And did anybody manipulate any data on that phone in your presence?
No, sir, not at all.
Okay, that's far from the state.
You may step down.
Okay.
You guys are rocking, man. I'll tell you.
These are not discussed.
You wouldn't believe the stuff I'm getting. The chat should be running this prosecution. I'm telling you, these guys are more organized and more direct. I'm going to work on this some more. I've got a lot of good tips. Thank you all for the timeline. I'm trying to understand the syncing of this car startup by the defendant, the last message and the last communication with him. So we have this video where he's at that location. We have his car starting up, right? And then we have this orientation change of the phone, which to me is the phone being tossed. I'm seeing how, first of all, can he have done it in this timeline? Is it possible? And also, how is it consistent? I mean, the thing is that it's possible that there was somebody lying in wait out there, sees him, does not come out when he sees dad around, waits for him to leave, and then executes these two people when he's gone. That doesn't take much time. It only takes a couple minutes for him to leave. So I'm working on it. Yeah, I'm not sure about the 906 on his car. I have different numbers for that. It's 90648 is the car engine started, is one of the numbers that we have. This is tough. If you remember the case we had with, if we remember the case we had, the driving case we had, the Waukesha murder, the way that the prosecution did that, they laid out the timeline at the beginning of the case, and they used that as a guidepost for their entire prosecution, one by one. That's exactly what this prosecution should be doing. Now, maybe there's a hidden exhibit out there that's outside that they are talking about, but I don't think they're doing that. I think what they're doing is they're just kind of winging it. What say you, my chat folks? Are you, the Brooks trial. That's right, Darrell Brooks. Because Darrell Brooks, you remember they had all the victims. That was like very complex crime scene. They need the same thing in this case. These prosecutors should be using the timeline, because the timeline is everything as far as I'm concerned. Because, and if you aren't creating your own, I guarantee you the defense is going to do it, and the defense is going to use it as an exculpatory thing. So is it possible? Is it possible that he could have done this or not? Because see, if his car is starting at 906 and 908, the phone is being tossed, that doesn't make sense at all. Right? See, how can he go to this car without the phone being, and toss the phone at that? It doesn't make logical sense. Now, it's possible that the killer is lying in wait. He goes back to the house. The murders occur. He naps or does whatever, drives off, goes to the mom's, comes back, and then discovers at 10, whatever it is.
Right. He drives past the dead bodies.
Doesn't even know they're there because it's dark.
Right.
So there's this timeline.
I mean, there's no way.
Everything.
Yeah, there's no way to have a coherent understanding of these events without the timeline. And it's shocking that neither party has put that forth.
Well, the defense is probably going to provide it in their case in chief. But see, that is bad on the state because like you just said, there's no way to understand this crime without a coherent timeline. And the state is not providing that. So why are they not providing that? I can only believe it's because they don't have it, or it contradicts or it hurts them, which is ridiculous. But that's probably the case. Because that's the first thing I do. If I was designing this, because I prosecuted cases, many, many cases. I've done over, 70, 80 trials. When I'm dealing with this type of case, I would be looking for sure to maps and timelines, because that's the whole thing. Now here, I have one other point, and see, Nick's not here, so everybody can say, stop talking over Nick. We want to hear Nick talk. You're dominating the stream, so there's no Nick to talk over now.
But I guess from the state's perspective, a timeline, I mean, if we're talking about a state not doing it the right way, they don't really want a timeline. Because even if they had a timeline that said it's possible that he did it, there's two possibilities, right? Either when they do the timeline, it shows it's impossible, which case they lose, or it's possible. But even if it's possible, if they're doing it right, they'd still have to show a motive, because it's not enough that it's possible he killed his family. You have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed his family, and they don't have a motive. So,
well, and this is a problem too. You see, because there's an attitude issue. A thief is generally not a violent murderer. All right, those are two different types of mens rea and two types of mental states. All right, I've dealt with a lot of murder cases, and murderers who are vicious, homicidal murderers are either sociopathic or a very violent person generally. Now, what we're saying here is this guy looks like Mr. Southern gentility all the way and forward. He's smooth talking his thefts all day at the work, right? So
Yep.
he's at and have we heard any talk about him being violent or angry with anybody? He seems to be a schmooze, a slick kind of guy. And then all of a sudden, for some reason, in the middle of the night, when he's been Mr. Smooth, there's everything that we know about him, he blows off the heads of his wife and son, and then goes about his day and is now Mr. Calm again. I mean, that is inconsistent with human nature. So if that's an extraordinary claim to say that, okay, so you need extraordinary evidence. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I've got a great timeline that somebody sent it to me who said that they're not going to, they don't want me to reveal themselves, but it's a great spreadsheet timeline that has all the times on it, and it has it lined up exactly the way I do it if I was prosecuting this case. State, where's your timeline? All right, anyways, Carl Sagan. See, they know these references. These guys, the group think that goes on in here, and thank you very much for the timelines. I'm going to be working on this because I'm trying to understand the crime scene. See, we're limited because we don't see the pictures, we don't see the evidence, we don't see the measurements, and those are things. But I'm going to try to boil it down into the essence, because it looks to me like there's about an hour and a half window from which the last known living, breathing thing, when we know that the three are together, is it like what was it? When is it the video, which is 8:44? That's the dog video. So at 8:44, we know that they're all alive and they're together. The next time is the 911 call, which is 9:06. That gives us 1 hour and 22 minutes. So there's an hour and 22 minutes in which the murders did occur at the kennel, right? Okay, so when did they occur? Was it when he was there at the kennel? Was it, I said it was at 9:44, right? 8:44. 8:44 to 9:06 is our window. So at 8:44, did he kill him right then and then do all his stuff? That's what the state's alleging. That this video at the dog kennel was right before it. Exactly. At the time of the murder, just before. But that's not clear. When is that established? That's not established. So it's possible the killer is lying in wait. 8:44, he's in there. He goes back to the house. It takes a minute to get back to the house. That's 8:45. At 9:06, which is 21 minutes later, is when we hear the last orientation change, which is probably when the phone got tossed. That's enough time for the killer to come out, kill them, grab the phone, leave, and toss the phone. So I'm not sure that this timeline favors the state. 8:44 to 10:06, right? That's our window of murder.
Right.
Is there any other evidence of and remember what we're saying that this defendant accomplished in that time. He changed his clothes, disposed of all the evidence, went to the mom's house, disposed of the evidence. So
the 8:44 is the video with his voice on it.
That's the video with his voice on it.
Right.
And then
10:06 is when he calls 911.
Exactly. Now that's also assuming he called 911 at the murder scene, but I think we would have to say that he was if you're really a clever murderer, you would be calling the murderer, but that would probably be tracked by cell phone tower also. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be crazy to call. I mean, he said he was there. It would be crazy to call 911. What if they ask you something about the scene? You wouldn't be able to answer.
Well, there's some dispute. He says he's 9:06 or 10:06. Let's see. Let me take a look at my back home. 911 calls 10:06. Okay, so that gives us 2 hours. 10:06 was the 10:06 was the 911 call. 8:44 to 10:06.
Just over an hour.
An hour and 22 minutes. Hour and 22 minutes is our window. Now remember, it's 15 minutes back and forth from his mom's house. So, and if the state is even saying he went to the mom's house because they're saying he disposed of the guns. There's a package there with gunshots. So they're saying he took the guns to the mom's house, dumped them there, strangely disposed of the guns, but not the wrappings, came back. So that means that's a half hour unaccounted for there. And the whole, why would he toss the phone? I don't know. I'm just asking questions here. I'm trying to fit this timeline. Yeah, it's 1 hour. What is it? Jeez. 1 hour, 22 minutes. Yeah. 8:44 to 9:06. Is that right? Yeah. 1 hour, 22 minutes. I'm not bad at math.
Hey, we went to law school, guys.
But I'm pretty good at math. Occasionally I get it. So 1 hour, 22 minutes to do all these activities. Don't you think he'd give himself a little more time too? I don't know. I'm very. Why would he compress that timeline so much? Of course, he didn't know about the timeline in the video.
Let's see.
Everybody's piling me with timelines. I appreciate that. It's great because this helps us figure it out. You're at 22 minutes. No, it's not. It's 1 hour and 22 minutes. That's wrong. Let's say it again. Okay, it's start 8:44. Oh wait, no, he's right about that. Okay, 8:44 to 9:06. No, to 10:06. He calls 911 at 10:06. 8:44 is the last. That's the dog video. So that means that's an hour and 22 minutes. 9:06 is when he starts the car. So 9:06 but that's when supposedly he starts the car. How precise are these things lined up? I don't know, because supposedly he starts the car at the same time that the orientation changes. So he's starting his car at the same time that the phone is tossed. See, that's to me, if that is completely exculpatory. If he is starting his vehicle at the time that the phone is being tossed, it's over. He didn't do it, right? He starts his car back at his house to go to mom's house. Meanwhile, the killer is tossing the phone on the side of the road on the way out. It's over.
Well, didn't they say the orientation change wouldn't be recorded if the screen was off?
Yeah, but is that true? I don't know. I don't think that was clear. I think that the orientation, the final orientation change was consistent with tossing the phone. I don't know. I'm just asking the questions here. I'll have to, because all the stuff about like him texting her, I don't care one whit about that. Him texting her, him making calls, irrelevant. I'm going to ignore that stuff because it doesn't matter. He's either lying or he's not, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if he calls her. That's not relevant to the analysis. The question is, physically, when did he start his car? I guess the cell tower stuff might be interesting. But if he's starting his car at 9:06, see, when did the murders occur? When did the murders occur? How do we know that? Sometime within that hour and 22 minutes. When did he leave? He left at 9:06. He could have been at the house when the murders occurred. He could have been in the driving on his way to the mom's house. Right? We don't know that. It could either one of those things are consistent. I don't know. There's no Nick here. See, now we have to carry the stream here without Nick. We could always grift, take over. Ideas and answers in law. Go to crimelaw.net with Stephen N. Gosney. Boy, we are running the Rekieta stream. This is pretty cool. The Nick Rekieta stream being taken over by Bronca and Gosney. That's right. All we need to do is say, the reason we're here is to sell books and cure my tummy. Cure my tummy by buying my book. You like people think my shirt is very Dr. Evil. But I don't know.
A little bit.
About that.
Yeah. A little more formal, a little more Steve Jobs than the ginger shirt from yesterday.
I like the ginger shirt. So are we back? Yes. So please go to crime. If you haven't gotten my book, please go to crimelaw.net and pick your copy up. It gives you all kinds of stuff in there. Lots of good stuff. All right, we'll keep looking at it. I'm going to keep looking at this timeline just so I can figure it out. It's tough because we don't have the actual evidence and photographs in front of us, nor do we have the advantage of mapping it. Because I'd actually send some people out there to walk out these paces and time them out with a stopwatch to figure out how these orientations would occur. Yes. So if you want the book, crimelaw.net, that's the only place to get it. No Amazon, none of those other places. And it's available for international shipping and on ebook. Thank you to ISBN Services for putting it on ebook. Judges on the bench. I learned that trick.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
The state said it was.
Katie McAllister.
The state can say whatever it wants. I'm looking to the evidence. How do we know when the murders occurred? Is it consistent with a murderer lying in wait, waiting for him to leave the scene so that then they can kill the son? I don't know.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible.
Yeah, Paul was the target. I'm believing. I'm not heard anything really that convinces me that it wasn't Paul being targeted by somebody.
Spell your last name.
Katie McAllister, McAllister.
Good afternoon, Agent McAllister.
Hello.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, more commonly known as SLED.
And how long have you worked for SLED?
10 years.
And what is your position there?
I'm a senior special agent in the Low Country Region Investigative Services.
And were you a senior special agent back on June 7th of 2021?
I was just a regular special agent then.
Did you have a chance to respond to Moselle Road in that capacity as a SLED agent?
I did.
Can you tell us when you responded out there?
I was told late on the night of June 7th to be at the office on June 8th. I was given some assignments and then I responded to the actual property around lunchtime on June the 8th, 2021.
So June the 8th, the day after the murders took place.
Yes.
And what did you do when you got out there?
Myself and Special Agent Croft were almost to the house. There were several people in the roadway. It appeared to be blocked, so we stopped and got out.
Did you, what were those people up to?
There had been a phone located on the side of the road.
And whose phone was that?
It was Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone.
And can you tell us about your involvement in the collection of Maggie Murdaugh's cell phone?
Yes, so once we got out of the car, I had gloves. Captain Neal retrieved the phone from where it was laying. I was standing right beside him when he got a phone call. He handed me the phone with my gloved hands. I held the phone for Investigator Hightower to take a picture of it. The phone call was Captain Neal receiving the passcode. He asked me to confirm it. I typed it in. We confirmed that it was the right passcode. I locked the phone. At that point, Investigator Hightower asked me to put it in airplane mode, which I did.
And so what was the point of you putting the passcode into that phone?
To confirm that the passcode we were given matched the actual phone that we had.
To confirm that was Maggie Murdaugh's phone?
Yes,
And when you unlocked that phone, did you delete any calls?
I did not.
Did you delete any text messages?
I did not.
Did you alter any data in that phone?
I did not.
You locked that phone back immediately?
Yeah, as soon as it opened, the screen clears to show that that is the right passcode, I immediately locked it back.
And then what happened to the phone as far as you know?
Captain Neal, who was standing right beside me, took the phone back.
All right, let's move on. What else did you do?
So once I arrived on scene, myself along with Special Agent Croft were asked to go up to the main house to do a search of the property or of the home.
Did you have a search warrant?
There was a search warrant, yes.
Was that search warrant executed?
It was not.
Why not?
At the time of my arrival, multiple family, close friends were at the house. Rather than executing the search warrant and displacing all of those people, we asked for consent and we were given it.
And were a lot of people at that residence at the time?
There were.
You could give us kind of a rough estimate of the amount of people that were there.
I would say maybe 20 or 25 people were in the home.
And you didn't want to have to ask all those people to leave?
Some of them were very upset and we thought it was better to simply ask for consent.
Tell us what you found in the search of the house.
So upon consent, I walked through the residence. I was looking for weapons and ammunition and observant to anything else that may have been of value. I found nothing, and once I came back downstairs to the gun room, Agent Croft had located several items of interest, some weapons and some ammunition. He and I collected those. I completed a property receipt.
Let's go back to your search a little bit. When you walked through the house, were you alone?
I was not.
Who was with you?
I believe it was John Marvin Murdaugh and Lee Cope.
And who were those people?
John Marvin Murdaugh is Alex Murdaugh's brother. Lee Cope is an attorney from their law firm.
And what rooms of the house did you search?
All of them.
And these John Marvin and Lee Cope were with you when you went in every room?
They were.
Did you search any other places?
We searched bathrooms, tubs. There were several attic type spaces where different holiday decorations were stored. We looked in there, or I looked in there, and we didn't locate anything of value.
Did you look anywhere that you thought there could be a long gun?
Yes.
Did you observe any bloody clothing when you were searching the residence?
I did not.
And you said you were observant?
I was.
You mentioned that Agent Croft had collected some weapons and some ammunition.
He did.
Would that be the 3 shotguns, a Mossberg, a Browning, and a Benelli Super Eagle, along with a .300 blackout rifle?
Yes.
And then some various ammunition?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with those items?
So we gathered them together. I filled out the property receipt. We took them back to the SLED office here in Walterboro, where we met with the crime scene agent, Agent Worley, and I receipted those items to her.
So Agent Worley took custody of those items.
She did.
Do you recall at some point speaking or being present at an interview with Buster Murdaugh?
I was.
And was any evidence collected during that interview?
Yes, we asked him for consent to do a buccal swab and also consent to look at his cell phone.
I'm going to show you this case exhibit 217. If you could tell me what that exhibit appears to be.
This appears to be the buccal swab from Richard Alexander Buster Murdaugh Jr., collected June 10th, 2021 at 3:26 p.m.
Now, did you collect this buccal swab?
I did not.
Who collected?
Lieutenant Charles Gant with SLED.
Were you present when it was collected?
I was.
How did Lieutenant Gant collect this swab?
A buccal swab is just 2 cotton swabs. He opened them from the packaging, swabbed his mouth, sealed them back up, placed them in the envelope you see there, sealed it, initialed it, and dated it.
And he would have sealed that up so it was not tampered with. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move State's Exhibit 217 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Please, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let me get. You were present when the phone, Maggie's phone, was recovered, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Matter of fact, that when we look at one of these pictures, a rubber glove, that's your hand, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And are you aware when you got that call with the passcode that had been gotten by John Marvin? Was John Marvin down there with you when you found the phone?
I don't recall seeing him there, no, sir.
Are you aware that that passcode came from Alex Murdaugh?
No, sir, I was not aware of that.
And who gave it to you?
Captain Neal.
Okay. Now, you searched the house on the morning of, was it the morning of the 8th?
It would have been the afternoon.
Okay. And you went through the entire house?
Yes, sir.
How many bedrooms in that house? Do you know? How many bathrooms in that house?
3 or 4, I don't recall the exact
Okay,
number.
but you went through every one of them.
Yes, sir.
And you looked at the tub, you looked at the showers, right?
Yes, sir.
What were you looking for?
Ammunition, weapons.
Blood?
If it was there, I was observant. We were looking for anything at that point.
Right. So when you look at the drain in a shower, if somebody's recently showered off blood, you would expect to see some trace evidence there, would you not?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that.
Do you know whether there are trace evidence forensics people that actually go in and swab those, right?
There are, yes, sir.
Were they there?
No, sir.
Did anyone ever ask them to come that you know of?
Not that I'm aware
Do
of.
you know
no,
whether
sir.
any of those showers or tubs were in any way swabbed or checked for blood or tissue or any DNA, anything that would indicate somebody had washed off evidence of a crime?
Nothing that I'm aware of.
See, this is the way a cop should testify.
Visually,
Listen to the way she's answering. Direct to the.
The only person that actually looked at the showers and the tubs, you eyeballed them, right?
I did.
You're the only person who SLED had examined the showers and tubs. And you're telling this jury you saw no evidence of blood, tissue, or anything that would indicate somebody had showered or washed off or bathed to remove evidence of a crime from them. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, sir. There was nothing visible to me.
Be there,
And you were the
clear,
only
direct,
one.
answer the question, not
As
being
far as I'm aware,
squirrely.
yes, sir.
Police
Did you
officers,
search
this is who you
I did.
follow, not the other
Not any
guy.
clothes,
This is the right way to
anywhere.
testify.
shirt, pants, shoes that would indicate?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time, please?
I'm just including a class. Rather than asking it individually, I apologize. I can do it individually. Take a little longer. Thank you. Any clothes, shoes, any evidence of clothing that would have blood on it or indicated had blood on it, or tissue, anything that you saw in any of the bedrooms? How many bedrooms?
Several.
Several. You looked at all of them?
Yes, sir, I did.
Looked under the bed?
I did.
In the closets?
I did.
See any evidence of any clothes that had been involved in any sort of altercation that had left blood or tissue or brains? You see anything like that in any one of those rooms?
No, sir, I didn't find anything like that.
Perfect. See there, be honest. Very credible. This is a good witness. I mean, this is the way a police officer should testify. Honest, directly. She doesn't have a dog in the fight. Thank you. Finally.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Efficient.
See how efficient that is? It's not painful to be honest. Honesty is the guidepost here, right, folks? She was excellent. I mean, that was a clean witness. Now, I'm not saying that was the make or break of the case, but
we're gonna have you leave for the day, and to return tomorrow at 11:30 will be our start time tomorrow. 11:30, so you get a few extra hours today and tomorrow. Please remember not to discuss the case, to be exposed to any information concerning the case, and we will see you tomorrow. You'll go to the jury room.
well, if honesty loses the case, then honesty loses the case. You know, the state should be on the side of honesty. Everybody should. The defense is advocating for their client. They're putting the defense, but you want people to be convicted on lies, or because a cop is like trying to sneak something in? I mean, that witness was so much more credible than these other cop witnesses who are coming in and not answering the questions directly. Are they that convinced that he did it? They don't know. There's a little sliver of it, right? They're seeing only a little sliver of what's being done.
We'll continue with the 404 witnesses.
So this is going to be outside the presence of the jury. They excuse the cop, excuse the witnesses. The jury's gone. So we're going to hear nothing but proffers on the same financial stuff. I got to say, this is
I apologize. The witness is close by. If you'll give me 1 moment, please.
Hey, those folks looking for an interview emailed you back, Steve, if you haven't seen it.
I got it. Yeah, I'll be on Meg
good.
and Kelly's show tomorrow, I guess, covering this trial. I guess that's the word.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice spreadsheet.
Isn't that a great spreadsheet? Thank you, chat. Yeah, we got spent
a few minutes.
Yeah. We've got a great spreadsheet sent to me from chat, and it's very well done. And it looks to me, the possibility to me is that he was assuming innocence. Now, we don't know. He could have killed them, right? Fair enough. That's what's at issue here. The question is whether or not he's at the dog kennel, goes back to the house, and very soon then after, there's a murderer who kills the murderer or murderers who kill the two. He's at the house, doesn't hear it, drives off past them, never sees the bodies, comes back, discovers the bodies at 10, an hour and a half or hour and 22 minutes after his last interaction with them. So that's the question. I've got to really study the spreadsheet. I'm not sure. I mean, this was my trial. Now you're kind of getting me in trial mode. See, when I get in trial mode, I get very into the weeds and in the details, and you have to master the facts. When you do a trial, a prosecutor and a defense should master these facts and know these things backwards and forwards and create demonstrative aids to make it simple so that the jury can understand it. Or if you're a defense, you want to confuse them, not. But I think it's incumbent upon the state to showing these things step by step. Reading this spreadsheet, I would guess that the murders occurred sometime between the time of that video, obviously the dog video, and the time before he left the truck to go to the parents. So he probably missed the murder scene or was the murderer, right? Yes. So I'm simping myself. That's right. If you want to go to my crimelaw.net, we're handling it for Ricada. We're doing this for no pay. I'm suffering. I've had to hold it in while Nick's gone. That's at least worth one book. If you don't have the book, come on, go to crimelaw.net and check it out. And it would really help me because I'm working on book number 2, which is about 70% complete. And I'm doing this instead of working on my book or taking a nap and taking a sleep. And tomorrow I'm going to be going on vices to drink. So I've got to get healthy for tomorrow. And then I guess I'll be on Megan Kelly. Thank you. That was Andrew Branca that made that happen. And there's no audio book. There is international shipping and there is an ebook available. So I love the spreadsheet that y'all sent me. Thank you so much. But I would say that I really need to understand it. I need to study it. And I'll tell you, the one thing, the spreadsheet, okay, you guys that have the spreadsheet, here's the, as an added element that I would add to that. I would definitely work with that spreadsheet. Hey, I'm talking too much, but I'm the only guy here. So now it's my show, baby. I'm taking over. So suck it. But the thing is that I would take that timeline. The thing that gets compressed in a spreadsheet type timeline is that all the numbers seem that the distances in time seem equidistant. So you have like a 904 thing,
right,
and then you have a 922 and a 923. So you have to make that timeline to scale so that the actual spaces in time are revealed by the timeline, as opposed to a spreadsheet, which does not really reflect that. Does that make sense?
And also you have to, we really need a timeline of critical events, right? Not every text. Right. I mean, it's great. It's in the spreadsheet. I don't know who did the spreadsheet, but whoever did it did a very comprehensive job. That's fantastic. But now we need, I think, to distill it down to the key elements. When's the last function on Maggie's phone, right? The last orientation change. When's the car start? When's the dog video? And that's in the spreadsheet, but there's a lot of other stuff in there too.
The stuff like anything that he's texting to them, or even that they don't receive, I'd almost take a marker and just say, this is irrelevant. This does not give us real insight into it. Now, there's a question here because on the spreadsheet, and this is something I need to really fully understand, there's a lot of recording about steps. If that's true, they're saying he left the phone back at the house during the relevant period, which would be smart, right? If he was the murderer, he would dump the phone at a place and then go back to the house and get it. So I don't know.
I'm very skeptical of that step data. I suspect that step data is not real time coded, that it's kind of collected and then uploaded in aggregate in bunches. So I don't think you can look at it second by second and say this is when steps were being taken. They might have been taken minutes earlier or some other period of time and just uploaded at the time that it has the timestamp.
He needs to write a book at the end of this. He'll write a book at the end of it called "If I Did It" and spell out all the timestamp. I left the phone back here and went over here.
The cover art will be footsteps.
You're right. So I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What did you say, Andrew?
I don't know. I can't remember now what I was going to say. Not that important. If I'm right about the steps not being time accurate in terms of reality when the steps are actually taken, we'll hear that from the defense, phone expert.
Yeah, no, I mean, I expect from the defense, we're going to hear a phone expert for sure. We might hear a rebuttal, but see, I don't know if, I was all riled up about the shell casing matching evidence, but I don't think they're going to dispute that. I think they're going to say that it's from the gun. It's from the gun that was stolen from the house or taken from the house. It was a home. The one that killed the wife, the shotgun that killed the son is indeterminate and never found and never identified. But it doesn't look like they're going to dispute that. But then there's evidence that it could have been stolen. Could have been the older stolen firearm, right? Or it could have been a firearm that Paul or the son was carrying at the time of the murder. So we have two possible, or it was stolen from a vehicle at around the time of the murder and wasn't discovered until the murders, right? So it could have almost been contemporaneous with the murders too. There's a prowler, there's somebody on site, there's guns all around. I mean, I gotta say, I'm not a hunter, so I can't comment on this. Maybe you can. I'm surprised at the lack of discipline as far as ammunition and firearms that the testimony is revealing. They're saying that there's guns all over, there's shells all over. That to me is not good firearm management from anybody who's a firearm owner. What do you think
It's
about
not,
that?
but it's not uncommon culturally. Some parts of the gun community, you have your own 1,700 acre hunting property. You're not locking everything up in a safe every time you leave, especially if it's really rural. You don't see, there's not a lot of people around to try to rob stuff. I mean, listen, I wouldn't do that. I've been conditioned my whole life to secure everything all the time, but I've been at lots of hunting camps and it's just not uncommon.
Right. So let me go over here. I want to talk about this because the dog video 8:44 ends at 8:45:47 is the end of the dog video. So that
and the
we
problem
know
is
that there.
What part of this is inconsistent with innocence? I mean, just approach the argument from both sides, right? Critical thinking. Let's pretend he's actually innocent. What part of this timeline is inconsistent with that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. First of all, I'm looking for actually exculpatory evidence, which could be, if we can say that phone was tossed at the same time he's starting his car. To me, it's over. He's not guilty, right? I mean, what do you think about that? If there's telemetry from the car that is accurate, that says he is starting his vehicle at the house at the same time as a phone is being tossed on the side of the road, on a road that is outside of the property, you can't be two places at once, folks. Now, I don't know how close that is and what the drive is, but again, I mean, I've done this because I had a drive-by shooting case, and there's no Nick here, so you got to listen to Gosney's stories to fill the time. You're here. Oh shoot! Well, I actually had a cop. Yeah, Ralph got me. I had a cop, and I got in a car and measured out the time from the location of the thing to the time that the car was picked up by a cop to show that it was exactly consistent with the leaving of the scene, and that was like 90 seconds. So a demonstrative aid like that, showing a recreation type situation, would be really helpful. We might see that in the defense case, right? A remote start on OnStar would be recorded, I would expect.
Yeah. Of course, most remote start systems are not OnStar.
Ryan, the editor. Yes, Grift. CrimeLaw.net with Stephen N. Gosney. Go to CrimeLaw.net to buy the book. It's the only place you can get it. Andrew gives his away for free. I charge for mine because that's the only thing. It's my hobby. Andrew, that's what he does. He gives his book away. So if you're a firearm owner and you concealed carry outside the home,
Speak loudly. Take a seat in the witness stand.
you gotta go to
State your
Law
full
Self-Defense and
name.
get
Spell your
his book
last name
because
for the
that's the key.
Yes, ma'am. Michael Gunn. Last name is Gunn.
All right, Mr. Gunn, this is obviously an in-camera hearing to determine the admissibility of some of the testimony. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so I'm not going to go into all the background and everything for purposes of this hearing, but just very quickly, where do you work?
I'm a principal at Forge Consulting and also do some lobbying work for the South Carolina Association.
So this is proffered, so you know, jury.
And just very quickly, tell us what Forge Consulting is and what services it provides.
Forge Consulting, we are a general insurance agency, but also offer financial services such as structured settlements,
Oh my
regular
God,
annuities,
fast.
deferral of attorney's fees, trust. We do lien resolution, back office.
This is normal
trust account
speed, folks.
reconciliation, all sorts of things for plaintiffs primarily and the families.
So this is the genuine Forge, not the fake Forge.
Just for the record, explain what a structure is and how that interfaces with plaintiffs' lawyers.
Sure. So a traditional structured settlement is between the parties, and that normally means between the plaintiff and the defendant or their insurer. And so usually it was set up in the 80s. It was designed to help plaintiffs protect their money and to keep their money. And it can be earned tax-free. Interest grows on that tax-free. And it's a very good tool, especially for minor children, for those who are incapacitated, disabled. Because of that growth, it can provide a steady stream of income, hopefully for the rest of their lives.
You're going faster than I do, and that says something.
The poor court reporter.
All right, I know you just ran over here, so yeah, let's take it down just
No worries,
a notch.
no worries.
All right, good deal. Okay, so pick it up from there. If you want.
So essentially, the structured settlement, though, would come primarily, usually, except in very small circumstances, would come from the defendant and/or its insurer to fund the annuity for the client.
And so the idea is instead of getting a settlement in a lump sum, it's in an annuity, so they get regular payments over the course of the term of that annuity.
That's correct.
So explain to me just very quickly again for the record, the concept of constructive receipt and how that affects structures that you may do for a plaintiff's attorney and their clients.
Sure. So constructive receipt by the IRS is deemed when the money arrives in the plaintiff's trust account. That would be considered they have received the funds, and therefore the ability to do a structure has been taken off the table. The only way that you could do a structure after that would be to return the funds to the defendant and or its insurer, and then therefore let they would have to agree to play ball and redo all the documents, because there's so much language that's included in the documents that specifies this.
All right,
So much language.
Go to the law firm and then to the annuity company, that will ruin the constructive receipt and ruin the tax advantages of that.
It is in very rare cases that we're able to do that. But generally speaking, correct.
All right, so generally, your services that you provide are consulting to sort of match up
I love his
client
voice.
with an
His
annuity
voice is
company,
great. I'm trying to think who it reminds me of.
or whatever it is, verdict is going to go from the defendant or the insurer that's paying whatever that is.
Hey, Steve, just before you sent me that timeline, I had done
That is correct.
gone through my gross notes, my rough notes, and put together a Word document timeline. I'll just send it to you as a reference.
How long have you been with Forge Consulting doing this work?
It'll be 18 years this summer.
All right, and what's the actual full legal name of the entity that you are part of?
Forge Consulting LLC.
This guy's got the great voice. He's got a radio voice for
Involvement
sure.
with this business, have you gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
Right, and just very quickly, tell me the capacity in which you got to know him.
It bore from a professional relationship, doing work with trial lawyers, conventions, CLEs, things of that nature, which ultimately turned into a friendship born out of business.
Okay. And when you say friendship, was it a close friendship or more like a business relationship type of friendship?
I would say a business relationship type of friendship, but one that you would text with and call on occasion and things.
Did you ever do any structures for any clients that were represented by Alex Murdaugh as a plaintiff's lawyer?
Yes, we did.
All right, and just roughly, you remember how many?
I would probably say around 5.
Did you ever? What's the last one you remember at least having some discussion with him about doing a structure?
The last one that I remember having discussion with, I believe, was the Dion Martin case.
Okay, and tell me about that. Did that ever come to fruition or not?
It did not.
All right, and tell me what you made.
We sent over some quotes. We got some information back from the defendant. He sent us information, a signed option, which I would assume was Mr. Martin's. Sent some information back, and annuities, you have to understand, are priced on a daily market. Sometimes that rate is good for a week or two. I sent several emails back saying, hey, this rate is going to expire. We need to move forward. And ultimately, we ended up closing the case cash because we never got a response.
All right, when you say you sent emails asking for a response, who were you sending those to?
I was sending those to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold.
Okay. And so ultimately got no response, so you just closed the file without any services ultimately being provided by Forge Consulting LLC?
That is correct, yes, sir.
I'm going to show you very quickly what's been marked as Exhibit 321 for this in-camera hearing, and specifically direct your attention to the 5th page of this exhibit and just see if you recognize that. And then you can flip to the next couple of pages, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell us what that is. Just kind of flip through first.
That's just an annuitized payment stream showing you when the payments will be made.
Okay.
And what the amount is.
And that's kind of the market rate thing you were talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right, and what are the next documents? Just
the next page is a disclosure page where we list all our disclosures, and it appears to had been signed by Dion Martin.
Okay, keep going. That's the only Forge-related documents you see?
Oh my
see,
God,
that's the only Forge-related documents. I see. Yes, sir.
All right, let me take that back.
Yep.
All right. Put those up on the screen real quick.
Unless they can show some kind of nexus, I'm happy to concede this guy stole all kinds of money from all kinds of people.
Yeah, and I think that should be the defense strategy to get past that issue for the judge, so you can get to the issue about exclusion on the nexus issue.
Is the disclosure page you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And that is forged generated paperwork typically?
That is correct, yes.
But this particular structure was never done because you never got a response from Elkin?
No, sir.
Or his office, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that me?
I think that's the courtroom. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure crimelaw.net is not a gay dating site, folks. It's where you get this book.
Are you aware generally of what people call the boat raft case?
Who says that?
As it relates to
The local chat.
Generally, yes.
All right, and just without going to
The
specific
local.
facts, generally what was your understanding?
There was a terrible accident that happened somewhere down in the Low Country involving Mr. Murdaugh's son and several others, and a young girl passed away.
Were you aware that his son had been charged in that particular case?
I was.
And were you aware that Alex Murdaugh had been sued in a civil matter relating to that?
I believe I was made aware through the news.
Did you ever have any conversation? Well, let me ask you this first. Is it possible for lawyers to structure fees, not the client, but the lawyer, if they're going to get a big fee from a large recovery and they decide they want the protection of an annuity, can they do that?
Yes, they can.
All right. And how does that work? Kind of the same thing?
It's the exact same manner as if the client were to do it. The check would have to come from the
Hey.
insurance carrier and or the defendant to fund the structured settlement annuity for the
Hey,
lawyer.
I'm getting my headphones on.
Did you ever have any discussion with Alex Murdaugh, either before or after the boat case, about structuring any fees that he had received? in the
Well, we
case?
single-handedly got you banned from
Structuring
from
fees.
YouTube, Rumble,
Same conversation I would
locals.
have with any attorney.
Thank
We did
God.
the last hour naked, Nick.
That's right. We were playing music videos to get you copyright strikes.
Specific discussion after the boat case about the boat case and him wanting to structure any fees.
Not that I recall.
We're back to the proffers, financial proffers.
Oh, thank God. What would we do without these?
2021.
They had a couple investigators testify. They didn't have anything insightful to share, really. Boilerplate evidence.
In confidence, give me a list.
Hey, I'm going to send
cases
you
to see
a
if we had any files on them.
timeline that the chat has provided that is just phenomenal. Okay, you got it, Nick?
Yeah.
Got back with him later that
Yeah,
evening.
put it in the
But
private
we
chat.
did not have any of those cases open.
I'm going to have to email you.
Or
because-
email it.
Yeah.
That'll work.
It's a
Any
spreadsheet.
Structures open for those, or potential structures.
He had asked me if we had any files at all. Generally, what we will do is if an attorney calls, we will open the case immediately, just so we have a name associated with the attorney.
And so he gave you a list of names. Did any of those names have any files?
No,
Did he ask you about any banking that Forge Consulting LLC did?
he did.
And what was his question to you?
He asked me if we banked with Bank of America.
And what was your response?
I told him that
No, they
had
suck
banked with Bank of America, but had not for the last 3 or 4 years.
because they suck.
You have an active account with Bank of America
We did not. No.
in September of 2021.
No, sir.
Because they suck.
Did you have any subsequent conversation with Mr. Cope about the issues that he had raised with you?
I did. He called me the following day as well, which I believe was a Thursday.
Very cool.
With another list of
Okay.
cases.
And what was his inquiry to you?
Same inquiry. This time, the only one that popped up was the one I mentioned earlier, which is the Dion Martin case.
All right. And your response was there was a file, but it was never completed.
There was a file, but it was never completed, and we closed it out.
Did you ask him at this point, or did what was going on, or why these inquiries were being made?
I did not.
Did you ultimately find out what was going on and why these inquiries were being made?
I found out on Tuesday after Labor Day.
What did you find out?
I spoke with Lee Cope, and he told me that Alex had been using an account called Forge to process the checks.
Is that account that he had been using, is that a legitimate Forge Consulting account?
Absolutely not.
Did any of that money that went into that account go to legitimate Forge?
No, sir.
Did Forge Consulting have anything to do with that particular account?
No, sir.
Let me show you a couple things real quick.
Got a request to turn up the volume a little bit, so I did. I noticed it was a little quiet. RDX with a huge chat.
This Exhibit 335 to your testimony in this in-camera hearing, and just have you look at that.
Says, FYI, putting your
What-
phone on airplane
in
mode does
particular, look
not
at the
prevent
name on
remote
that
tampering.
particular account.
Yes, sir.
It sends out
What
signals
does that say?
periodically.
Richard A. Murdaugh, sole
I'm
proprietor.
still on day 5.
DBA Forge.
All right. And is that account a legitimate Forge account?
It is not a legitimate Forge consulting account, no, sir.
Any money that went into that account, did it have any legitimate relationship to the services and business that y'all provide to claims attorneys?
No, sir, none at all.
So these are just financial proffers. I'm not sure how this is only important because we'll rehear all this if it gets admitted or not.
Right.
I'm kind of, I don't know. I think the defense may be
Exhibit,
playing for time here to
328.
punt to get their arguments together. What do you think?
See that check right there,
I do.
made out to Forge?
Yes, sir.
Well, they're only
Probably-
going to get to argue it once, right? Really?
Did not.
And then the judge is going to make a call. So you better get it right the first time.
Say about 4
And it won't be appealable.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, yeah, let's face it. Defense counsel may as well not be there. They may as well be doing research for the argument they're going to have to make.
Actually, that is true. The proffers do not require even the presence of the judge. If you're proffering it for purposes of appeal, this is for the judge's benefit. They got a team, though.
Forge account, and instead went to the Bank of America.
Yeah, Ryan, we're all
DBA,
good. Thanks, buddy.
DBA
I really
Forge
appreciate
account
it.
that he just
I'm here for the
testified was not
duration.
a legitimate Forge account.
I want to be more careful with the words. We are not contesting that issue for purposes of this hearing.
See there?
That's correct.
Right.
I don't want anything coming back.
That stipulation as well.
They're not contesting that these checks didn't, all went to this particular account and did not go to legitimate Forge for purposes of this hearing alone. I think that's acceptable to the state, Your Honor.
It's
Yeah, they-
stipulated.
They can't constrain themselves to the answers here during the proffer.
Yes.
That's why they might as well just not even be there. Just let the state make their case. It really doesn't matter.
Not contesting.
It shouldn't matter.
It's tough though, but they got a team, so they've got clerks and associates working on that legal memoranda in the back, and then they'll hotbox it. They'll have a meeting after this hearing is over back at the office to discuss how they want to address it tomorrow. So I'd expect that the defense is going to let them put on this
real
evidence
quick.
so that they don't have to argue it today.
327, is that legit?
No, sir.
326, is that legit?
No, sir.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this will either be excluded or it'll be included and redone in front of the
325,
jury,
is that
in which
legit?
case that's
sir.
when they'd mount their actual effective cross-examination. Their
324, is that
cross-examination
legit?
now
No, sir.
would solely be focused on showing that there's no nexus or
323,
a
is that
lack of
legit?
clear
No,
and
sir.
compelling or clear and convincing evidence for the purposes of the proffer to try and prevent
322,
it
is
from
that
being
legit?
introduced. It's a
Exactly.
different strategy to argue to a legal merit to the judge rather than
321, is that
argue
legit?
facts to or elicit facts for the jury.
Exactly.
320, is that legit?
No, sir.
319, is that legit?
No, sir.
Tracy Nolan
318,
says,
is that legit?
there's one thing bothering me concerning the phone. Why would someone just take the wife's
317, is
phone
that
and not
legit?
Paul's
Yes, sir.
too? Doesn't make sense. No idea.
Well, it makes sense of, yeah.
Makes
315,
sense
is
as
that
if it's the
legit?
murderer and he didn't know that Paul had a phone and he sees the wife using the phone and that's why he kills her and he takes the phone and
Right.
tosses it.
And
It's
finally,
spontaneous. He just sees the
311,
phone laying
is that
there,
legit?
picks it up,
No, sir.
grabs it.
And by asking you not legit, did you just look at the checks in those various exhibits?
I did.
And all the ones that had Forge on them from a client trust account, those are not checks that went to any legitimate Forge account. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
I love this guy's voice. Hey, I will tell you that, Nick, you've already grifted 30 books today without
Nice.
even trying. So
Wow. Good
you're
job,
about
me.
Without even being here.
22 books away from shutting vices
Right,
up without
that's,
even doing
all the
anything.
questions I have for this witness. I'm sorry, excuse me.
So thank you to the Ricada law community.
Just really quick, at any time.
Yeah, guys. I mean, if you
if
if you don't have one and you want a compendium of criminal law issues and analysis, at the scholarly level from a practitioner, a lifetime practitioner of criminal
I
law.
would not be delivering any checks. The only
Crimelaw.net.
time that I would ever deliver a check would be made.
Almost like you've said that before.
Never make a check payable to us.
But you never had any legitimate business where I was like, hey, I'm gonna be in town. I'll come by and pick up the annuity, the check for the annuity.
No.
Did you get the spreadsheet, Nick?
Further for
I did.
purposes of this hearing at this time.
On the deposit slip, did he write, and my family is so dead the second I get home? Because that would be damning.
Yeah, I ensure that your
I'm so angry I could kill him.
LLC has done a full investigation into this matter.
Yes, sir, we have.
As in that investigation, did you find in any record of this account that Bank of America under Alex Murdaugh doing business as Forge, did you see the name Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh as co-signatories to that account?
No, sir.
You seen any record, any document that Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh had anything to do with this account?
No, sir.
Your company is an insurance agent. Did you ever sell any life insurance to Alex Murdaugh on the life of Maggie Murdaugh?
No, sir.
Did you ever sell any life insurance to Alex Murdaugh on the life of Paul Murdaugh?
No, sir.
All right, that's all I have.
Anything further?
There you go. Show me the motive. That's all that cross was. Show me the
Call
motive.
your next witness.
Well, this is all the stuff that they want to show the jury that they haven't shown.
Chris Wilson.
I don't know. I haven't heard the judge really
I'm
picking
sorry,
up
Your
on the
Honor,
nexus
downstairs,
issue yet. Have you?
Right away.
No, well, I've been gone, but no.
But again, if there's no obvious nexus, the state will just emote nexus. They'll say, Your Honor, it's obvious. It's obvious that this would be a motive to kill.
Right.
Not in my experience.
I mean, that's what they seem to be doing here.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it possible in some world of inhuman dreamland that it be a motive?
Right. All they have to do, though, is show anything.
It doesn't comport with my understanding of human nature, nor my experience as a criminal trial lawyer. Now, it's possible, but it doesn't drive. I mean, doesn't make sense that somebody who's calm their whole life is a Southern boy stealing people blind with his smooth tongue, never really been shown to be violent in any way. I don't think, right? Murder
And the state
somebody.
witness is saying that he told them long before his family was dead. When she began to question him, he told them, well, I'm just moving money around to protect my family.
And all the friends and family that have been around him their whole life treats him like brothers and sons, just like his daddy. No way in hell he could have ever killed him. He's not that kind of guy, right? All the witnesses that the state brought say that about him. And yet he would then cold-blooded murder them in their cold blood in the middle of the night in a blip, and then do it. It's inconsistent with human nature.
Luis Cuevas says, just got back. Oh my God, it's Agent 47. He did it. That was right before I left, that guy testifying right as I was
My name
leaving.
is James Christopher
They had a
Wilson,
good witness, but it was a
WILSON. I go
clean
by
witness.
Chris.
They had a female
Mr. Wilson,
deputy
you
who is
understand
a
that
very
we're for
good
an
law
in-camera
enforcement
hearing to,
testifier.
determine the admissibility for testimony.
Not really substantive other than she recovered a phone, but
Yes, sir.
So I'm not going to go into a lot, everything that I might cover with you in a trial, but I do want to focus on particularly the Ferris case. You know which one I'm referring to?
Sure.
Sure.
First of all,
But this is the confrontation the morning of
you're a lawyer,
Ferris.
is that correct?
I am since 1998.
I think this is Murdaugh's best
Describe
friend.
very quickly your practice for the record.
Actually, since 1995. I've had my own practice since
Right.
1998.
Oh, he said Chris.
In the last
It's
15
Chris.
years, I've
He means
done
Chris.
primarily personal injury work, automobile accidents, people that are injured at work, practice type cases, those things.
And where do you normally practice? Where's your home base?
My only office is in Bamberg.
Do a lot of claims work?
That's all I do anymore. For the last 15 years, that's really all I do.
And do you know the defendant?
I do.
And when did you get to know the defendant?
I've known Alex since we were in high school, Bamberg and Hampton. I grew up in Bamberg, and they're only about 30 miles apart. And so I knew of Alex and had been around him some growing up. We had some mutual friends. I was a lot closer to some other guys in Hampton that I grew up playing golf and things like that with, but I would cross paths with Alex. Played on the same baseball team one summer, I think like our seniors in high school or somewhere around high school age. Didn't really keep in touch with him or cross paths with him until we ended up going to law school. And we started law school together at Carolina, 3 years there together at law school, and lived together part of the time.
Did y'all become friends?
We did.
Become close friends?
Very close.
Best friends?
He was one of my best friends, yes. And I thought, you know, he was, and I thought he felt the same way about me.
Feel that way now?
I don't know how I feel now, Mr. Waters.
Fair enough. Over the years, as
You steal from him too?
developed that close friendship with Alex, did y'all also have a professional relationship as well?
We did. When I finished law school, I went to work in Greenville for a judge for a year.
His emoting is very transparently
to work
consistent,
with a law firm there.
whether it's real or
So
practice.
we
He
see
was
each
just
other,
doing his nod
but it
thing.
was
He
more
feels
socially
bad about
then.
this.
When I moved back to Bamberg to start practicing where I'd grown up, and he moved back to Hampton a couple years later, we started doing a little bit more work together, and we've done cases together really since 1998. I opened up my own firm in 98. I think that's about the same time he had moved back to his firm. And it was a bigger firm with resources that I didn't have starting out on my own, and so we started working cases together and worked a lot together.
Tell me, for the record, how that works when you're in a different firm than the firm he was in, correct?
Yes.
And so when two lawyers from different firms, or three, however many it is, share a case, how do you handle the payment of the fees if there's a successful recovery?
Well, it really all depends on the agreement that's reached up front between the lawyers and with the client's consent. But generally, all the cases that I work with his firm and with most firms I do business with, it's a 50-50 split on the fee recovery, or at least an equal split. Maybe if there are more than two lawyers, it'll be an equal split across the board. But generally, it was just my firm and his firm with a 50-50 split on attorney's fees recovered, and each firm recovers whatever costs they've advanced in the case. And sometimes his firm would advance more of the cost because, you know, they had a larger number of lawyers bringing in more money than I was and could afford to handle some of the bigger costs. But it's kind of whoever got the bill paid the bill, and then we reimbursed at the end whoever had advanced the cost.
At least you thought that's what was happening.
Client signs off on all of that.
Who ultimately, in those situations where is splitting a fee, is that a good way to call it?
Yes, sir.
Who handles the ultimate disbursement? How does that work?
Whichever lawyer receives the settlement checks or the checks to pay whatever verdict or judgment that was received. I can't say in every single case with Alex firm, but in having gone back through my files and audited my paperwork, it looks like in almost every single case that we work together, the disbursement, the money would come through to me and I would handle the disbursement. They were generally clients where I would associate his firm. They were my clients. They were people that had come to me, and I wanted them to, frankly, know that I was the person that took care of them, and if they needed anything, that they could come back. And so I wanted to be the person handling that part of it also.
All right. So if the money comes through you, then just mechanically, how do you go about paying Alec in a case where y'all are splitting a fee or paying?
Write a check.
Money comes in.
Prosecutors never have to deal with this
sign
stuff.
The check or whatever it is, along with my firm, if it's made payable, it's generally made payable to Wilson Law Group or Wilson Law Firm and the client. Client comes in and signs the check. I endorse the check. We deposit that into my trust account. If it has to sit under Supreme Court rules, sometimes it has to sit for 10 days or more. Some smaller checks don't. Once it's been in the account long enough to be able to be dispersed pursuant to our rules, then my bookkeeper does the checks that I instruct her to do, and and I sign the checks to make disbursements. If they're checks to another law firm, then the money is dispersed to that firm.
All right. In the course of litigation, are there typically costs and expenses that accrue during the course of that litigation?
Almost always.
And do those typically get paid out of whatever settlement is reaching, assuming a successful result?
They do. All of my fee agreements and every lawyer I've ever worked with have a provision in there that the client understands that the fees are advanced by the lawyer, but upon recovery, they're reimbursed or recovered by the lawyer.
In a particular case where you're splitting a fee and there were in fact fees and costs associated with a successful recovery, costs and expenses associated with a successful recovery, are those issued in a separate check typically or a check together?
When I first started, I think my firm was doing cost and fees, not just for other firms, but cost and fees that were payable to my firm in the same check. But I mean, 10 plus years ago, if not longer, we started doing separate checks just to make the accounting and keeping up with it easier. So generally it's a fee check and a separate cost check.
And in 2020 and 2021, were you issuing those separate checks?
Yes.
Very quickly, without getting into the details, did you have a case in Allendale where you split it with Alec in the early part of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And ultimately, was there a recovery in that case?
There was.
And
it was actually 3 cases, but they were similar factually. And so we treated them as one case, but it was three separate plaintiffs, 3 separate cases.
And ultimately, did your office disperse the fees and the expense check to PMPED?
On all 3 cases, yes, sir.
And those checks were made out to what when you dispersed those?
All 3 of the fee checks were made payable to, I don't know if we used the acronym PMPED or if we actually spelled out Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Dietrich, and Ellsworth, but PMPED.
And generally, except for the Ferris case, which we'll talk about in a minute,
sure.
When you had those fee splits with Alec, were the checks made out to PMPED?
Yes,
They were
sir.
signed by you?
Yes, sir. And I'm the only person who can sign checks in my office. So, well, and now I had a partner at one time, but now I'm the only person that can sign checks.
I can correct that.
Did you have a case involving Mack Trucks that involved Alec?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe to the court how you ended up getting that case and how you ultimately
up, Joe?
associated Alec in that case?
Sure. And y'all
Hey.
heard it referred to as the Ferris case.
Welcome to the fun.
I'd rather
Thank
refer
you.
to it as the Mack Trucks case. Another lawyer had contacted me about a case that he was working on. Felt like he had a wreck involving a tractor trailer and an automobile in which a gentleman was injured. I believe he had already filed suit against the tractor trailer company and its driver and maybe another party.
So my cousin
started
Vinny.
looking at the case for and with him. It involved a drive shaft.
You're
that had
muted,
fallen
Nate.
out of a
It'll
Mack,
pay the firm overhead
truck
for the year.
into the interstate, and this
that a
gentleman
commercial
and-
truck?
and a number of other cars had hit that drive shaft. And in looking at it and doing a little bit of research, I and he together realized that there very likely could be a products liability case involving a defect with the drive shaft of the truck or something like that. So,
Unlimited money.
so I reached out to Alec, and
product
asked him if
liability
he could get
serious.
involved in the case or would get involved in the case. I mean, that's what his firm specialized in a lot, was products liability cases. And we were pushing some deadlines to bring in all the parties that we needed to. And so I reached out pretty quickly because I knew we needed some help.
And did
Man,
he
forget
agree to
this
be
public
part of that
defender
case?
work. I'm going to go into product liability cases.
As that litigation proceeded, did y'all have, as is typical, some discovery hearings, discovery motions, and that sort of thing?
Well, we had a number of them. I don't remember how many, but we had a number of different motions and discovery that went back and forth, documents being exchanged, things like that.
All right. And did that ultimately set up the prospect of a trial in that case?
It did, but it was unusual. It wasn't a jury trial like is normally done in personal injury cases. It was a non-jury trial tried before a circuit court judge with an admission of liability. We waived punitive damages, and there was an agreement between the parties that neither party would appeal the result.
And in a case, plaintiff's case, civil plaintiff's case like this, if there's a large recovery, let's say for the plaintiff, and the defendant decides to appeal, does that typically delay payment of the recovery until that appeal is heard and resolved?
I mean, it can. Appeals, you never know how long an appeal is going to take. And so if the losing party, the defendant, the company that you're suing, whoever it might be, decides to appeal, they can tie the verdict up for a while. If you win the appeal, you're going to recover cost and interest. So, that's the remedy, but it can tie up money for people that are injured that need that money.
So this is a proffer to see if they can introduce finances as a motive?
Yeah.
We did.
Long and short, yes.
We had, excuse me?
Oh, first, just
It was in
just
Richland County.
clear and convincing evidence of the fraud is what they're really talking about here.
First part of January
Motive,
of
whether it applies to motive is a different question,
And
to which I have an answer.
who did the closing argument in that case?
Alec.
Did you ultimately, there had been a concession of liability, so the amount was really what was in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many plaintiffs did you have?
There were actually two cases, when we call it Ferris or the Mack Trucks case throughout all of this, but there were actually two cases. The gentleman that was injured and then his wife, we brought a loss of consortium claim for her for.
Why is this relevant to a murder?
Services that she had lost from him.
The
And
details
not
of
to
a
get too
product
detailed
liability
before
case that the
her
firm's
case had
involved
gone
in.
into default. In other words, Mack Trucks hadn't answered. the
Loss
paperwork
of
they should have.
consumption or
So they were in a
consortium is
really bad
loss
position
of
on that case.
the access
And then
to
the gentleman's
intimate
case, they had answered,
activity.
But we were discovering some things. When we were doing some discovery, it was clear they didn't want us looking much further.
People in the chat are
And
saying that
that's
the trial is
why this
low.
deal, everybody agreed
It's fluctuating
to
lately.
a non-jury trial without appeal with a waiver of punitive
And there's
damages
this
and an admission of liability
magic
was
area
done.
where
And we were in COVID and it was going to take
once
us
you
a
get up
while
too
to get a
high,
trial. So it
StreamYard
worked
like
out well
flips
for
over and
both
drowns it
parties and
out
the result
or
worked
drowns
out
us
well for
out.
us.
And that's often how it goes in litigation. Both sides kind of decide what's best, and
Why,
sometimes they can have.
why are you even proffering
Yes,
this
sir.
kind of testimony?
Right. Was there ultimately
What's this have to,
a verdict
how
by
much
the
was
judge?
involved? Did he steal it?
Well,
Yes.
two verdicts since two cases. Yes, sir.
Who cares about the minutia of the case?
I believe it was 4 million for the injured man and 1.5 for the wife. I remember it was 5.5 combined, but I think it's 4 and 1.5.
And so how did the fees break down to the best of your recollection that were going to be split among the three lawyers involved?
There were,
Let me ask you this. Do you remember how much Alex shared of the fees?
792,000.
Okay. And yours?
There was a larger split to the attorney that initiated the case, but I believe Alec was 792. The math didn't work out perfectly. I was 791 and the other attorney was higher than that, but I don't remember the exact numbers.
In recognition of his origination.
Yes, sir.
In March of 2021, did you ultimately receive the monies and prepare for disbursement?
Yes, sir. I believe they came in late February because we dispersed in March, and I had to wait at least 10 days. Part of the money came by a wire, which would have been kind of immediately available and accessible, but it was a smaller portion of the money. The larger portion came in a check, and because it was such a sizable amount, I waited maybe 12 or 15 days or so. I didn't disperse on the 10th day.
And did you have a conversation with the defendant about dispersing those fees?
I had a conversation with Alec and with the other attorney I worked on the case with when the fees were ready to be dispersed.
What about your specific conversation with Alec? Did he make any requests of you or have any discussion with you about how to handle his $792,000 share of the fee?
He did.
And tell me about that conversation, please.
When I contacted him and told him we were getting ready to disperse and we would have checks ready, he indicated to me that he was looking to place his fees in an annuity. He called it like a structure. I've never done one of those before, so I didn't really know how it worked. I've never done structure for my fees myself. I've structured client money, but not my fees. He indicated he was looking to do a structure by putting the monies into annuities and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him, that he had already cleared it with his firm, that the monies were going to be put on the books and accounted for, and he would be credited as having received those monies.
Based on his representations to you that he had cleared it with his firm, did you agree to do something different and make the checks directly out to him?
I did.
Jenna asks, why are they able to bring in the financial stuff? Well, we don't know if they are. This is a proffer. It's being done outside the presence of the jury. They're trying to bring this stuff in. They're putting it on the record for the court, and then the judge will make a determination of whether or not it is proper evidence under the rules.
345, states 345 for purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize that particular document.
Gates of Above says, what is Sean Payton doing here? He just got traded to the Broncos. He needs to be coaching Russell.
Per Alex instructions directly to him on the gentleman's case for fees made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $600,000. This voided.
And why was it voided?
Because he instructed me afterwards, and I don't remember if it was in the same conversation or shortly thereafter. It must have been shortly thereafter, that the checks on that case needed to be made in 2 separate check payments. He was doing 2 separate annuities.
Funeral Man 04 says in Mickey Blue Eyes voice, show me the motive.
Yeah, how is this motive? Hey, I will say that if 19 more books and you'll beat Vices. So I will say, how about this for deal? If you sell 19 more books, I will have my wife check the plane trips to Las Vegas to see if I can make it out there on that weekend. How's that? Is that a deal? I can't guarantee it because the wife is ultimately in charge of those things, but so there to chat.
It's not up to me. It's up to chat.
It's just up to you guys, but hey, there might, or maybe they can put a note and say, don't come, Gosdy.
This in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize these documents.
I guess this panel is called Four Crooks More Books.
Yes, the first page is the check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire, for $192,000, and that is on the loss of consortium case for the wife. And on the bottom, just like that $600,000 check that was voided, it indicates it was for fees. I guess the other writing on here is maybe from
I'm just
focused
on the checks.
It's something to do with the way we recovered the checks.
All right.
The back page looks like an endorsement. Pay Bank of America deposit only. Looks like a signature, Bank of America.
Okay. And again, I'm just asking you to see if you recognize those checks.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I recognize
All right. Tell me the second check, just the amount and what that's for.
The second check is for $225,000 payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. It indicates on the bottom that it's for fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check that had been voided.
All right.
And then the third check is $375,000 check payable directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. And it indicates fees, and that would be the remainder of the rewrite of that $600,000 check initially written that was voided.
All right. And those second two were rewritten. Why?
At Alex's request, he had indicated that he was putting the money into 2 different vehicles or annuities and needed the checks written that way.
Okay. 5 to 5.
All right.
The judge likes to go right up to the edge and
What did you do with
And
those
over.
checks after you? the
Yeah,
3
yesterday
checks
you went
after
to
you
almost 6.
Finally cut them.
and we have no
Honestly,
jury
I
here,
signed
so he
them,
could go on all
and
night.
At some point in time, I think Alex sent somebody up to my office to pick them up. I don't think I delivered them. Oftentimes I put checks in the mail. Sometimes when they're larger, I either offer to have them picked up or delivered. And I think he had somebody come pick those up from my office.
Like a law firm runner or somebody like that?
Something like that. Yes, sir. I don't even think I was in the office when they picked it up.
You've known Alex for a long time, right?
Since the since the mid 80s, mid 80s. Yes, sir.
Worked with him for a long time?
Many times.
Did his explanation to you about what he was going to do, did that raise any suspicions with you, to your friend that you've known for such a long time?
No, sir. It was different, but it didn't raise any red flags or suspicions to me that anything wrong was going on.
Because you trusted your friend, right?
Very much.
He betrayed you, didn't he?
He's upset.
Well, he doesn't want to look complicit. So
What was your perception of Alex's general wealth and success?
Thought he made a lot more money than I did. Always seemed to do well in his practice. All I ever heard is that he was one of the biggest producers in the firm. It's his family's name on the firm, but they acted like it was his name on the firm too. He and I handled big cases together. When I talked to the partners and other members of that firm, they were talking about big cases that they were handling with him. Felt like he did really well. We never got into direct discussions about the amount of money he made or the amount of money I made. We talked about, sometimes business and sometimes money and sometimes things, but I always thought he made a lot of money.
Is that part of the reason why your suspicions didn't arise when you were asked to do this request by Alec?
I guess so. Not so much as just I'd never had any dealings with him that I'd had any reason to distrust what he was telling me. I mean, he was a partner in that firm. He had the authority, as far as I knew, to make decisions. If he'd have wanted to reduce the fee and take less, and it was payable to the firm, I wouldn't have questioned that. I didn't feel like he had to have his authority, his partner's approvals to make those type decisions.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 347 and see if you recognize that document.
Funeral Man 04 says, just
Yes,
got
sir.
Steve's book. I have Andrew's. When will I have one from you, Nick? Get on it, dog.
First check
Hopefully
is
by
a
the end of the
check
year.
that was made in May
Oh,
of
cool.
2021, May 13th. To Peters, Parker, Murdaugh, Ellsworth, and Dietrich for $14,619.13. I don't think on the bottom it says anything, but this was a cost reimbursement check on one of those two cases. And then the second check is a check made payable on the same day, May 13th, for the same amount of money plus 1 cent, so for 14 cents. And it was a cost reimbursement in the other case. And that's made payable to the law firm also.
Who was your assistant or paralegal at this point in time?
Vicky. I mean, she's one of several, but Vicky is my primary paralegal.
At some point in May of 2021, did Vicky advise you of any inquiry coming from PMPED about where these fees were?
No, she didn't advise me in May about any inquiry about where the fees were. She had received an email in May from Alex Paralegal, Annette, that said, hey, we got the cost check, but we don't have the fees. Where are the fees? And she replied to that email to Annette and said, your boss has already been paid the fees, just like mine and the other lawyer. Vicky replied to that email. I didn't know about that email until all of this came out in September of what was going on. I didn't know about that reply email to Annette. Vicky did receive another email from Annette, and as I recall, it was a email that Annette had received from Jeannie Seckinger that Vicky did forward to me sometime towards the end of May. I think she had gotten it, but she was out on vacation for a couple of days, and when she got back, she forwarded it to me. And it was an email from Jeannie Seckinger that said something to the effect of, Alec thought he was owed more cost in the case, had some questions about cost, and they were trying to get some information so they could determine if they were owed more cost. She did forward me that email.
The chat is blowing up with your book titles.
Yeah, I know. They're wrong on all of them. It's great.
It's hilarious, though. I like the speculation.
I said what I was writing on Rumble.
What's been marked as 348 for the purposes of this hearing, stage 348.
It's on the usage of yoga to combat cataplexy in acute narcolepsy positive live streamers who have AIDS. That's my book. It's very niche.
Yeah, I was asked whether I'm rewriting Merchant of Venice, and I said
Yes, sir.
but I'm calling it
like
Run
the email
Juice
string
Run.
He said,
where
no, I'm just redoing Fiddler
Jeannie
instead.
Seconder, the
Joe, check
Chief
the
Financial
private
Officer
chat there,
at
too.
PNPED, emailed Annette Griswold, which was Alex's primary paralegal. Basically says that Nicole, I don't even know who that is, brought in the expense check and that didn't match their records. Alex thinks he has more outstanding cost, but can't say what. And they want to see if they can get some information concerning expenses and disbursements. Looks like Annette forwarded that to my paralegal Vicky on May the 27th. Vicky was out. Looks like Annette asked her again on June the 2nd if she could get her some information. And Vicky replied to Annette that she didn't deal with some of the documentation they were requesting, and so she would forward it to me.
And what, that's June the 2nd, when?
2021, June 2nd.
June 2nd, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Joe, did you see CNN was
At this point in time,
they were
are Alex fees still in your trust account?
defining
No,
alt-right
sir. They
code
were
words?
dispersed.
Oh, is Juice one of them?
Did you see
You can check March. I
SJW
don't
stands
know
for
the exact date,
sneak
but
stingy Jew?
They were dispersed in 3 separate checks from March.
Yeah,
At some point in
obviously.
time, around this June 2nd, thereabouts, did you receive any call from Lee Cope?
I believe I had a conversation with Lee Cope. I was trying a case in Hampton the week before that, and I was in and out of their office. And I believe I had a conversation with Lee. That would have been like the week of May the 24th or some of those days in there. And I believe I had a conversation with Lee. He asked me if all the money had been dispersed in the Ferris case. And I told him that it had not been, that we had some liens outstanding, medical bills and liens outstanding, and we were holding money for some additional costs in case things came in. And he didn't ask me any further questions. He did not mention that there were any issues or concerns about fees.
After you received that call from Lee Cope, well, what did you tell Lee Cope?
I told him I'd have to check into it.
After that, did you reach out to the defendant?
I did.
And what was your conversation with him?
I reached out to Alec and I said, Alec, hey, I don't know what all we talked about in that call, but at some point in time we talked about, I said, hey, I've got this email that's been forwarded to me by Vicky, where your firm is saying that you believe you're owed more cost. I put the cost down on the disbursement sheet that you had given me. But if you've got more cost, just figure out what it is and get it to me. We're holding some money to deal with some medical bills and liens. And with the client's consent, we were holding some money in case additional costs come in. Sometimes costs are slow coming in and that's normal. And if there's an issue, just let me know. He said, I'll check on it, or there's not an issue, or I'll check on it. And I said, hey, this is the case that I disperse the fees to you, per your request. Is everything all right? He said, yeah, I just got to make sure they know it's on the books the right way. And that this is the case that we've already worked out, the put it on the books.
Did he tell you he had structured those fees and annuities as he had told you before?
Yeah, that he had put them in the annuities.
Put them in the annuities. Firm's going to make sure they're on the books.
As far as I knew, the firm was aware that the monies had been paid to him, that he was putting them into annuities, that they would credit him as already having been paid, and they would account for that whenever or however they split up money.
Just to be clear, those funds were not in your trust account. They were gone at that point.
Yes, sir. They've been gone since March, or whenever those checks were cashed after I wrote them in March.
$792,000.
Yes, sir.
For purposes of this hearing, I'm not going to go into the night when Maggie and Paul were killed, but very quickly, you did have some.
It seems like that would be the one thing you need to go into for the purposes of this hearing.
The one thing you should, is important, we'll just ignore that.
As forensic family did in the aftermath of that event. Is that correct?
Train?
Yes, after a few weeks after the murders, did you,
I've got one.
you good? Take a second.
Your weakness tissues in case you need to make eye water. Funeral Man 04 says verdict not guilty. Then Alec pulls the missing 300 blackout from his pocket and proclaims, "Haha, suckers."
Have another conversation with Alec, asking him if everything had been handled with the firm and those fees?
Yes, sir. I don't remember if it was 2 weeks or 3 weeks or what it was. I mean, everybody was destroyed. I don't think anybody was focusing on that. I know I wasn't, but at some point in time after that, I just said, "Hey, is everything all right with the, contact I got him with those fees?" And he said it was.
So now that the chat's done so well with the graphing on the timeline,
In mid-July 2021, over a month after the murder.
There's no crying and testifying.
Call you up and ask you anything about these fees.
He did.
Tell me what your conversation with Alec was about these fees.
He contacted me and said that he was not able to structure the fees the way that he thought he was going to be able to do, that he had messed that up, and that the fees needed to be paid to the firm and they needed to go back through my trust account.
Okay. And what did you say at that point?
I didn't see anything that caused me any red flags or anything, and felt like if that's what had to be done, that the fees had to be paid to his firm and needed to go back through my trust account. He could send me the money and I could run it back through my trust account and then pay it to his firm.
it's fallen a long way. You think if people have maps, good maps with cell phone location where they were dropped,
Yes, sir.
where his mom's house was, that would also be helpful.
600,000 of the 792.
You only received 600,000?
Yes, sir.
And how did you receive that? Do you recall?
I think it came in 2 different wires, that either came on the same day or on back-to-back days.
Don't you know how Ponzi works? He needed to get more money in to pay you.
$350,000?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And that was on or about July 15th?
That sounds right, yes, sir.
And the other was about $250,000 on July 16th, 2021?
I believe from Bank of America, yes, sir.
That was only $600,000?
Yes, sir.
So you're short from what you'd already given to Alec, correct?
Yes, sir.
How much are you short?
$192,000.
$192,000.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alec about being short?
I did.
And what was your conversation with Alec?
He told me that he wasn't able to access the $192,000 immediately, that he had already put it into the annuity, but he couldn't do it the way he wanted to, but he couldn't access it because it would be penalized if it was withdrawn, and that he would get me the money.
So what did you do in response to what your friend told you to do, or told you about the reason why he was short $192,000?
I mean, at that point, I had an indication that I was supposed to have $792,000 in my trust account that was supposed to have been paid to his firm. I'm responsible for that trust account. I put $192,000 of my own money in that trust account to cover the shortfall.
Ooh, shit.
Based on his representation that he'd get you back.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Well, that can destroy a friendship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boy.
And then
How
he
the
paid all
mighty
the
have
money
fallen.
out. Paid all the money out to the firm, and so he's out. The 192.
Maybe this guy killed Paul like his a
What were you-
tax on that loan.
What were you doing on the
Tell
night?
you what you marked as exhibit 349, states 349 for this in-camera hearing, and do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
This is an email that I sent to Alec at his request. He said he needed to be able to provide it to his firm so they'd know the money was being held. And it was dated July 19th of 2021. It says, Alec, as discussed, I'm confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the gentleman's case and $192,000 in the lady's case, which represent attorney's fees. I'll continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
You think his defense lawyers made him pay them up front?
You sent that email at that point in time. Did you receive any further inquiry at that point in time, at least?
You'd hope.
From the law firm saying, all right, go ahead and send us the 792.
Mr. Waters, I didn't hear anything else from the law firm at all until September the 3rd, 2021, about 3:00 in the afternoon, when Mr. Lee Cope called me. The first question he asked me was, why was I still holding $792,000 in my firm? That seemed to be his first concern. And I said, yes, I am. And he said, well, we need to get that money paid to us. And then he told me that they had discovered a check that I think I remember him telling me that was from me to Alec in the firm, and that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money from the firm and from clients, and that he could not talk very long, and asked me not to say anything to anybody until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
Let me slow you down just real quick before we get there. At some point in time in August, did you attend any event or any conference where you saw Alec?
I did.
And what was that?
It's called South Carolina Association of Justice now. I still call it the Trial Lawyers Association. We have an annual convention in Hilton Head every August, the first weekend, and I usually attend and was there. And Alec was there.
Alec there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with him at that conference about the $192,000 that you covered for him, when he was going to pay that back?
I believe I asked him about it, and he indicated he was working on it. Some discussion about his father's estate. His father had just passed, and there would be money coming from the estate, and then with Maggie's estate being tied up, also.
Did he say he might sell some property or something like that?
I think he did mention that he was working towards selling some property.
At this point in time, still with a couple of months after the tragic murders of Maggie and Paul, were you still very sensitive to your friend's emotional health and well-being?
Sure. I didn't push him.
Didn't push him?
No, sir.
The Wizard of Ego in the chat says there's no way that Maggie didn't know what was going on. I disagree entirely. There's this happens all the time where one person is in charge of the finances and the other person, so long as they're allowed to kind of leisure spend as they want, it just passes from their mind. They don't care how the money gets there. They don't care anything about it at all. She knows he's in a high income profession. He works hard. Money coming in is no surprise.
I do.
Tell me what that is.
It is a very rudimentary, handwritten, scratched out promissory note that I asked Alec to sign for me, which he did August 17th.
Until you, Lady Ragged has basically no idea, like the particulars of what I make and how.
Within 60 days.
And when I try to talk to her about it, her eyes glaze over and she says, stop, I don't care.
My wife knows exactly how much I make and tells me every day that I'm spending too much on guitars.
More about,
all kidding aside, doesn't this guy seem to have more motive than Alex does?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody. Think about all the people that he stole money
just
from.
like everybody else,
Holy cow.
everybody in his firm and everybody in his family, that he was going to do something to himself. That he was going to kill himself. And I knew enough to know that that I couldn't make a claim against his estate if there wasn't something in writing. And so that was more. I went to him and said, Alec, look, I hate to even ask this, but I need to ask you to do this in case something happens to you. And I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something, but it was more about worried about what he might do. And I need to ask you to do this so that if there's a problem, I can deal with it. And he did. He didn't have a problem with it.
You already said this part, but at some point a few weeks later, you get a call from Lee Cope asking about those fees and saying that Alec had been stealing money, right?
Yes, sir.
That hit you like thunderbolt?
It knocked me down. I was with a group of guys. I could not talk. Lee told me he could not talk very long. I didn't know how to react.
Flabbergasted is the word you're looking for.
I did.
That's a good one.
I couldn't do it immediately. I think I spoke to Lee for just a minute. He told me I needed to call him right back. I called him back. We talked for just a minute. He couldn't talk long. He said he had other things to take care of to deal with all of what was going on.
Do you remember what day this is?
September 3rd, Friday, 3:00 in the afternoon,
2021?
2021. Yes, sir.
You remember it like it was yesterday?
I'll tell you exactly where I was and who I was with.
Tell me more about what happened.
I finished up what I was doing with that group. I think I tried to call Alec, or I know I texted him. And I believe I tried to call also, and I couldn't get him.
Did you continue to try to contact him?
I did. I think he did respond maybe that afternoon later and said, I forget what it was. It was in a meeting or something. I'll call you back as soon as I can. But at some point in time, I kept trying to get him, and we did talk later.
What did you talk about? What day was that when you finally were able to talk to him?
I think I did speak to him that evening, this Friday, September the 3rd, by phone. I don't remember the exact of the conversation, but I said, look, Lee's called me and told me what's going on. What is going on? He said, I really can't talk about it much right now. I said, I need to talk to you, and I want it to be in person. I need to know what's going on. And
What happened next?
well, he said he would try to meet with me the next morning, and that he was sorry. And I don't remember all the gist of that conversation, but the next morning I tried to call him. I woke up and I started driving towards Beaufort because I thought he was staying at John Marvin's house down that way. And I started calling him and driving his direction. And eventually he called me back and said he would meet me in Alameda at his mom and daddy's house.
Were you near the
I did.
doghouse?
Was that in the morning of September 4th?
Probably a little bit before lunchtime, kind of late morning. Yes, sir.
Y'all have a conversation?
We did.
Where was the conversation?
I got there before he did. I don't think I pulled in the driveway. I kind of waited out on the road, pulled in the driveway. We went in the side door. The caregiver was there. We went out onto the front porch and we talked on the front porch.
And
The
what did he
camera is
say to you?
really high. The one on the
First
prosecutor.
thing
It's
I
like
asked
15
was,
feet
you know,
high.
Alec, what the
Yeah.
F or what
It's a
the
weird angle.
H is going on here? You know, what is going on? And have you done something else to me or that involves me that I don't know about? Because I know about this and I've got to deal with this, but is there something else you've done that I don't know about that I need to be concerned with?
And what did he say?
He broke down crying. Said I can't right this second. He went inside, came back out with some paper towels and told me that he had a drug problem, that he was addicted to opioids, and that he
Now
had been
here's-
addicted for, I don't remember if he said 20 or 20 plus years, but for 20 years or so.
God, don't do opioids.
Did he say
Now,
anything
now
about
this
the
is
money?
more stuff. Are they going to try to
He
bring
told
that
me
in?
that he had been stealing money,
Did he have a particular phrase about what he had done to you?
shit me up,
He said he shit you up.
shit me up or shit me off or something like that. But I think it was he'd shit me up.
And he said
It's a weird
that
expression.
He admitted to you he had been stealing client money.
Yes, sir.
So he confessed that to you, is that
He
correct?
said he had shit a lot of people up.
But did he shoot any people up?
I'll show you.
Yeah, it sure wasn't
The
shit.
State's 313.
Yeah.
In this in-camera hearing, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
I think this is the original of that $225,000.
It's a weird addiction, huh? Opiate addict, 20 years, nobody knows.
Gentleman's case.
You're a functioning lawyer making a lot of money.
Directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
Partner
Hard
at
to
a firm.
imagine.
Is that your signature on it?
It is.
Could have been a lie. Could have been saying that just to get out of the theft.
Yeah, maybe.
Isn't it weird they allow him to testify without it being hearsay about what the defendant says? Because the only way he can refute it is by
Well, it's in camera.
waiving the
it's not
fifth.
being
This
it's
is
not being
Crawford.
challenged as hearsay.
No, I understand that, but in general, is that something that they allow in a criminal case?
Yes, it's an admission against
here.
interest.
Yeah.
No, I understand it's admission against interest, but over here, since it's like the only way he can refute it is by Fifth Amendment, is by waiving his Fifth Amendment. I would think that the Fifth Amendment protection would be broader for a defendant in a criminal case. That
No
No,
way.
you can always admit a
I don't remember
statement against
exactly how it
interest
ended,
from
Mr.
a
Ward, 'cause I was so mad.
defendant.
I'd loved the guy for so long. And I probably still loved him a little bit, but I was so mad. And I don't remember how it ended. I left. I mean, I asked him, how did I not know these things or see these things, and we talked. He was concerned about me getting my $192,000 back. Seemed concerned.
Not that concerned.
At that point, I wanted to make sure there
Little
wasn't
bit.
something else.
This is a little bit before lunch on September 4th.
Yes, sir.
You
Well, we didn't leave. We didn't. I'm sure I yelled at the beginning, or at least raised my voice, but I didn't leave yelling and screaming and hollering. We didn't fight. But I left. I wasn't happy.
Where'd you go after you left? You remember?
And killed his wife and
rode
son.
through Hampton. Actually, we threw Hardee's and
Moselle.
grabbed something for a bite of lunch on the road and headed back to Columbia where I live.
That day, did you hear anything else about Alec?
I did.
About how long after you left Alec did you hear something?
I had stopped in my office in Bamberg or at the post office to pick something up. And I was somewhere between Bamberg and Columbia when I got a call. It was either from Randy or Lee Cope, but I believe it was Lee Cope.
What were you informed?
That Alec had been shot in the head and that he was on a helicopter going to the hospital in Savannah. And I think it was Savannah Hospital, but they said the hospital, but I believe it said Savannah Hospital.
What'd you do in response to that?
Yes, they were already dead. I was
That
just
was
making a
going
joke,
on.
guys.
I thought he tried to kill himself. I didn't think he was suicidal when I left, but when I heard that, I thought he tried to kill himself.
Did you go to the scene or did you return back home?
I went back home.
Did you try to reach out to Alec after that?
I did not. I talked to his brother Randy, I think some that same day and some on the next day.
The thief who lived.
By that time, frankly, all this had, for lack of a better term, blown up to where I didn't think I'd be able to talk to Alec. And I don't know that I wanted to.
Have you had a conversation with him since?
I have not spoken to him since that morning at Alameda.
Have you had any other communication with him?
He's texted me once or twice, to which I've responded something very generic, like I'm thinking about your family. And I think he may have written a letter, some short letter that, frankly, I turned over to my lawyers.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 351. See if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is one of the texts that I received from Alec and my response.
Is that a number you previously had recognized being Alex?
I don't know if I'd ever seen that number before, but it's not the normal cell phone number that I would have used to contact him or he to contact me. I mean, there was sometimes he'd tell me he was calling me from the phone in his car. Sometimes it would be a number I didn't recognize.
Did he call you from his opioids?
See, this is the weird conundrum that he's put in, is that he can't take the stand to defend on the fraud without theoretically waiving his Fifth Amendment on the murder.
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, we need to address that at a longer situation.
That's a very
He's written
it's
an
very
article on
perplexing.
this.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that separately.
Yeah, no, it's very perplexing. It seems so unjust.
We have no questions, John.
Oh,
so
like maybe he would take the stand in the fraud case, but he doesn't want to take the stand in the murder case. And by coming in here now, they're trying to establish that, oh, you see, we have compelling evidence that he committed fraud. And they wouldn't if he took the stand, but he's not able to actually do that without risking waiving the Fifth on the murder charge. That's what's so baffling about the position that they're putting him in here, as far as it feeling unjust.
On this matter.
There's a lot of moving parts, Your Honor. I do have a law firm witness that I would like to call on this particular matter, one of the partners. We have the Satterfield matter. There is a confession of judgment, but we can present testimony on that as well. And we have a bank witness to establish a financial condition of Alec at the time these murders happened, which was he was burning through cash like crazy. He was out of options. The $792,000 was gone in no time at all. And I think the evidence is very compelling that for an extended period of time, he had been living in a velocity of money that is really quite stunning. And he constantly had it to
I want to live in a
achieve
velocity
more
of money.
to avoid,
You do.
We should put this in rank order. I'll be on the bottom.
Day, on June 7th, 2021, when he's being asked about these Ferris fees, the financial condition is not good. There's not that money there. He's extremely leveraged in the debt that he has, and it will be part of a history where he is forced to do all these things that we've been showing through Ms. Seconder to stay afloat and to stay one step.
How does murder alleviate that problem?
To understand the reality of what he was facing, they have to understand the extent of what is being potentially exposed. They have to understand why he would be doing these things and why he was out of time. This is not the kind of case where
out of time you kill yourself.
But
well, I asked a question.
Yes, sir.
I guess this is still your answer. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Judge. So anyway, this is the kind of case where, for example, he mentions the Boat case out of the gate. The Boat case, the hearing was going to be that week. We will establish evidence that the hearing was to get access or get identification of his accounts. Once that happens, that he would be unable, there would be not long before what had been going on would be exposed. And what we're talking about, and this is really how it's different from some of the other res geste and other cases that you're looking at, is it's really about the fear of what is about to be exposed. And what we're talking about, again, is a decade of malfeasance and misappropriation that ultimately would result in the charges that it's resulted in, as well as loss of his livelihood and loss of his law degree. And that's the real fear that was there. And when we look at June 7th in particular, at that point in time, he's out of options. We've heard from Ms. Seconder that in the past, if he'd been able to pay that money or repay that money, then he could always kick that can down the road. But on this particular day, the state believes we have evidence, and we believe it's a reasonable inference from those evidence that he was out of options. But for the jury to really understand what's going on, they have to understand the full picture of what this man has been doing and what he's been trying to hide. And frankly, what he was able to successfully hide in the wake of these murders. The bank witnesses will also establish, relevant specifically to this particular witness and the events that you've heard about, is that one of the first things that Mr. Murdaugh did, business related, was to secure $600,000. He got a loan from PSB, Palmetto State Bank, that wasn't even on the books. They just wired the money. Russell Lafitte wired the money, $350. He borrowed $250,000 from another person, and that's the $600 that he gave to Chris, that he used to talk Chris into telling PMPED that all $792 were back in the account. And so again, that's one of the first things he did to stave off the inquiry that very morning, 6/7/21, was to get that money in there, and it did. It staved off the inquiry. The fact that Ms. Seconder, there had been a number of things that have been occurring over a while, ultimately turned her attention back to Alec. It doesn't change the fact that it did effectively delay that time period and delay the ultimate detection of that. And he was able to put that money in, much as he was able to do when he stole $125,000 from his brother, or he used the firm credit card, or what we see throughout this, throughout the extent of his financial matters. So the bank witness ultimately will establish two things. Number one is the financial condition at the time, and number two, his efforts in the wake of the murders to secure that additional money so that he could get enough back to Chris Wilson to talk him into.
In the wake of the murders, I tell you that it has nothing to do with the murders.
Frankly, it worked until two things happened. Number one, Ms. Seconder started to look back at the Hirschberg matter, and then more importantly, and we have another law firm witness. Don't know the check's up on the screen. Stand by for me, Your Honor.
But if you're the judge, you're going to allow
Found
this
check
for
right
motive.
here, this very one, in his office right around that same time in early September. And at that point in time, they knew that he had been lying to them about these particular fees. And that's what caused everything to unravel. And then, just like we see, Your Honor, with what happened on June 7th, 2021, within a short period of time, the side of the road happens. And Alec immediately claims that he was the victim of a horrible attack, and everyone immediately assumes that the bad guys are back. There's a symmetry, Your Honor, between what happens on the side of the road and what happens on June 7th, because when the hounds are at the door, when Hannibal's at the gates for Alex Murdaugh, violence happens. And the same thing happened on the side of the road that happened on June 7th. And for this jury to understand the real picture of this man that I will remind Your Honor, I know you're well aware of, that they have already repeatedly put into issue his character and what a loving father he was and all the rest of it. They need to understand really what this man was hiding. And he was hiding something we have never seen before. And
Why?
the pressures of that are important for the jury to understand why this man might do that.
Why do they need to understand that for the murder, though? How is it related?
Mr. Griffin, any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to respond. What you've heard thus far today does not establish that Hannibal's at the gate in any form or fashion. What you heard from Ms. Seconder, is that what's the language she used? Hang on, I've got it right here. Quote, there's a history of trust and brotherhood in the firm, and that some similar events have happened in the past where Alec had been overdrawn with the firm through loan checks or expense checks, and that eventually the money gets paid back and everyone goes about their merry way. I mean that is basically what she testified to, Your Honor, and this sort of concept that Alec committed murders to cause a delay in the firm investigating this diversion of fees was debunked by her own testimony, where she said, number one, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was going back in the hospital to die, and that I stopped in my tracks and I became a friend and stopped looking, and that Mr. Murdaugh did die. I mean, that's what stopped her.
So their theory of the motive is that the murders were to
her
delay the
on
financial
June 7th
investigation.
by her own
And the state's been saying that all along, actually.
forward, and then
An insane
she said
motive.
She passed it off to Lee Cope, and then Lee Cope kept following up, and he communicated with Mr. Wilson, and Mr.
Seems like a permanent solution to a short-term problem.
Back to the account.
Yep.
And frankly, Your Honor, if this plays out as we attach to our response, the draft transcript from the trial testimony in Russell Lafitte's case, that Mr. Murdaugh had in progress at Palmetto State Bank a loan application to get refinancing, and that Maggie's murder stopped and delayed that, and it had the complete opposite effect. He wasn't at the end of his rope. The murder of Maggie, if we have to play out this, the murder of Maggie actually caused a delay in the refinancing of the Edisto house, and it precluded getting additional loans from Moselle. And so those are the facts. And how murdering Maggie Murdaugh and murdering Paul Murdaugh eased his financial stress, it didn't. There's no financial gain, as we said. There's no life insurance. There's nothing to be gained by it. And so there's no logical connection from his,
Here we go. Finally,
disastrous
logical
financial house
connection.
and potentially having to be answer to financial misconduct within the firm, losing his law license, being criminally prosecuted first. And so and it's all just a theory. There's no facts. It's all just a theory. But their theory is the best way out is for him to murder his wife and son and put himself bullseye in that circle that you heard about in the testimony of this case, and that he is prime suspect number one because he's the father, he's the husband, he finds the bodies, they show up, and he's holding a shotgun, and he does that to get out from under scrutiny of a $700,000 diversion of fees with a history of trust.
Diversion of fees. I love that.
Law firm, Your Honor, there is no logical connection whatsoever, and it does not lead to evidence of motive. And we can have more testimony, but frankly, Your Honor, it doesn't meet. And then if we go into 403 and unfair prejudice, I mean, you heard a lot of unfair prejudice here, but the undue delay, confusion of the issues to the jury. I mean, they've got, a whole lot more evidence about financial misconduct than they have about a murder and evidence of guilt in the murder case. And that's what this is all about.
With regard to the list of other witnesses that Mr. Waters indicates that the state has.
So at the end of the day, this guy's only underwater $700,000. That's all he owes anybody?
No.
They said it was
That's what
$7
was
million.
at issue that day. 7 million is what he's in for.
Oh, okay.
But that wasn't in play that morning. It wasn't known yet.
Whether there's clear and convincing evidence. You vindicated with regard to some of the witnesses, some of the files you did not contest them. But if you have a few employees from the law firm, including Lee Cope, Mr. Murdaugh's secretary or administrative assistant, excluding someone from the bank. Who's the other person you mentioned?
Well, we have also the Satterfield, which of course we have a confession of judgment for purposes of this hearing, that might be sufficient for your court's analysis, although the circumstances I think are very relevant. And then with the boat case, the one thing I want to add, and that would be Mark Tinsley in the boat case, is to understand the context of the boat case and understand how this all relates to everything, is not only was the discovery there, being sought by Mr. Tinsley, but there will be testimony. And again, this is all in transcripts, which they have. And I don't know, I've talked with the defense about, obviously they don't have to concede and they'll be able to cross and all the rest of it. But, it is in transcripts. They've had a chance to review it, whether or not that's sufficient, at least for an in-camera determination. But one of the things that Mark Tinsley will say was the very aggressive posture which they were taking in the boat case, which meant that Alex Murdaugh was not a defendant of convenience, that the goal of the litigation, at least as it related to him, was a personal recovery. And that is why he was proceeding so aggressively in that particular case. Mark Tinsley will also say that, and we'll talk about how that litigation was going, but we'll also say that after the crimes of June 7th, 2021, that landscape completely changed. This was an extremely significant liability, and the testimony will be that that aggressive posture, seeking a personal recovery from Alex Murdaugh, actually of $10 million, that they weren't coming off that, and that was the manner in which that litigation was going. Once the murders happened, that was done, and Mr. Tinsley will testify to that, at least the posture that they were taking.
Do it. Risk it.
So I have to say the boat discovery does obviously substantially crank up the pressure he would have been under that morning.
Amount of received sufficient amount of evidence to make a determination regarding clear and convincing evidence involving the law firm, and I do not need to hear from Mr. Cope or the other witness, what's her name? Ms. Griswold, in order to make that determination of there being clear and convincing evidence. With regard to Satterfield, you do have a confession of judgment, which the court has not seen or reviewed. With regard to the boat case, there's been no testimony. In the record regarding the impact of that on Mr. Murdaugh's state of mind or the like. So Mr. Tinsley, particularly considering the representations by counsel that the plaintiffs in that case were just seeking a financial statement, basically. And so the court can hear from Mr. Tinsley, review the confession of judgment, then hear arguments from the parties once again regarding the admissibility of all of this as relates to these other bad acts or bad acts, and also the limitation on this, if any.
Yes, sir. Two matters right now. I do have the confession of judgment, which I can mark, as well as the disbarment.
Go back to the bullpen and get ready for tomorrow.
Trial.
Yeah.
On these matters for the court to make a determination of clear and convincing evidence.
I do have two issues. It would be, of course, we have the bank witnesses to establish that financial condition. And there's that.
The bank witnesses also included, I overlooked mentioning.
I think this is actually good for the defense, honestly.
We can definitely do that in the morning.
Yeah, I
do
think
have
so
a problem,
too.
Unfortunately, that Mr. Tinsley's not available in the morning, but can be here.
It means he's not there yet.
Monday morning.
Yeah. We'll explain what's, in case you're not
bank
entirely
witnesses on
following,
there.
we'll explain what's going on in a minute.
And again, we do have a transcript.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we have filed a separate motion with the court on the admissibility of essentially Mr. Tinsley's testimony for any consideration by the court, because he's giving, a legal opinion. It's a judicial decision. It's not Mr. Tinsley's decision. And we've submitted that to the court. So we don't think anything Mr. Tinsley has to say would be relevant. We'd be prepared to argue that tomorrow or tonight if you'd like.
Well, I haven't received that motion.
Here's a clocked in copy.
When was it clocked in?
January 24th, 2023.
January 24th. That last Tuesday? When was that? Last Tuesday?
He's been a judge for a while. This is an old Kaji judge. It's got his way of doing things, and that's it.
I did see that. I didn't realize that was pertaining to Mr. Tinsley. Well, we'll address Mr. Tinsley's issue when Mr. Tinsley is available. I cannot conclude based on argument that his testimony will only be relate to a question of law. So we'll defer anything, any presentation until Mr. Tinsley is available, and then we can press on with the other witnesses tomorrow morning before the jury gets here at 11:30. We'll start at 9:30. Hopefully that 2-hour window will be.
This court has been able to do zero things in 2 hours.
Regarding the Satterfield matter, what's the
You can barely have lunch in that period.
Your Honor, we agree that they have a confession of judgment. We agree that there's an order disbarring him for that conduct, and they concluded that confession of judgment, even though it has a disclaimer, anyway, the Supreme Court concluded that is an admission. So for purposes of disbarment, and I'd be hard pressed to argue against that satisfying, clear and convincing standard. That's all.
And what year was that? The wrongful conduct.
Well, yeah, well, the Satterfield matter, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it was quite some time ago.
2019, 2019, 20.
Yeah, I mean, a confession of judgment is definitely going to satisfy clear and convincing evidence. It's it's a flat out admission from the party. This shouldn't be controversial at all.
Satterfield issue separately. Now, aside from the court determining just the issues in general regarding whether or not this testimony should be admitted on the motive, identity, common scheme, res gestae. There's a separate issue regarding remoteness. And of course, I know the state believes that this is a thread that's woven through all of one thing to the other that culminates in the conduct on June 7th. We'll hear arguments on that later.
The additional ground would be consciousness of guilt, which is a basis for admissibility. And again, that's kind of what we're talking about. I mean, that goes under 404, but the case law is long. The consciousness of guilt is fear of detection is a basis for us.
Submitted something on that?
I'll get you some additional cases on that, Your Honor. We'll have that for you by tomorrow.
All right.
Not sure what act he is going under the consciousness of guilt prong to the extent it exists. I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't know either. We'll see.
Again,
Where is consciousness of guilt in
he's
404B?
trying to avoid facing
Yeah, articulate it,
life
please.
without parole and the loss of his livelihood. And for the jury to understand that, it's more than just $792,000. It's
How's he trying to avoid that by murder?
and that is really the issue, is avoiding that detection.
He's not charged with that
Hey,
here.
we've done enough on this day. We'll resume at 9:30.
Yes, you have.
That's an insane premise.
Okay, first thing that's going on. The state has predetermined they want to get in this stuff because it makes him look bad. Now they're justifying it by forcing it in as his motive. Right? So they say, here's this stuff. We got this stuff that makes him look like a real crook and a bad guy. We can talk about how bad it is. Looking over here at the shiny ball. But so, okay, now let's pull out the book. How can we admit this? Well, I don't know. How about motive?
Consciousness of guilt is what they're choosing. Which
they didn't like come upon this evidence and said, oh my God, look what he's doing. This is the motive for them killing those two people. That's not what happened. It came the other way. We got this bad stuff. Oh, by the way, 8 more books. And Nick beats Vices without even trying. If you want,
CrimeLaw.net.
If he didn't make the Grift King, what was the Grift thing you're trying to win? He didn't win that.
Grifties. Yeah, I didn't win the Grifties.
But you can beat Vices on the grift of the book. Anyways, no, but they didn't find that financial stuff and say, oh, this is why he killed the wife. Not at all. They said, oh, well, how can we get this stuff in that makes them look bad? Then they did it.
But what is his motive?
Well, now it's gone from motive to consciousness of guilt. Well, he was conscious of the guilt and he was trying to avoid life in prison without parole. So he murdered his wife and son. I mean, that's literally what the state just said, which is absolutely insane if you think about that at all, because the murder of them doesn't alleviate the financial crimes in any way. It doesn't. Someone in the chat earlier, I saw them say, well, if, killing Paul may get rid of the boat case. Nope. The boat case does not go away with Paul.
He was even, they're saying the pressure was on because he's a defendant in that case. And now he's under all this pressure because of the boat case. Well, Paul dying doesn't alleviate him, doesn't make anything,
Right. That case does not dismiss out just because Paul's dead. It would continue against Paul's estate. For one thing, and if he's a co-defendant, it doesn't stop with him either. So what happened here at the end was actually really important, and I think some people may have missed it. And I had said, and I think Steve agreed that I think this is actually good for the defense.
Yes.
So what the judge said, and this is really important because I didn't know he was distinguishing these. So he hadn't indicated it really until now. He's at basically clear and convincing evidence of these crimes. So they don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt these bad acts. They just have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that there's a sufficient case for the bad acts. So all of the financial crimes, and they've done that in spades with the witness testimony. There's no question they've got clear and convincing evidence. I mean, I think he pulled up a nice thing. Well, he was going to pay the $700,000 back, so that's fine. That just goes away. Not really. It doesn't really just go away because you might pay it back and they might not press it, but whatever. So they've got that. But he said, once we determine the clear and convincing standard, then we will determine admissibility under the rules. So that's when we go to 404, drawing a logical connection between that that clear and convincing evidence and either the consciousness of guilt or motive or habit act, habitual act or whatever, any of the exceptions to 404 or 403 or whatever this is being challenged under. Typically 404 has been the mode du jour. So they're gonna, if they've got the clear and convincing evidence down, now they have to make the legal argument on why this applies to either motive or consciousness of guilt, basically. So he's basically saying, go home tonight and get your arguments prepared for tomorrow morning on this aspect of it. And that's good because he could have just admitted it today if he wanted to, if he wasn't at least prepared to hear about that logical nexus between these events. And so we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But I think the defense really does need to work on their presentation of the argument because it was a little bumbly through there, and they should have been prepared for this based on what happened yesterday. That's my assessment.
And it's proper for the judge to take it in two steps. That's not, I mean, that if you think about what's happening here, that first you have to establish that this is an actual, it really is two different things. It's just, one is, are we really confident that it happened? And that's A. And then now that we established by clear and convincing evidence that it has happened, now let's tie in and try and figure out whether there's sufficient relevance that this is more probative than prejudicial.
Well, actually, if a lot of the students in Andrew's American law courses class are taking evidence, which is by Ryan Bellinger. And Ryan keeps talking about, I've been following him because he's my buddy. And he's been saying how evidence, you run it through the evidence machine. And it's a process. So it goes through these things. And this judge is very methodical. So he's going, okay, this is okay. Check that box. But he's doing it so slowly that it's almost, we're impatient. We're imperceptible. But he's like, okay, clear and convincing. That's step one. And then as it's going through the process, he hasn't gotten to where we are yet. He's getting there, but he hasn't run it through the mill and run it through the machine. So if you've been following,
he's doing like a pre-industrial analysis.
I mean, I just feel like, I get that he wants to, run it through the machine, but I feel like if the state can't present motive or consciousness of guilt, then judicial economy would suggest we didn't even need to get to clear and convincing evidence. Like if they haven't presented even an argument for that until just now. And their argument was, well, there's consciousness of guilt. And so he did it. That was, again,
and
when you think about
they just pulled that out of
their
their ass right now. They haven't mentioned that before.
Right.
And
before it was motive.
A reasonable approach here would be, look, there's two steps, but we don't have to do the first step first, because even if you have all the by clear and convincing evidence, what's the connection? Where do you go? If there's no bridge, it doesn't come in anyway. So show me the bridge, and then we'll start calling in witnesses to spend hours talking about all this clear and convincing evidence.
In other words, it's actually summary judgment. It's a question of law more than a question of fact, and you're focusing on whether or not these facts are true. But really, it's this element, as far as it being relevant.
You need both,
Joe,
but one is time-consuming and one ought not be time-consuming.
It's a mixed question of law and fact. The problem is if either one is let's reverse the prong test and say, okay, well, they can show how there's motive, but they have no testimony and no evidence to show clear and convincing evidence. We would just disregard the fact that they could make a legal argument about the motive. It doesn't matter. So they should just swap those and say, okay, if the state hasn't put forth any logical theory then we could go ahead and scrap this. And they could have made the state and the defense do that this morning prior to wasting 6 hours of testimony on this. I mean,
Right.
insane.
I disagree with you, Nick, by the way.
Okay,
you can.
I disagree that it's a mixed question, because I think that the defense can properly argue that no reasonable jury can properly interpret this as a motive. In which case, it becomes a matter of law that this is not a proper motive.
Oh no, I agree. I was saying the overall analysis is a mixed question of law and fact, because you have the facts related to the clear and convincing standard, and then you have the legal question. I was mostly just being a dick.
Okay.
But even if this defendant had confessed to all the financial improprieties, so there was no question. It was beyond a reasonable doubt. It was absolutely certain. He said, "I did it. I confessed to all the financial crimes." You still don't have the bridge to motive.
Right. Well, this is, I know I'm old school and people laugh at me because I believe in truth and honesty. But see, I really disagree with this type of lawyering that the prosecution is doing. And what that is, okay, here's where we want to go. We want to put this guy away forever. All right. And here's this evidence that we want to admit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out my evidence book and I'm going to read, and they say, okay, you want to admit this on what grounds? Well, there's 7 reasons that this could be admitted. So let me read down the 7. It's admissible because of this and this and this. You know, that is a dishonest way, I think, to go about the way to introduce evidence. You want to admit it for a reason, not a collection of reasons. And see, just what they said at the end, like throwing that other stuff in there at the end, they're just coming up with stuff. Oh, well, I want it written for this because, it shows consciousness of guilt. That's just reading down the list. They don't have reason. They just want to bring it in because it makes them look bad.
And it's been motive all day, and now it's consciousness of guilt. And the reason that it's
throwing the book in, you know,
probably the reason is there's no testimony from any witness that has anything to point to motive at all. So now they have to come up with some alternative theory that, well, he was, and they have confessions of judgment. They have admissions that are out there. His friend testified that he had talked about the financial crimes or whatever, that he'd been shitting people up or whatever. So I guess he is theoretically conscious of his guilt. We can establish that after the fact. So now they're going to try and probably build that nexus of consciousness of guilt based on that. But consciousness of guilt isn't actually in the rules specifically, I don't think, for evidence. I think that is something that's brought in through South Carolina case law somewhere. And he said it's a long argument. It sounds like it's a long road through knowledge and motive, or something.
It's consciousness of guilt of the crime with which you're charged, not just some other thing you might have done wrong.
Right. I know that of course he's conscious, right? So he knows that he's a thief. Okay. And now it's forgetting. So that means I'm going to kill my wife and child. I don't get
That's
it. Now,
part I'm not understanding.
There is a theory. Let's put it out for the chat, because there are some people they're theorizing that this was a botched murder-suicide, that he wanted to kill himself and he's going to take his wife and child out, and then he chickened out at the end and didn't do that. What do you think about that theory?
Need evidence.
Any evidence of it?
No, I'm just saying.
It's as good as any other.
It's a speculative. We can just say, like, this is the thing. It's a speculative doubt.
Is there
but if he had, let's imagine he tried to kill himself right there at the dog kennel or whatever it was, and he failed in his own suicide, so he survived, and he's being tried now for the murders. In that context, his attempted suicide would be consciousness of guilt evidence, because an innocent man who found his family killed, his response is not going to be to kill himself too, right? That doesn't make any sense. I think what the prosecution is going to try to do in part tomorrow is hand waving around this weeks later attempted suicide thing on the side of the road, where he pays someone to shoot him in the head and say, Your Honor, attempted suicide, that's always been accepted as consciousness of guilt, and he attempted suicide. So that should be accepted here as consciousness of guilt. The difficulty, of course, is it's not contemporaneous with the alleged crimes. So it shouldn't be consciousness of guilt at all. There are other reasonable, plausible, alternative explanations than guilt over having killed his wife and son.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense on how they're going to do that, or how they would try to do that.
And just a little squib note too. His disbarment, that should definitely not come in, because that's a different evidentiary standard. and so it's not relevant. So I don't think that's going to come in. But why is, and see, the fact that the state wants to bring that in goes to the theory that they don't care. They just want to make him look bad.
By any means necessary.
And again, the interesting thing about this is just logically thinking through. If Maggie and Paul die, are Alex issues resolved? No. If Alec dies, are Alex issues resolved? Yes. I mean,
if Alec dies, his issues are over, right?
So why kill them?
Right. So it would make sense if Alec tried to kill himself that night. It doesn't make sense for the murder suicide because the murders don't make sense. The murders don't resolve his issue in any way. It's an extra step. And without some sort of evidence that he was mad at them, that he was angry, that he, that would be otherwise motivated. Again, if there were even insurance policies on them would go to motive really quickly. Okay.
And as an attorney, he knows that better than anyone. It's not like he would be confused and think, well, if this calamity befalls me, in that case, somehow this will help me legally, because he just doesn't understand the way the legal system works. This guy is like the lead attorney in the state of South Carolina, or his family is like his legacy of being like enriched in law. He knows better than anyone that he knows how the system works. He knows everything about politics there. He knows better than anyone that wouldn't fix anything.
I don't agree, Joe. I got to disagree on this point. To me, he's a third generation rainmaker who does not do the law. He's the guy that brings in the business and goes out and golfs with the guy to bring the client in, and the associate's the one that does all the work and knows the law. So
wait, so you think he wouldn't realize? You think he wouldn't realize that just because his wife and kid get murdered, that's not going to wash away any potential criminal charges that he's facing for a fraud?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not going that far. I'm just saying that to attribute great legal knowledge to somebody who's the lead partner of the firm is not necessarily a good move.
Fair enough.
And in fact, all the testimony we've heard about the family, even from the state's witnesses, are that he loved his family. His family loved him. Yeah. To the extent he was doing things badly in the immediate moment, it was to try to protect his family, to get them assets that could not be seized if they lost this boat lawsuit like they certainly were going to.
And I'm seeing people say that Maggie had a significant estate that would go to him. Look, depending on how this was set up, maybe through a trust or something, if it's set up through a will, probating out a $4 million estate, you're talking years of time. And he would know this. There's no way. So if he's like, oh, well, if I just kill Maggie, I can get a multiple $1 million estate transferred to me and that'll alleviate my financial woes. He would know that you're not going to probate a $4 million estate in 6 months, 3 months, whatever, 2 months. I mean, you're going to be, especially in a murder, which you're the primary suspect, you're going to be looking at a while on that estate. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, but if you have that account, if you have that asset on your way to you, even if it's 2 or 3 years down the road, you can leverage that expected income to offset some of the debts you have. To be fair,
but the state never mentioned that as motive in their opening,
right?
And I think they would have.
Right. Yeah, and what I wanted to follow that up with is this is the great part of all of this, and that the chat should be mindful of how our legal system is supposed to work. The fact that we're all sitting here and you are all sitting there speculating on possible outcomes that the state has not spent a moment of time articulating tells you one thing: a smashing amount of reasonable doubt, because the state's theory, whatever it is, isn't any of this. None of this has been articulated in opening arguments. None of it has been testified to. And the fact that there are so many competing theories on what motive could be and what is out there tells us that the state doesn't have a particular motive that they are sort of narrative that they're charging him with. And they're hoping something sticks. That's not the way it's supposed to work. We're supposed to be ruling out any of these alternative theories, particularly because they have no direct evidence and are relying on only circumstantial evidence. They don't get to argue in the alternative. They don't get to say, well, his motive could be this or this or this or this. Those will all fit. That's not how it works. It all has to be consistent with one story.
I do notice that I was actually weighing in with the whole financial perspective because I'm an SJW according to CNN. So
tell me more about finances.
Well, I can tell you about. I will tell you, chat. Your Nick Rekieta stream is amazing. One more book, and Nick Rekieta will have beat on his grift. One more book that Legal Vices, and we did by me drinking about killing myself by drinking. And I will going on Vices tomorrow to tell him just that. So if you all want to buy one more book, then I will go tell Legal Vices tomorrow on his stream, on his drunk stream that
at crimelaw.net.
Crimelaw.net.
You got to give one every time.
So thank you all. Thanks for having me on.
One other person buys that book and we slap Legal Vices right in his silly Korean face.
Well, the funny part is it's without even trying. I know I've been trying, but you've just been laying back. So thank you. It's awesome, you guys. Yeah, the thing is that
I'm hurt.
I think this is a good break for the defense because they're going to be able to go back and get their ducks in a row. And this judge is being very methodical, and they're going to be able to now make the argument as strong as they can, playing it the best they can. And we'll see. I mean, I don't think the judge has made up his mind on this.
No, I don't think he has, because if he made up his mind, he'd just admit it today. I mean, there's no reason. It'd be way more convenient for the judge. They've had argument on the issue, admit it today, get the jury back, and move the case along tomorrow. So the fact that he's reserving 2 hours for legal arguments tomorrow, I think he's willing to be persuaded either way. Now he may be leaning in a particular direction, but he's willing to be persuaded by
well, and I think that he's also I think he's thinking now, like thinking from a judge perspective. He let in that statement at the last time, right? He made that last name. He overruled the objection, so he's going to want to cover that for an appellate purposes, right?
Yeah, this is reversible error if he screws it up.
So I think that he's gonna let a little bit in. He's gonna say, okay, I'm gonna let you get into. I'm not gonna diss the vote, like let the motive in for that day, but not get into. I think he's gonna do some sort of middle ground ruling to allow the state to argue something about that, but not get into the broader thing. That would be my prediction. What do you guys think? I mean,
it would make sense. Judges love to split babies because they're weird.
Yeah, I mean, I had been arguing that the pressure on the defendant that day, that morning, when he was approached by the treasurer or whatever, the CFO of the law firm, wasn't actually that great. I mean, it was a lot of money on the surface, $792,000, but every time he'd done this before, he just paid it off, and it was no big deal. They waved it away. But in the context of it's not just that, but it's also the discovery that was going to happen that week about the boat case, where his account information was going to have to be provided to antagonistic lawyers. And that would expose the huge hole he's in. That creates a lot more pressure on him. So the extent we're presuming the pressure matters, and I'm not sure it does, but to the extent we are presuming that, then the pressure could be substantially more on him than just, I'll just have to repay this money. It'll be no big deal again.
Right,
especially if he doesn't have the money.
And that does the pressure matter thing is the critical aspect, because the presumption from the state is that because he's under pressure, he kills his wife and son, even though there's no articulated link as to why that would alleviate that pressure in any way. Like, what is it? Are they spending all of his money? Is he like living like a hermit trying to pinch pennies and they're just burning through $800,000? I mean, maybe the wife is just loading up on, I don't know, Gucci bags. Like there was a Gucci bag that was circled somewhere. Maybe she's just dumping luxury purchases. Maybe she's buying properties using this money that he's bringing in. He's not ever able to get ahead. That would make sense. The state needs to articulate that, though. They need to build that logical nexus for the motives. Because just having pressure, people under pressure don't just kill their families. I mean,
and the character, I mean, I'm kind of getting a feel for who this guy is through the testimony of these people. He's a slick, good old boy, backslapping guy who's gotten away with everything. This is his stable, his family, his protector, his estate, and he's the kind of guy that says this firm is his little pot of money, and he's been entitled his whole life, and he's stolen. He's been able to aw shucks his way right out of it. Yep. That's who this guy is. And the double shotgun homicide to the head of his family members, to me, is absolutely contrary to that character. I mean, just from looking at a human being perspective, I don't see this at all coming from this guy. I mean, he could kill himself, and I think he tried. I mean, I let my family down, kill me now, right? But killing his family, I don't know. It seems very out of character. I'm very skeptical. I think the Bronca theory is the most likely scenario, and it hasn't
Should
been
I share that one
disproven.
again?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead and let people, because not everybody's heard it, and we mentioned it a lot. But I think
All right,
it's,
before I do that, can I make
everyone
my
knows.
second pitch of the day for my class?
You're only at 2 for the day? God.
I think so.
What's wrong?
No,
I think
yeah,
I
no,
just
slowing down. You
slowing
need
down.
I know.
you need a pill.
I
To
try
make
not
sure
to
you
be-
get a
not to
third
be
one in
greedy.
next time.
All right, folks, Saturday, April 15th, the Law Self-Defense Advanced Live Online class. This is my live full-day class on how to make yourself hard to convict, how to make yourself an unattractive target for prosecution if you're ever compelled to use force in defense of yourself, your family, or property from criminal predation. Taught live by me, full-day class, Saturday, April 15th. The only one of these scheduled for the entire year, folks. And best of all, if you sign up this month, February, you get 25% off that registration. Learn more and sign up at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced. All right. Thanks, Nick. Much appreciated.
Yeah, no problem.
So my theory is that the kid, the Paul, had been in a boating accident. I wouldn't call it an accident. He committed involuntary manslaughter, DWI in a boat. A girl was hurled out of the boat. They didn't find her body for a week, so she was floating around for a week. Imagine that's not an open casket funeral, folks. She was a beautiful young woman, 19 years old, and he was criminally charged in that, but nothing was happening. Years had gone by. He's going off to college. He's on social media. He's going on dates. He's going on trips. He's traveling all over the place. He's living life large, and this girl is dead, and nobody's being held accountable. And he was getting threats on a regular basis from people who were angry over the situation. He'd been physically beaten up. He probably had good reason to be in fear. So he's at the family farm. He goes out to the dog pen. He takes his .300 blackout rifle with him for personal protection, or it was already left there because they left guns everywhere on this farm. He goes out, checks on the dogs. While he's there, he's ambushed. He's ambushed by a retribution killer who has brought with him a shotgun. I guess it doesn't have to be a double barrel shotgun anymore because they found a couple shot shell casings now, but brought his own shotgun, kills Paul, and then is surprised by the presence of Paul's mother. Picks up Paul's rifle, the .300 rifle that was there, blackout rifle, kills the mother, and then departs with their own shotgun, Paul's rifle, and the phone of the mother. Right. And as they're driving away, the father, the defendant here, calls the cell phone of his wife. It lights up. The person freaks out, throws it out the window of their car. It's found later in the woods, half a mile from the house. That scenario is completely consistent with every bit of evidence we've heard so far in the case, and it's inconsistent with guilt. That's not proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, folks.
My one question on that theory is, how does Alec not hear the gunshots?
Easy. It's in the country. He could be inside the house, and gunshots in the South and the rural areas are very common. He's just inside. You could hear a shot and it's nothing. I mean, you could not hear it. Absolutely not. I mean, that is not. That
he's wearing earbuds. He's listening to a podcast. He's got the TV on. The windows are closed. The air conditioning's running.
Million reasons.
But we know. I mean, from the audio from that Snapchat, that sort of places him within like half a mile of it all happening. It's a little strange. That Snapchat is very, to me, really, look, do I think there's enough to convict him of murder? Absolutely not. Nothing, no way even close. But do I actually think that he didn't know anything about it and that his alibi holds up, or that this explanation doesn't leave us with a question as to how he doesn't hear the gunshots and come back when he hears it's coming from the direction of his own house? I mean, look, maybe Paul was a big hunter. Maybe he's firing his gun off all the time, so maybe he didn't think anything.
Oh, they are
gunshots, right? No, I know he is. I saw how his best friend Rogan there was testifying that is like his favorite pastime. So to me, I guess that's a better explanation. Is that he figured maybe Rogan was just shooting some animal that went by or something like that, and that to me, I guess, would be more plausible. But you would think he would have said something to that effect rather than not,
Or they're not shot while he's on the property. I mean, that's the other solution is that he's
already left,
and they're killed after he leaves.
After he drove away.
Yeah.
But the phone was thrown away before he drove away.
And it
No.
doesn't even
I don't
need,
think so.
He's walking to his car.
Oh.
He starts up his
Wait.
car like a second after the
Right,
phone
that's
was
right.
thrown away.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he's still on the property. He still should be on the property. Within a mile,
Well,
within half a mile of the property.
Only
at
if
the
he
time of
throws the
kill.
phone.
No,
No, but
the
they know-
same minute his car starts is the same minute the phone is launched into the woods half a mile away.
Right.
9:06
Okay,
p.m.
yeah. Okay, so okay, now I got it. Yeah, that makes sense.
and the other thing is that I'm going to simplify Bronca theory a little bit more. We're talking about the boat family and friends of the victim of the boat accident, right? But look, this guy's got a whole boatload of enemies, right? I mean, he's got people that he's stolen from. He's got people that he's
And the word is out
prosecuted.
now, right? So a lot of people are getting the news right around this time. Hey, check your dealings with this dude because he stole money from me. He stole money from that dude. He stole money from this other dude. And they're checking their accounts and they're like, mother effer, he stole money from me too. A lot of people, because the law firm's calling others now, it's in the gossip channel at this point that, oh my God, have you heard? Alex Murdaugh has been stealing money from everyone. Did he steal money from you? And a lot of people are learning that news right then.
And you got the Cowboys, the gang that he prosecuted. The list of suspects is quite long.
Not according to the state. It's just one guy in the circle. Well, there's just a circle around the situation. They don't circle people in their
Circle of trust.
investigation. Yeah.
Can we have a discussion about that Fifth Amendment thing that we were talking about before? Because they're looking for clear and convincing evidence. Those of you who weren't here or didn't really understand, I didn't have a chance to really express what my point was. So they're having this little mini trial, so to speak, or a hearing to determine whether or not there's clear and convincing evidence of his guilt. Now, my point was that this is obviously a murder trial here. He doesn't want to waive his Fifth Amendment rights. That's different from the trial that he would have for the fraud or the alleged fraud. And for all we know, when he's on trial for the fraud, he would happily waive his Fifth Amendment rights and take the stand. So now we're having this little trial here, and for all we know, he has a perfectly logical explanation. Do I think he does? No, but I don't know what's in his brain. I don't know what his life story is. So maybe he would be able to get up in the fraud case and refute any sort of clear and convincing evidence that he's committed fraud by virtue of his testimony. But he can't get up here in this context and actually try and refute it, because if he does, he's theoretically waiving his Fifth Amendment rights on a murder charge. So accordingly, we're sort of trying to decide the viability here. And I don't think that he could have safely gone up there without risking waiving his Fifth Amendment.
I agree, but the trouble I think is if the disappearance of all this money had an honest explanation, there'd be other people involved in those transactions that could be called to testify about them. No, the money didn't go into his account; it's being held in a trust account right over here. That much, $8 million does not go astray, honestly, with only that dude involved.
That's a lot of money over a long period. But see, he's the lead. This guy, he's a schmoozer. I don't know. That's a lot of money. And I'll tell you this, the hostility of the bookkeeper is because she was the one that was supposed to be minding this. And all those partners said, what in the hell have you been doing for the last 10 years to collect your salary, right? She's the accountant at the big firm with the big thing, and she's got the big friends, and she's been schmoozed, and now she looks like the fool that she is because this guy stole $7 million right out from under her nose over 10 years. So she's pissed when that defense comes up and asks her, right? Yep.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know any of these people's thoughts. I agree with Bronca though that this doesn't just happen on its own. And the whole explanation that, if he just paid it back, it was no big deal. That tells me that he's not the only one engaged in some shady financial decisions at that law firm. I would actually wager there was lots of shady financial decisions going on between the partners at that law firm. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
There's a saying, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah.
And right.
That's not how it goes here. In New York, it's bears and bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. So I don't even know what the difference is between a pig and a hog, to be honest with you, but I'm a city boy. So one's
very refined and the other one is not.
Is that the difference?
No, I
Well,
just made that up.
The thing is like, because he might have been taking little money and it's like, oh, it's the culture of the firm to borrow a little here, and I'll pay it back, you my boy, right? And they're paying it back.
Oh, but if you
And,
get too
and then all of a
greedy.
sudden he gets too greedy and he starts cashing in, right? Everybody's doing it, and then he goes too far, and then it brings down everything. So
Yeah.
pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
But yeah, I mean, if any of them were doing some funny dipping into funds with him, and that it was all kind of, it's just kind of agreed to, and well, when you get called out on it, when the firm needs to pay back a client, you pay it back, and then that's kind of how you take care of that stuff.
Listen,
if that was
and
kind of
some of this can be pretty soft. I mean, listen, this guy stole a lot of money. You can't just wave it all around. But there's some of the stuff is like his use of the firm credit card. So I've worked for corporations where I had a corporate credit card. A lot of senior people had credit cards. And sometimes, you're out with clients and you're spending money on the card, you're buying drinks. That's what the card is for. You're supposed to be doing that. But some dudes would go a little far and they'd rack up bills in places like Manhattan that were unbelievable. And sometimes they'd be called on it. They say, no, you can't do this. You spend too much money. You got to pay us back. But not if they just closed a big deal. Not if they just brought in a lot of money. Then the company would say, well, sure, he went a little overhead, but we'll let him get away with it because he just brought in a $10 million deal for us. So it can get a little blurry around the edges. Not $8 million blurry. Don't get me wrong. But
let me expand.
Private jet to the Bahamas, man. That was insane.
Let me expand on my theory also. I don't know if you guys caught this. You probably did. But if it didn't ring true to you like it did to me, all of the partners, at least at the firm, but I got the impression that it was like almost all of the employees, they all contribute 7% of their income to this pool that is then distributed amongst all employees. Did you guys catch that?
I thought it was just the partners doing that.
It was it was during
How would you make
the
a
CFO
secretary do
testimony.
that?
I don't know, but so either way, they're all contributing 7%, and then it's getting distributed out amongst everybody in this weird thing. Like that's in addition to their profit sharing. They already had the profit sharing thing going, but there's a 7% contribution that then gets maybe that's employee bonuses or whatever, which literally incentivizes everyone to cheat because you're going to pay 7% in and it's going to be distributed out to not proportionally to you.
So I heard that differently. So I heard you cover overhead, you cover your costs, then you have the 7.5% that's like an employee, not the partner, but an employee bonus package. And the partner bonuses are all the profit from the year. I mean, they get the huge bolus of money.
Right. But so they're contributing 7% that goes to the employees then, right?
Right. That was my understanding. The 7.5 was the bonus pool for the employees, the non-partners.
So then any
so
money
they
that
have a
doesn't
share
hit
in the success too.
Right. So any money that doesn't hit that bonus pool is gravy. That's a 7% income take on all of these guys that only gets paid if they ever get called out on not paying in. I mean, to me, that incentivizes the type of behavior that he's doing. Oh, just pay it to me directly, put it into this annuity.
It's the whole thing is they're making so much money. They're making money hand over fist that they have to be petty around the edges like this is just amazing to me. I mean, you can understand someone's motivated if they're poorly paid, they're going to lose their home, they can't pay for their kids' college. There's an incentive to cheat. They have so much money coming in. They didn't notice 8 million was missing.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask because Joe, you do civil, right? I think there was a lot of talk about structure, and I used to do civil a long time ago for about 6 years. And structure is something you put on. So if you get a big settlement, it's a way to alleviate your taxing. Do you have some insight into what structure is, Joe?
I mean, I didn't hear enough about what they were testifying about to detail for you exactly what nature of structure he was pitching versus what he was actually doing. But yeah, I'm gonna step back from that one because I certainly didn't hear from I heard even only bits and pieces from the end of what that guy was talking about.
It's just a form of annuity. It's just a structured settlement. So say you got a $1 million judgment, right? You're injured in an accident. You win $1 million from the plaintiff.
Oh, yeah.
You could take that $1 million in one lump sum and pay a fortune in taxes. And by the way, now the money's in your bank account. You have to figure out how to invest it. Someone might scam you out of it,
Or
scam your wife out of it. Who knows? Instead, you can put it into an annuity. And instead of being paid $1 million up front, you're paid whatever, $5,000 a month forever for the rest of your
like,
life.
let's just think about it as
Single,
a taxes.
single premium $1 million annuities pay really well, by the way.
You pay $50,000 a year for the next 10 years is better because you're paying a lot lower tax rate on $50,000 a year over 10 years than you are in a lump sum of $1 million.
Right. And if you run into some con man, he can only take out of the 50.
That would probably depend on the nature of what his level of earnings are. But in general, you always want to defer your tax payments as long as possible because.
But see, he was using that he was using that as an excuse for what he was doing, was that I need structure, because he's saying I need to handle this independently. It doesn't matter, because see, the people that are paying it, the people that are paying out the money on the other side don't care about structure. They're just paying a check and it goes to there.
Right.
So what he's doing is he's saying, I'm going to do it this way because I want structure for my clients. So he's using that as a way to hide why he's doing what he's doing, right?
You sell this to risk-averse clients. For people who are not, they've never had money, they don't know what to do with $1 million, they don't want to put in the stock market and afraid they'll lose it, they need the payments, so they'd rather just give it to someone with a guarantee that they're going to get it paid out over time, maybe for the rest of their lives. So they never have to worry about running out of money. They have that financial security. They don't have to worry about it. It doesn't keep them up at night. What happens if the stock market shits the bed? They know they're getting the money. So if they're risk averse, a structured settlement is a very attractive deal. By the way, I'm sure it's profitable for the person writing the structure and for the attorney referring the work to the part. Right. So,
and it's something, it leaves you flexibility too. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I used to sell them. First of all, they're an insurance product. And if you know anything about insurance products, when you write an insurance product, especially a single premium insurance product, you're talking about a 20 to 50% payoff for the person writing the annuity. So if you're generating the annuity, or if you have a deal with the person generating the annuity and you get a kickback, which I believe is illegal, but people do it anyway. I mean, you're talking about significant amounts of money on $1 million single premium policy. Next, annuities are insurance products. They grow tax-free. There is no taxation on them because the tax happens, on any money that you're getting. So taxing it later would be double taxed. It's not interest that you're earning. It's interest in the sense that it's growing. But with a single premium annuity, that's a lifetime annuity, it's going to be a structured payment for life. You're never going to get that principal. And so the tax doesn't ever apply. You're just basically borrowing from the death benefit that gets paid to the company, not to you upon the time that you die. And so I'm simplifying the terms. It's not exactly this way, but it's.
I can tell you're a civil lawyer, Ricada. Yeah, boy, I did this. I sold annuities beforehand.
So as you're aware, that leaves you a lot of flexibility if you take it as an annuity, because God forbid if someone really needs a big influx of cash, you can always sell that annuity to a third party and get a big. You'll have to take a discount because they're not getting it in one lump sum, but you can get a nice lump sum. And take that when you need it, as opposed to when it first becomes available to you when you might not have such a need for that.
But and you see commercials for that on late night TV all the time, right? Hey, do you have a structured settlement but need a bunch of money right now? We can help you out.
Right.
Because the reason it's important related to this case is not that he was doing it. He was not doing it. What he was doing is he was using that as an excuse for the other firm to write him a personal check. So I'm going to write it to this fake corporation over here that I've created up, and he's going to take that money and pocket it rather than doing it. But he's like, oh, don't write it to my trust account. Write it to my structured settlement guy for my victim, my client.
Yeah, but if you've the crazy thing is, if you've got a crooked insurance guy and you do actually put that into an annuity, you say, hey, I'm gonna give you every time I get a settlement check, I'm going to kick into an annuity directly into you. You write me 20 to 50% of your payout. So you take your $1 million settlement, you put it into a single premium annuity. That guy gets paid, we'll say $350,000 from the insurance company, gives you an extra $100,000 just of cash that he hands you because you did this business with him. And then you still get your $1 million structured settlement for life or for 20 years or whatever. I mean, that's an extremely lucrative thing you could do. And it's only mostly illegal, but it's really hard to track because if that guy just gives you the money, what are you going to do? So it's a messy situation. It's very shady. And I would be very I would not be surprised at all to find out that many of the partners in that type of law firm were engaged in that sort of side practice, and that Alec just went a little too far.
So imagine how pissed they must be if they're not only did they have a bunch of money stolen from them, but now they're at risk of exposure themselves.
Yeah, because now they're going to
super pissed.
They've got to have potentially a forensic accountant go through their books.
It's a disaster. I mean, this guy is a disaster. It's a lot. I tell you, I must say, I know that this is an unusual case because this guy is an unusual target. That's a lot of money going through a small town firm. I mean, I worked for a very prominent big firm when I was in civil. That is a lot of money going through a small firm. So I know that it's like, oh yeah, this is typical. It's not. That's for us 4 counties, small corner of South Carolina. Those are big numbers. I mean, I'm saying this is a big major firm. Now I'm kind of getting the understanding after hearing these numbers why this guy is so known, and this is such a big story in that South Carolina, because this is no just like corner guy. This is the firm in that whole part of the county, the whole part of the state. So this is a pretty big deal.
It's really hard to get disbarred, right? You can do a lot of shitty things, unbelievably bad things, and not get disbarred. But if you F around with client money, that's a great way to get disbarred. And the reason messing around with client money is a great way to get disbarred is because it's effectively threatening the livelihood of every other attorney who has to take money from clients all the time. And if clients are reluctant to do that, that's very damaging to every attorney's practice. So you F around with client money, you get the hammer from the legal profession. Well, this guy did something. Not only did he do that, but he probably exposed a widespread grift among the legal profession in that community. And they're pissed.
Yeah. Lots of motivated killers. All right, let me start hitting these super chats. While we do, I'll put up the timeline here on the screen. This is the thing. I'm going to try and find a way to upload this to locals. I don't know if it takes Excel spreadsheets natively or if I'll just have to post I'll put it in like a OneDrive or a Google Drive or something and post a link to it. But this is all of the cell phones. Alex timeline, Maggie time, Maggie's phone, Paul time, Paul's phone, Roger time, and Roger Gibson phone. They're all here. We've got
the one thing, there's a couple.
Rogan.
This is brilliant. And this was shared by our chat people. So thank you very much. The one thing you got to aware of is that these times, what I would do if I was laying this out for a demonstrative aid is to bring out those times so that they are, because if you have like 9 o'clock, 9:20, and then 10:20, that's a big time difference as opposed to the other one. So you don't really, they need to be laid out on a timeline. Maybe I'll tell you that our chat's so good, they'll probably have us a timeline prepared tomorrow.
Well, and this is a part that was such a big, important aspect of the case, because if the theory is that Alex took Maggie's phone, we have Maggie's phone having steps recorded purportedly just after she dies, and then Alex's phone having steps recorded, but none on Maggie's phone. So there's no steps recorded when he is in here. This is the time. Remember, the car engine starts right at the end of the steps. This is the time where he would have taken the phone and allegedly thrown it out of the window or placed it, gingerly on the side of the road or whatever he ended up doing. No steps are recorded here, but his phone is recording steps. And so this is a very big incongruency in the data where his phone is moving, her phone is not moving, but he purportedly is in possession of both. That doesn't make any sense. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with it.
That's incongruity number one. But now there is a thing that he said that he could have, let's assume that he's guilty. He could have laid his phone back at the house during the period in which his phone isn't moving on this side of where is it over here? This way. In this side of the chart here. He could have been like, he could have put the phone, left it back at his house and said, oh, I was asleep at that time. And that's his excuse, and then goes and kills them. Right.
Right. That's in this area before he starts walking again. And before he makes the phone calls, but he's making the phone calls to Maggie while walking. Her phone is receiving phone calls, but not answering, but no walking is occurring. So yeah, this gap in time is allegedly the time where he claims he was sleeping. But it's actually more like this whole gap.
But no, because the orange area there, that's where's the time where we know that he is actually at the kennel? That's where the video is.
Right here, the dog video, this green.
Okay. So
we
then
know he's at the kennel
or something.
Right.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about that is during this kennel video, no steps are recorded from anyone's phone. Paul's phone doesn't have steps. Maggie's phone doesn't have steps.
See, and that tells
Alex's
you that
phone
those
doesn't have
phones
steps.
are BS because they're walking around dealing with a dog. So how can it be? I mean, we've got him on video and there's no steps being recorded. He's videoing.
No, the steps data is delayed in time. It's delayed.
Yeah.
in
Also,
time.
her phone could be sitting on a table while she's dealing with the dog. I mean, even if his phone is back at the house, she could have laid her phone down somewhere at the shop.
He's recording himself petting
That's
the dog.
Paul.
Right.
Yeah,
but it
that's
could
all
also
over
be
here.
that the steps are only if you're going in one direction for like more than like 5 or 10 steps at a time. But if you're sort of standing in the same area, it's not really recording because it's not on your feet. It's not really recording your steps. It's recording a change in location. So
Unfair. The step data needs to go. I think that's garbage.
So Malcolm Wilhelm said, step data is so useless, I disregard it entirely. I would too, but the state didn't. So now you go, okay. And this is what they did. They said they went to the expert and they said who made some really stupid testimony in favor of the state. Oh, I mean, it's not entirely accurate, but it's really good. Oh yeah, it doesn't record the steps while a car is driving when clearly phones record steps while cars are driving all the time. He testified to a bunch of bullshit. Well, that set the state witness up to then, as the expert, they had to ask him, okay, well, if none of that happens, then this doesn't make sense, does it? And he's like, nope, it doesn't make sense. And they got that admission out of him, which is really good.
And the person that designed this spreadsheet is brilliant. See, they all line them up, and these are all the different cell phones. But the telemetry shows. Now, see, the state's alleging when the murder occurred. There's no direct evidence of when it occurred. But it had to have occurred sometime between the green, where the video was made, and the time that he reports the 911 call, which is 1 hour and 22 minutes later. Right? So we can agree on that. That's the time window. So that's what we got to fit all of his activities in that time window and account for reasonable hypotheses of innocence.
Right. Somewhere between these steps to these steps are this is the time gap. And they'll have to cram everything in there. Okay. So let me read these super chats. Tina Lewis says, Nick, you should rewind to the point when he said Alex admitted to him about the drug abuse. Watch how Alex completely changed. Everything about him changed. I'm wondering if the claims of him having a drug addiction is true. I don't know. It's not out of the question that he had an unseen drug addiction. It's not out of the question that he lied about it. I have no idea. I don't know what it matters. Honestly, the drug addiction doesn't seem relevant to the case at all.
But again, the state wants to bring it in because it makes him look bad.
Right. But yeah.
But if he was a drug addict for 20 years, he didn't kill his family for 20 years as a drug addict. I mean.
Right. And tons of drug addicts don't kill their families, shockingly. And the amount of money he's making, like, let me just put it out there. An opiate addiction is not going to cripple an $8 million, an $8 million surplus theft that he's doing, plus a $1 million income, $1 million annual income would easily sustain an opiate addiction. I mean, he's not going to be struggling with that.
Now, the other point on this spreadsheet, it's important, is there's two things, which is when his car moves, which we have a time on, which is like
9:06:48 right here.
Okay. And then what we are speculating is the phone toss, which is where
9:06.
Yeah, changed orientation at 9:06:12, and
that's
then
the wife's phone that was taken and dislodged, taken from her after the murder and tossed on the road. So they're saying that he's starting his car at the same time the phone is tossed at a different location. See, that kind of evidence. Now, I don't know. I mean, I want that explained, but boy, that's some good defense grift right there. If we can
and I see people in the comments saying, well, that we don't know for sure that means a phone toss, right? That last change in orientation. But the trouble is that's a reasonable inference, and that's a plausible hypothesis inconsistent with guilt.
And not only is that's the last movement of that phone. So once that's the last thing you hear from that phone of any kind of movement. So that it was moving at that time. So that means it's probably picked up or thrown, right? I mean, it's moving. So her phone is moving when he's getting in his car, and then it never moves again. That's consistent with it being thrown on the side of the road. I don't know. I think that's really compelling evidence of his innocence.
And it's close to a mile because it's a third of a mile from the house where his car was to the shed, the kennel, and then half a mile from the kennel down the road to where the phone is found.
Yeah, and I know that the state expert said that couldn't happen, but I'm not convinced. We'll see what the defense does with that.
Yeah, that'll be the really interesting thing. The defense's cell phone expert's going to be a very interesting testimony. Devin Dog says, missed due to work, so need to do a lot of rewatching. Question 1, did police interview the living son / have alibi confirmed? Well, his alibi doesn't involve the living son. I do believe they interviewed the housekeeper, the mother, but I'm not sure. I mean,
the son's alibi. I think he's referring to the son's alibi.
Oh, okay.
Like, how do we know the brother didn't do it?
Yeah, I mean, blame him.
I presume the son has an alibi, or we would have been hearing about it. But
probably was staying with his girlfriend, watching that,
Netflix
movie or whatever. Question 2, could the living son kill brother and then the mother since she walked in and the father taking the fall? I mean, sure, that could in theory happen, but there's nothing to put Buster at the scene at all. There's no evidence of this, so it's just pure speculation. Rock Hard says, how about his reputation and knowing it's coming crashing down and not thinking clearly like he demonstrated when he hired someone else to shoot him in the head? Well, I mean, he was pretty clear thinking when he hired someone to shoot him in the head. He's got an insurance policy that'll set his son up. His entire world has already crashed down around him at this point. He's likely going to be on trial for double homicide. All of this stuff is going on. And if he dies, his insurance pays out to his son, but he can't kill himself. Right. That seems actually like a clear-headed decision. Not one I agree with, but it is a clear-headed decision at that point.
He just hired a guy who can't shoot.
Yep.
That's a problem.
Man, I'd be so fucking mad if I hired someone to shoot me in the head and they just grazed it.
You had one job.
Like, you know how much that hurts, you son of a bitch? Like, you know how painful this was that I had to do this? Plus, now I still have to go through all this shit I'm trying to get rid of. Oh, God, I would kill that guy in a heartbeat. I would find him and strangle him to death.
Do you remember in Sopranos when the rapper hired the hitman to shoot him so that he'd get like street cred, and the guy he shoots him in the rear end? It's like, you shot me in the rear end, you know. You screwed this up. The one thing I
don't think he phrased it that way.
Well, you shot me in the ass. JWLDP11 says you'd better sign my copy of a book if you go to Vegas, Gosney.
I know. Well, actually, I'm going to have to ask the wife some hard questions tonight. Maybe I'll have to take her out to dinner. Wait until you hear the total of what you've sold without even trying. Vices is going to hate it tomorrow.
Saying without even trying.
You're not like, you don't know. When Vices and I were doing that, we were like, I was having to take a shot every 5 books we sold, and we were like pushing. It was like grift all night. And you've just been like
amateurs.
Yeah. You see, Steve, this is what you're missing. This is what you're not appreciating about the Nick grift. Okay, let me explain this to you. Okay. He grifts by not trying, by half-assing everything. That is the genius of his grift.
Well, I don't know. It's impressive, all I know. And it's very kind. And thank you. You've got a great stream here and a great grudge chat. And I'm definitely going to rub it in with Vices. So it'll be fun.
What are we at? What do we have for the number so far?
Ask me at the end because they're still coming in. It's insane.
He sold more books on this stream than Brian Stelter sold in his life. So there you
go. That wasn't hard.
And I'll tell you, I feel better. Like I was sick today, and my stomach is clear. So it's the wonderful love from all you guys. So thank you. So I feel better, and I'm gonna have to take off tomorrow with not sick leave because I feel better. Which is good. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I'm going to be on Megyn Kelly tomorrow at 1, and then Vices at night. So
nice.
But you have taught. I am at the knee. I bow to the Pope's power.
Not on stream or anything, but tell Megan I said, "What up, girl?" Just kidding. Don't say that. That'd be weird. I've never talked to her in my life. Okay, so here we go. A generic account says stand by. Oh, wait, I read that one. Jane Doe, shouldn't they have to prove that the financial crimes are part of it? Where's the evidence proving that these crimes are related? This is the same judge for the financial crimes. Yes, they should have to do that. Long story short, yes. Tilly T, Steven, hope you feel better real soon. Richard Lees, welcome to Paralegal Status. Mothership, regarding last night's show, watched the movie trailer for Titane. It's a horror movie from 2021 about a woman who has sex with cars and so much more. Make it a movie night on Twitch. That sounds terrible. Dana Loves Zumba says, I figured Snapchat was dead when TikTok started. Oh, no. So weird share, I guess. I was out with my wife and we like met some people and we were talking or whatever. And they were like, hey, what's your contact info? I'm like, oh, I'm on YouTube. You can find me there. And they're like, do you have Snapchat? And I was like, really? Snapchat? I'm like, no. And I found out from these people that everyone under like 30 is on Snapchat. Like that's their primary social media communications. It's fucking strange to me because I never used Snapchat. I had a Snapchat back in law school because like 3 of my classmates had Snapchats. And then once I got a new phone, I never installed it again. So it was strange. But I found it because I thought it was dead too. But people use fucking Snapchat like crazy, apparently. I don't know. Very weird. How many of you guys do Snapchat?
I'm looking right now to see if I have it. I don't really know how to
like
tell.
a dating app?
No, it's Snapchat, Joe.
I think the young kids like that a lot more
No,
than
I don't
us
have it.
old folks. I don't.
It's been around 10 years.
Yeah, it's been around a long time. So Snapchat is a way for you to share pictures or whatever with people, and then they disappear after, like, you get them and you read them or see the picture or read the message or whatever, and then it goes away in like a very short amount of time. And
I guess that makes more sense why Paul would be talking to him on Snapchat rather than a dating app.
Right. Yeah. But apparently younger people use it in droves, which is weird because I legit thought it was basically gone. I thought it was just for sending people pictures of your breasts.
Your breasts, not my breasts.
Well, I mean, I'd pay a premium Snapchat for those. Someone who doesn't have a name says, wasn't that Snap witness on MILF Manor? Jane Doe says it's about 20 minutes to his mother's house. Nicholas Zernal says, if Paul and Maggie drove the 4x4, then Alex could have used that to throw the phone and drive it back to the house. That could be why the state asked about it.
See, when it gets so complicated like that, it gets really screwy. I am a little confused about how the wife and the son got from the house to the thing. Did they walk? Did they take one of their little cars?
We don't know. We know that the wife would sometimes, the testimony was that she liked to walk. But they didn't say anything about and that he did not like to walk, so that he would usually take a vehicle down there of some sort. But
I mean, there's a vehicle there.
He did.
In the crime
there's
scene
a truck
photos,
there.
there's a side by side.
Yeah, there's a truck, there's an ATV, and there's a 4-wheeler. So any of those could have been taken to get there. He also says how they got to the kennel. That's right. Liberty or death. Nick, Adam, I think he means Andrew. What is your favorite Better Call Saul moment? I've never watched it. I have all of them. I just haven't watched them.
You know,
Andrew,
I have to confess. Is he asking me?
Yeah.
He
said Adam, but the only person that could be Adam would be you.
Okay.
At the time,
I really enjoyed Breaking Bad a lot. Better Call Saul left me kind of cold for most of it. I mean, they had a few good lines here and there. I thought the first couple seasons were really slow and drawn out. Every once in a while, they'd get a good joke in, but
yeah, I've never seen it, so I want to. I don't get around to watching very many things anyway. Very busy. Jacob Brown, if he stole this money from the firm and put it in his wife's name, wouldn't that possibly give motive for a member of the family to kill Alex's family? Well, I mean, kind of, but not because he put it in his wife's name. It's not like the firm would get that money if the wife died. So that wouldn't be a motive there. Dirty Ezio says, "Where's the money, Lebowski?" Kelly Shugs, maybe I missed it. Can someone explain how killing Maggie and Paul would relieve Alex of his financial troubles? Did they have life insurance? No one can explain that. No, they did not. Tilly T, tea, and then a bunch of cookies for you chaps. Thanks for being here. Soup for Mr. Gosney.
Or chat. The chat love has cured me. I think it was something that went in the top and came out the bottom, and now it's all done. So I feel better. So
sometimes you just need to weather
clear
the storm.
things out.
Yeah, so that's
Steve
good.
Gosney diet plan.
Kyle Miller says, Nick, if you had any merch to sell, I would have showed up to this trial wearing it. I'm only 30 minutes away. Imagine a manlet wearing an unbreaded shirt in the front row.
Oh, that would be freaking awesome, man. Would that be killer?
I do have crappy merch for sale on my Teespring store that you can access, but it's not been updated in a long time, and I'm working on it. I just have other things I'm working on harder. Adam Zamichi says, if the theory is that he killed them because they would testify against him, why would he not kill this chick? Well, yeah, that gets into the long list of people you'd have to kill. Jason G, is the state trying to go with the theory that his financial problems led him to kill those financially dependent on him? I don't think the state has a cohesive theory at the end of the day. I think that's it. They're hoping that everybody's mind fills in the theory that works best for them. That's
it was a form of budget cutting.
Yeah.
Cost savings.
Karamachet says, Rackets, does Alex still have a law license? No, he does not. Correct.
We learned that.
Bad Weather Biker says he'd have been better off going quail hunting with Dick Cheney.
Yeah, that's right. But would they be using steel birdshot?
Barton Sparks says, sounds like motive for the firm to pressure defendant, offering family to force defendant to pay up or else he's next, or retribution for stealing. Possible. UM536 Vid says, are they trying to get around the rules of evidence for the financial case by putting things on the record here without objection? No, the record in this proffer won't go to the jury. So that's not going to help them at all. The record for the proffer is merely for the issue of determining if that's admissible evidence.
Right. When the state proffers, in this case, it's only to educate the judge on what they want to put in front of the jury so that the judge gets a preview of what the jury will hear. This defense has a different set of reasons to proffer, but that's what's going on here.
Nick, I got a lot of background noise around me, so I'm going to bust out of here.
Sure.
But I thank you for having me on here, and check the private chat also before you
Will do.
All right?
Joe, you're awesome, man.
Great seeing you, my friends, and yeah, we'll be in touch soon.
Guys, check out Joe Good Logic on YouTube, where he is currently suffering from a strike.
Yes, I got struck today.
You'll be suspended for 7 days. He's
For being
also
good information, man. Come on.
He's
Medical
also on Rumble.
misinformation. Yeah.
Go to Rumble to get all of the good stuff. You can follow Joe on Rumble. I assume you'll be streaming still.
Yeah,
every night on
and
Rumble.
locals, really locals. I plan on really hitting locals hard over the next week. The medical misinformation was that I shared the Project Veritas video. That was considered medical misinformation that got me a strike. So yeah, if you want to stick it in YouTube's eye, go sub up to me on YouTube and have them watch my numbers like climb up and get me a play button while I'm on a strike.
I mean, on Rumbles
like
or locals.
But I'm also, I plan on basically cutting stuff out, basically dropping stuff on locals and doing a stream or two at least on Rumble as well over the next week or so. So thanks for having me in here, and Godspeed, you guys.
All right, peace, brother. Berserker says, with the amount of money Alex stole that the firm had to repay back out, I would think the firm would have the highest motive to murder him or his family. They should be looking into them as well. There's Only War says, what are the odds that the firm partners did some creative accounting of their own to attribute other misappropriations to Alex before the forensic accounting?
Oh,
fun.
That's a pretty clever. That's very right.
Well, you're falling on the sword. This sword just got 10 feet higher.
Making
PJ
lemonade out of lemons.
Oh man, we had that in a case where we had a person that was embezzling funds, and it's like, and then she had stolen like $80,000, and all of a sudden the state's because she sold $250,000. We're like, what are you talking about? It is like, well, so what do you didn't steal the money? And that's like, how do you fight that as a defense attorney? All of a sudden, all that other money, that cash there, that's gone too. She stole it all.
Oh,
that's dirty.
My embezzlement client, there was a charge for the University of Minnesota for tuition for, tens of thousands of dollars. And they pinned that, and I'm like, what the hell was that? She goes, I don't know. My kid had a full ride. We're like, wait, what? Where does this go? I mean, she pleaded guilty anyway, so it ended up not really mattering, but it was like, there's just these mystery charges that were getting attributed to her that that didn't make any sense. Like, why would I give tuition money to the U of M when my kid has a full scholarship?
Well, what happened in our case was it wasn't our client pled guilty. We just had a restitution hearing. And of course, we're arguing this uphill battle with the judge. Oh, yeah, sure, she didn't steal. No, we're going to say we didn't steal. But of course, what happens is the victim steals their own pile of money and gets reimbursed for insurance. So they get a double dip. So they benefit to the tune of $100,000 of whatever they can steal and attribute to our client. That's tough. Like, well, how do I defend that?
Yep. Prove you didn't take it. Well, you're supposed to prove I did. No, you admitted to stealing, so you must.
Right. Well, we couldn't fight that. She did. Obviously she stole it, but she's like, well, we didn't steal all that money.
Yeah. It's a mess. PJ the Hobbit, imagine the jury sitting through this after fake Matthew Perry. Can anyone in the gallery leave and come back? In the gallery? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the gallery can leave and come back. 4 Alpha Zulu Rackets, if you buy the plane, I'll be your pilot. I would love to, but geez. Bassmaster 127 says, we had that happen in my office. Guy was funneling cash into his own account, was found out when the IRS wanted their dues and the coworker self-deleted. Damn. Jane Zanis says, what does this have to do with the murders? Good question. Derna, 1804. He's already stolen his cellmate's shower shoes. 200 Watt Studios. Ma'am, did the partners of the firm ever consider loading pillowcases with soap bars and beating the defendant in his bed as punishment? Ferguson Land Management and Welding LLC. Alex donated $2,800 to Biden in 2020. Makes sense. Alan Hardesty. Here's $5 from a degenerate. I got to get back to cleaning cars. Woo! John Bassinger. Sounds like payments to clients were paid out via annuity on a schedule. If the client pot is big enough to cover the payments, then no one notices, like a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, but see, that there's a trust account here issue. I mean, that woman that was supposed to be in charge of it really blew it. I mean, obviously she was mailing it in, because that stuff should have been caught on the first reconciliation.
When all of and her admissions on the stand, actually, like, aside from everything, put all of those attorneys at risk for disciplinary action for mismanagement of the IOLTA account. Because she admitted that they were all good so long as he took the client money and then paid it back at a later date. That's not all good. That's a big mess. And they're supposed to, even if she's not the attorney, all of those attorneys have supervisory responsibilities over her, and they're all subject to a disciplinary action because of that. Right. So that's kind of interesting. Mike Lombardo.
The way they're treating all that is all shucks, no big deal is crazy. I mean, that should be a fireable, disbarable offense. The first time it happens.
The funny, and this is another fascinating thing that's interesting about this trial, is that the monies that we're talking about, the amounts we're talking about, are crazy, like Hollywood kind of monies, right? That we mere mortal lawyers never deal with. And so, and the thing is, like I remember I was on the grievance committee in Florida, and we'd always get these lawyers that would pay, they'd lose their thing would be out of balance by $100. And they'd get a grievance, and they'd get a bar complaint, and they'd get like a 10-day suspension because they screwed up their thing. And it's like, here's this guy taking boatloads of money,
$800,000
for 10 years, and he's getting away with it. And like us stupid lawyers, because we can't do math, get hammered by the bar. I'm like, what's going on? I mean, it's like a different world.
Yeah. Where were we? Mike Lombardo, that security camera put in by the family's PI of the boat victim still really effing bothers me, man. Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll get testimony about that private investigator, and because you want to raise the specter of other motives, but that'll come during the defense's case in chief if it comes in. Kevin Dorr, Steve, the only lawyers reported to the bar are Alex Jones, January 6th, and Trump lawyers. The current state of law system is scary for freedom and liberty.
Well, I agree with that. And my second book is going to get into that, which is, I didn't get any work on it done today, but it's going to be it's going to be great. I'm telling you, this book, it's really coming together. I'm really proud of it more than anything else I've done in my life. I don't want to spoil it because that's a whole nother chapter, but I'm working on book 2.
Crispy Batman says Chunkita is back. Crispy Batman says vowels aren't my strong suit. Rock hard. Everyone's upset, but it could be worse. I could be flaccid. Topher Studios. Parents dead, family dead, all money gone due to fraud. Someone make sure this guy doesn't pull a Hannah Baker impression. Oh, excuse me. Amy Lynn. Maybe they're waiting to let them come in so they can ask each and every one. So you're a victim. So you could be a potential subject that would want to hurt him and his family to get back at him. Could they be playing their cards close to their chest? I don't know. Maybe I'm confused. Sorry, I meant subject that could possibly do it, not a victim. So yeah, the idea would be that the defense is okay with the financial crimes evidence to establish a bunch of alternative motivated killers. I think they'd rather just not have the financial crimes evidence in there because that's a big gamble. That's rolling 8 dice and expecting to roll 1s on all 8. No,
Yahtzee, right?
Martin Peterson, the judge is corrupt. Matthew Christ says, is the prosecution's theory that this was a murder-suicide, but Alex didn't go through with the suicide? We discussed that earlier. By Swartz, the defense put the fear of being overturned in the judge to get him to postpone the ruling. Jonathan Perizos says, I think the defense wants to bring in just enough to have it backfire for the prosecution. They show he has enemies created from the media as well. Now, again, I think they're really focused. First of all, there's nothing they can do about the proffers. Like the judge, what he did today was he basically stopped it when he deemed sufficient on the clear and convincing evidence part of it. Now he's going to get the legal argument.
That was such a slow rule on that issue.
Yeah.
I think the defense was conceding that, but they got caught and they're like, do you concede? And the way he asked the question was very broad. Do you concede that defense? And they were like, I don't know what exactly I'm conceding. So it was no. So, okay, let's go forward. And then he made this ruling, but it was only on the clear and convincing. Okay, now we'll get to the issue the defense has issued. That's kind of why it was a little strange the way it played out today.
Yeah. Derna 1804. If this is all for character, then the defense is just going to ask every witness if they were afraid of him, and they're all going to say no. Maybe some of them might say yeah. After he finds out that he's accused of murder, people may have been afraid of him very much. Patterson's, even if he meets 404B, it seems that it fails 403 pretty clearly. Plus, how many limitations would the judge need to clarify for the jury? 105. Anna Horton sent a pair sticker. Thank you. Shauna Michelle, didn't Maggie's death mean her assets would go to Alex, therefore making it available to be taken in the civil suit? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of diverting money to her name? That's a good point. Yes. They could certainly file a lien on a future interest of probating of her estate to him. That would be a possibility. R-Ball 716, it appears the state is trying to argue because he was confronted the 7th. He knew his other thefts would be uncovered and snapped, so they should be included, except they never had before, so why now? NXRD says, are there audiobooks for your books, Steve? And Andrew, I guess.
There is for me. If you go to lawofselfdefense.com/free book, you can get the book printed, digital, audio. You'll be offered a bunch of options. lawofselfdefense.com/free book. And the correct answer for Steve should be not yet.
Well, see, that would require me to read that book.
Yes, it does.
It's an academic book. Andrew has been recommending I do that, and I appreciate that. It is available in Kindle download type electronic format, and it's also available for international shipping. The ebooks were created by ISBN Services, which they do that. They convert books so somebody has that, and they did that for me. It was very nice. But no, not yet audio. I'm spending my time working on my next book, which I think is more going to be more. This is more of see, if you're a lawyer, you could actually cite to this. I'm telling you, these are a lot of these articles in here are actually law review articles that were published in multiple law reviews throughout the country. I think 8 of the chapters are from law review articles I've written. It's not all of that, but that's part of it. So you could actually cite to this and use it as a desktop reference, as well as using it as a as something to enjoy and put you to sleep at night. But thank you for the question.
The Ava Blink says, Ricada, I sent you 2 clips. I have no clue if you've seen it. Where'd you send them? QuazXC12345 says, will Drex be in Vegas? I don't know yet. And Horton, use evidence here to tie the murder to the theft case. They need to try and do that. Kingslayer Damocles, since it's lunch, you should introduce Gosney to the testicle taser cop body cam. I don't even know where that is anymore. Catherine Boughton, Kyle is in Florida. I see/talk to him at the grocery store. Well, there you go. If he's in Florida, he's in Florida. Benjamin Lewis, I'm 2 hours behind. Neighbor's barn caught fire. Lost a Model T. Hospital called with her kidney transplant as it burned. Prayers for transplant doctors. Damn. Goes to recon. So if he has not been convicted of financial crimes, how can they use that against him? They can use the accusations. Again, that's why they have the clear and convincing evidence standard to bring the accusations in. Even though it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, they can still do that, because otherwise creative lawyering and proper delays could prevent some evidence that should otherwise be included. Greg Candy says, I bought Steven's book and won all my cases since. There you go. Sig Saucer 25.
I say no.
I wonder if they have video of him jaywalking. That would definitely show proof of his deviant mind. Sherry Ferber, Forge was bound to be tied to money crime. Florida Dad says, I shot SXS a lot. Buckshot in an side-by-side. Buckshot in a side-by-side has enough recoil that it would leave a mark on a pasty white shoulder like mine and Alex's. Big Rig 485 says, a cool cucumber and a character. He's apathetic and confused when something is presented. Ted Lasso, did they ever find the clothes seen in that video? No idea. Angela B, we have the firing squad death penalty option here in South Carolina. Oh,
it's not a death penalty case, but
right.
It's a little messy.
Well, I had that was probably in response to me saying I don't know if they do death penalties or not. Adam Richardson says, when there are witnesses who exist purely to establish foundation for pieces of evidence and the evidence is admitted without objection, why is that not done in limine? Because one side might want them to sit there and do it. I mean, for various reasons, to bore the jury, to make it really technical, to slow down the procedure. There's a lot of reasons. Greg Candy, it's also important to note that there were 2 different types of ammo in the shotgun. It's common for criminals to have random ammo. Duncan, Idaho, here's $5 to stop Steve from ever saying tummy again. Spacebar, is the time on the vehicle set right like daylight savings? It's OnStar, which is set, I believe OnStar is set by basically a cell tower, the same as anything else. Kieran says, tell him not to forget GoFundMe to travel to Vegas. It moves. Hightower said they did not have the password, but she said they had it. Did I get that wrong? I don't know about that one. Mag Mink says, iPhones turn screen on to look for a face if picked up, especially to face level, like if you would have to throw it out of a car window.
What
Ronald,
was it? You're going fast. What did you say?
The iPhone screen turns on if you bring it up to face level. Like if you're going to throw it out a car window and you bring an iPhone up, it would turn on the camera.
See, he just showed it. He just demonstrated that.
Yep.
And so, okay, we'll have to look at the spreadsheet.
Mine do that? Mine does.
What, do you have an iPhone?
Well, I do, but this isn't it. This is a Samsung. I have to press the button to get mine to turn on.
I don't even know. I don't have these electronic devices around me.
Ronald 001, thank you for the donation. Geomancy, Steven, audiobook version, pretty please. Lol. Ovid, Hitman thought wife would have nudes on the phone, threw it out the window, then he couldn't break the lock. Doug 1985 VA, I can't stop looking at the defendant as Homer Simpson, hearing about his financial crimes. Chris Clements, sorry, I'm almost done ghostwriting Nick's book, The Adventures of the Peach Flavored Nose. Pre-order now and get a free Baldo.
That's good.
True facts.
I'd buy that.
Andrew Hansen, thank you for the donation. Duncan, Idaho, welcome to Paralegal Status. Bear market dating, there's no clear benefit or quick remedy by murdering them. I agree. Although maybe there is, but the state needs to tell me what it is because I don't see it. How about that? That's better. D. Lindsay, thank you for the sticker. Duncan, Idaho, I'd love to be wrong, but calling it now, the judge is going to allow it all in despite it not making any sense. Joshua Newton, I think the defense will have Buster testify that was not his dad's voice on Paul's video. Buster's been sitting behind Alex and casually talking to him on the stand and stretch breaks. Alien Baby, if there are other conspirators in the financial crimes, then they benefit by pinning the financial crimes on Alec, the now murderer. The other conspirators are the murderers. Coney Upstate. We're getting close to done here. Could Alex Murdaugh get found not guilty if he went to a law of self-defense seminar beforehand?
Well, it's not a self-defense case.
Andrew, the answer is yes.
Yeah, I guess he would have had to try to fabricate it as a self-defense case.
No, it's an unrelated question. You're using reasoning. The question is based on specious reasoning.
Okay.
If he went to a law of self-defense seminar before,
You will learn everything. Everything you ever wanted to know, you will learn at the Law Self-Defense Advanced class on Saturday, April 15th. 25% off if you sign up this month. We only teach that class. Well, this is the only one for this year at lawselfdefense.com/advanced.
It doesn't even need to be a self-defense case, and you don't need to learn about it. If he had attended before, could he be found not guilty? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
You could.
It's like vote for Pedro and all your dreams will come true.
Yeah. Steve, that's a conditional statement. This one is not conditional.
I understand. It was clever the way it was worded. It sounds very tricky.
Bitter
like
Sweetheart.
A tricky lawyer.
Bitter Sweetheart 46 and 2. Question: why wouldn't the bookkeeper make making the deposits or check the firm's bank balances to ensure the funds were deposited, though, turning a blind eye? Well, I mean, the idea would be the bookkeeper would only know that the checks were coming in if he provided the checks because he does the work, he collects the money, then he would provide the checks to the bookkeeper for deposit to the firm account. If he doesn't bring a check in, a particular check, but let's say he clears 8 cases a month and just skims the 8th case, and 7 of those checks clear and the 8th one doesn't, or the 8th. The firm's still making a bunch of money. The firm's still taking and cashing checks. They're accounting for his time. He just has this extra check that comes in.
I bet the firm has different procedures today.
I bet they do. Claudia Ellie, can't get enough of your trial streams. Love watching you all. Looking forward to listening to Steve's reasonable commentary at Megan's show. Question: any more information about the PI that was hired before the murders? Not yet. That's likely not going to come in the state's case at all. That'll come in the defense. 200 Watt Studio, Amish defense lawyers. I wrote a book on it. That's quoting you, Steve. Ian Mack, do you have some truth in every lie? Perhaps the opioid addiction wasn't his, but wife or son could lead to interactions with unscrupulous people.
The speculation on this case is crazy, It's
because there's no narrative.
Yeah, exactly. People are filling in the gaps.
Ben Bonnets, did you get my email this morning? I don't think so. Nicholas Stero, union rep, labor law, says piss poor job from law enforcement should equal reasonable doubt. But if prosecutors get this in, it will probably convict him. Legion Shorty says, have they tested throwing the same model phone to see if it will change orientation? Throwing a phone would rotate too fast to register a change. Maybe. Or maybe, as it bounces on the ground and stops moving as much, it starts to register a change. Who knows? Starshine, I think he attempted murder, suicide, and chickened out based on testimony today that mentioned he talked about suicide. I think he talked about suicide after the fact, though. But who knows?
I mean, I think this guy's world did come. He's living on top of the mountain, and his whole family is destroyed. He lost everything. He's out his money. His life is over. I mean, jeez, that's a long way to fall.
Starshine said, Tilly T says, Steven, do you have a gift site like Nick would love to sub? Dang typo, I meant grift, obviously. So do you have a locals?
I do have a locals, but it's I'm not really sure how it works. it operates, and people gave me money on it and they subscribe. And I've tried to tell people what I'm doing. In fact, I probably need to do that when we get off here, because I'm going to be on Megyn Kelly tomorrow at 1, and then Legal Vices at his late night drinking. I've got to go one-on-one with his liver, which is not going to be
Why
good
would you
for
do
me.
that? This is a terrible plan.
It's a terrible plan, but that's what I'm doing tomorrow. But
you're drunk after 2 sidecars.
But at that grift show, which you have just completely demolished, he and I went toe to toe with it. He got me to drink with a thing, and I found I went into a zone. Like my first couple drinks, I'm happy, and then I got deadly serious after about 8 shots.
Be careful with that.
I've never been there
Jonathan
before.
Jonathan Prezio says, I found out some interesting news. The trust in his son's name, if he gets found guilty, his financial victims get nothing. If not guilty, the victims get the trust. Maybe they are throwing this. I'm not quite sure how that would work out or what that setup is. I'd be curious to read where you got that analysis. Go for Big Guy 911. Great Griv, Steve. You got me. Just ordered your book. Bronca, give me your best pitch. Also, CCW Safe is your preferred insurance.
Correct. lawselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. They're the only one I recommend.
And the show's close to ending, so get your book, because this total is going to rock Vice's world tomorrow. When I tell him, he's going to be like, and so I will make sure I'll tell him that not only did he do it, but it was strictly done by the chat of the Ricada. What do you call your group? What is the Ricada follower group called?
We don't have a name. I mean,
you gotta have a name, man.
You gotta have a
Gay
name.
and late.
I don't know.
Gay
Yeah,
and late.
the Ricada Gays. No, Racketeers was one that was a long time ago. You know, I don't know. It's that's very campy.
Well, because it's like Vice Squad over there, so you got to have like a catchy name like that, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. How about just disgusting, terrible, horrible people?
Oh, no, that's
Mark,
wonderful. Why do you use your chat? That's the mosh
that's
pit
not
of the
that's
internet,
a
man.
compliment. Mark Colo says, "Oh look, SJW is in the house. Hi, Joe." Cat Rux 88. I bought Steve's book when Nick was away from the stream. There you go.
That's right. When you went away, we just took over and did nothing but grift, and we shut off the audio.
I would expect nothing less. That's what I would do. Airhead 151. Think about if he's truly innocent. All the time and resources wasted, the true perpetrator will never be found short of an admission. Malik Fox, and not sure if anyone caught it earlier, but I thought it was extra funny when the counsel asked a Verizon expert witness what a SIM card was, and he described what an SD card was. Embarrassingly basic difference. No, I don't remember. I tuned out during that. Verizon expert. That guy was soft. Not a Robot 101. Nick, can you have you can have the big property, but it's in the middle of nowhere where you're guaranteed to never eat Vietnamese donuts ever again. Do you do it? You just described my life, except on 8 acres instead of 1,700. Yes, I do it. USA Now says, holy shit, they went full Darth Vader. Pfizer made a commercial with Martha Stewart to advertise its new booster shot. So there you go. We'll have to look at that later tonight, maybe. Sanders Rance, is Andrew going to have a line for 35-year-old women to get for him to yell at them in Vegas? Also, is Steve trying to cosplay as Steve Jobs? Should we have a female advice booth for you?
set up a booth, $10 a question, $10 abuse.
Or one of those things where they throw pies at you. You're in this thing and they can throw pies at you for $10.
Ryan PD 911 says, Ricada Law, if only the MILFs were half as cute as this family. Grandmother, mother, daughter in engineering terms. Oh God. Let's I'll pull this up real quick because it's kind of funny. So here we go.
This is so funny, man. Yeah, I forgot that you are the guy that abuses people because they're fat. And
only when they ask.
And Megan Fox uses that on her channel to get her up out of the chair and to do exercises. You know, she has your little grift in the beginning.
So here we go. Grandmother, mother, daughter in engineering terms, lefty loosey, righty tighty. Oh my God. Oh, I love the locals chat. Thank you, Ryan. Ryan PD 911 says, Ricada Law, since his dad just died, what do we know about the dad's will? Were his wife or kids set to inherit a boatload? No idea. It might be filed. Sometimes wills are filed, and when someone dies, the wills are disclosed. Joe Mazq says, this is a frame up. The last witness explained how much money went missing on his watch, and the defendant's family members turn up dead. Now I'm thinking they're framing him for the murders that were committed by others. That's why nothing makes sense. Ryan PD says, nice to see you invite the SJW on. Also, a Memphis cop was just executed. The war has begun. I wouldn't want to be a cop in Memphis right now. Ricada Law, look at what you missed. What the hell is this? What did you guys do while I was gone?
I'll tell you, you didn't know we were dancing naked on the tabletops.
What was this?
We took it. Oh yeah, she was good. What is this?
Was she?
Yeah, that she was actually, that was, oh, no. I think she was a great state witness. She said she was answering the questions exactly like a cop should answer it. She wasn't putting her thumb on the
direct.
scale.
Yeah.
Direct, answering the questions, yes, no. I think she was I salute her as a good cop.
Brock Lesnar. C Goody says, speaking of 4:20 p.m., cbdx.com/C Goody gets you 20% off all their Delta 8 and HHC products. I especially recommend their vape cartridges and gummies if you like edibles. He also says, put the guest links in the description, you boomer. I did. Highsight says, if I was the defense, I would use this to say, look at all these people who might want him to suffer. Matherman says, just catching up because in the hospital with my wife who's in labor with our fourth. Has anything that has come in so far been in favor of proving a motive? I doubt it. No, not really.
I doubt it. That'd be a good little button, you know?
What? I
doubt it.
It's right here.
I doubt it.
I got it.
Hey, congratulations. 4. That's wonderful. Good job.
It's very, very cool, man. C Goody says, reminder, top messages are for cucks. All messages are for Chad. Switch from top message to all messages at the top of the chat window on YouTube. And he also says, remember to buy your tickets for the Las Vegas meetup, which, of course, the Las Vegas meetup is what sponsored this show today. That's it, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. As always, I'll be back tomorrow.
Grand total, just for the chat to know, of what Nick sold on one day is, let me see.
Without even trying,
was 93.
Wow.
Oh,
Vices was 54, and you blew it out of the water with 93. So thank you all, Nick Ricada. I just got a new load in. I might have to reorder based on your show alone.
Well, there you go.
So
you got to go to
very
Vegas
much.
now. Now, why you tell your wife how many books? Honey, I got good news and good news.
Good news.
Sold 93 books, and we're going to Vegas.
So thank you guys, man. That was freaking awesome, and you cured my stomach. I'll be on Megyn Kelly tomorrow at 1. What can I say? What a good day. This has been a good day. I feel better. My wife's cooking. I'm going to tell her and give her a kiss and tell her I'm going to Vegas. Maybe not. I don't know.
With you.
We'll talk. We'll talk.
All right.
Well,
we'll see. Maybe,
it's always a
maybe
good time. Steve, great seeing you again. Nick, I guess I'll see you in the morning. And everyone, stay safe. Take care.
Tomorrow we're gonna have two ladies on the panel, so it'll be interesting. Who've never been on the show before. To everybody in chat, thank you so much. I'm considering, if I have a show tonight, Joe will be on it. If I have any energy left, I'm really tired. Otherwise, we'll do something tomorrow for sure. Friday, fun Friday after the Friday stream for the trial. And Steve, as always, thank you for hanging out. And we'll catch you guys next time. Peace.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get on her blood. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and adding spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an art bag about more of that pride. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Painting tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law